Chapter 10 Ask the Beast and the Sound Bird. It has been raining continuously for 24 hours, and the sweltering summer is so damp that it feels a little breathless. A young, skinny-looking young man holding an old artificial intelligence mobile phone and tinkering with the phone for a while before making a startup sound. Lin Yuan could be relieved. Fortunately, this phone is not bad, otherwise Lin Yuan can't stand it with a new phone. After the phone was turned on, Lin Yuan logged on to the lingwu.com as usual and found that the reply message on his lingwu.net account turned out to be 99+, but he only responded to a question. When I went to bed last night, Lin Yuan saw a post in the post asking someone what to do if he was bitten by a ghostly spider. Lin Yuan answered it as a matter of course. Don't panic when bitten by ghost-spirited spider, drink hot water blue roots, then clean the wound, find a cool and ventilated shade to lie down. To avoid the body stinking, if the economy allows, it is better to spread one roll the mat. Looking at the various fancy replies, Lin Yuan heard the sound of the rope, and a gray-black kitten fell on Lin Yuan's leg. As soon as the kitten fluttered on Lin Yuan's legs, the sound of instigating wings came from not far away. A small blue sparrow-like bird stopped on Lin Yuan's shoulder, and the little bird tweeted twice. Lin Yuan quickly put down his phone and said to the gray kitten lying on his lap, "Smart, what is the temperature of the store now?" The kitten on Lin Yuan's thigh fluttered, opened his mouth, and said with a milky voice, "The indoor temperature is 34 degrees, Lin Yuan, you should ventilate and dissipate heat at this time." When Lin Yuan heard it, he hurriedly picked up the gray-black kitten, and ran downstairs with the blue bird that had been chattering all over his shoulder. At this time, the sky was just bright, but Lin Yuan had opened the window skillfully and walked carefully to the flower stand. At this time, the gray-black kitten said again, "Lin Yuan takes medicine first." Lin Yuan quickly stopped and poured water. At this time, the cyan bird on his shoulder had taken the pills over. Lin Yuan took the pill from the cyan bird, threw it into his mouth, and drank the water in the glass. At this time, the blue bird couldn't help but sing a song. Lin Yuan quickly covered his mouth. "Enin, sing now, don't call Aunt Zhang next door." The kitten on Lin Yuan's leg and the singing bird on his shoulder looked quite strange, but after 100 years of rejuvenation, the gray-black kitten and the cyan bird were the most common in the world. There is almost one hand. The kitten is called Smart, and it is a beast of 100 questions, just like a book of 100 why. It can also serve as a simple life steward, and it is a housekeeping beast. It's just that this gray-black kitten looks thin and small compared to the white beast on the market, just like malnutrition, and the fact is the same. This Yuanwen beast is the pups born in a nest of the mother by Wen because the hair color is gray and black, which is like dirt, and it has not been sold. The boss cut the price by half, which is cheaper than Lin Yuan. The name of the bird that can sing is called tone bird. There are few people who can sell tone bird on the market, because most of them are the advanced class of tone bird, Song Ji bird. Song Ji bird is like a living music player. Smart Song Ji bird can learn 100 songs. And the cyan, sparrow-like bird sound bird on Lin Yuan's shoulder is a sound bird that failed to evolve the Song Ji bird. The boss who sold the pet at that time hesitated when he saw Lin Yuan buying the Baiwen beast, and he gave the sound bird as a bargaining chip and gave it to Lin Yuan. Under the training of Lin Yuan for more than 2 years, the current bird of music has already sung a song. Enin means that this little tone bird always feels frustrated when he comes home. Everything is animating and can naturally feel everything around him, so Lin Yuanming always praises the sound and slowly builds up the confidence of the sound. In particular, Enin became lively after learning a song. A poorly questioned and abandoned beast, an advanced bird that has been regarded as trash by advanced failure, and a skinny teenager. How the three seem to be a combination of weak, but they are in a well-organized operation of a small shop of spirits left by their parents. Lin Yuan walked to the flower bed after taking the medicine, and carefully removed the black cloth on the flower bed. 5 succulents resembling lotus flowers are growing in earthenware pots. They are emerald green in color with a faint, almost unscented aroma. After looking closely at these 5 lilies, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw one of them. The leaves of one of the lilies have softened. When will this hot weather be ahead? Lily is a common healing system. 100 years after the resurgence of Reiki, all things in the world are affected by Reiki, and they all evolve and mutate. Lily, as a kind of succulent plant before rejuvenation, is one of them, and it is a common healing plant. If it is placed at home and you accidentally cut your fingers when cutting vegetables, you only need to put lily on the head of the bed, and the wounds on your fingers will be intact the next day. Of course, there are also Reiki professionals who choose Lily Lily as the contract spirit, but Lily Lily is the lowest order spirit and it is very difficult to evolve. The 5 pots of Lily in the Lin Yuan store are all ordinary. If you cross the elite level and reach the bronze door, then Lily Lily and other spiritual departments of the same treatment department will be no different. Everything is conserved, and low-order spirits are rejected, just because it is really difficult to evolve. But if low-level spirits can continue to evolve into high-level, then in the rumors heard by Lin Yuan, it can even suppress high-level spirits of the same level in some ways. The rise of low-level spirits, Yu reading www.yuyukyungsha.com is like a little person, stepping into the cloud step by step from the dust, rather than like a high-level spirit, born as the peak. Higher-order spirits can also evolve, and it is easier to evolve than lower-order spirits. So few people will cultivate low-order spirits, because there are resources to cultivate low-order spirits. Higher-order spirits can cultivate several at the same time. Is like the 2 kinds of creatures such as Baiwen beast and Song Ji bird. Is the centuries of this Reiki recovery, but never heard of the evolution of the Baiwen beast and the Song Ji bird. Carefully manipulated 5 pots of Lily Lily. After cultivating soil and burying highly nutritious ore in the soil, although there was not much work, Lin Yuan was already slightly panting. Although Lin Yuan's shop is said to be a shop, there are only 2 types of Ling Ji, 5 pots of Lily and a dozen pots of Qinglua. Qinglua is not even an ordinary level of spirits, it is a variant of Lulua before Reiki recovery. Eliminates the microtoxicity in the body and improves the nutritional content and growth rate of the vines in the body. This also makes Qinglua the best feed for low-level herbivorous or omnivorous spirits. These dozen pots of Qinglua can bring hundreds of rattans about 1 meter long to Lin Yuan every day. Lin Yuan looked at these dozen pots of Qinglua like an old mother and did not care, said. It is still necessary to rely on these dozens of pots of Qinglua for daily maintenance. Lily Lily sells a pot and it is a surprise. It's just that Lin Yuan, who looked at Qinglua like an old mother, didn't mean to play with these pots of Qinglua, but basically spent all her thoughts on these 5 pots of Lily. After Lin Yuan's simple cleaning of the dust, this small shop of spirits in the early morning after the rain opened as usual. Chapter 2 Copper Ring. When the shop opened, the time was just a few minutes away at 7 o'clock. Lin Yuan was standing next to the flower stand at this time, but felt that he was better than the tiredness of the past. This is because of his weak mental strength. This kind of fatigue feeling when opening a store every day, Lin Yuan is already a bit familiar. It's just that there is a sense of dizziness in the depths of the mind today, and this kind of dizziness seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Meow, Lin Yuan, go sit on the stool for a while. Then he walked lightly along Lin Yuan's pants and clothes and crawled all the way to his neck. Stood up trembling at the neck, wearing soft and thick meat pads on the small paws, and gently massaged Lin Yuan's head. The sound bird also flew anxiously, as if there was some doubt why today's Lin Yuan looks much weaker than in the past. Lin Yuanchang rallied and hugged the smart beast around his neck. The white and bony fingers crossed the gray and black fur of this 100-question beast, so dazzling. Smart, Enin, you 2 don't need to worry about me, maybe you didn't sleep last night. Lin Yuan said this, he thought about it carefully, wouldn't he really get sick again? I am now maintaining the money that this small shop earns tightly, only enough to maintain my sister's school fees. I usually save money for my own meals and then save it. The poor are most afraid of getting sick. Although 100 years after the Reiki recovery, any disease known as terminal illness before the rejuvenation of the Reiki can be solved gently, only one Reiki professional who has contracted the advanced treatment department's spiritual thing can be treated once. However, the treatment cost of such auras with high-level spirits is not enough to pay even the 2 or 3 months turnover of this small shop. Although Lin Yuan said so, the anxiety and tension of the smart and faint did not disappear at all. Is like being afraid of losing your most precious thing. In terms of cleverness and sound, they are just 2 inferior domestic pets that are rejected, and Lin Yuan is their whole world. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a bold and spicy voice sounded at the door on time. Xiao Yuan, I told you so many times. You don't need to open the door so early next time. You can open it after 8 o'clock. You can rest well. During the conversation, the middle-aged woman had put a wooden box on her hand on the table at Lin Yuan's counter. Then looked at Lin Yuan gently and said, "It's still the same, give me 10 green vines." When Lin Yuan heard this passionate voice, a sunny smile hung on his face. This sunshine smile hangs on Lin Yuan's face to make Lin Yuan look very kind, like a spring breeze. Aunt Zhang, I have told you many times, don't bring me breakfast again when you come to buy things. In the speech, Lin Yuan had already cut the green vine with ease. A pot of Qinglua can grow 13 or 4 Qinglua vines in about 1 day. A green vine is exactly 1 meter long. Lin Yuan's scissors cut 10 directly against the root and clicked, and the length was exactly 1.5 meters. Then tie the 10 green vines with a length of 1.5 meters with cloth strips. A handful of crisp green vines was picked up by Lin Yuan. Aunt Zhang watched Lin Yuanban squat in the skillful and tidy manner of Qinglua Teng, flashing kindness and distress in his eyes. As an old neighbor, Aunt Zhang was watching Lin Yuan have to support the shop independently from the age of 12 to support herself and her sister. It's just for the younger sister to go to school, and now Aunt Zhang can't remember whether it is 6 years or 7 years. Lin Yuanba, when King Luoding got to the counter, she just saw Aunt Zhang looking at herself and said, "Aunt Zhang, if I opened the store at 8, wouldn't you be able to buy such fresh Qinglua vine?" Aunt Zhang hurriedly took back the emotions in her eyes and said with a smile, "Also, you don't learn from the shops outside. You also put energy or in Qinglua. How much money can you make with this Qinglua vine?" Lin Yuan listened to Aunt Zhang and shook her head with a smile, but did not speak. At this time, Lin Yuan was completely supporting the body, because the strong sense of dizziness in his mind made Lin Yuan feel that he could fall at any time. Aunt Zhang knew that the young man in front of him had his own persistence. Whether it's opening at 7 o'clock every day, or stubbornly adding energy or to Qinglua's soil. While feeling distressed, as a child who grew up looking at herself, Aunt Zhang's heart also faintly admired, just like an elder looking at herself as a promising descendant. Aunt Zhang left 75 yuan, turned her head toward the door, and said when she was walking, Yuan, this breakfast is the biscuits your Uncle Li specially made for you, the braised soy sauce. If you want to make your Uncle Li sad, you will not eat." Lin Yuan looked at the $75 on the table and added $25. Lin Yuan was about to hold the money to call Aunt Zhang. Suddenly the sense of dizziness in my head increased, and my eyes fainted as soon as my eyes blossomed. Aunt Zhang was still a little proud when she left. Every time I give the far boy money, but the far boy does not accept it. This time I quickly walked away first, presumably the far boy will take the money. But when I arrived at the door of the store, I heard a clatter and something that fell to the ground. When the sound of falling to the ground sounded, I heard the rapid cries of the sound birds and the 100 beasts. Aunt Zhang hurried back and found that Lin Yuan was holding 25 yuan in his hand and fell to the ground. Closed his eyes quietly, so pale between the eyebrows, as if asleep. Aunt Zhang quickly hurried over to help Lin Yuan. The moment before Lin Yuan closed his eyes in a coma, Yu read a book www.yuukangshu.com's ear also vaguely heard clever sounds and Aunt Zhang's anxious shouts. Then the consciousness fell into a dizziness. This dim space is like a quagmire in which people can't travel, the chaos is sticky, and there is silence. Lin Yuan, fainted, seemed to be gradually awakening in this faint consciousness. His sister's face flashed in his head, and there was cleverness and sound. These 3 are all my relatives. They are fetters. If I die, I don't know how my sister should be sad, and I don't know who is Enin and smart. Fortunately, I saved my tuition for my sister next year. Lin Yuan's consciousness traveled in this chaotic consciousness, and he did not know how long he had traveled. Suddenly, at the end of deep consciousness, Lin Yuan saw a familiar thing that could no longer be familiar. It was a quaint ring of copper color. This circle has always been Lin Yuan's secret. This life is actually Lin Yuan's second life. The people of the last generation were very prosperous and magnificent, but they died early in their early years. Eyes opened again, he was already a baby just 100 years after the rejuvenation of Reiki, and accompanied by his birth was this quaint copper ring. This ring has been worn on his wrist since childhood. But when he was 8 years old, he accidentally disappeared after accidentally sticking to his own blood. Did not expect to find this simple circle of copper color in the depths of consciousness. The red copper ring at this time was shimmering with light, so that the depth of the whole consciousness was faintly filled with the brown color of the jade. This circle is like a portal, waiting for Lin Yuan's consciousness to step into this circle. Chapter 3 Mobius. This kind of call is invisible and immaterial, but it is the most essential fit. Is like destiny guiding Newton to the apple tree, and the apple tree happens to drop apples. Lin Yuan's consciousness was when he stepped into the simple aura of copper color. The simple aura of the color of red copper illuminates the modeled complex lines at that moment. These lines are strange and intertwined, but there is a kind of unspeakable cleverness. Lin Yuan only felt that after passing through this simple aura, there was an indescribable ease in his body. This ease is that Lin Yuan can actually feel the heaven and earth aura full of his body. This kind of feeling has never felt since Lin Yuan was 8 years old, when the red copper ring stuck to his own blood and flew away. The disappearance of this red circle not only takes away the induction of the heaven and earth aura, but also takes away its own spiritual power. And now, although his mental strength is still as dry as before, at least he can feel the spirit of this world. Because his body is so weak, it is because his body cannot feel the spirit of heaven and earth. After rejuvenation, Reiki became the most essential energy in the world. The native flora and fauna of the planet have evolved in two directions under the influence of this aura. One is the wild ancestor, which promotes physical energy, and the other is spiritual variation, focusing on energy attack. And human beings also evolved Reiki classes under Reiki. There are many kinds of Reiki classes, but they are essentially strengthened by Reiki. Lin Yuan hasn't felt the aura of heaven and earth since he was 8 years old, and he hasn't removed the aura since he was 8 years old and raised his body host. Relies only on natural growth and energy intake from food. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited at this time, even if his body didn't know what reason could not store the aura, but at least he could feel the existence of aura. Although he can absorb the aura at an appalling speed, the aura gathered in his body will quickly pass away from his own hands. My body is like a funnel, which also makes Lin Yuan know that he is destined not to be a Reiki professional. However, even if this is the case, the pure aura flushes the body, even if the last traces are all left. Then this aura can undoubtedly increase the strength of the body through the body, so that you can no longer take the medicine to maintain the strength of the body. Such a year, you can save a lot of money. My sister is also approaching her age, and she can contract the first spirit. The money saved by him can buy a relatively high-quality spirit creature of ordinary grade for his sister, and even buy a low-level elite grade creature. This body can finally feel the aura. Although Lin Yuan did not say anything about the rest. Lin Yuan has always been an optimistic character, but Lin Yuan regrets that although his body can feel Reiki, but the mental strength is still the same as before, only the faint trace. Spiritual strength is the existence of the importance of Reiki after 100 years of recovery. Aura class associate spirits. Spirits are divided into healing, attacking, defensive, and auxiliary classes. Among them, several types of attacking and auxiliary classes are the most diverse. Spiritual power is needed to conclude a contract with these spirits. Ordinary people can contract 2 to 3 spirits in their lifetime, and some geniuses can contract up to 5 spirits. Every contract with a spirit has its own strength, showing a geometric trend, but the resources for cultivating a spirit are the same. For spiritual creatures, the most difficult thing is evolution. Every evolution of spirits is not a resource that Lin Yuan can afford to test a spirit shop to maintain his business. Lin Yuan was as weak as her hair at this time. At that time, she was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights when she entered into a contract with household spirits like Baiwen Beast and Yinbird. After waking up, Lin Yuan felt a headache for at least half a month. This gave Lin Yuan an intuitive understanding of his weakened mental strength. When he was born, his mental strength was not excellent, but he was not weak. Mental weakness also occurred at the same time as when I could not feel the heavens and the earth. I was afraid that my mental strength was also because of this bronze circle. This red copper ring passed through this world with himself, but he also turned himself into a weak waste wood. Lin Yuan's view of the copper ring was a bit complicated. At this time, Lin Yuan only felt that he was stepping on the hard ground, and Lin Yuan looked up and saw that he was in a space of about 40 square meters. In the space of about 40 squares, there is a red copper color on the ground, and there is a pool of about 5 or 6 square meters on the 40 flat red copper ground. Other than that, there is nothing else. Lin Yuan walked to the side of the pool. The water in the pool was very clear, and could shallowly reflect the face of a teenager. The pool is not deep, only about half a meter. Lin Yuan squatted down, scooped up a handful of water in the pool, only to feel that the water in the pool was warm, and took a sniff, and found that the water in the pool was ordinary water and did not possess aura. Was thinking that Lin Yuan only felt that his wrist was sinking, and found that his wrist was surrounded by the quaint copper ring. At this time, the copper-colored ring exudes a will to communicate with himself. This willingness to communicate seems to be with a desire for attachment and a hint of timidity and ignorance, just like a child who has just started to be intelligent. After Lin Yuan collided with this copper-colored ring with consciousness, Lin Yuan began to completely understand everything since he was 8 years old. It turns out that the bronze disc that I crossed with me turned out to be a spirit. When he was 8 years old, he mistakenly stained blood on this bronze disc and caused himself and this bronze-colored disc. The disc had concluded a contract, and he had accidentally contracted a spirit thing when he was 8 years old. Yu Reading Books www.yuukangshu.com. Lin Yuan was a little unbelievable. With his left hand, he touched the copper-colored disc on his right hand. Lin Yuan only felt that at this moment there was a peace of mind in the wind and rain. I am also a person with a contractual spirit, and maybe I can make more money later. And her sister's contractual spirits may no longer be ordinary and elite. If I try hard, will I change my sister to a bronze-level spirit? The spirits can only be called true spirits to some extent when they reach the bronze level. Lin Yuan had complicated thoughts about this red copper ring before, but after the collision of thoughts, Lin Yuan knew why he had only a trace of his mental power in this decade to live a normal life. Why is this copper-colored ring silent for 10 years without audio? It was because this copper-colored ring chose to sleep in order to protect his mental strength when he was 8 years old. Slowly concluded a contract in a deep sleep, and this conclusion is 10 years, and today is also the day when this red circle wakes up. Felt Lin Yuan's emotions fluctuated, and a soft emotion came from the red ring on his right wrist. This soft emotion is like a soothing, or spiritual hint, calming Lin Yuan's mind at once. And after feeling the calmness of Lin Yuan's thoughts, he tightened tightly and fixed it firmly on Lin Yuan's right wrist. Is like holding tightly with Lin Yuan's hand, as if to say, "Lin Yuan, please advise." The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth burst into a sunlight as if the dawn had burst through the darkness at dawn, illuminating the silhouette of the distant mountain, and the young man's voice was deep and warm. Please advise, Mobius. Chapter 4 Exclusive Features. No matter what kind of spirit it is, even ordinary level spirits will have a bound skill after concluding a contract with humans. Most of these skills are racial talents. For Lily, even if you sign a contract with the ordinary Lily, you will get the same healing power. Of course, this comprehension skill is also the most basic species skill. If you really want a spirit to master powerful skills, then you must allow the spirit to evolve to the bronze level, awakening exclusive features. The combination of skills with characteristics can often change the strength of the skills dramatically. This is why it is said that the Bronze Order is the real beginning of a spirit, so any aura professional with a little family will choose the Bronze Order spirit when initially contracting the creature. Because when the spirit reaches the copper level, even the same kind of spirit awakening has many different copper level characteristics. This also makes Reiki professionals more willing to choose and awaken the characteristics of self-fitting or beneficial spiritual creatures to sign contracts. Signing a contract with a spiritual creature requires the use of spiritual power. In fact, the soul of the spiritual creature and its own soul are merged invisibly. Therefore, once the contract is concluded and wants to be solved, it will be as difficult as going to heaven. This is why many strong people initially contracted because of limited resources are low-order spirits. Even if they become stronger later, they did not choose to replace the lower-order spirits but used resources to induce the evolution of low-order spirits. Lin Yuan was carefully observing Mobius at this time, and wanted to check Mobius's spiritual properties. At this time, Mobius's spirituality can only express subtle emotions. If he wants to communicate with Mobius normally, he may need some time to recover. In the process of viewing the attributes of Mobius, Lin Yuan found that the level of Mobius is only the lowest level of ordinary level, but the attributes of Mobius are completely different from the spirits of ordinary level, because Mobius not only has skills but also has an exclusive feature. Understand that the exclusive traits can only be possessed by copper-level spirits. My god, Mobius, his contractual spirit, looks a little stronger. Lin Yuan's eyebrows were greatly earned, a little surprised. Mobius, who came to this world at the same time as himself, has exclusive features at the ordinary level. Then when you reach the bronze level, if you awaken an exclusive feature again, it is dual exclusive. That's the ability that only the legendary creature life that has been cultivated as a fantasy species will have. Fantasy species have always been legends. This kind of knowledge is not yet accessible to Lin Yuan, but the spiritual life of fantasy species and ordinary spiritual life are obviously no longer on the same level of life. After being surprised, Lin Yuan was rejoicing. At this time, Lin Yuan felt a wave of emotions from Mobius and wanted to use his first skill against Mobius. After receiving the request from Mobius, Lin Yuan used Mobius' first skill, and after using the first skill, Lin Yuan intuitively discovered that all the information of Mobius was based on data. The form exists. Name of the creature, Mobius. Spirit species. Spirit level, normal level 1. Spiritual department, space department / mystery department. Comprehensive quality, ordinary quality. Skills. Real data, to digitize all complex information that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, and the digitized information may contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Centering, passive skills can enhance the effect of centering according to the upgrade of spirit level. Centering can calm the mind and have a certain chance to resist the negative state. Exclusive features. Lock spirit, Mobius space can support spirits. Mobius's space must not be higher than Mobius's level. Mobius cannot upgrade itself. The spirits are promoted, and at the same time they can obtain the initial skills of the provided spirits, but Mobius itself no longer gains skills. Every time Mobius upgrades a large level, he will be able to support one more spirit. The upgrade method of bias is unchanged. When Lin Yuan finished reading the real data reflected by Mobius's data, his smile froze directly on his face. The smile stiffened for a moment. Lin Yuan trembled and sent a message to Mobius. After getting Mobius's affirmation, Lin Yuan almost collapsed. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? Mobius's current level is the ordinary quality spirit of the ordinary level, then I can only use the spirit lock skill to contract an ordinary quality spirit of the ordinary level, not to mention how much resources it takes to cultivate such a spiritual creature, even. Its own spiritual power does not allow its own contract even if it is an ordinary spiritual creature. Although the last creature is living in the Mobius space, the contract still has to rely on itself. Before his spiritual power, the contract is a domestic animal, sound and clever tragedy. Lin Yuan can still have shadows. And the most terrible thing is that after each upgrade, Mobius's lockable space can contract one more spirit. Only when this spirit is cultivated will Mobius continue to upgrade. It's just the most essential basic skill of contract spirits. Investment and return are not directly proportional, and the evolution of spirits is so difficult, especially low-level spirits. Where did you get the ability to continuously evolve lower-level spirits? The characteristics of the spirit of the lock, reading www.yukangsha.com. Even if it is a wealthy rich man, it will be hollowed out in minutes, not to mention that his pocket is cleaner than his face. The happiness of getting his contract spirits was quickly replaced by the overwhelming confusion, but Lin Yuan's optimistic attitude quickly adjusted. Is now much better than before. Although the road is still difficult and dangerous, the road is thorny, but the road is all stepped out. At least I can see the direction of the road ahead and don't need to be confused. May the past be gloomy, the road to the future will be bright and splendid. Just when Lin Yuan changed his mind, a slightly weaker mental force passed from the Mobius ring to his own brain. The mental power in his brain, as thin as a hairline, has increased by as much as 5 times. Even so, it is not a relatively thick hairline, and it is not as good as 1/10 of a normal person. However, these spiritual powers should be sufficient to contract a spiritual plant of ordinary quality. It should not be enough for animals. According to common sense, the mental power of contract animals is often more than that of spiritual planting. Unless the egg of an oviparous animal is available, you can only try it when the eggshell is broken, when the animal's mental power is the most ignorant. Lin Yuan, who received spiritual feedback, felt Mobius' weakness directly. Mobius squeezed the mental power he occupied, and distributed the squeezed mental power to himself. Says that spirits have spirits, and all spirits that contract with humans choose one person for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan didn't realize it before, but now Mobius's behavior makes Lin Yuan fully understand the meaning of this sentence. Because from now on, it is dependent on life and death. Chapter 5, Qingtang Carp. Feeling Mobius's mental power and falling asleep again, Lin Yuan carefully looked at the space where he was. This space should be the space for spiritual things mentioned in the characteristic of the spirit. Let's wait for Lin Yuan to do a careful look. Lin Yuan heard the ear faintly. A familiar shout came faintly, with anxious emotion in his voice. Why hasn't Far Awake been awake yet? Doctor, don't you just say that your spirit has been stimulated and your symptoms are weak? How come it's been a while since you were a little long? This is Aunt Zhang's voice, and anxiously asked 3 questions. Lin Yuan, meow, meow. Is the intelligent voice of the Baiwen beast. The Baiwen beast can speak verbally, but even in anxious situations, the beast sounds unconsciously. Tweet. 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 Also cried anxiously. My sudden dizziness and coma seemed to scare Aunt Zhang, smart and sound. Lin Yuan's consciousness finally returned to his body at that moment, and he was opening his eyes. When he entered the eyes, Yin was standing on his nose, staring nervously at himself. And Aunt Zhang was looking at the doctor after questioning one by one, and the doctor who asked was sweating forehead. Lin Yuan opened his eyes suddenly, apparently terrified. The tone was startled and tweeted twice, and then reacted happily, bouncing on Lin Yuan's nose, tweeting happily tweeting. Cleverness also rushed to Lin Yuan's neck foss, and rubbed Lin Yuan's neck foss carefully. Su was terrified before, but now the body is slightly trembling in Lin Yuan's neck foss. Aunt Zhang obviously heard the sound and the clever voice, turned her head and saw Lin Yuan open his eyes, and he didn't care about the questions he asked the doctor before. When Lin Yuan wanted to get up, he said directly, "Your boy, lie down again, I will ask the doctor to examine you again. You have been in a coma for almost 10 hours. Now you have to wake up in the evening. If you are sick, you should be treated as soon as possible, otherwise the minor illness will become seriously ill." Aunt Zhang's concern warmed Lin Yuan's heart, and he has not been under the care of Aunt Zhang in recent years, but Lin Yuan knew that his body was not a problem, because Mobius woke himself up, and Mobius you will faint after signing a contract. Aunt Zhang was still not sure what she was about to say. At this time, the doctor standing beside came over and said, "Boy, if you are sick, your aunt will be in a hurry. I will treat you once with Qingtang carp." After speaking, the doctor summoned his contract spirit directly and unambiguously, and a half-foot-long carp with a green and black body. The side of the carp has huge scales. When the doctor urged the skills, the crystal scales fell off and suspended in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan only felt that the spiritual world was warm and very comfortable. At this time, Lin Yuan quietly used the real data of Mobius skills to check the attributes of the Qingtang carp. Name of spirits, Qingtang carp. Spirit species, Cyprinidae/Cyprinus. Spirit level, elite level 4-inch. Spiritual department, water system. Perceived quality, elite quality. Skills. Flicking the tail, jump up and use the fish tail to lash. Clean scale, slightly recover from trauma, can relieve abnormal mental state. Seeing the attributes of Qingtang carp, Lin Yuan felt that this was the normal spirit attribute, and that it was an elite level spirit. After reading the attributes, Lin Yuan felt that the doctor was very lucky. The Qingtang carp is a very common water creature. At the ordinary level, the fixed skill is either a tail or a physical skill such as vibrating fins, but when this Qingtang carp evolved into an elite level, awakening the rare skills to clear the scales is equivalent to jumping the dragon gate and gaining uncommon mental healing skills. The doctor was getting more and more sweat on his forehead. When the scales dropped on the Qingtang carp completely lost their luster, the doctor stopped, and the detached scales became fly ash. "It's okay, pay attention to rest, supplement more nutrition, and you can recover quickly." After the doctor was about to wipe the sweat beads on the forehead with his sleeve, Aunt Zhang had already handed a tissue and said, "Doctor, you have worked hard, wipe your sweat." The doctor took the tissue delivered by Aunt Zhang and said, "After the treatment, I will go first. It's not too early. My wife is still waiting for me to go home for dinner." After talking about the things he brought, he walked out of the shop. Although his forehead was sweaty when he walked, the doctor's eyebrows were cheerful. Although he was only a little doctor, the joy of saving lives and helping the wounded did not gain much. After the doctor left, Aunt Zhang looked at Lin Yuan with concern and said, "Don't feel uncomfortable, don't hold on. If you are uncomfortable, your body is the capital, otherwise what can you do if your body falls down?" Aunt Zhang was afraid Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to her body and specifically mentioned Lin Yuan's sister who went to school in the distance. "Auntie Zhang, you can rest assured that I will get the money back tomorrow and return the medical expenses to you. I'm so sorry for having troubled you today." Lin Yuan's expression was real. He had stood up when he was talking. Looking at the green vine growing in the shop nearly 3 meters long, Lin Yuan sighed, and then thanked Aunt Zhang for pouring a glass of water. "Far boy, you're kind to me, and you and Uncle Li are watching you grow up." Aunt Zhang took the water glass, drank the water in the glass, and then hiccuped. On this day, she was really anxious and didn't care about drinking. After drinking water, Aunt Zhang saw that Lin Yuan insisted, and she said nothing, because she knew that the teenager always had his own insistence. Lin Yuan saw that Aunt Zhang had finished drinking everyone in the cup, and Yu read www.yukangsha.com to prepare to pour another glass of water to Aunt Zhang, when Aunt Zhang waved her hand. "Far boy, get me a pot of lily, go home and put your Uncle Li headboard." After talking, Aunt Zhang took out 500 pieces and put them in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan looked at the 500 pieces in his hand and said with some helplessness, "Aunt Zhang, you buy a pot of lily every other month, and sometimes even buy a pot less than a month." Before Lin Yuan's words were finished, he was interrupted by Aunt Zhang and said, "How many pots does Aunt's house have?" Lin Yuan heard that he had to get lily for Aunt Zhang. Lin Yuan chose the pot with the best growth. At that time, Aunt Zhang had already held the lily in the arms of the pot that was a little soft for a few days. "Just like this pot, it's the most eye-catching." Lin Yuan's heart swelled as Aunt Zhang held lily. Every time it was like this, with the same tone, the same expression, and the same lily. Suddenly, the sound of came, and the door ran into a rabbit with a medium-sized dog-sized fur and reddish-black hair like a mouse. The rabbit's 2 huge ears were like a fan, and each ear quickly catch up with the body length. Hearing the sound, Clever and Enin hurried towards the door, cleverly lying on the big rabbit, and Enin also fell on the big rabbit's head. This big rabbit is Aunt Zhang's contract spirit, and is the only spirit beast friend who has been smart and Enin for more than 2 years. I saw this big rabbit running in front of Aunt Zhang, and one ear was still wrapped with a blue cloth. Lin Yuan has always known that this rabbit is a scary rabbit, but when opening the real data to view this rabbit he is very familiar with, Lin Yuan found that it was not the case. Chapter 6 Seriously Wounded Fantasy Species. Lin Yuan is naturally very new because of his new skills, and he subconsciously looks at this spooky rabbit, who has been living by his side, Aunt Zhang. Under the real data of skills, where is this scary rabbit? The appearance of this horrible rabbit is just a mimicry of a powerful spirit, but under real data, this powerful spirit is in a state of serious injury and endangerment. And the skills and characteristics of this powerful spirit are completely locked. It seems that the damage of this spirit is not enough to support it to release any skills. But these are not the things that surprised Lin Yuan most, and Lin Yuan was most shocked because Lin Yuan saw that the locked features turned out to be dual features. Is a legendary fantasy species. This made Lin Yuan think of the introduction of real data of skills, and the information that is digitized may contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. It seems that the digitized information is indeed more reliable than what the eyes see. This discovery only shocked Lin Yuan. It seems that Aunt Zhang is also a person with a story. But who has no story? These are not important. For Lin Yuan, Aunt Zhang is still the Aunt Zhang. If you have the ability, you must help Aunt Zhang to cure this mimicry as a powerful rabbit. Aunt Zhang saw that Lin Yuan's face was not pale. Even her cheeks were more than when she saw Lin Yuan this morning. She put her heart down and took the blue cloth bag hanging on the ears of the scary rabbit and placed it in Lin. On the far counter. "Far boy, this is a nutritious meal that Yulishu specially made for you after you knew you fainted. Your legs and feet are inconvenient for you to send it to you in person, so this trickster will be sent to you." After talking, Aunt Zhang touched the ears of the rabbit, and looked at the rabbit with a warm heart. Passed the lunchbox to Lin Yuan, and then waved his hands before Lin Yuan opened his mouth and never turned back, holding the lily in a bad condition and left. Lin Yuan didn't speak, looked at the back of Aunt Zhang leaving quietly, squeezed his fist, as if cheering himself up, as if he had made up his mind. People always have to be a little burdened, otherwise how can they move forward rock solid without bearing the weight? It was getting dark, and only Lin Yuan was left in the shop, sound and cleverness. Although there are few people, the shop is not deserted, but on the contrary, it is very lively and warm. Apparently, he is still a little afraid, and chirping around Lin Yuan is afraid that Lin Yuan will appear again. Lin Yuan knew that Enin and Clever were worried. He reached out and gently rubbed his clever chin, and soon cleverly made the sound of purring enjoyment. Enin's small paws are holding Lin Yuan's pinna and standing on Lin Yuan's ears, and the small brain melon drilled into Lin Yuan's broken hair, as if playing hide and seek. Lin Yuan opened the blue cloth bag. The cloth bag was a bamboo food box. When the food box was opened, the upper layer of the food box was full of rice. When the upper layer of rice was taken down, the lower layer was braised pork, beans and fried fish pieces. When Lin Yuan opened the food container, the fragrance in the food container would be scattered. Lin Yuan was in a coma for a whole day, the rice water had not entered, and now his stomach could not help but gurgled. Uncle Li's craftsmanship is not the first time that Lin has eaten for a long time. After 3/4 and 5 uncles, Li will always find a variety of reasons to let Dutu or Aunt Zhang deliver meals to himself. When he saw Uncle Li last year, Li's leg was injured. It is getting heavier and heavier, and now he can't even get out. Think of the existence of horror rabbits. I'm afraid that Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang are also strong, otherwise they can't have dual-character fantasy creatures anyway. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li's story. Lin Yuan didn't know about it and couldn't participate. Lin Yuan just hoped that one day he might be able to treat Rabbit and Uncle Li's leg injury when he was strong enough. When Lin Yuan opened the food box, Smart and Enin got together. When Enin smelled the smell in the food box, he fluttered his wings and flew onto a pot of small qingluo. This small qingluo was a small pot that Lin Yuan specially separated. Qingluo. Enin is a sound bird, considered an omnivorous animal, but Enin prefers to eat qingluo leaves than human-cooked food. Enin pecked the leaves of qingluo happily, but cleverly looked at the food in the food box and squatted honestly. Looking at Smart looking straight at the braised meat in the food box, Lin Yuan chuckled softly, pinched out the largest piece of braised meat in the food box and handed it to Smart. "Let's eat, greedy cat." Staring cleverly at this big piece of braised pork, he swallowed continuously, but stretched out his small claws and pushed the big piece of braised pork directly to Lin Yuan. Then he pointed out the small claw and pointed at the smallest piece of the food box. "Braised pork," meowed. Means to let Lin Yuan eat the big one and eat the small one by himself. The behavior of Baiwen Beast made Lin Yuan's eyes feel a little warm. He took a small bowl and sandwiched a few large pieces of braised meat and fish pieces, scooped a spoonful of rice, and stirred them together. He said in front of Baiwen Beast, "Smart sound, we will eat well in the future." In the past 2 years, Baiwen Beast and Yinyao did not endure hardship with themselves. Like today, Lin Yuan couldn't say anything before, because there was no confidence. However, now that I have a contractual spirit, how can the body sense that Reiki is not as fragile as before, and at least the future life will be better than now? The sky is covered with clouds, but how many people's pride makes the sky's moving clouds banish to the sky, and the youth spirit is like the life of the world. Lin Yuan now needs to plan for his future, otherwise he will still be an ordinary person among ordinary people after many years. After dinner, Lin Yuan carefully looked at the remaining 4 pots of lily in his house as usual. These 4 pots of lily grew well. After checking Lily's growth, Lin Yuan looked at a wise man standing on his shoulder. "Smart, what is the current temperature of UU reading www.uukangsha.com?" Cleverly answered quickly. "Lin Yuan, the current temperature is 31 degrees, but the humidity is too heavy, and it is not recommended to add light to Lily at night." Lin Yuan put down the fluorescent lamp and black cloth in his hand, and turned to trim the qingluo with scissors. Today's qingluo has not been sold. Qingluo's vines have grown more than 3 meters long, and the vines that have grown for 2 days will be a bit old. Many herbivores do not like to eat this old vines. Lin Yuan has always insisted on selling the quality of spirits. The old vine Lin Yuan like this can only be discarded and will not be sold. When Lin Yuan trimmed to the last pot of qingluo, he thought that although he could feel heaven and earth aura, he couldn't store heaven and earth aura in his body, so he could not help but sigh. The body quickly absorbed heaven and earth aura, but at this time Lin Yuan's hand was still holding Qingluo leaves. Ran for a moment, until he felt that Lin Yuan felt a little tired, and then stopped the absorption of heaven and earth aura. However, Lin Yuan found that in the end his body still did not retain any aura. Smartly felt Lin Yuan's loss, rubbing Lin Yuan's cheek, whining, said nothing, but silently accompanied. Lin Yuan picked up the clever and careful pickup sound from Qingluo vines and started to doze after dinner, turned off the lights, smeared up the stairs, went upstairs, and fell into bed and fell asleep. This night was as quiet as water, a young man in a small bed, a beast asked, a sound bird, quietly asleep. The teenager slept soundly, but it seemed that the beast and the sound bird felt something confused during the night. They drilled into the arms of the teenager and found a comfortable position. Then they slept deep again and had a good night's dream. Chapter 7 Sudden Evolution. Xia County, as a small city in the southeast of the Bauhinia city, has always been rainy because of the sea, and it is rare to see the sun several times a month, but when the sky is dawning, the dawn slowly shining to the quartet, dyed half of the sky. Xia County has such rare and cloudless weather, and soon the sky is no longer the kind of misty light, but the whole sky blue is like a sea blue comfort. The light spilled into the room through the window, and it just shone on Lin Yuan's closed eyes. When the light shook, Lin Yuan slowly woke up from his sleep. After waking up, Lin Yuan only felt relaxed for a while, and did not feel sore and tired even after taking a break as usual. It seems that whether he can feel the spirit of heaven and earth, or because Mobius feeds back his spiritual power, it makes his own spirit strengthen the strength and make. Your own physical qualities are different from yesterday. Picked up the phone and glanced at about 6 o'clock. Lin Yuan was a little strange. Tone and cleverness were like his own alarm clock. Especially smart. He wakes up naturally from 1 to 5 every day, but today, smart is still asleep. Lin Yuan got up and was about to wake up the clever and Enin, and found that a layer of shed hair had accumulated around the body of the clever and Enin sleeping beside him. Beside the cleverness is a gray and black messy hair, while Enin is surrounded by a handful of shiny cyan feathers. Lin Yuan became nervous at once. Enin and cleverness won't make you sick. The subconscious Lin Yuan used Mobius skills and real data. However, Lin Yuan found out that he could actually see the data of cleverness and sound. Yesterday, Lin Yuan observed smart harmony sounds before using real data to observe Qingtang carp, but the real data did not show the data of smart harmony sounds. No matter it is a domestic beast such as the Baiwen beast or the failed bird of the advanced song GG, it cannot be called a spirit. Because they can't even meet the standard of ordinary level. But now under the data of real data, whether it is smart or sound is already a common level spirit, which subverts the knowledge that Lin Yuan has learned in the world for more than 10 years. The harmony bird is known as a housekeeping beast, and it almost has one hand. It has never been heard that the Baiwen beast and the harmony bird have precedents that have evolved into spirits. In fact, even the singing bird advanced singing bird is not qualified to be called a common level spirit, but now the two little guys around him are both promoted. Lin Yuan can't figure it out, but did not wake up immediately Clever and Enin, but after carefully picking up the hair dropped by Clever and Enin, he went out to prepare for morning exercises. Before Lin Yuan's mental strength was weak, Lin Yuan had exhausted Lin's strength. Now that his previous deficiencies had been improved, Lin Yuan had already decided to exercise well, because a good body is everything. An hour of running and a morning run. Returned Lin Yuan couldn't even breathe evenly. After all, his body's foundation was still too weak. Exercise on the first day, really unfit, but if you just jog, the amount of exercise cannot be reduced, you must insist. Lin Yuan waved his fist to cheer himself up. After taking a shower, I found that Wise and Enin were still asleep. Wise was still whispering softly. Lin Yuan carefully closed the curtains that had not been closed for a long time, closed the door on the second floor, and went downstairs to prepare the shop opened. At this moment, Lin Yuan glanced at one of the pots of Qinglua on the shelf in the corner, which turned out to be not the same as the Qinglua beside him. I saw that the color of this pot of Qinglua had changed from tender green to dark green. The vines that grow out are twice as thick as ordinary Qinglua, and the leaves look thicker. This pot of Qinglua evolved in one night. Lin Yuan uses real data to check and find that Qinglua, who could not see the data before, can already see the data. Name of spirit, Qing Luo. Spirit species, Araceae/Helianthus. Fantasy level, ordinary level 3. Spiritual department, grass. Comprehensive quality, elite quality. Quality is not ordinary quality, but elite quality. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. Is really awesome. This Qinglua has not only evolved, but its quality has also been promoted. Lin Yuan feels that this world is simply too fantasy. Although the plant of Qinglua is regarded as a diet rich in nutritious herbivorous spirits, there are also higher grade Qinglua, but higher grade Qinglua are all spawned with energy stones and other spirits. Lin Yuan himself did not have the energy stone to cultivate Qinglua. He thought of the evolution of cleverness and sound. Looking at the shelf, only the leaves Qinglua touched when he absorbed the heaven and earth aura yesterday evolved, while other Qinglua still look the same. No change at all. Everything that comes into contact with oneself while absorbing the aura has evolved. Yu Reading Books www.yuukangshu. A bold and unrealistic association emerged in calm Lin Yuan's mind. It is impossible for me to absorb the heaven and earth aura while I am not completely a funnel. Instead, I can conduct the heaven and earth aura into the spirit gas to help the spirit evolve and even improve the quality. Thinking so, Lin Yuan couldn't help swallowing a spit. How difficult the evolution of spirits is. I don't know how many people's spirits have been stuck in a level stage throughout their life. They can't evolve and cannot enter. It is precisely because of the difficulty of the evolution of spirits that it makes the profession of creating a teacher in the aura class special respectable, not even the most respected profession in the world. Aura classes are divided into aura classes for combat and aura classes for life. Aura classes for combat are divided into strong attack, sensitive attack, defensive, auxiliary and heal based on the category. The types of these Reiki occupations are mainly distinguished according to the spiritual things contracted by the Reiki occupations, because each Reiki occupation has a natural affinity for the spirituality division. When you perceive spirits, you will know which kind of system you prefer. Even if the spirits that are not inclined reach the spiritual strength, it is extremely difficult for the contract to succeed, and even the spiritual strength may be damaged. Among these combat aura classes, the healing aura class is the rarest. Among the 100 aura classes, there may not even be a healing aura class. Life-type Reiki occupations are also diverse, but among life-type Reiki occupations, the most distinguished is the founder. Because the combat-type Reiki professional wants to evolve the spirits, the only way to improve the quality is the natural evolution of the spirits with a small probability. The only way is to get the help of the founder. However, the threshold for becoming a founder is very high, even if the entire federation does not necessarily have 100 founders in a year. Chapter 8 Fully Upgraded. It is difficult to become a founder. And Lin Yuan, it is now enough to achieve the founder-like means only by transmitting the aura, and may even be more effective than the founder's means. The founder is based on the induction of various medicinal materials to induce the evolution of spirits, but there is a possibility of failure during the evolution of spirits. Yuan just injects aura into the spirit object through both hands, which can induce the evolution of the spirit and improve the quality. This is really a fairy-like means. The evolution of spirits is actually the same as that of a seriously ill person taking medicine. No matter how much medicine a severely ill person takes, there is always no absorption. The founder makes the evolution of spirits like treating a seriously ill person. The patient cannot absorb the power of the medicine, and the creator can make the patient absorb the power of the medicine according to the combination of multiple drugs. But Lin Yuan simplified all of this, using his own body as the transfer in the most essential way, and directly transferring the spiritual chi that exists between heaven and earth through his transfer, so that the spirits could absorb and evolve. Not only does it not consume precious materials like the founder, but also according to the state of the pot of green dill, it seems that the time it takes to upgrade the grade does not need to be long. Fortune. Lin Yuan murmured secretly, and his excited expression overflowed with words, but at the same time Lin Yuan also knew how appalling this method was. So if you want to hide yourself, then Lin Yuan must obtain the qualification of the founder through the assessment of the founder and become a founder. But these are just the thoughts that Lin Yuan has inferred, so Lin Yuan did not open the shop this morning, but experimented with the remaining Qinglua as much as possible. Each pot of 5 minutes was the same as last night. As a result, after a few hours, these 20 pots of green radish have become the same as the previous dark green radish, and they have become ordinary, elite qualities. Among the 4 pots of lily, one of them was 1 hour after Lin Yuan gritted his teeth to urge his body to quickly transform the spirit of the world. The leaves of the originally green lily flowers became more verdant in the middle of the leaves, just like half of the green leaves of the lily leaves were concentrated at the end of the petal, which suddenly made the lily look extraordinary. This shows that this lily has evolved into an elite level. Fantasy name, Lily. Spirit species, Crassulaceae/lotus palm. Spirit level, elite level 1. Spiritual department, wood. Comprehensive quality, ordinary quality. Skills. Healing, recover trauma. Xinxiang, a light and fresh fragrance can relieve tension. The elite level skill Xinxiang is a very common skill for flowers and spirits. It will increase with the level, and there is no bright spot. But Lin Yuan found that Lily's basic initial skill healing had changed. The healing skill at the ordinary level is to slowly recover the trauma, and the effect of healing is enhanced when it evolves to the elite level. Looking at this elite level Lin Yuan was stunned. Lily as a basic treatment department spirits had sold for 500 yuan a pot, which is why Lin Yuan sold the price relatively low. Some big the price of ordinary Lily of the ordinary level of the spirit shop is all in the early 70s, and once the ordinary Lily has evolved to the elite level, the price will directly increase by 10 times. Like Lin Yuan, this pot of Lily reached elite level comprehension skills, although quite satisfactory. But it was sold on the market for 5,000 yuan, so I was afraid that it would be robbed and bought. The price of spirits has always been relatively expensive. Take Lin Yuan's small shop, for example, the only ordinary level of spirits in the shop was only 5 pots of lilies. For a moment, After some experimentation, looking at the 20-odd pots of ordinary grade Qinglua and elite-level Lily, Lin Yuan determined his ability. Although his body can't save aura, but he is not a waste, because he can evolve spiritual things and improve quality. Lin Yuanqi's thigh beat. How do I say that I am also a rebirth, but I have never found where my golden finger is? Now I have found the golden finger by accident. This is the rhythm to rise. At this time, Lin Yuan heard a knocking sound from the door of the store, and Lin Yuan was ready to open the door to see who was looking for himself. 2 steps forward, Lin Yuan only felt that there was a trace of spiritual energy remaining in his body. If no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed in the past, it would quickly pass away. Is it true that he can increase spiritual power while evolving spiritual creatures to induce spiritual creature upgrades? If this is the case, then you can also become a Reiki professional. Opening the shop door, Lin Yuan saw that Aunt Zhang was pushing a wheelchair, standing in front of her shop, and sitting on the wheelchair was a vicissitudes uncle with mixed hair. Seeing Lin Yuan open the door, the uncle of the vicissitudes said with a sip of tobacco and wine. Xiao Yuan, your Aunt Zhang wants to take me to see a doctor, or you have to walk for more than 3 months as usual. If your boy can't solve anything, call your Aunt Zhang. Lin Yuan looked at Uncle Li sitting in a wheelchair with a carefree look, but the gauze wrapped around his calf was seeping black-purple blood. As if none of them hurt yourself. Lin Yuan went to Aunt Zhang's house a few years ago and saw Aunt Zhang giving Uncle Li a dressing. Uncle Li's calf lurked in the flesh like something growing up, and it looked extremely terrible. Aunt Zhang slammed into Uncle Li's head with her hand and said, Yuan Yuanzi is more sensible than you, and it takes your orders. The wound on his body was showing corrupt blood. Uncle Li didn't seem to feel it, but when Aunt Zhang knocked on his head, Uncle Li couldn't help but rubbed it on his head. An honest look at the airbag. After knocking on Uncle Li's head, Aunt Zhang said to Lin Yuan, Far boy, my cell phone has not been turned off. If you encounter anything, you must call me directly at any time. Lin Yuan looked at Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li nodded heavily. Uncle, Aunt, rest assured. Aunt Zhang instructed Lin Yuan for a long time, and still some uneasy to push the wheelchair slowly toward the intersection in the distance. The scary rabbit who used Li as a cushion in the wheelchair shook his ear to Lin Yuan, bid farewell. This time Uncle Li's treatment seems to be more than a month earlier than before. It seems that Uncle Li's leg injury is getting worse. Lin Yuan just checked the injury on Li Shu's leg with his real eye. The poison in Li Shu's leg was a tarsal gangrene, not a trauma. This poison is mainly a biological toxin, and it is also mixed with the effect of spiritual curse. The source of this poison is from a poisonous insect called bone rot filarial worms under the real data. Skeletal worm is a very evil spirit. The lowest level of skeletal worm is also the existence of platinum rank, which is very precious and rare. The common attack of bone rot worms carries a toxin called bone rot poison. This toxin is not tarsal gangrene. If you want to form an epiphyseal gangrene, you must sacrifice yourself after drilling into the flesh and turn your life into a poison. Such a poison is tarsal gangrene. Shows the terrible toxin of tarsal gangrene. Uncle Li has been able to withstand such poisons for so many years, and has always blocked the toxins in his calves. Is it possible that Uncle Li's Reiki class is king level? Chapter 9 Timely Skills. The world is huge, and Reiki has been recovering for 100 years. According to scholars' speculation, this planet has expanded at least 100-fold or more. No one wants to learn more about this world in his lifetime. Lin Yuan is the same. So every step under your feet must be firm and firm. After Aunt Zhang Uncle Li walked away, Lin Yuan walked back to the store and closed the door. Lin Yuan plans to stop business today. Before that, Lin Yuan has always been like a sick seedling. Neither mental strength nor strength is enough to start a larger-scale business in the store. However, it is different now. Lin Yuan planned to clean up the backyard in the afternoon, and then clean up all the tables stacked in the yard as a warehouse for spirits. Then put the shelf that had not come in handy before and put it in the shop to put more spirits. Because now Lin Yuan has the energy to serve more spirits. Evolution of spirits is also the only way to make Lin Yuan grow stronger and stronger. After all the yard was cleaned up in one afternoon, Lin Yuan was so tired that he couldn't even speak a word. After sitting on the stool for a long while, he felt that he was alive again. And at this moment, Lin Yuan's tightly closed door on the second floor was gently pushed open from the inside. After a meow, a chirping sound came, and the chirping sound was more pleasant than before. Apparently, he has discovered his changes, and ran directly from the second floor to jump on Lin Yuan's lap and said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, and I seem to have evolved. Cleverness is the genus of the genus Jima. The main reason why it can be called a housekeeping beast is that the Baiwen beast can communicate well with humans and remember a lot of knowledge like a small encyclopedia." Lin Yuan reached out and rubbed his clever head, and found that the newly grown silver-gray gradually grown hair was thicker than before, and there was a kind of toughness in the fur. Is no longer as loose as previous hair. This shows that the defensibility of Baiwen beast evolved to ordinary fur. Inin's spirituality is far less clever than it is. It is still unclear about the situation. I feel a bit embarrassed that I have been sleeping for a long time. Stood on Lin Yuan's pinna and gently cut the hair above Lin Yuan's pinna. Seeing Lin Yuan feeling smart, Inin jumped directly onto the smart head. Scholar Lin Yuan looks like Lin Yuan with small claws, helping to comb hair smartly. Previously, Inin was not like this. Lin Yuan clearly felt that after the evolution of Inin, his wisdom was improved. "Smart, do you feel different after changing?" Lin Yuan had checked the smart real data when he spoke. Name of the creature, Baiwen beast. Spiritual species, feline family. Fantasy level, ordinary level 2. Spiritual department, Department of Spirit. Comprehensive quality, ordinary quality. Skills. Precise memory, when memorizing things, it can accurately memorize every detail. Precise memory is a very deep skill. If you are clever, you can remember as many things as before. Then this skill is better than nothing. But if you are smart enough to remember more things than before, then the skill Lin Yuan can't imagine it. Screamed cleverly and said, "Lin Yuan, I think I can remember more things than before. If the thing that can be remembered before is a piece of braised pork, then there are as many as 30 braised pork." Lin Yuan didn't even have a meal this day, and now he hears the clever metaphor that he can't help feeling hungry in his stomach, but the feeling of hunger has not distracted Lin Yuan's slightest attention. The clever memory before can remember the content of the 3 or 5 books. If it is as clever as it has been improved by 30 times. It is conservatively estimated that it can memorize the contents of about 100 books, and it is still accurate memory, which can remember the minutiae of the content in the book. Lin Yuan had been worried about how to pass the assessment of the founder. The content of the assessment of the founder is to advance a spirit creature that has reached the bottleneck within the stipulated time. It sounds simple, but there are prerequisites for the qualification of the assessment of the founder. The prerequisites for the assessment of the founder must be at least 3 primary examinations of life occupations. Only after obtaining the preliminary certifications of 3 life occupations can you apply for the assessment of the construction division. There are many life occupations, but it is not easy to complete the assessment of life occupations. Life professions like craftsmen who forge energy stone minerals, or weavers who make silk, cotton, and hemp, all have the real ability to make a foundation since childhood. The forging of spirits is not like the blacksmiths and tailors before the rejuvenation. As long as you have a strength, you can do it with clever hands. Life professions such as craftsmen and weavers need to have an understanding of spiritual things in order to blend spiritual materials with each other through forging and weaving. If Lin Yuan wants to obtain the qualification of the founder, such a life occupation is obviously not within the scope of Lin Yuan's ability. Now, with clever evolution and possessed skills, Lin Yuan has a choice. Life class Reiki occupations have 3 assessments entirely in the knowledge reserve. Scholars, spirit researchers, and spirit analysts are all knowledge reserves. But it is precisely because the assessment is a knowledge reserve, and doing learning and research is a very rigorous thing, so the assessment standards are very strict. UU Reading Books www.uukanzungshu.com. Every assessment is to brush 500 questions, adopt a 1,000-point system, and get 2 points for 1 correct answer. If you don't score, you will get 4 points. It is said that such an examination method is to warn those who do learning and research to be rigorous. Those who do not understand or are unclear can be left empty, instead of coping with ambiguous answers. These 3 life-type Reiki occupations are allowed to pass the assessment if they reach more than 900%. Don't think that this assessment does not seem to be difficult, and not to mention that there are always some tricky questions for the assessment. If you answer the wrong question, you will get 2 correct questions. And after the failed assessment, you can only apply for the assessment again after 1 year. All kinds of reasons make the primary assessment of these 3 life occupations become the least elementary assessment. However, these 3 assessments that others find difficult are suitable for Lin Yuan. I just need to make smart to write down the low-level books of the scholars, spirit researchers, and spirit analysts involved in the exam in advance. As a personal pet that has been popularized for nearly a century, housekeeping beasts are like a life assistant. In these life class occupation assessments, it is allowed to take a housekeeping beast like Baiwen Beast as an assistant. However, there are exceptions during the assessment of the architect, but it is not allowed to enter anything other than the assessment personnel, and it is forbidden to bring spirit materials. The spirit materials that can be used can only use the spirit materials provided on the assessment site. But for Lin Yuan, all this is just spreading water. As long as he injects aura into the spiritual object, he can pass the assessment smoothly. Has to say that as the first 100-question beast in the entire Radiant Federation, which evolved into a common-level spirit, the clever skills came from being too sharp and too timely. Chapter 10 Melodious Singing. Lin Yuan knew that his ability to evolve spiritual creatures, if he did not hide and find a reasonable explanation, would surely attract Scourge. Says that what shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, the trees grow tall, and the mountain wind will not be light, just like a genius with a halo but often accompanied by envy. And his ability is not only described by the word genius, but his own strength is still just a seedling that has just emerged. If you carelessly place yourself on the cusp of the wind and waves, I am afraid that it will wither instantly. Building a teacher is the only way that I must do, so Lin Yuan intends to buy some scholars, psychic researchers, and linguistic analysts on xinguang.com, which are related books needed for the primary assessment of life professions. In terms of knowledge reserves of at least 100 smart books, it is enough. However, Lin Yuan is also a bit worried. The prices of these books are not cheap. After the Reiki recovery, the network was paralyzed for more than 10 years before it was restored. At the same time, the network has undergone innovation. The network model is more like a large virtual world, known as the Federal Star Network. When the Federal Star Network enters, everyone needs to bind their own federal citizen information, whether it is entertainment live broadcast, virtual transactions, interactive social networking, and qualifying fighting on the Star Network. These decades of development have made the Federal Star Network almost carry a second world that radiates federal citizens. And the books that Lin Yuan needs are sold in the bookstore of Federal Star Network. These books are all written by high-level scholars, spirit observers, and spirit analysts. The average price of such books is nearly $100 federal dollars. Each book sells a book, the editor can get about 15% of the income, so the income of life and occupation has always been considerable. A total of 100 books, the calculated amount of money needed is already 10,000 federal currency. This 10,000 federal currency is almost all of Lin Yuan's net worth, and a large part of this family will also set aside the tuition fees of her sister next year. Lin Yuan remembers that her sister's school has almost reached the spiritual contract class. After the spiritual contract class, they tend to focus on actual combat, so before that, they have to find a higher-level spiritual creature suitable for their sister. Still poor. Lin Yuan couldn't help sighing. I don't need to do anything else at present, but to make money quickly. The direction is clear, but the direction needs federal currency to remove obstacles. Smartly seeing Lin Yuan's brows thinking about things, he rushed into Lin Yuan's arms directly with the sound on his head. Although Baiwen Beast's intelligence has evolved, Lin Yuan is the most important person in intelligence. Smarty and Lin Yuan can get a warm and solid sense of security. Enin is still standing on a clever brain at this time. Su feels his own changes and happily sings the song. Enin is a songbird that has failed to evolve. At first, she couldn't sing. Under Lin Yuan's teaching, she finally learned a song. This world song Lin Yuan has never heard a few songs, and naturally can't sing, so Lin Yuan teaches Enin's song as Lin Yuan's own lyrics based on the poems before crossing. Although Lin Yuan always praised the sound when he sang it, but when the sound sang, it was more like singing a mouthwater song, and could not sing the taste of poetry. And now Enin sings this song Lin Yuan only feels like, Kunshan Jade Broken Phoenix called, Furon crying, and Xianglan smiling. Lin Yuan seemed to suddenly step into a field of grass and long warfare. The spring water of Ding Dong made music for the piano, the willow tree blown by the wind, and the dust of the dew washing. There was a Feihong in the distance, coming from the snow. When Lin Yuan went to search for the figure of Feihong disappeared out of thin air. Only the red claws on the snow proved that Feihong had been here. I saw that the red claws on the snow suddenly burst into layers. From there, an antique Qianying frowned, holding a book. Wanmu was about to break down, and his orphan roots were warm and he went back alone. In the deep snow of the front tree, it sprang open last night. Winter and summer are all in one scene, the beauty is full of ancient colors, all this comes from the singing of sound. If it is said that Enin's previous singing was just a child's playfulness, then now Enin's singing is the true hall-level summit. It seems that Enin is one and the only sound bird that has evolved into an ordinary level, and its mastery of the temperament is really not covered. Enin sings and finds out that his own voice seems to be getting better, fluttering around the house happily instigating his wings. Lin Yuan observes the real data of attack tone. Name of the creature, sound bird. Spirit species, blue finch/kingfisher. Fantasy level, ordinary level 3. Spiritual department, sound system. Comprehensive quality, ordinary quality. Skills. Tone, a spike made of sound will be fired over the designated target. Did not expect that Enin turned out to be a fighting pet. Lin Yuan stopped the sound and said directly. Enin spurs toward the board at the door. The tone sound heard Lin Yuan's command, and instinctively made a clear whistle. At the same time, Lin Yuan saw the wooden board placed at the door tremble. Lin Yuan walked over and saw that the 1 centimeter thick wooden board had not been penetrated, but it also left a not-so-white mark on the wooden board. Lin Yuan stroked the white mark and calculated the attack power of Enin in his heart, which is about 3 kilograms of driving force. This attack power is not excellent in ordinary spirits, but the way of attack is invisible and quality, the attack speed is very fast, and it is difficult to be avoided. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have an idea. If he keeps cultivating wise harmony and tone, what will wise harmony and tone become? I now have this ability, can one day evolve smart and sound from ordinary level to elite level. Has evolved from elite level to bronze level, silver level, gold level, platinum level, and even evolved into a lord level with domain. Or is it possible to make the quality of cleverness and sound quality reach legendary qualitative change in the process of evolution? UU reading www.ukangsha.com degenerates into a fantasy species. Fantasy species has always been the most sacred word in the spirit world. Fantasy species refers to the spirits that should exist in fantasy and should not exist in reality. When the spirit quality reaches the legendary level after the bronze level, by integrating certain wills of certain mountains, rivers, oceans, and even the sky into the spirit objects, the spirits can be qualitatively changed. These means are only high-level founders to master. And Lin Yuan feels that if his ability is as good as it is now, then maybe he can do it in the future. But what Lin Yuan has to do now is to go to the spirits wholesale market and choose which spirits he wants to use Mobius's spirit locking features to sign the contract. At the same time, we must strive for the sound quality and cleverness to achieve the epic level before the elite level is promoted to the bronze level. The perfect quality is the perfect quality, and the perfect quality is the epic quality. When the epic quality is promoted to the bronze level at the elite level, a genetic optimization will occur when the creature evolves. This time the genetic optimization lies in the awakening characteristics. There are various characteristics of spirits, and the awakening characteristics of spirits are random, so this has caused many spirits to be weak in awakening when they are promoted from elite level to bronze rank, or they are not compatible with the contractor's profession. After the genetic optimization, the promotion to the bronze rank, although the quality will again fall back to the ordinary level and re-upgrade. However, if the elite reaches the epic quality and then advances at the elite level, then when gaining traits, it will obtain 3 traits at the same time. The contractor can choose one of them. Since the spirit contract cannot be replaced afterwards, this is equivalent to giving the contractor another 2 opportunities. Choose 1 out of 3. There are 3 choices, which is better than no choice. Chapter 11 Brother and Sister. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the room looked a little dark without turning on the lights. After Lin Yuan turned on the light, he went to the kitchen and cooked a pot of vegetable porridge skillfully. The white rice grains were dotted with green vegetables of moderate size. Although only a little salt was added, the taste of the rice grains and the green vegetables made Lin Yuan, who had been hungry for a day, scream. Enin eats Qinglua as usual, but now Qinglua has evolved into an ordinary level. Enin has never eaten such a good thing. Su-yi has eaten too much. When Enin eats, she still rubs her round belly with her wings while eating. Lin Yuan had a large bowl of vegetable porridge, and a small bowl of vegetable porridge, both of whom were drinking with relish. Aunt Zhang left, and the sound was no longer constrained, and she was singing at night. Although there is only 1 song, but now it is enjoyable to listen to the sound. Is still clever as usual, crouching on Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan is trying to induce the evolution of the remaining 3 pots of lily. More than 3 hours after dinner, Kung Fu pays off, these 3 pots of lily have successfully evolved from ordinary level to elite level. Lin Yuan found that after the spiritual creatures evolved to the elite level, it was much slower to make the spiritual creatures advance. 2 hours of kung fu spent to spend this lily's level is only from the elite level to the elite level, the quality has not changed. It seems that it takes a long time for this creature evolution to evolve from elite level to bronze level with its current strength. The speed at which one evolves a spirit depends on the speed at which one absorbs aura. If one wants to increase the speed at which aura is absorbed, one can only become a Reiki professional. Now that 3 ordinary level spirits have evolved into elite levels, Lin Yuan feels that his physical strength has grown a lot. At the current speed, you can evolve ordinary spirits of about 200 pots to elite level, and maybe you can become the lowest D-level Reiki professional. By that time, the speed at which you absorb the aura will be faster, and it will be easier to evolve the creature. As Lin Yuan smoothly evolved ordinary grade Qinglua, ready to evolve the first ordinary grade Qinglua in his store to an elite level, the phone of Lin Yuan's old-fashioned mobile phone rang. Lin Yuan looked at the phone with a warm smile on his face. At the moment of answering the phone, a clear voice came from Lin Yuan's phone. "Brother, I haven't called you for 2 days, how is your body now?" Familiar opening remarks, my sister always asks the sentence every time she answers the phone, like a habit. My body is much better than before, so rest assured. My backyard has been packed up by me. Lin Yuan, what are you doing cleaning up your backyard? Your body. Chu Ci over the phone was a little anxious. Chu Ci knew his physical condition. When he was 8 years old, he and Lin Yuan were left alone. Lin Yuan took his own life when he was 8 years old, and after playing with his talents to detect outstanding Reiki professionals, his brother resolutely offered himself to school, which was only 6 years old at the time. This confession was 9 years. It is conceivable how hard it takes an 8-year-old weak child who needs someone to take care of it. Now I heard that Lin Yuan has packed up the backyard. This is obviously the intention to expand the size of the store and make more money, but how can the body get rid of it? Before Chu Ci, I didn't think that I didn't want to go to school to help Lin Yuan at home. I even protested by not doing my homework or writing a low score in the exam, but because of the sentence Lin Yuan said to himself with red eyes on a rainy night. Chu Ci, you are my only relative, don't let me down. Chu Ci still remembered that Lin Yuan shouted when he said this sentence, and this roar also made Chu Ci sober. Discarded all the treason in her body and became a top student who always only took the first place because she did not want to disappoint Lin Yuan. But now I hear Lin Yuan saying this, but I am anxious. Lin Yuan also heard the emotion of his sister and said, "Just clear it up, the shop is still the same." Lin Yuan had not thought about telling Chu Ci that he could feel Reiki, but he was afraid that if he said that his sister would not only believe or rest assured. Why not talk to Chu Ci while waiting for the holiday? However, Lin Yuan would not tell Chu Ci that he could evolve spiritual things. It was not distrust, but Lin Yuan did not want to expose the secret one day, which brought danger to Chu Ci. Chu Ci listened to Lin Yuan's words, only to be relieved. Neither the brother and the sister were good at expressing the deep hidden feelings in the heart, so after reporting peace to each other, the phone quickly hung up. After Chu Ci hung up the phone, he heard the envious voice from his roommate. "The relationship between you and your brother is so good. It is not like I came back home and saw that my brother is one of the first 2, but your surname is Chu, and your brother is really a little strange." Chu Ci's mouth was upturned, and the warmth was also reflected in the bedroom. Lin Yuan followed his father's surname Lin and himself followed his mother's surname Chu. This is the father's love for his mother, and the impression left in the memory of Chu Ci is very vague. Of love from parents. "I say Chu Ci, we are going to contract spirits tomorrow, why don't you go out with me to relax and relax?" Chu Ci shook his head, pointing to the exercise book on his desk and spreading his hands. Roommate is also used to tone. "Yeah. I know I'll do the same in the dormitory if I'm fine." Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. "If I look like you, I won't go out all day long. You don't know how many people like you in school." Seeing that Chu Ci was not interested in going out, he went out on his own, and maybe he could meet a friend who was on the way. Chu Ci picked up the pen, and the beautiful and neat words were written in the exercise book. There was hardly any pause. Obviously, these questions were already well known. These quibbled exercises are not actually their own, but rather part-time jobs. Each brush can earn 20 federal currency for one exercise book, and 2 or 3 books can be brushed in the rest of the day. There is no problem for Chu Si. In fact, this is also the way to study Chusi. A practice book sells 40 federal currency, which is too expensive. Chusi can't afford it, but now it can not only make a workbook by brushing the question part-time, but also make money and do both. This is also the first year of Chusi's part-time job. Chu Si did not dare to let Lin Yuan know that Lin Yuan would be angry if he knew it. Therefore, these money words are not used to pay tuition fees, but are intended to buy Lin Yuan some medicinal herbs for returning home on vacation. Brushing up the exercise book with this mood, even if the hands are sore, but Chu Si did not feel tired at all. At this time, suddenly there was a thud in the Chu Si drawer. Chusi opened the drawer and saw a box with a thick ugly beetle and a slap-like gray ugly beetle. Tomorrow is the contract of spiritual contract. The first spiritual thing in the contract is needed. Chusi didn't tell Lin Yuan, but used the money he made to prepare the gray beetle that almost no one in the whole union was willing to contract. Chu Si looked at the gray beetle, clenched his fists, his face calm and firm, as if he had made up his mind. Chapter 12 Irritable Teacher Bao. This night Lin Yuan slept very well, clever and sound close to Lin Yuan. Even in his sleep, he slowly absorbed the spirit from Lin Yuan's body. Get up as usual in the morning Lin Yuan, go to the morning exercise for an hour and then open the door at 7 o'clock, and soon the elite Qinglua vine will be sold out. Plants like Qinglua Teng, which are regarded as herbivorous spirits and nutritious food, have always been in short supply, not to mention Lin Yuan's Qinglua vine grows well and the selling price is very conscious. When selling Qinglua vines, Lin Yuan also successfully sold a pot of elite lily for 5,500 federal. This morning, Lin Yuan earned a price that he could not earn in a month. Not counting Qingluoding, the pot of elite lily topped Lin Yuan's previous month's income, which made Lin Yuan very much happy. Is preparing to buy goods at the spirituality wholesale market. At this time, Lin Yuan's phone rang again. Lin Yuan found out that it was an unfamiliar number, and then picked up only to hear an anxious and angry voice from the opposite side. Are you a parent of Chu Si? Lin Yuan heard it and said quickly. I am. What happened to Chu Si at school? Are you? The voice on the other end of the phone was very unkind, and the one who was covering his head was upset. Who am I? I am Teacher Bao of Chu Si's class. How are you parents? How did Chu Si contract a gray beetle in the spiritual contract class, and they were repulsed, and none of you parents does the child prepare a better spirit? What is the gray beetle? Do you know that this is a great talent that wastes Chu Si? Generally speaking, teachers and parents are very polite to communicate, but Mr. Bao on the phone is really angry. Lin Yuan heard cold teacher's words, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The gray beetle, how Lin would not know, the ordinary level creature that can be bought for 200 federal currency, because the gray beetle is very aggressive during the contract, it may make an attack state against the contractor. At the same time, the gray beetle's skills are very tasteless, only one digging ability, it is not helpful for combat professional aircraft. The gray beetle loves dark and humid environments and feeds on spoiled meat. This habit has made the gray beetle the #1 spiritual creature list that no one wants to contract. Most gray beetles are now used as rations for higher-order insectivores. Lin Yuan's voice was a bit unstable and asked the teacher Bao. The green muscles in the hand holding the mobile phone appeared. Mr. Bao, Chu Si is all right now. Very dissatisfied voice came from the end of the phone. The timely treatment in the class, but now the spirit is shocked and fainted. Fortunately, the contract with the gray beetle has not succeeded. The talent of Chu Si is the best among the students I have brought. The range of affinity for spirits is all the defensive spirits. Such qualifications are scarce in the entire Bauhinia city, and it is even possible to cultivate the Federation's Baizi sequence if you cultivate them well. Such talents hope that your parents can pay attention to them. The teacher Bao on the other end of the phone was angry now, but he didn't forget his own job and started Lin Yuan's ideological education. Lin Yuan was relieved after hearing Chu Si was okay, and asked quickly. Mr. Bao, is Chu Si still in a coma? I'm passing now. Teacher Bao from the phone immediately urged. When your parents come, it is best to bring Chu Si an excellent elite level spirit, otherwise it is really a gift for Chu Si. Reiki talents refer to the fit, or range of fit between Reiki professionals and spirits. Like some professionals, they can only assist the spirits of the auxiliary system, but at the same time, they can only be compatible with the spirits of the snake, so it is only the spirits of the auxiliary system of the snake. This range is extremely narrow. A Reiki professional can contract 3 to 5 spirits in his lifetime, and it is difficult for some partial door affinity directions to find 3 spirits. This is just an ordinary talent. Like a talent with poor talents, it may only be compatible with venomous snakes and the snake spirits of the auxiliary system. This undoubtedly reduces the scope of it. It is very difficult to find the right spirits, not to mention that after the contract multiple spirits form their own combat system. For combat-type Reiki professionals, the match of spirits is very important. Aura professional combat is based on the coordination and combination of various spirits, and plays a complementary role, so the wider the range of friendly spirits, the better the combination. Some people even cultivate only one of the spirits, and the other spirits are used to increase the main cultivated spirit. This is a 4-guarantee-1 contract strategy that can effectively save resources in the Federation. It can be seen from this that Chu Si's talent is extremely strong. Lin Yuan heard what the teacher said. "Teacher, don't worry, I will go to school tomorrow and take Chu Si's spirits with me." Lin Yuan is a bit strange in his heart, but he can understand Chu Si's ideas. Afterwards, the blame became distressed. "I can go this time, let the little girl see that she can absorb the spiritual power, and the physical quality is no longer the same as before, so that the little girl can also feel at ease." Teacher Bao on the phone saw Lin Yuan's attitude was very good, and his anger was eliminated by half. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com still couldn't help but remind it again. It is best to be an elite creature. Then hung up. The teacher Bao who hung up the phone sighed in the office. Although he took Chu Si for 2 weeks, he was moved by Chu Si's earnest learning. The teacher always likes to learn hard-working students, and the talents of Chu Si make Mr. Bao very fond of Chu Si. As a teacher, he also knows a little about the family of his classmates. Teacher Bao heard that Chu Si's family conditions are not very good, and he did not expect Lin Yuan to bring an elite spirit. Touched the salary card in his trouser pocket, and Teacher Bao thought of it with his teeth. If the parents of Chu Si brought the spirits to the ordinary level, they would buy Chu Si an elite level of spirits by their own pockets, and they could not watch Chu Si's good talents so wasted. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and remained silent for a long time. Lin Yuan didn't recover until God wisely called Lin Yuan. "Look at the only 3 pots of elite lily, 1 pot of elite Qinglua, and more than 20 pots of ordinary Qinglua in the store." Lin Yuan directly dispelled the idea of going to the spirituality wholesale market. Immediately closed the store door. Lin Yuan is going to stay up all night today, and cultivate all the ordinary Qinglua into elite level, and then all will be sold in the spirit market tomorrow, to exchange a good elite level defensive spirit for her sister. More than 20 pots of ordinary grade Qinglua tried hard to promote Reiki this evening. Even if they were tired and abnormal, they continued to evolve into elite level spirits, and Lin Yuan also felt again to the expansion of the backlog of spiritual power in the body. "When I look back, the window is still a bright day, but the time has passed for more than 20 hours, just another day." Chapter 13 Uncle Skin. Lin Yuan, who had not slept all night, seemed to return to the weak state where he did not feel the spirit of heaven and earth, and his mental strength did not increase. Lin Yuan shook his head, and felt a kind of frail feeling. But Lin Yuan has no time to rest now. Lin Yuan ran upstairs and opened a somewhat old wooden box, which contained a lot of young people's clothes. The clothes of the teenagers are very simple, and the blue fabric washed in the top denim is a little whitish. Lin Yuan took out all his clothes, and the bottom of the box was pressed with a card, which was the Star Network card. There is only 1 star card for each citizen of the Shining Federation, just like a real card. Star Network card also contains the function of a bank card. In this small card is Lin Yuan's possessions, plus yesterday's turnover. There are nearly 20,000 federal currency. Crouched cleverly and squatted on the head of the bed, screaming at Lin Yuan next to him. "Lin Yuan, it should rain soon, I will accompany you to go." Lin Yuan rubbed his clever head and pointed to the sound of a bed that was sleeping. "Smart, last night, you and Enin accompanied me all night, so you can sleep for a while. Smart is good when you sleep well." Smart immediately meowed, lying next to Enin, and then looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Smart is smart." Lin Yuan took the umbrella, closed the store door, and walked towards the spirits wholesale market. Dust in the sweltering weather, it seemed extremely wet and stuffy. Such weather has long been familiar as a resident of the Bauhinia city Lin Yuan. The spirituality wholesale market is not close to Lin Yuan's home, about 7 kilometers away. Usually, every time I go to buy goods, Lin Yuan is walking. With Lin Constitution's previous constitution of 7 kilometers, it takes more than 2 hours to walk, but now Lin Yuan obviously does not have that much time. Today I told the teacher that I was going to the school to give Chu Ci the spirits used for the contract. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was really worried about the safety of Chu Ci. If it were not for the preparation of the spirits, Lin Yuan couldn't help but find Chu yesterday. Resigned. Walked to a transportation station not far away and registered with a star card. Soon Lin Yuan was arranged for a thick-hoofed donkey cart. Thick-hoofed donkey is a common-level spirit. Because of its fast walking speed, it is widely used as the lowest-order public vehicle in all corners of the Radiant Federation. After 100 years of Reiki, various evolutionary changes of spirits have already replaced most steel machinery. But all this is not to say that the science and technology of the glorious Federation has regressed. On the contrary, after the resurgence of Reiki for 100 years, human technology has greatly improved. Sitting on the thick-hoofed donkey cart, the cool wind brought by the thick-hoofed donkey running made Lin Yuan feel a lot of energy and was very comfortable. The driver of the car looked at Lin Yuan when Lin Yuan got on the bus. When he saw Lin Yuan, he noticed that he greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother, did you go to the spirit market to buy spirits this time? Today I have pulled several orders to the spirit market." Lin Yuanjian master chatted with himself, he smiled. "Yes, master, take a look at the spirit market. Why did you pull so many trips to the spirit market today?" Lin Yuan just asked casually and said down to the driver's words. The result seemed to be that the driver master was waiting for Lin Yuan to say this, and he talked endlessly. "I tell you this is not accidental, because there are more goods in the spirit market today." Foreseeing the mysterious look of the car-pulling master, he also became interested. Drivers running outside like this would pull many guests every day, so the news has always been very informed. The driver master is also a cheerful person, and he opened the conversation without selling the key. "Brother, have you watched the news of these 2 days? Do you know that we have opened a dimensional crack in the 30 yards outside the suburbs of Xia County?" Lin Yuan didn't think how to say that he was talking about the spirit market, but was it related to the dimensional crack that opened outside the city? Anytime a dimensional crack is opened, this is a big deal for the Shining Federation, because the other end of the dimensional crack is often connected to an eccentric plane, like this dimensional crack outside of Xia County. What is connected is a different the eccentric plane of the insect. Bauhenia City directly dispatched the Bauhenia Guard and transferred to Xiajuan. It took 2 days and 2 nights for the Bauhenia to kill all the worms rushing out of the dimensional cracks and control the situation of the dimensional cracks. Has been reporting this incident in the news. It is said that there are still 3 teams of Bauhenia guards guarding near the dimensional crack. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, the driver knew that Lin Yuan knew this, and immediately aroused the driver's desire to continue. This time the dimensional crack opened directly without warning, and it happened to be near a small spiritual cultivation base. As a result, when the insects invaded, this spiritual cultivation base suffered. I heard that there were only a few. The employees ran out, and when the rescue team arrived, there were no complete spirits left in the entire spiritual cultivation base, but some spirits were seriously injured and not yet dead. I set up a stall at the spirit market and wanted to sell these seriously injured disabled creatures. Lin Yuan's eyes light up as soon as he hears it. The price of spirits with severe injuries will not be too expensive, which means there are leaks to pick up. "Master, then you will pull me to the nearest intersection from the stall. I will get off from there and take a look," said the driver master with a smile. "Good little brother. But I heard people say that the injuries of these spirits are very serious. You reading www.uukangsha.com is all hurt. It is not a wound that the therapist can heal. If you want to heal these seriously wounded spirits, I'm afraid I can only go to the founder." Finished speaking, and could not help but sigh. If you find a maker, the price of this treatment can be easily bought a new one. Lin Yuan's body has now recovered, and his mood is much better. Everything of the beast, a pot cover, the village's old and young wait for serving. If it is not cured, it is also good for making ingredients. Lin Yuan just took a look, but did not expect the driver master to take it in. As soon as the dish was up, the cannon rang, and the whole village started to grab. I picked up an elite blunt mermaid pig at that stall yesterday, and let my wife hang it as bacon. Looking at the smug expression of the driver's master, Lin Yuan couldn't help but thumbs up and said a small white tooth. "Uncle, you are still strong." Got off the bus and came to the spirituality market. Lin Yuan clearly felt that there were more people in the spirituality market than before, and each one of the spirituality stalls was filled with different types of spirits. But there are obviously no more than 5 types of spirits in a stall, and they are completely different from the stalls next to them. This is obviously that the stalls have negotiated with each other to prevent malicious competition. The prices of the spirits are fluctuating, but the fluctuating prices will not be very large. For example, it seems that the price of Lily at the stall has reached the ordinary level of 450 federal currency, which is higher than when Lin Yuan purchased the goods last time. 50 expensive. The price of a pot of Qinglua is 200 federal dollars, the price of ordinary grade Qinglua is 1,600 federal dollars, and the price of elite grade Qinglua is much higher than that of elite Lily, reaching 10,004 federal currencies. Chapter 14. The doctor said my stomach is bad. Spiritual plants like Qinglua are often seldom circulated in the market. Ordinary grade Qinglua can occasionally see mutual transactions in the market, but almost no one will get the market to trade in the elite grade Qinglua. Because a pot of elite Qinglua is equivalent to a foundation, only the daily production of Qinglua can barely maintain the daily expenses of a small shop. High-end Qinglua is expensive because Qinglua can produce more than a dozen Qinglua vines every day, unlike Lily, which does not produce anything. As long as some inferior energy stones are buried in the pot, it will last for a week. This is like a hen that lays eggs, the natural price will be a bit higher. Even if they are all elite level spirits, the price between spirits is very different. Looked at the highest and ordinary Qinglua price around 1,600 fed in the spirit market. Among them, the vines with good growth and stoutness are marked with a price of 3,000 federal. It's almost twice as expensive. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized how much wealth he had created in one night. There are not ordinary grade Qinglua, but elite grade Qinglua with good growth and more than 20 pots. This wealth made Lin Yuan feel a little shocked, but soon Lin Yuan returned to calm. I have the ability to evolve spirits, and I will only make more and more money in the future. Now it is just the beginning. Walked all the way, looking at the various spirits in the booth, trying to mobilize the spiritual power in the body. Lin Yuan clearly felt that he had an instinctive approach and rejection of these spirits. Lin Yuan, who is a treatment department and an assistant department, feels that he is relatively friendly. In addition, Lin Yuan also feels a kind of instinctive cordiality to the creatures of the plant department. Lin Yuan didn't feel the spirit of heaven and earth before, so he didn't know his affinity to that kind of creature. Now mobilizing spiritual energy in Lin Yuan, in the spirit market where all kinds of spirits gather, Lin Yuan knows his affinity direction. Lin Yuan can't help but think of what Mr. Bao said before. Chu Si's defensive and defensive spirits are called geniuses who are qualified to fight for the Baizi sequence. The scope of his affinity is so wide, to what extent can his talent reach? But immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan thought of his low pitiful mental strength. For such a small amount of spiritual power, no matter how powerful his talent is, there is no way to contract spiritual things. Lin Yuan's own affinity to the spirit attribute is destined that Lin Yuan can use Mobius's exclusive characteristics to lock the spirit. Mobius's spirit locking feature can only use the initial skills of the spirit being locked, which makes Lin Yuan have to choose carefully. The two departments of the treatment department and the auxiliary department are much rarer than some of the strong attack categories. The treatment department and the auxiliary department are also the rarest in the treatment department, so Lin Yuan intends that his first spiritual creature should be a healing creature with strong basic treatment skills. Is just the most important thing at the moment. It is not how Lin Yuan should choose the spirit of the spirit lock, but choose an excellent elite defensive spirit for Chu Ci. Elite level defensive spirits so far, Lin Yuan has only found 2 or 3 kinds of defensive spirits, and only one of them is not bad. The elite level possesses skill-hardened skin, which can produce a kind of forest-like skin shield on the outer layer of the contractor's skin to help resist damage. It's just that this hard-skinned rabbit obviously didn't meet Lin Yuan's standards. It would be nice if there was enough time. Lin Yuan could have cultivated a top-level elite spirit for Chu Ci by himself, but now there is only one day. The management of the school is very strict. If the student does not complete the contract spirit before the actual combat class begins, then the actual combat the course will be suspended, which will directly affect the admission of top universities. This is undoubtedly a delay in Chu Ci's life. At this time, Lin Yuan saw an iron cage at the foot of a stall. In front of the stall, and 3 small lambs with big curved horns were closed in the cage. Although these lambs still look like lambs, the big horns are extremely large and totally out of proportion. Lin Yuan's eyes lighted up, and he was a pan-horn sheep. Name of the creature, pan-horned sheep. Spirit species, sheep subfamily / horned sheep. Spirit level, elite level 7. Spiritual system type, rock system. Comprehensive quality, perfect quality. Skills. Parry, use the big horns above the head to defend and defend. Angle attack, hit the target with a big angle above the head. Panjiao sheep is a kind of elite spirits, especially the 3 Panjiao sheep in the iron cage are all cubs, and they have reached the perfect quality. Plasticity is much higher than that of adult horned sheep, and the elite skill of one of the horned sheep cubs is the shock angle, which is a rare control skill among the skills that the defensive spirit horned sheep can understand. Pan-horned sheep can be hit by the shock angle to make the hit target body undergo paralysis by high-frequency shock. Corner attack is a rare skill that elite-level horned sheep can comprehend, which is much better than the horn attack of 2 other horned sheep. Lin Yuan quickly hurried to the booth, and asked the stall owner, who was leaning on a deck chair and flipping the newspaper. "Boss, what's the price of this pan-horned sheep?" Lin Yuan asked the price directly and quietly estimated the price in his heart. But I didn't expect this. Uncle, leaning on the recliner, looked up at Lin Yuan, and waved his hand with a smile. "Handsome guy, my wife is not here. If you ask me, I don't know the price." Yu Reading Books, www.uukangshu.com. Lin Yuan looked at this group of leisurely uncles, only to feel that the uncle was teasing himself. Isn't this uncle looking at the stall? He didn't even know the price of spirits. Seeing Lin Yuan puzzled, the uncle rubbed his stomach and explained. "The doctor said that I have a bad stomach and can only eat soft rice, so everything in the stall is my wife's choice. My wife went to the stall in front to buy meat and should add a few hard dishes tonight." Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. This uncle was so thick-skinned that he should say so about eating soft rice. Dei is awe-inspiring, obviously the king in the world of soft rice. Looking at the uncle's comfortable look, Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a thought in his head, and it seemed good to have a soft meal. However, Lin Yuan threw this idea out of his head. "Step by step in the past 10 years, I have eaten a lot of hard rice, and I have already been happy." Lin Yuan held out a fist and shook towards the middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle put the newspaper in one hand, posed a defensive posture, and shouted. "There are so many people, you don't want to rob in broad daylight. To rob you, go to the stall next to it. The stall is all artifacts, you can take it too." As soon as the middle-aged uncle shouted out, Lin Yuan had a black line in his head. The stall owner next to him obviously also heard the uncle's shouts. When he was out of anger, he turned directly, turned his head, turned his back, and saw nothing. He said sullenly, "That means 10. I turned the makeup on for half a day and the newspaper seemed to have 2 inks in my belly, I didn't even know it." The middle-aged uncle saw Lin Yuan's eyes kept looking at the cage with the pan-horned sheep, and then said immediately, "This cage does not sell 10 federal coins. Although it is old, it was also ordered by a blacksmith who spent 50 federal coins." Chapter 15 Side Effects of Centering. This uncle's big brain hole made Lin Yuan feel speechless for a while. How big was this brain hole that he felt that others would want to buy the dilapidated cage? "I'm just afraid that my brain hole is so big that I just have my neck left." "Uncle, I mean 100,000 to buy a pan-horned sheep." Lin Yuan didn't show up on the face, but he had brushed up a small barrage in his heart, and madly vomited this uncle with a bad stomach. The price given by Lin Yuan is very real. Even if the ordinary 2-horned sheep are about 60,000 federal dollars, and the rare horned sheep with a rare skill position, the price is 95,000 federal dollars. It seemed that Lin Yuan was anxious and added 5,000 more federal currency to show his sincerity. As soon as the uncle heard the 100,000 federal currency, his eyes lighted up, and he quickly picked up the phone and made a call to the wife who went to buy meat. After some conversation, the uncle hung up the phone, and like Lin Yuan put out a fist, compared with a yi gesture. 120,000 federal currency. Lin Yuan shook his head, turned his head and left. Spirits such as elite-level spirits, which are widely circulated, are priced in the market. They have expressed their sincerity and want to buy this horned sheep with shock angle skills, but it does not mean that Lin Yuan can accept such sky-high asking prices. It is not that there are no spirits equivalent to the horned sheep in this spirit market, just walk around by yourself. Seeing Lin Yuan turn around and leave, the middle-aged uncle was anxious and said, "Why don't you give me 105,000 federal coins, I will sell you a sheep. How about giving you a cage?" Lin Yuan's small barrage brushed faster, If the back of the head grew long, Lin Yuan would definitely give this uncle a white eye. Ghosts want broken cages that you haven't brushed in those months. If it is placed in peacetime, Lin Yuan must turn around and leave, but now it involves the defensive creatures needed by his sister. Lin Yuan has no impulse to turn his head to look at the uncle said. Let's look at it again, and if there is no suitable one, I will buy the one with the innermost angle. This middle-aged uncle saw that Lin Yuan did not say that he would sell it immediately, and when he was a little unhappy, he mumbled. If you come back to buy it later, I won't give away the cage. The barrage in Lin Yuan's heart had completely blocked the screen at this time, and he turned and walked away. Didn't go far, Lin Yuan saw a big booth in front, and there were many people around the booth. These people were around the stall, with baskets or bags in their hands, and Lin Yuan only seemed to think that this group of people did not seem to be buying spirits. 2 steps forward, Lin Yuan smelled the light air in the air and shook his nose. This air came from the stall in front. At this time, Lin Yuan saw a big man, carrying a huge bamboo woven bag in his hand, walking forward with some difficulty, and the bag was full of spirit and beast meat. In the past, no one ever slaughtered the spirits to sell them. Even if the federal residents usually need to eat some spirits, these spirits that provide meat are also farmed, and there is a special slaughterhouse. Now seeing this scene, Lin Yuan guessed that he had walked to the stall of the cultivation base that was affected by the dimensional crack. Lin Yuan was about to step forward to see if there were any leaks to pick up. At this time, he heard a rough voice from the stall in front of him. Thank you for your support these past few days. The spirit beast meat has now been sold out. I will apologize to everyone who has not bought it. The voice of this rough man was full of fatigue and a trace of sadness. The people who didn't buy the spirit beast also queued for a long time, naturally reluctant to leave, and shouted towards the rude man. Boss, I don't think there are still a few seriously injured spirit beasts, we might as well slaughter it. It's the boss. The spirit beast must be killed. I don't have a soft hand on the heat stroke of the bamboo rat raised in my family. I get a roast one by the river every day, it's really beautiful. Lin Yuan looked at this man's shouts and couldn't help but like a compliment. Okay boy. Double bet. But they don't have their own freestyle, and they need to practice harder. The rude man quickly waved his hand. The inside can't be sold anymore. Sorry everyone, Bai has waited so long. If you are interested, you can go inside to see if there are any spirit beasts that can be seen. There are only 3 spirit beasts left. Just earn. The people around him spread out when they saw that there was no meat sale. After all, buy a seriously wounded creature back, according to the value of the spirit itself, but how can you afford the creator to heal the creature? Seeing that the rough man was almost gone, he squatted on the ground and carefully wiped the stains left by the flesh before the ground. Seeing Lin Yuan stepped forward, the rough man said habitually. The meat is sold out, and this stall will not sell spirit animal meat anymore. Lin Yuan looked at the brutal man's tired expression. Apart from the perseverance in his eyes supporting the body, the rest was heavy sadness. The dimensional fissure was invaded. Dozens of people in the spiritual cultivation base reportedly escaped. Only 2 people, and 1 person died of fright and wound infection without prompt treatment soon after escaping. UU reading www.bakanshu.com. This rugged man is the only one who has survived in the spiritual cultivation base. Boss, I'm not here to buy meat. I want to see what spirits you have left that are not sold. Roughman listened to the door of the business, quickly stopped the wiping motion of his hand, and stood up. Felt cold and met Lin Yuan's eyes, and the heavy man's heavy mood seemed calm. This rugged man only felt that a young boy with red lips and white teeth stood there with a very kind and natural temperament, making people unconsciously feel close. Even the feeling of sadness and fatigue seems to have settled down because of this young boy. The rough man looked at Lin Yuan and felt that the more he looked, the more pleasing he looked. Although all these changes have a certain relationship with Lin Yuan's appearance and temperament, the real reason is that Lin Yuan urged Mobius. Mobius launched passive skill centering. Although this centering only works for Lin Yuan himself, Lin Yuan found that centering also has a certain degree of meditation for people who are close to his range in the first 2 nights when he experimented with this skill. The effect is not so strong. But what Lin Yuan didn't know is that although this centering skill can work for the people around him, while centering, it will also invisibly increase self-love. Thanks to not knowing, if I knew, I was afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't use it indiscriminately. Brother, I'm no more than a few years older than you. You just call me young brother. There are 3 seriously injured spirits in it. I will take you if I see. The boss's brother made Lin Yuan stunned. Why did he suddenly call him brother? Looking at the gray hair on the back of this rough man, Lin Yuan began to wonder if he was too anxious to grow up for the first time. Chapter 16 Spray Spider. Lin Yuan has been running a small shop for spirits since he was 8 years old. Naturally, he is not a person who is not good at speaking. Seeing that this rude man is so enthusiastic about himself, Lin Yuan is also warmed up. Brother Yang, then please take me to take a look. The rude man patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with his hand and smiled. You don't have to be so polite with brother. The contact in just a few seconds has already matched the brothers. This script seems to be a bit wrong. Lin Yuan whispered quietly in his heart. In fact, the centering skills will not increase Lin Yuan's so much favorability. To put it bluntly, favorability is only a sensory impression. The reason why this rugged man would treat Lin Yuan so much. One is because of the boldness of this rough man. Secondly, when this rough man was most uncomfortable in his heart, the appearance of Lin Yuan made that sadness subside, which naturally made the rough man count this together on Lin Yuan's head. The rough man led the way, Lin Yuan followed, looking around. The stall outside has been basically cleaned up. I want to have 3 things besides the shed. There is nothing else in this stall. If it weren't for his coincidence today, he wouldn't see this stall if he came back tomorrow. Entered the shed, Yang Mingkai pointed to 2 large transparent boxes. There are 2 spray spiders inside. It looks healthy from the front, but the abdomen has been cut open. I can't hold on for 2 days. Yang Mingkai is not a profiteer, but if he changes someone else, Yang Mingkai will definitely not be so detailed about the injury of this spray spider. This is also thanks to Yang Mingkai's good impression of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has already viewed the data of the 2 spray spiders with real data. Name of the creature, spray spider. Spirit species, Pneumococcaceae/arachnoids. Spirit level, elite level 10. Spiritual department, poison department. Comprehensive quality, perfect quality. Skills. Buried silk. During the process of moving, it will spit out the sharp spider silk that is not easy to detect on the moving route. Poison net. A net of toxin is sprayed forward. These 2 spray spiders are elite class 10th level perfect quality spirits. The elite level 10th level spirits are only 1 step away from the bronze rank. If it is not the opening of the dimensional crack, I am afraid that it will not take long for these 2 elite level 10 level spray web spiders to become copper level spirits, awakening exclusive features. This is a good thing that you can't see in the spirit market on weekdays. Such spirits that are about to enter the bronze rank are generally sold on Xinguang. Yang Mingkai looked at Lin Yuan looking at these 2 spray spiders seriously, looking a little sad, and seemed to think of something. This Zerg invasion was because the spider was a worm-like creature, and because the spider was small, it got into a large creature and escaped. But before it got into the big creature, the abdomen still stabbed by a worm. Seeing Yang Mingkai's face showing sadness again, Lin Yuan didn't use Mobius's skills to concentrate this time. Because some experiences will never be forgotten, it is like a hurdle. If you can't pass, you will be stuck in this experience and you will be stuck. Stepping past all this experience will make people stronger and their hearts stronger. This is Yang Mingkai's hurdle. No one else can help Yang Mingkai by himself. Brother Yang, it is useless to be sad. It is better to look forward while remembering the past. Then Lin Yuan did not wait for Yang Mingkai to speak, and then said again. If these 2 spray spiders are not injured, there should be no problem if one is hung on Xinguang and can sell 300,000 federal. The price of this kind of spider's auxiliary system spirits has always been very high. The skills of the spray spider have extremely strong control and slight toxins. It can be regarded as a relatively lethal species in the auxiliary system spirits. Using the enemy to achieve auxiliary effects, rough and direct. The spray spider is small, only about 10 centimeters or so. It is quite flexible and good at concealment. It is a kind of spirit that is extremely excellent in field operations. Yang Mingkai was directly poked into the heart nest by the sentence before Lin Yuan. Now he is alone and has experienced the disaster, leaving only himself. It seems that no one has said such things to himself except the ambulance personnel. Born in the cold, a little warmth can warm up, and the light of a match is enough to illuminate the dim house. 300,000 federal currency is a little bit less, and the price of selling spirits on Xinguang generally needs to be set a little more. For the reason of talent restrictions, for some people in need, they don't mind spending a little more money, but now these two it's not bad to just spray a web. Spider because of the injury, not to mention 300,000 federal currency, 2 can add up to 150,000 federal currency. Lin Yuan nodded his head and looked at Yang Mingkai's pricing to know that Yang Mingkai was very real. In addition to being a contract, the Sphinx spider is also a blind medicinal material. The market price of the Sphinx spider's body is about 50,000 federal dollars, so the price of this badly injured spider is set at 70,500 federal dollars. It is quite fair. Brother Yang, I want to buy these 2 spray spiders, but I don't have enough money on it. I don't know if I can exchange them for spirits. Lin Yuan came to buy things today and originally had plans to use elite-grade Qinglua as money. The elite-grade Qinglua production plant has never lacked market, so Lin Yuan is very sure. Yang Mingkai frowned slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's words. If someone said that, Yang Mingkai would have rushed people. It is not impossible to spend money with spirits, but it is also based on the spirit used by the other party to exchange. It is a best-selling product that is difficult to buy on the market, or it is useful for the other party to exchange. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Brother, I don't hide from you, I plan to open a spiritual breeding base after finishing this batch of spirits. Everything has been done from scratch, so I may not need the spirits you exchange for. Although Yang Mingkai has a good opinion of Lin Yuan, the good feelings belong to the goodwill, and the business belongs to the business. Lin Yuan heard Yang Mingkai talk about opening the breeding base, and the corner of his mouth made a smile. Brother Yang, I have some elite Qinglua there. Can you redeem it? Lin Yuan's words fell, and Yang Mingkai said in surprise. Boy, do you want to exchange elite green radish? I don't know how good your elite green radish is. Yang Mingkai intends to build another spiritual cultivation base to start from a young age, which is tantamount to pushing everything down and starting again. Everything is difficult at first. Yang Mingkai has been worried about the spirits of the initial preparation base. Like the elite-grade Qinglua, after special cultivation, many ordinary Qinglua can be born. The elite-grade Qinglua is already qualified to be used as a seedling. But elite-grade Qinglua hardly anyone will sell it. Yang Mingkai had hanged the news of acquiring elite Qinglua on Xinguang as early as a few days ago, but never received it. There are a few who want to sell, and the asking price is generally more than twice the market price. If it is received, it is equivalent to being treated as an injustice. Now that Lin Yuan wants to exchange the elite-grade Qinglua, Yang Mingkai is directly excited. Quality is pretty good. If Brother Yang agrees to replace me with elite Qinglua, you can come to me first to see the goods. Lin Yuan knew Yang Mingkai this excited look and knew there was a play. While Lin Yuan and Yang Mingkai were talking, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a cry of moo not far away, and his voice was weak. Chapter 17 Rhinoceros. A quiet voice suddenly came from the originally quiet shed, which immediately attracted Lin Yuan's attention. Lin Yuan turned his head and couldn't help but beat his thigh with his hand. Under the real data, the information of this spirit is directly revealed. Fantasy name, Rhinoceros. Spirit species, Horned family/bull. Spirit level, Elite level 10. Spiritual system type, Earth system. Perceived quality, Epic quality. Skills. Rock corner, the rock is attached to the two corners to launch a body strike regardless of the injury. Sacrifice, when the contractor is injured, help the contractor to share the injury actively. What inspired Lin Yuan is that this elite 10th level creature turned out to be of epic quality. That is to say, as long as the rhinoceros is cured, the rhinoceros can be promoted to the bronze rank with epic quality. You can choose one of the 3 random characteristics as an exclusive attribute. The most important thing is that this rhinoceros is a defensive spirit, which can be used by Chu Ci. Yang Mingkai also heard the scream of the cow, stepped forward and grabbed a handful of wheatgrass, and handed it to the rhinoceros cow. This rhinoceros cow has always been the treasure of our breeding base. Unexpectedly, this disaster caused the rhinoceros horns to break. The most precious thing about this rhinoceros is not his epic quality, but his elite quality. Skills. This rhinoceros has realized the unique rare skills of the rhinoceros, a sacrifice, and our sacrifice. Our breeding base has cultivated more than 1,500 rhinoceros in the past few years. Only this one has realized the sacrifice. Lin Yuan also noticed the skill of the victim and helped the contractor to bear the damage. Lin Yuan liked it very much. As his sister's contract spirit sacrifice, this skill is undoubtedly more able to protect the safety of his sister. It is simply an excellent shield. But Lin Yuan always thinks that this rhinoceros cow doesn't look too smart. Yan Jiao can be regarded as a suicidal charge. The sacrifice is directly to help share the damage. It is the desperate Sanlang who is not afraid of bleeding and tears. This rhinoceros don't know how much you are going to sell. If this rhinoceros is in a healthy state, Lin Yuan, even if there are more than 20 pots of elite Qinglua on hand, I am afraid that even 1/3 of this rhinoceros cannot be bought, because this rhinoceros is too big need for it. Yang Mingkai looked at the rhinoceros ox with broken horns, and said contemplatively. If this rhinoceros cow is in a healthy state, I plan to sell 1.5 Huiyao coins, but now if my brother wants it, I will sell you 200,000 federal coins. But I have to say, well, my brother, not only this rhinoceros ox, the 2 spray spiders are the same. I have seen them with a therapist. These 3 spirits have all been injured. The ordinary therapist has no way. Only the founder can have the means to cure it. Lin Yuan was not afraid of this. Lin Yuan had experimented with a pot of lily in the store while experimenting with his aura to promote the evolution of spirits. Lin Yuan cut off half of the root system of that lily. If it is placed in normal life, this lily has only one dead path unless carefully cultivated by the founder. However, after Lin Yuan conducted aura to Lily's injury recovered herself. Therefore, Lin Yuan can be sure that the means by which his aura promotes the evolution of spiritual creatures can heal this kind of spiritual creature that harms its origin. One thing Lin Yuan thought was right, the price of this rhinoceros cattle was really high. Federal currency is the low-level currency of the Shining Federation. It is mainly used by ordinary people in the Federation who cannot sense the aura. Huiyao currency is the high-level currency of the Yaoyao Federation. Because the price of high-level spirits has always been very expensive, the price of high-level spirits in transactions is often tens of millions, so the Yaoyao created the Yaoyao. One shining coin is equal to 1 million federal coins, mainly used for circulation among Reiki professionals. If this rhinoceros can sell 1.5 Huiyao coins, which is 1.5 million federal coins, in a healthy state, such a price is not affordable by Lin Yuan. But now facing the seriously injured rhinoceros, 200,000 Fed Lin Yuan can still get it now. Brother Yang, I know, I still decided to trade. May you go to me first to take a look at the quality of my elite Qinglua, let's talk about trading. Lin Yuan has made up his mind to buy both the spray spider and rhinoceros, and can't wait to complete the transaction. Because Lin Yuan had to treat the rhinoceros after the transaction, Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to catch the last train to Chu CI school today. Lin Yuan has been out of home for about 3 hours now. Although Lin Yuan can feel the spirit of heaven and earth, he is still not fully recovered. Having not slept all night, coupled with searching for spirits in the spirits market for more than 2 hours, Lin Yuan only felt that his mind was more dizzy. Yang Mingkai now heard Lin Yuan invite him again to check the quality of elite Qinglua at home, and immediately agreed. Although Lin Yuan promised that the elite grade Qinglua are all growing well, Yu reading www.yukangshu.com, but what is the quality? Yang Mingkai has to read it carefully before he can rest assured. Yang Mingkai wanted to use elite grade Qinglua as the seedlings of the congenital Qinglua seedlings, so the quality requirements of these elite grade Qinglua were quite high, and there should be no sloppy. Yang Mingkai now has a plan in mind. Even if he saw Lin Yuan's elite Qinglua and found that the elite Qinglua could not reach the level he requested, he would also discount according to the price of Xingwang. If these elite grade Qinglua can't reach the level of seedlings, then Yang Mingkai can only get it back and sell it, wasting time and energy. But because of his favorability with Lin Yuan, Yang Mingkai also made the decision to trade in his heart. Boy, wait for me for a while, and I will clean up this booth and go with you. Since you have all 3 severely wounded creatures, there is no need for this booth. Yang Mingkai's words made Lin Yuan feel good in Lin Yuan's ears. This is the feeling of being trusted. Yang Mingkai has not yet seen his elite grade Qinglua, and neither the 2 spiders or rhinoceros can survive for a few days. Closing the booth is undoubtedly a belief in myself. Although I didn't see the quality of the elite Lulu, I had already determined to trade with myself, otherwise Yang Mingkai would never take this booth because these 3 seriously injured spirits toss sorry. Brother Yang, I'll help you clean up. Finally, Lin Yuan picked up the cleaning tool beside the booth and cleaned up the debris on the booth. Yang Mingkai didn't stop Lin Yuan when he saw it, but said while tearing down the shed. I happen to have a few trapped spirit boxes customized in ostrich logistics, which can be directly used to hold rhinoceros cattle and spray spiders, saving us a lot of trouble. Chapter 18 Bronze Timber Crowned Fire Lizard. Ostrich Logistics is a very large group within the Shine Federation, covering almost half of the Federation's logistics industry. The business of Ostrich Logistics is mainly to transport various spirits, while the trapped spirit box is a patented invention of Ostrich Logistics. It uses various advanced technologies to create a device that facilitates the transportation of spirits. The spirits are contained in the trapped spirit box. Although the volume of the spirits will not shrink, the trapped spirit box can offset the weight of the spirits by gravity technology, so that the heavy spirits can be easily transported. The trapped spirit box also has different levels according to the level of spirits, and ordinary specifications can be bought in Ostrich Logistics stores. If you want to transport extremely large spirits, you need to go to the Ostrich Logistics Star Net for special customization. The trapped spirit box has been widely used for a long time, but the price is not low. The price of a trapped spirit box used to load elite-level spirits is $1,000 federal dollars. This price has already topped some cheap elite-level spirits. If it is used to load ordinary elite-level spirits, then it seems overkill. Therefore, the elite-level spirits loaded in the trapped spirit boxes are generally more expensive among elite-level spirits. Lin Yuan didn't expect Yang Mingkai to just sell the severely wounded creatures and prepare a trapped spirit box. Brother Yang, then our transportation will be much more convenient. There is no need to find a special person to help transportation, which can save a lot of time. Elite creatures such as rhinoceros and spray spiders have a certain lethality, especially in the case of injuries. Yang Mingkai now has a trapped spirit box to save a lot of trouble. These trapped spirit boxes are still left in the previous breeding base. Many trapped spirit boxes have been destroyed and cannot be used. I only dealt with those trapped spirit boxes yesterday, but I also left 2 elites. The level of the trapped spirit box is used to hold the spray spider. And there is also a copper level trapped spirit box used to hold the rhinoceros. Alas! I am afraid that this rhinoceros will never have the opportunity to upgrade to the Copper Order spirit. It is a pity. The epic quality and sacrifice skills. Yang Mingkai's hands and feet were very brisk, and the shed was demolished soon. Lin Yuan originally wanted to order a rear-hoof donkey cart, but Yang Mingkai patted Lin Yuan's shoulder with his hand, and then mobilized his mental strength. I saw a 3-meter-long lizard covered with black and red scorpions in front of Yang Mingkai. The lizard made a roar immediately when it was released, and the roar came out, making Lin Yuan feel that the air around him became a little hot. This lizard has a wrinkled crown, and the scales on the skin at the crown are extremely red, which makes Lin Yuan feel hot. This is because the red crown emits heat. The part where the crown is down is more and more black, and it has almost become black by the 4 feet and the abdomen. Lin Yuan used real data to view this huge black-red lizard. Name of spirits: Tufted Fire Lizard. Spiritual species: Crown Lizard/Scale Lizard. Spirit level: Bronze level 7, 7 out of 10. Spiritual department: Poison department/Fire department. Comprehensive quality: Ordinary quality. Skills: Broken tooth: in the process of biting, the tooth is intentionally broken and the tooth is buried in the target body. Tumbling and ripping: after biting the target, the body will be twisted and rotated with the mouth as the core to tear the flesh of the target. Exclusive features: Fire poison: the hyperplastic glands connect the poison glands with the salivary glands, so that the saliva contains burning toxins. No matter what the quality is before the elite level, it will change the ordinary quality after advance to the bronze level. No matter what level the spirit beast reaches after, the spirit can only evolve into a fantasy species when the quality breaks through the epic level and reaches the legendary level. Bronze level creatures will awaken exclusive features and will not increase skills. Because of the awakening of exclusive characteristics, all the skills have been strengthened and visible. This enhancement is qualitative change. This black-red lizard is a high-grade copper-crowned fire lizard. Although it is called a fire lizard, this fire-crowned fire lizard does not use the fire elemental energy. Because the evolutionary direction when this one was promoted to the bronze rank is to strengthen the physical evolutionary way of prehistoric ancestors. Crimson Fire Dragon's bright red head tumor has abnormally developed venom glands. The venom gland is not connected to the teeth of the tumor crown fire lizard, but to the salivary glands of the tumor crown fire lizard. When the tumor crown fire lizard uses the teeth to bite, the venom in the crown will be transmitted to the target with the bite movement. In vivo, the bitten part will appear like burnt black symptoms in a short time. the crested fire lizard got its name. Lin Yuan has not seen the bronze creatures before. The Reiki professional registered in the Shining Federation can use spirits to travel through the city. Lin Yuan has seen it occasionally before purchasing goods. However, it is the first time that the copper-ordered tumor-crowned lizard with a length of more than 3 meters has been observed up close. Lin Yuan still felt an inexplicable shock in his heart. Says that the elite level and the bronze level are a huge door script. It is a sublimation across the past. Now it seems that it is true. The power of this bronze level spirit is far from comparable to the elite level. Boy, I'm good at breeding this tufted fire lizard. Yang Mingkai didn't forget to pat the neck of the tufted fire lizard with his hand. He was obviously very satisfied with his spiritual partner. Although the tumor-crowned fire lizard is fierce by nature, Yu reading www.yuukangshu. The calm looks terrible, especially the bright red head tumors layer on layer, which is strange. But when he saw his master interacting with himself, he shook his head like a joy to arch Yang Mingkai's shoulder. Whenever Reiki professionals and their contractual creatures are the closest partners. The scene in front of him, if placed in the past, Lin Yuan will naturally envy, but now Lin Yuan will not. Lin touched the copper ring on the right wrist without trace, and his heart was soft. Because Lin Yuan now also has his own contract spirit. Mobius, cleverness, and sound are Lin Yuan's contract spirits. Lin Yuan is no longer an ordinary person who can't contract the spirit to feel the spirit of the world. Brother Yang, the awakening characteristic of your tufted fire lizard is really good. It effectively increases the damage method of the tufted fire lizard. Lin Yuan praised. Lin Yuan's words made Yang Mingkai a little surprised. How does my brother know that my tufted fire lizard is awakened by fire poison? Yang Mingkai doesn't remember what he said to Lin Yuan, the characteristics of his spirit beast. Lin Yuan pointed to the bright red crown of the tumor-crowned fire lizard. The normal crested fire lizard's crest is not so bright red, nor is it so large, only the crested fire lizard awakened by fierce fire or fire poison characteristics, and you interact with the crested fire lizard. When avoiding the mouth of the tufted fire lizard, I inferred that the tufted fire lizard awakened by fire poison. Explained by Lin Yuan, Yang Mingkai understood it, and said with some surprise. Unexpectedly, my younger brother mastered the expertise of these spirit researchers at a young age. Yang Mingkai secretly said that the little brother he knew was not easy. Chapter 19 The Founder Behind. Observing spirit beasts and distinguishing the characteristics of spirit beasts is one of the abilities of life profession spirit beast observers. Observers based on observations and analysis of spiritual things, through inference can conduct many aspects of research on spiritual things. Educated life professions such as observers are generally well respected. Yang Mingkai now looks at Lin Yuan a little and opens his mouth to be able to distinguish the unique characteristics of the copper order spirits, which is extremely extraordinary in itself. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Brother Yang, let's go. Otherwise, you, the tufted fire lizard, have been summoned, and the low-level spirits around you have been affected." Yang Mingkai followed Lin Yuan's eyes and found that the stall owner next to him looked rather unsightly. Yang Mingkai smirked, and then hurriedly summoned Lin Yuan to sit on the back of the tumor-crowned fire lizard. And the 3 trapped spirit boxes containing the spiders and rhinoceros were curled up by the crowned fire lizard with their tails. After the direction of Lin Yuan's nomination, Yang Mingkai steered the tumor-crowned fire lizard. The tumor-crowned fire lizard quickly galloped directly. Before Lin Yuan was riding a thick-hoofed donkey, he only felt that the breeze was coming, very refreshing, but now the crested fire lizard is running at a fast speed, which is far from comparable to the thick-hoofed donkey. The oncoming wind screamed. Lin Yuan has not yet become a D-class Reiki professional. When the whizzing wind blows, he suddenly feels a lot of pressure. If Yang Mingkai had intentionally blocked Lin Yuan, he might have been blown off from the back of the tumor-crowned fire lizard. The wind and roar all the way not only completely dispelled the tiredness in Lin Yuan's head, but also made Lin Yuan's heart fly by the wind. Long wind, galloping manipulatives should be the life that boys should live. At the entrance of the alley where Lin Yuan lived, Yang Mingkai put away the tumor-crowned fire lizard. Is not because it is not possible to ride spirits in this alley, but because this alley is really narrow. For spirit beasts like the tumor-crowned fire lizard who are running on 4 feet and throwing away, it is really a little throbbing. From the back of the tufted fire lizard, Lin Yuan's hair had been messed up by the wind, which made Lin Yuan look a little wild and handsome. Yang Mingkai said, "The wind is really a little bit bigger when this tumor-crowned fire lizard runs. Brother, are you okay?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said to Yang Mingkai, "Brother Yang, I still have to thank you. This is the first time I sit on the back of a copper order spirit. It feels so cool." Yang Mingkai laughed. "It's not cool to ride a tumor-crowned fire lizard. When should I ride a flying spirit, and sniff the thin air at the back of the flying spirit, overlooking the earth, then it's called cool." Lin Yuan's leadership quickly reached the door of Lin Yuan's shop. Lin Yuan opened the door, did not hear the sound and clever cries, wanted to come. These two little guys still make up and did not wake up. Thanks to Lin Yuan's closing the door on the second floor when he left, otherwise he would have been awakened by the sound of the door just because he was clever and harmonious. Yang Mingkai followed Lin Yuan into the shop. Lin Yuan went to pour Yang Mingkai a glass of water, and also poured himself a glass. "Brother Yang, there is no drink at home, only water, a glass." Handed the water to Yang Mingkai, Lin Yuan guzzled and drank the water in the glass. Yang Mingkai took the glass and did not drink the water in the glass. It was not because Yang Mingkai didn't want to drink water, but because he was dumbfounded to see the rows of elite Qinglua on the shelves in the shop. This row of Qinglua grows happily, the vines are strong, the long leaves on it are also very dense, and some large leaves have drops of water. These elite-grade Qinglua only know that it is not ordinary quality but elite quality. Elite-grade Qinglua has reached elite quality and can be used as a seedling for ramification. This clearly exceeds Yang Mingkai's psychological expectations. 20 pots of elite-class elite-quality Qinglua, a kind of spirit that few people in the elite-level spirits come up with and trade there, is really shocking. Compared with these elite-level Qinglua, the 3-pot elite-level Lily seems a little ordinary. Lin Yuan saw that Yang Mingkai had been looking at Qing Luo on the shelf, and he wanted to look forward to seeing clearly and invited him. "Brother Yang, why don't you take a closer look?" Before the evolution of these 20-odd pots of Qinglua, they had a very good foundation. They have always added energy ore to the soil, so the roots are well developed. Yang Mingkai followed Lin Yuan to the shelf, touched the leaves of Qing Luo, and found that the leaves had a thick fleshy texture. Obviously, the water in the leaves was sufficient. Yang Mingkai pinched off a leaf of Qinglua, and the juicy juice flowed from the broken leaf stem. Looking at the root system again, only looking at the roughness of the surface layer, we know that Lin Yuan is right. These elite-grade Qinglua are obviously the best among the elite-grade Qinglua. After carefully observing these 24 pots of green radish, Yang Mingkai was surprised that it was not the elder 24 pots of green radish itself, but the origin of this elite class of blue radish. These elite Qinglua nurturing so well, Yu reading books www.yuyukangshu.com is in an incredible state, as if it has been carefully nurtured by the founder. Yang Mingkai naturally does not think that Lin Yuan is the founder, and the founder is the most distinguished profession of Huiyao Federation. Even if it is just a first-class founder, you can open a very large shop in the city center of Bauhinia City. I don't know how many combat-type Reiki professionals try their best to have a good relationship with the founder. If Lin Yuan is really a founder, then he will never shrink in this small shop, so obviously there must be a founder behind Lin Yuan. Yang Mingkai's previous spiritual cultivation base has been working so hard for many years, and he has not established a relationship with any of the founders. Otherwise, the rhinoceros will not reach the epic quality and still have not evolved into the bronze rank. Yang Mingkai didn't try to find a founder to help, but he really didn't have the bargaining power to call the founder. "I want to invite the founder to hold only the federal currency and the Huiyao currency. I am afraid that I will not even have the qualification to enter the door, because I want to ask the founder to help me to take the spirit material that the creator loves and use the spirit material as an appointment chips." Spiritual materials are rare, obviously not what Yang Mingkai can do. Now that Yang Mingkai thinks of a founder standing behind Lin Yuan, he can't help but wonder if he can follow Lin Yuan's relationship with the founder. But for a time Yang Mingkai didn't know how to speak. Foresight, Yang Mingkai asked Qinglua after observing Qinglua's delay. "Brother Yang, are you still satisfied with these Qing Luo?" Yang Mingkai heard Lin Yuan's voice and hurried back to God. "Satisfied and satisfied, these elite-grade Qinglua haven't known how much more than I expected. I don't know if there are more elite-grade Qinglua in the Brother Lin." Chapter 21 Big Business. Foresight Yang Mingkai suddenly talked to himself suddenly, and even the title changed, he couldn't help saying. "Brother Yang, you are much older than me, just call my brother." Yang Mingkai listened to Lin Yuan saying this, and looked at Lin Yuan's expression very sincerely, plus Yang Mingkai was also a bold and free-spirited temperament, and said on the shoulder of Lin Yuan, "Haha, I also feel like calling you brother shouldn't." Lin Yuan also smiled. Brother Yang, if you want more elite Qinghua, do you know how many pots you want? Lin Yuan had originally planned to upgrade the aura class to D level at home after sending the spirits to Chu Ci. During this period, many spirits naturally evolved. It's really good to be able to evolve elite Qinghua. Yang Mingkai carefully extended a finger. Add more than 70 pots and get 100 pots. Do you think it's okay? Not yet waiting for Lin Yuan to finish, Yang Mingkai quickly added another sentence. Boy, your elite grade Qinghua is of elite quality. If you sell it on Xinhuang.com, it will cost about 30,000 federal. I won't let you lose. I will add 3,000 fed, 33,000 per pot. Can you see federal currency? Yang Mingkai directly said the highest price in his mind. In fact, if the high transaction price ratio with Star Online is still a bit low, but Yang Mingkai's bid is very pertinent, reaching the average price of elite class elite quality Qinghua. Yang Mingkai will open a spiritual cultivation base again, which will cost a lot of money. The price of 100 pots of 33,000 federal dollars is already the limit price that Yang Mingkai can give. Lin Yuan thought about it for a moment, and felt that Yang Mingkai's bid was very reasonable. If he got the Star Online sales, it would be very laborious. At this time, he didn't know how many pots of green dill can evolve. Brother Yang, the price you said, but if you want 100 pots of green dill, you may need to give me 7 days, if you want to come over after 7 days. Lin Yuan needs 2 days to go to Chu Ci's school. It takes more than an hour for each pot of Qinghua to evolve. Except for the more than 20 pots of Qinghua, the remaining Qinghua needs 70 to complete the evolution. Multiple hours. So it will take 7 days for Lin Yuan to complete it as soon as possible. 7 days. Yang Mingkai is now more convinced that there is a founder behind Lin Yuan, and it is clear that Lin Yuan's relationship with this founder should be extremely close. Otherwise, it is impossible to get such a large amount of goods at once. These 7 days are too fast. If you place an order like this in another supplier, you will never be ready to complete it within 2 months. This is simply a fairy channel. Lin Yuan nodded, but 7 days was his limit. Lin Yuan thought Yang Mingkai felt a little slow, but did not know that Yang Mingkai thought Lin Yuan was too fast. At this time, the door on the second floor was gently pushed open, and carefully closed. A sharp figure quickly rushed down the stairs, directly into Lin Yuan's arms. Meow, screamed, arched Lin Yuan's hand and said. Lin Yuan, Inin is still sleeping, he is a big lazy worm, he is awake, and he is very hardworking. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and gently scraped Lin Yuan's nose, cleverly sneezing, and then lying down honestly in Lin Yuan's arms, very comfortable. Was smart when he came to this house and was more afraid of seeing strangers, but now smart is used to it. Almost every federal citizen has one man, and Yang Mingkai is no exception, except that Yang Mingkai's housekeeping beast died in the previous Zerg invasion. Boy, this housekeeping beast of you is really spiritual. I am the first to see a housekeeping beast with such a beautiful fur. Smartly heard Yang Mingkai mentioning himself, it seemed that Yang Mingkai glanced, and then buried his head directly in Lin Yuan's chest, very attached. I also think that cleverness is the best and cutest beast. When talking, Lin Yuan stroked the silver gray hair on the smart head, which was both affirmation and praise. When Clever was brought back, he was still a little guy who was rejected by others and no one wanted to. The hair on his body was dull, but now cleverness has broken the routine of Baiwen Beast and has become the first in history. An ordinary questioning beast. And this is just the beginning, not the end. As a smart contractor is also a partner, some people praise smart Lin Yuan is very proud of smart. Then Lin Yuan made a transaction with Yang Mingkai. 23 pots of elite grade elite quality Qinghua 75,000 federal currency. Excludes 350,000 Fed coins for elite spray spider and rhinoceros. Yang Mingkai transferred it to Lin Yuan for 49,000 renminbi through Xinhuang account. Yang Mingkai originally wanted to transfer the deposit of the 77 pots of Qinghua to Lin Yuan. The deposit was calculated at 10% of the price of each pot, but Lin Yuan rejected it. Agree that the money of Qinghua will be settled again when Yang Mingkai arrives at the appointed time to pick up the goods. Counting the 20,000 Fed currency in the account of Lin Yuan before Lin Yuan, now Lin Yuan already has 429,000 federal. This is the wealth Lin Yuan didn't dare to think about. Lin Yuan helped Yang Mingkai to move the Qinghua placed on the shelf to the back of the Crown Fire Lizard parked at the entrance of the alley. After sending away Yang Mingkai, he immediately returned to the store. Lin Yuan's time is very urgent. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Now Lin Yuan wants to treat this elite rhinoceros with epic quality. After healed the rhinoceros, Lin Yuan had to go to Chu Si's school quickly. Now Lin Yuan has money in his hands, and the money will only be earned more and more in the future, and the money will no longer be a problem for Lin Yuan. Therefore, Lin Yuan intends to make a reservation directly for a flying creature with a bronze rank, so that the original 6 or 7 hours journey can be reduced to 1 hour. Lin Yuan took the trapped box of ostrich logistics and released the weakly injured rhinoceros lying in the box. The released rhinoceros directly occupied most of the space in Lin Yuan's small shop. This rhinoceros is just a young cow, less than 2 meters long, and has grown for more than 2 years. The adult rhinoceros can reach a length of at least 2.5 meters. It's just the 2 shattered broken horns on the head of the rhinoceros ox, and the delicate wounds on his body are a bit shocking. Lin Yuan looked at the rhinoceros, and the rhinoceros also looked at Lin Yuan. The rhinoceros was obviously nervous and shook his head uncomfortably. Lin Yuan carefully put a hand on the broken corner of the rhinoceros, slowly releasing the aura towards the body of the rhinoceros. Rhinoceros felt the aura and slowly lowered his guard. The spirituality of elite-level spirits is not low anymore. Rhinoceros can feel Lin Yuan's kindness and lie there honestly. As Lin Yuan quickly urged himself to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, he also accelerated the injection of the aura of rhinoceros cattle. In 10 minutes, the fine wound on the rhinoceros was slowly healed by Lin Yuan's spiritual force. After, I urged it for an hour, and the rhinoceros lay there weakly. Suddenly, a very painful cry of moo came from the rhinoceros. Chapter 21 Prehistoric Evolution. Rhinoceros trembling obviously endures with all strength, but even the rhinoceros cannot bear this huge pain. Lin Yuan only felt that there was a lot of thrust from the hand placed at the rhinoceros horn. Lin Yuan shook gently, and a pair of horns of the rhinoceros ox fell off directly, and a pair of new horns grew on the head of the rhinoceros ox. Lin Yuan put his hand on the small horn of the rhinoceros ox and tried his best to urge the Reiki conversion. When the weather was getting darker, the rhinoceros horns finally returned to normal, and they stopped after more than a foot. After nearly 7 hours, Lin Yuan finally recovered the injury of the seriously injured rhinoceros, if the price of the seriously injured rhinoceros was 200,000 federal. Now the elite-class epic-quality rhinoceros in this healthy state can be easily sold at a high price of 1.5 million federal dollars, which is 1.5 yuan. This can also explain why the founder is so honorable. Lin Yuan, who is still giving the Reiki of the rhinoceros in the body, only feels like he has touched a barrier in the netherworld. As long as he urges Reiki again and hits this barrier, the rhinoceros can become a qualitative flyby. Lin Yuan suddenly ecstatic, this should be the barrier of elite creatures to the copper level. Lin Yuan speeded up the release of Reiki and hit the barrier with all his strength. After half an hour, he finally smashed the barrier. At this time, Lin Yuan saw that the rhinoceros lying on the ground suddenly stood upright, and the body made a clicking sound of bone displacement. Within 2 minutes, the appearance of the rhinoceros has changed dramatically. If Lin Yuan didn't see all this with his own eyes, I'm afraid he wouldn't recognize the spirit before him anyway. This is the rhinoceros before. Now Lin Yuan opened the real data to check the status of the rhinoceros. No, it should no longer be called rhinoceros, but rather iron rhinoceros. The original 2-meter-long rhinoceros is now a full-thick rhinoceros horn. The biggest change of this rhinoceros iron bull is not the change of body shape, but the horn on the head. The rhinoceros has the word rhino in its name, but the rhino horn on the top of the cow's nose is only a few inches long, which has no effect at all. However, the rhino horn of the rhino horn iron bull is like a 3-foot-long thorn cone. The touch is not a rounded arc, but a sharp multilateral line, and each horn is as sharp as a blade. The horns on both sides of the also changed from more than 1 foot in length to nearly 3 feet in length. The horn is not open and closed, but like a bowl with a mechanical arc of forward impact. Powerful and heavy, as if to exist to pierce things. Lin Yuan can now conclude that the evolutionary direction of this rhinoceros cattle into a rhinoceros iron bull is the prehistoric return to the ancestor, and the increase is the physical ability. Lin Yuan witnessed the evolution of spirits from elite level to bronze level, and witnessed a metamorphosis of life. Feeling his place in the transformation of this life, only felt that the mind was enlightened once. This is a feeling that can only be brought by sublimation, or the creation of life. Is like a fragment of the legendary chapter of Life in the Pursuit. After the evolution of the body of the rhinoceros, due to the evolution of epic quality, it appeared in 3 exclusive characteristics. Squamous skin, a layer of scaly skin with the same composition as the skin is formed on the skin surface. Trek, you can save physical strength during running. Painful draining, when hurt, it absorbs part of the damage and transforms it into vitality. Looking at the 3 characteristics that appeared, Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Among them, both features are good, and defensive creatures like rhino horned bull are obviously useless. Scale skin, this exclusive feature allows rhino horn iron bull to feel a thick layer of scale armor on the skin that feels like steel. This scale is the same material as the skin of the rhinoceros iron bull, which can increase the defense power of the rhinoceros iron bull. At the same time, when the rhinoceros iron bull charges, the scale armor strikes the target, and the sharp iron scale armor can also cause considerable damage. It is more interesting to learn another painful feature. While taking damage, you can absorb some of the damage to yourself to restore the injury. This is simply a hard-earned skill, more and more skillful. Lin Yuan made some troubles and finally chose this painful learning. Pain drawing can effectively cooperate with skill sacrifices, and although Lin's skin can add a layer of leather armor, but if someone else can cut the original skin of the rhinoceros iron bull, then it is not a matter of breaking the Lin armor, so in any case, it is still painful learn better. After Lin Yuan chose the exclusive feature, after the pain was absorbed, the evolution of the rhinoceros iron bull was considered complete. Skills previously realized at the ordinary level have also undergone some changes due to evolution. Famous name, Rhinoceros Iron Bull. Spirit species, Macrohornady/Bull. Spirit level, Bronze level 1, 1/10. Spiritual department, Gold series. Comprehensive quality Ordinary quality. Skills. Rock corner, the metal is attached to the double horns, and the reinforced metal is attached to the rhino horn to launch a body strike regardless of the injury. Sacrifice, when the contractor is injured, help the contractor to share the injury actively. Exclusive features. Painful draining, when hurt, it absorbs part of the damage and transforms it into vitality. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Looking at the rhino horn iron bull in front of him, Lin Yuan was so satisfied that he could no longer be satisfied. It's just that the more Lin Yuan looked at this rhino horn iron bull, the more he felt that this rhino horn iron bull was a strong attacking creature with a defensive skin. This rhino horn iron bull fits well both in terms of skills and exclusive features. Rhino horned iron cow is the first spirit of Chu Ci, which is simply suitable. It's just that such a rhino horn iron bull was contracted by a girl. It's really weird. It's just a girl and a beast. But the rhinoceros iron bull is currently the best defensive creature that Lin Yuan can use all his abilities. Lin Yuan felt that after the evolution of the rhino horn iron bull, the spiritual power added to his body was equal to the spiritual power increased by the evolution of 30 pots of elite Qinglua. This made Lin Yuan know that the more evolved creatures get more spiritual feedback. Thanks to the fact that the previous rhinoceros iron bull was an elite 10th level spirit, otherwise he could not allow this rhinoceros to evolve into the copper rank in such a short time. Looking at the dark blue misty sky outside the window, Lin Yuan used his mobile phone to make an appointment for the bronze flight. Lin Yuan prepared the supper for Clever Harmony while waiting for the flying spirits, and by the way, fed the iron-horned rhinoceros with green vines. Then he directly put the copper-ranked rhinoceros iron cow into the trapped spirit box of the copper rank. Soon, the flying creatures of the bronze rank came to the alley. Lin Yuan was holding a trapped spirit box with a rhino horn iron bull, and after saying goodbye to the clever and whispering song after waking up, he went directly to the flying creature. Riding the night, the black-winged falcon, a flying creature of the copper order, swayed upwards and flew towards the school where Chu Ci was. Chapter 22 After month. 3 parts of patchouli buds, 1 part of Shanghai ebony, and 1 part of platinum animal blood. A woman in a moon-colored robe is shaking the crystal vessel in her hand, giving a sweet command. 4 emerald green birds with feathers like vine leaves quickly and accurately held a portion of the material contained in the crystal ware. Yuehua color robe woman stood not far from a man and a woman. The man's face is majestic, and the woman's body is full of heroism. At this time, the 2 men are urging Reiki to hide their breath, fearing to disturb the woman who is debugging the medicine. Aura exudes a whirlwind of mysterious runes, showing that both of them have some kind of king-level strongman who understands the will from the mountains, rivers, oceans, and even the sky. It's just that these 2 king-level strongmen now look at the woman who debugs the potion, with very respectful eyes. The woman in the moon-colored robe shakes the medicament with aura. The smell of medicament flows from the mouth of the bottle. The fresh fragrance of the trees and trees is like the smell of the grass just cut after the rain. When this potion added 3 parts of patchouli buds from the vine bird's rank, the sentimitid was like the towering giant tree that instantly grew from the cut grass wound. The towering giant trees are overgrown, forming a primitive forest. As the woman in the Yuehua robe infused the red beast blood of platinum, suddenly there was a terrifying courageous pressure in the smell. It seems that there is some kind of fierce beast dormant in the depths of this primitive jungle, staring at the prey and ready to go. The sweat of the 2 king-level strong men oozed from their heads, and they were a little nervous by the momentum of this group of beasts. Yuehua robe woman's spiritual power is continuously poured into this crystal bottle. Reiki agitated the original emerald green liquid and the red animal blood into amber, crystal clear. Stirred for a full quarter of an hour before the woman stopped. Pick up Shanghai ebony and put it under the nose to sniff gently, as if to identify the year of Shanghai ebony, and then directly use a spiritual cyclone to stir Shanghai ebony into a fine powder and pour into this amber liquid in. Shanghai ebony had just entered this amber liquid, and this amber liquid became dark green. In the original jungle surrounded by beasts, it seemed that there was a Connie period rainstorm that had been called a miracle in the history of life evolution for 2 million years. The primitive jungle was irrigated into a deep, deep sea in an instant, and the group of beasts that were still waiting to become a swollen floating corpse in this deep sea. And the 2 king-level strong men only felt that they were wrapped in layers of watergrass first, and then wrapped around their necks, as if they were permanently sealed in the deep green sea. At this time, the woman in Yuehua's robe began to stir up the medicine liquid added with Shanghai ebony with aura. With the movement of the woman, every turning was like a reincarnation. Those dead sea beasts suddenly appeared to be alive in the deep sea, and the dying aquatic plants also loosened their claws and became flowers born between the rocks. Light and darkness, rebirth and decay, just alternate between the woman's shaking wrist. Finally, the dark green medicine liquid was stirred into a crystal with a greenish luster. At the moment when it turned into a crystal, the deep sea, water plants, and swarms of dead people were all gone. There is only a subtle and serene, Luoxia and lone frog flying together, autumn and water are all the same. At this time, the 2 king-level strongmen took a deep breath and revoked the body protection aura. The majestic man quickly stepped forward and said, "Master, after months, you have worked hard. I don't know, is the preparation of this medicine completed?" Yuehua color robe woman raised her head, her temperament was like Yuehua Qinghui. "Call your spirits out, Sikong." This majestic middle-aged man quickly summoned his spirit, which is a giant tiger spirit beast. Yuehua robe woman's wrist shook again, and the emerald green liquid in her hand turned into a scent of aroma, which directly entered the body of this giant tiger spirit beast through her nose. The crackling of the giant tiger-shaped spirit was like a new life. The woman in Yuehua robe nodded and said, "It has evolved from an epic level to a legendary level. You only need to fuse the comprehension will rune and spirits to evolve into a fantasy species." Sikong listened to his overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. "If there is any use for adults to come to my place after the month, just open your mouth." The woman in Yuehua robe waved her hand and said, "It's not necessary to go to death if you're going to go through the fire. You have already found a pair of dragon and beast eyes for this palace, even if it is a reward." The majestic middle-aged man said this after hearing the month, and quickly hugged and said again, "Sikong is willing to serve the dogs and horses for adults in the future." At this time, the evolution of the giant tiger-type spirit was completed, quietly waking up, feeling his own change, and when he was ready to roar, all his voice was stuck in his throat, and he was lying on the ground. I saw a little rabbit on the table pulling out a carrot of finger length from a jade flower pot, and also brought out some red crystal sand. The rabbit looked at the sand and soil with a disgust, kicked the sand to the ground, and nibbled the radish. The ivy bird that was preparing the material before, was used to picking up the erythrophytes scattered on the ground one by one back to the jade flower pot. The change of the giant tiger-type spirit is because the little rabbit glanced casually in the direction of the giant tiger-type spirit when pulling the radish. Yuehua color robe woman picked up the little rabbit from the table and said toward Sikong, "The assessment of the founder has always been promoted 1 level at a time. It takes 3 years after each successful assessment to participate in the promotion assessment again. So how can a truly talented founder be selected? Sikong, you go to the founder. The union said that anyone who passes the assessment of the first-level founder within 2 hours can choose to waive the promotion exams for the 3 life professions and directly assess the second-level founder." Sikong memorized the order after the month carefully, and then asked, Adults in the next month, can the Level 2 to Level 3 Builder assessment also be selected for direct promotion after the Level 2 assessment? Just 1 to 2. Manhwa color robe woman finished picking up the crystal bottle again, preparing to dispense medicine liquid. This is the meaning of sending off guests. Sikong put away his newly increased spiritual creature, bowed, and hurried to complete the task assigned by the adult in the month. At this time, the heroic female king-level strongman who had not spoken before spoke. Adult, do you think the federal founder has not shown any talented young people in recent years, so do you choose to reform? Shook his head after the month and said. This is just a private matter of this palace. Zhu Jun and Chef Zun all collected their apprentices, and this palace cannot fall behind these two old things. The heroic girl was shocked after hearing it. After the month, the Lord had the intention to take the apprentice, which is really big news. As one of the 3 fifth-level founders of the Radiant Federation, Yu reading www.yukangsha.com can become an apprentice to the adult in the future, which is a step in the sky. I just don't know which city the adult apprentice will be in the future. If you are in the Bauhinia city, you, as the owner of the Bauhinia city, should be able to get a lot of rewards from the adult. Ling Xiao, your Xia County under the Bauhinia city has opened a first-order dimensional crack, do you know? Said the heroic girl quickly. Ling Xiao has listened to the report of Bauhinia Wei, and I don't know what the adult will tell me after the month. There are some doubts in Yingwu women's minds. How can a big man like an adult mention a first-order dimensional crack after this month? This palace heard that the dimensional cracks have not been stable recently. It should be that the dimensional tides are coming. The Zerg dimensional cracks have always been the most dangerous dimensional cracks in each dimensional tide, and your Bauhinia city is also the city with the most Zerg dimensional cracks. The entrance of each Zerg dimensional crack is sent by more people to guard it, so as not to let the dimensional crack threaten the safety of nearby residents during the dimensional tide. Ling Xiao heard the adult say this and hurriedly said. Adults can rest assured that Ling Xiao is the owner of Bauhinia city. As long as Ling Xiao is there, Ling Xiao will always be the backbone of Bauhinia city. Nodded after hearing the words, looked at Ling Xiao and said. Sikong will take a while to carry out this matter. It is better to go back to Bauhinia city first and let the Bauhinia city's founding trade unions first implement the new rules for the assessment of the building. Ling Xiao leads the life. Finished, Ling Xiao was quite shocked in his heart again, and the adults emphasized the evaluation of the two founders successively. It seems that the adults really moved the mind of the apprentice. At this time, Lin Yuan was riding a black-winged falcon overlooking the mountains and the earth. Chapter 23 Rune of Will. The black-winged falcon is a kind of flying creature that is not fast, but the back of the black-winged falcon is very flat and the feathers on the back are also very thick. Therefore, the black-winged falcon has become a popular kind of copper-level flying spirit. The trip fare, almost the top half of the store's income before Shang Lin Yuan, was as much as 2,000 federal dollars. If Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, it was really reluctant. Boy, if you are used to the feeling of being in the sky, I will let the black-winged falcon rise a little bit more, and when it reaches the clouds, the airflow is relatively smooth and the speed can be faster. The driver of the black-winged falcon knew that Lin Yuan was sitting on the wind for the first time. He was very intimate and did not let the black-winged falcon rise directly to the sky. The air at high altitude is thin, and people who have not ride the flying spirit suddenly rise to high altitude, which may cause dizziness due to short-term lack of oxygen. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Come on. I'm ready." Lin Yuan's face was a bit pale when he was talking. Looking at a distance of tens of meters from the ground, the silhouette of the street that was not clear under the night, Lin Yuan only felt a little afraid of height. Fortunately, the feeling of fear of height is not strong, and I can bear it. Under the command of the driver, the black-winged falcon fluttered directly towards the cloud. While rising, the black-winged falcon erected feathers on its back, helping Lin Yuan on the back of the black-winged falcon to block the incoming airflow. Soon, the black-winged falcon had risen to the cloud and flew smoothly. The air in the clouds is indeed thin, but it is not hot. The cold wind is sucked into the lungs by Lin Yuan. Because of the low oxygen content, the lungs have a sense of urgency. Lin Yuan urged Reiki, and soon the sense of urgency disappeared. Lin Yuan looked around, and found that there was a lonely cloud not far away, as if within reach. Held out his hand, not knowing whether the hand caught the cloud or whether the person was already in the cloud without knowing. Looking down, Lin Yuan's spirit was shocked. Sat down at the cloud, the feeling of fear of height was gone, instead it was a vast expanse to the extreme. The veins of the river are like jade belts, and the mountains and rivers are reckless. Crisscrossing the mountains and rivers is like the backbone of the earth, and the interlacing carries the continuity of the years and the evergreen earth. At this time, Lin Yuan only saw a bare mountain in the distance. That was the destruction caused by the battle between two Golden Order spirit beasts a few months ago. The fire of the Golden Order flame is the body of the creature, which burned all the vegetation on the mountain. It should have been burned by a blaze, a barren mountain, but under the cover of months of rain, it was stained with a thin layer of verdure. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of sentiment rise in his heart. Behind the green hill is the earth graces the green hill, and the green hill returns to the earth with the mountains and green hills. Aoyama is a manifestation of the vitality of the earth, and the violent fire also burns the vitality of the Aoyama. Lin Yuan overlooked the Qingshan mountain, only to feel that Qingshan was particularly clear in his eyes, as if Qingshan's will was like the cold air in the sky, he could be easily inhaled into his lungs by Lin Yuan. It was then that the spiritual power deep in Lin Yuan's mind suddenly boiled, and a green mountain stood in the spiritual world. When Lin Yuan's weak spiritual power melted into the mountains and rivers instantly turned into a blue rune, which was full of the veins and heavy vitality of the mountains and rivers. Runes fluttered around Lin Yuan's spiritual power, as if nourishing Lin Yuan's spiritual power. Lin Yuan only felt clear in his mind. At this time, looking at the mountains and greenery is another scene. An insight into the mountains and rivers was clear on his chest. Lin Yuan was almost not surprised to bite his tongue. This is the will to understand a mountain. And the will of the mountains and rivers has condensed into a rune. If Lin Yuan's situation was known by some powerful people at this time, he would jump if he was angry. The birth of fantasy creatures must be that the creatures reach legendary quality after the bronze rank. Then is to comprehend a rune of will, combining the rune of will with legendary spirits, so that the spirits will realize the transformation of the spiritual will and into a fantasy species. Legendary quality spirits are rare, but if you can find the help of the founder and add your own meticulous cultivation, there are so many possibilities. But this rune of will from mountains, rivers, oceans, and sky can only be realized by the Reiki professionals themselves. The rune of will does not know how many Reiki professionals are stuck, so that he has empty legendary quality spirits, but cannot promote the legendary spirits to fantasy species. At this time, Lin Yuan was sitting on a flying creature and overlooking the mountains and rivers for the first time. He unexpectedly realized a rune of will from the mountains and rivers, which made Lin Yuan have to sigh. Don't just drink cold water to stop your teeth when you are unlucky. When pouring water, you can break the kettle and hit your feet. If you are lucky, you can unscrew a bottle of beverage and win the big prize. Since I can feel the spirit of heaven and earth, I seem to have been lucky. It is only a matter of time for me to let the spirits evolve into legendary qualities. Now that I have realized a rune of will, I can have a fantasy kind of spirit properly. It's just that the rune of will have a complementary effect with the spirit. Otherwise, it's like you realized a rune of will from the earth, used against aquatic creatures, although aquatic creatures will also evolve into fantasy species. However, when it evolves into a fantasy species, the second exclusive characteristic will produce characteristics related to the earth due to the will of the will. This has no effect on spirits. UU reading www.uukangshu.com not only wastes a willow rune, but also wastes the talents of legendary spirits. Therefore, Lin Yuan's own will rune from the mountains and rivers, and the first kind of spirit he wants to use Mobius to lock the spirit need to be carefully considered. The time passed quickly. When Lin Yuan recovered from his spiritual world, the black-winged falcon was already preparing to land in a brightly lit city. And this landed city is the main city of Bauhinia City. Black-winged falcon landed directly at the entrance of Bauhinia Reiki Intermediate Academy. Lin Yuan held the trapped spirit box with the rhino horn iron bowl, and after getting off the black-winged falcon, he directly dialed Chu Si's phone. Lin Yuan has a special temperament, just like the grass after the rain, it is exceptionally fresh. In addition, after Lin Yuan's recovery, the already good facial features are no longer as pale as before, but with a vibrant blood color, which makes the female classmates who come back to eat and shop after the school of Bauhinia Reiki Intermediate Academy frequently go to Lin Yuan. Look away. At this time, Lin Yuan's phone was also connected. When Lin Yuan answered the phone, he remembered that Chu Si didn't say anything to himself about contracting the gray beetle. But when he heard the Chu Si on the phone, he immediately admitted wrongly, and when he was disturbed, Lin Yuan's anger disappeared. The corner of his mouth hung with a glad, helpless, spoiled smile, said, "Where are you now?" I'm at the door of your school. Spoke only halfway, and Lin Yuan heard a familiar voice over the phone. This voice is exactly the voice of the teacher of Cranky Bao. Chu Si, the teacher is so powerful, this elite macular dog will give you to take it, otherwise you will have no spirits when you register tomorrow, and your actual combat class will hang up. Chapter 24 Change. Lin Yuan was puzzled when he heard Teacher Bao's voice from the phone, and then he reacted and immediately felt grateful. Although this teacher has a bad temper, he is a good teacher who can really pay for students. Mr. Bao learned on the phone that Chu Si was calling Lin Yuan, and then grabbed Chu Si's mobile phone and said aloud, "I told you the situation yesterday morning, why are you a parent now? I really don't care about Chu Si's studies." Was saying, what suddenly Mr. Bao remembered, the words got stuck in his throat. Mr. Bao thought of the information I saw when I learned about Chu Si's family. What can a boy who blames his sister go to school blame him? Blame him for his inability to find good spirits for his sister. Lin Yuan heard the teacher's voice, and said quickly, "Mr. Bao, Chu Si made you worry too much. I prepared a spiritual thing for Chu Si, right at the door of the school, but I am not a student. I can't go to school. I wonder if you can let Chu Si pick me up at the school door." Lin Yuan's words were finished, and he heard Teacher Bao say directly, "You wait a little while in front of the school, I will take Chu Si to pick you up, and then you will help me persuade Chu Si." Was taken over by Chu without a phone call, and Teacher Bao hung up the phone. It's just that Lin Yuan is a little strange. Why did Mr. Bao's attitude towards himself suddenly get better? Lin Yuan did not know that Mr. Bao's attitude towards him changed because he knew the family situation of Chu Si. If Lin Yuan knew that, he would just smile. While other children were enjoying their innocent childhood in the arms of their parents, they had to take their sisters to independence early. Has been frozen, hungry, severely ill, but has grown stubbornly until now. Has never been opportunistic or accepting charity. Although poor, self-esteem, self-reliance and self-improvement have never been less. For his own situation, Lin Yuan never felt inferior, and Lin Yuan did not think that Chu Si needed any inferiority, because standing upright, walking straight, deserving of himself, how to go is a vicissitudes of life. Lin Yuan has been waiting at the door, and the female student next to him will see Lin Yuan's intention to leave at 1:30. Boldly came to Lin Yuan, and wanted Lin Yuan's Xinguang account, but Lin Yuan was a little tired to cope. Fortunately, after Lin Yuan refused a few people, although some people still looked at themselves from time to time, but no one was moving forward to ask for Xinguang account. This undoubtedly relieved Lin Yuan. After a while, there was a beautiful shadow at the entrance of Baohenia Intermediate Reiki Academy. This Qianying originally wanted to pounce directly into Lin Yuan's arms, but when he came near, as if remembering something, he stood timidly in front of Lin Yuan and said pitifully, "Brother, I'm wrong. I shouldn't contract the gray beetle." Lin Yuan couldn't help vomiting in his heart. If this girl had made a mistake, how could she call her brother? That was usually Lin Yuan screaming. "Do you think I am only angry? This decision is related to your future life. The choice of the first spirit is not only not discussed with me, even the contract is not ready to tell me." Lin Yuan was still very harsh when he was speaking, but his eyes were slightly red when he saw Chu Si, and Lin Yuan's tone softened. At this time, only the voice of Teacher Bao came from behind Chu Si. "Chu Si, why are you running so fast? Don't wait for the teacher." "Teacher, I'm not a combat professional." Teacher Bao is an analyst of spirit materials, and a teacher of teaching material theory of spirit materials. He is still breathless when he comes over. Lin Yuan hurried forward to say hello to Teacher Bao. Teacher Bao just looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but regret it. The tone of his previous call was really heavy. Looking at Lin Yuan's clean and tidy but washed clothes and pants, he knew that this teenager was in life what a savings. "Chu Si's brother, right? Hello, how do you do? Chu Si is the best student I have seen as a class teacher for so many years, and I have studied very hard and conscientiously, so I can't carelessly choose spiritual things. A contractual spirit is preferably an elite-level spirit. If it is an ordinary-level spirit, the time required for this ordinary-level spirit to grow into an elite-level spirit is to waste the potential of Chu Si." Mr. Bao saw Lin Yuan's serious words and couldn't speak more. He spoke carefully about the situation of Chu Si, and also emphasized the importance of the first spirit. Thinking that Lin Yuan has now brought Chu Si with spirits. If this spirit is of ordinary level, then the yellow spot dog prepared for Chu Si by himself can make the contract of Chu Si natural. Although the macular is not outstanding among elite defensive spirits, at least it will not waste the talent of Chu Si at least. Lin Yuan rarely came to Chu Si's school. This was the first time Lin Yuan heard a teacher praise Chu Chu in front of him. Yu reading www.yukangshu.com. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and pride. Chu Si secretly pulled Lin Yuan's clothes corner at that time, blinked at Lin Yuan. The situation at home is known to Chu Si. Perhaps the spirit beast brought by Lin Yuan is only ordinary level, but Chu Si doesn't want to accept the elite level spirits prepared by Teacher Bao anyway. Chu Si knows that if Lin Yuan's temper is that he really took Teacher Bao's macular dog, then Lin Yuan will definitely save the money of the elite level macular dog in the shortest time and return it to Teacher Bao. Chu didn't say hello to Lin Yuan before contracting the gray beetle, just because he didn't want Lin Yuan to be too bitter, and now it is the same. Lin Yuan lifted the trapped spirit box on the ground and said to Teacher Bao, "Mr. Bao, thank you for your help to Chu Si. I brought a good spirit to Chu Si. I don't know if there is a suitable place for Chu Si to sign a contract with this spirit now." Teacher Bao wanted to ask Lin Yuan what spirit level he brought, but after thinking that this is the gate of the school, he said to Lin Yuan, "Exactly this evening is the deadline for students to report the first contract spirit, so go to my office. After Chu Si has finished the contract, I will report it." Lin Yuan looked at Chu Si, then put the trapped spirit box in his hand on Chu Si's hand and said, "This is the spirit you want to contract for a while, you first take the trapped spirit box and get close to it." Chu Si's hand was floating a huge trapped spirit box. Although the trapped spirit box has no weight, but Chu Si took it in Chu Si's hands and only felt that the trapped spirit box was heavy, as if it were heavy. And at this moment, Teacher Bao's eyes also looked carefully at this trapped spirit box. Chapter 25 Qualification. Mr. Bao looked at this trapped spirit box, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. His eyes suddenly shrank. Because Teacher Bao looked at the sign on the side of the trapped spirit box, he had recognized that the trapped spirit box was a trapped spirit box with copper steps. Mr. Bao originally wanted to mention the thought of the macular dog and took it back. Although it is not known whether the copper order trapped spirit box contains copper level spirit items, the spirit items in this copper order trapped spirit box must be stronger than their own macular dogs. Because of the single ostrich logistics, the price of the copper order trapped spirit box has been able to buy 3 macular dogs. Walked into the campus, Lin Yuan looked at the lively young smiles around him, but felt suddenly relieved. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also very thankful that he had chosen to send Chu Si to school instead of letting Chu Si run a small shop with himself at home. Arrived at Mr. Bao's office, Lin Yuan saw a cage in the office with a long healthy macular dog in his cage. "I thought that this is what Mr. Bao prepared for Chu Si." Lin Yuan didn't know how to thank Mr. Bao for a while. Although Lin Yuan's current Xinguang account can buy dozens of such macular dogs, sometimes his mind cannot be measured by money at all, especially the kind of unrequited mind. Teacher sat on the chair at the office desk and said to Lin Yuan, "I didn't expect me to tell you that you should prepare a better creature, you actually prepared such a good thing." Mr. Bao looked at Lin Yuan's eyes and sighed. If this copper order trapped spirit box is really a copper order spirit creature, even if it is just a very general copper order defensive spirit creature, it is not something that he can obtain. I don't know how these half-big boys got such a good thing. Previously, Mr. Bao couldn't bear to waste the talents of Chu Si, but now he feels distressed again for Lin Yuanlai. Chu Si heard some doubts. This trapped spirit box has been held in his own hands. What spirits are in it and he doesn't know it? How does Mr. Bao know? Lin Yuan saw Chu Si cast doubtful eyes and said, "Chu Si summons your own first creature. Then sign a contract." Chu Si Wenyan put away the doubts in his heart, put his hand on the switch of this trapped spirit box, input the aura, and after the trapped spirit box was opened, I saw a majestic black iron bull appeared on the spot. On his head the sharp angle is sharp and abnormal. Chu Si couldn't help but came a cry. Teacher Bao took the pen and fell directly to the ground, sighing. It turned out to be a bronze-ranked rhinoceros iron bull. And it seems that this rhinoceros iron bull returned to its ancestors prehistorically. The rhinoceros horn in front is so long. Such a quality rhinoceros iron bull is a leader in the spirits of the bronze-ranked defense system, Uteka. Look at the rhino horn of this iron horn, which is a good material for improving the quality of spirits. This long horn alone is worth 700,000 federal dollars. Mr. Bao's words fell. He heard a cry from the rhinoceros iron cow, and his hind feet couldn't help but hit the ground. Lin Yuan also looked at Teacher Bao with incredible eyes. The spirituality of the Copper Order spirits was enough to perceive the thoughts of the humans next to him. This Teacher Bao's first reaction to seeing the rhino horn iron bull turned out to be that the horn of the rhino horn iron bull could be sold. How much is this really maddening? Mr. Bao picked up the pen that fell on the ground and couldn't help but said with a smile. The old one is guilty. This is the occupational disease of the spirit analyst, haha. Chu Si looked at the rhinoceros iron cow dully at this moment, and the tears ran down the eyes. Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward and wiped away Chu Si's tears with his hands, saying, "What's crying?" Lin Yuan is a person with relatively restrained feelings, and he is not very able to express emotions or comfort people. Chu Si looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Lin Yuan, did you sell your store at home?" Chu Si didn't know the value of this rhino horn iron bull, but after seeing Mr. Bao's reaction and the sales of this rhino horn iron bull, Chu Si knew that the price of this rhino horn iron bull would never be cheap. At this time, Teacher Bao had left the office and helped Lin Yuan and Chu Si close the door of the office. Lin Yuan touched Chu Si's head and said, "Quickly sign a contract. Teacher Bao will report spiritual things in a moment. Don't delay Teacher Bao's work. We will talk about it when we go out to dinner at night." Said that Lin Yuan began to operate the aura in his body. Chu Si surprised voice. "Lin Yuan, you can feel the spirit of heaven and earth. Then your body." Lin Yuan hung a gentle smile on his face. "Already." Chu Si's tears just fell down quietly, but now Chu Si couldn't help but wailed and cried, laughing while crying. Seeing that Lin Yuan was a bit confused, Chu Si said, "Let me cry, I am crying with joy." Chu Si cried for 5 minutes. The tears that flowed out in these 5 minutes were the most salty, but Chu Si's heart was also the most happy. After the contract of Chu Si, the rhino horn iron bull was taken back into the spiritual space. Mr. Bao saw that there was nothing in it, so he opened the door and walked in. He happened to see the scene of Chu Si contract rhino horn iron bull and said, "Chu Si's talents are top-notch, and now the initial spiritual creature started with the bronze stage, or the leading rhinoceros iron bull in the bronze stage spirit. You reading www.uukangshu.com may be able to get one to participate in Zijing Baizi by the end of this year. Pre-selected opportunities." Teacher was quite sighed during his speech. Lin Yuan heard Teacher Bao mentioning the Baohenia. He couldn't help asking, "Is it true that only the students of Senior 3 can participate in the selection? Chu Si is only a Senior 1 now." Teacher looked at Chu Si and said with infinite expectation, "The selection of Baohenia in fact is to select 100 young people from Baohenia City who can go to select the qualifications of Huayao Baizi. Of the 100 qualifications of Baohenia, only 80 are from actual wars, and the remaining 20 the name is as a seed player, and the decision of the 20 seed players is talent. Chu Si now has the opportunity to compete for this qualification. If he can compete, Chu Si can get the Baohenia City to give Baohenia Intermediate Reiki. The devotion of the college's educational resources can grow better, but all this requires Chu Si's own efforts." Chu Si nodded very firmly. For Chu Si, naturally he should try his best to win as much as possible, otherwise it would disappoint Lin Yuan's contribution to himself. Lin Yuan is not concerned about the devotion of resources. As himself, and every time Chu Si returns home on vacation, the spirits of the Chu Si contract will get a promotion. And the spirits contracted after Chu Si can also be cultivated by themselves, so Chu does not need to rely on others for resources. Lin Yuan's fancy is the atmosphere and environment of the college. In this atmosphere, competing with peers is actually a growth in itself. Although this growth is intuitively manifested in strength, more of it is spiritual growth. Lin Yuan wants to take Chu Si out for dinner and ask Mr. Bao for leave. Mr. Bao was also very happy and gave Chu Si a leave. Chapter 26. It's you. Walked out of the Baohenia Intermediate Reiki Academy. Walking on the street, Lin Yuanjing was telling Chu Si his situation carefully. "My body is already well, the shop is also very good, I am going to take part in the assessment of the founder after a while." Lin Yuan briefly said the situation and plans. Assessment of the architect's assessment. Lin Yuan didn't want to hide his words. Every founder is like a star before Reiki's recovery. they are all introduced on Xinguang. They can't be concealed. It's better to tell Chu Ci to let Chu Ci rest assured. Chu Ci looked at Lin Yuan and only felt that Lin Yuan had changed his feelings a lot. Of course, these changes were all changes of foreign objects. Lin Yuan's heart had never changed. Although listening to Lin Yuan said that it has been very good recently, Chu Ci knows that Lin Yuan has always reported good news and no worries. Lin Yuan, that horned iron bull is expensive. Lin Yuan smiled and pulled out his Star Network card from his pocket. I have the talent to create some money now, we have money now. I will transfer 100,000 Fed to your Star Network card for a while, and buy whatever resources you need to buy in school. Need to eat a lot of energy metal, we also buy harder steel metal blocks. Lin Yuan was heartily happy when he said this, not only because he is rich now, but also because he can finally bring a good cultivation environment to Chu Ci. This feeling is really very pleasant. Chu Ci nodded cleverly and did not refuse Lin Yuan. Because he was 6 years old, when Lin Yuan was 8 years old, Lin Yuan had been raising himself and supporting the shop, and each other was the only relative in the world. Chu Ci always has a sense of dependence on Lin Yuan, and this kind of feeling comes from blood and blood. At this time, only heard the sound of ghost beasts from the street. Wow 2. 4 for 1 federal currency. Hey! Chu Ci laughed at the sound of this ghost animal's screams and said to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I want to eat Wawatu. Lin Yuan glanced at the stall that sold Wawatu and said. Don't you always want to eat hot pot? If you eat Wawatu now, you will take up your belly and you will not be able to eat hot pot. Chu Ci looked at Wawatu again, smiled sweetly, and said. I want both Wawatu and hot pot. Lin Yuan was helpless to buy Wawatu. Chu Ci looked at Lin Yuan's back as if suddenly returned a few years ago. Was seriously ill and became more and more serious. Lin Yuan ran to the therapist and was cured. But the price of the treatment is that the two people have eaten the Wawatu for half a month. At that time, Wawatu had a rough mouth that was difficult to swallow, and there was no taste, but now everything was getting better. When he saw Wawatu, Chu Ci couldn't help but remember the story of that time. What do you think? Wawatu gives you, eat less, otherwise when you eat hot pot, you can only watch me eat. Chu Ci was revived by Lin Yuan's voice from his memory, and took over Wawatu and said his tongue. Brother, I know. Wawa bit her head in her mouth, although the taste did not change, but Chu Ci felt sweet. I don't know if the seller added some sugar, or whether the restaurant has a unique taste. After eating hot pot, Lin Yuan sent Chu Ci back to school. Separation always depends on goodbye, but life continues to be more and more beautiful. Lin Yuan didn't ride a flying creature this time, but chose to call a thick-hoofed donkey cart. It was not Lin Yuan who wanted to save money, but Lin Yuan wanted to take another look at the mountains and rivers from the ground this time. Also make a plan for yourself later. Lin Yuan no longer intends to open a small shop at home. It is not that Lin Yuan does not want to open a store, but plans to open it on Xinguang.com. If you want to sell spirits, you only need to sell them on Xinguang. After going back, arrange smart to write down the primary books of scholars, spirit researchers, and spirit analysts, so that you can directly take the exam of the founder. As long as the assessment of the founder is done and you do a certification on Xinguang, then you can take on the work of customizing the spirits. The Reiki professional still wants to strengthen himself as the basic direction. Lin Yuan is now also a Reiki professional, so Lin Yuan intends to take only some custom-made work except to upgrade the spirits because of the improvement of the Reiki in the body after the examination of the creation of the teacher. I usually have to increase my level of spirits. I now have a rune of will. I don't know if I can bring the quality of spirits to the legendary level when I am in the bronze rank, and cultivate the fantasy spirit of the bronze rank. Thing. Be aware that the lower the spirit becomes the fantasy species, the greater the potential of the spirit itself. Breeze along the way, to the dawn of the stars. The red of Chaoyang penetrated the mountains, and the hind-hoot donkey cart sent Lin Yuan back to Xiaojuan at this time. Lin Yuan did not go home directly, but bought 150 pots of Qinglua, which could not even reach the ordinary level, at the spirit market, and let the store deliver it to his own shop. After the purchase of Qinglua, Lin Yuan cancelled his plan to purchase spirits from the spirit market. It is intended that all spirits are purchased from Xinguang. Although the prices for buying these spirits from Xinguang are slightly more expensive than those purchased in the local wholesale market for transportation reasons, they are safer. Before he was promoted to founder, Lin Yuan did not want to expose his ability to evolve spirits. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. After all the 150 pots of Qingluo have evolved to elite level, Lin Yuan estimates that the aura in his body will be able to reach the level of a D-level aura professional. By then, he was a real hierarchical Reiki professional. Lin Yuan had already reached the entrance of the shop, and suddenly thought, my Mobius's psychic characteristics are due to his affinity treatment system, auxiliary system, and plant system. So the spirits that can lock the spirit can only be the treatment department, auxiliary department, and plant department. I have already decided to contract a spirit creature of the healing department, because the spirit locking feature can only use one basic skill of the spirit locking spirit, that is, the skills carried by the most basic level of spirits. It is awkward to say that ordinary basic skills are awkward in the healing department. Many of them are not healing skills. Just like the Qingtang carp that Lin Yuan encountered before, although it is a healing creature, the basic skill is to cause physical shock by flapping the double fins. Such a creature is very unsuitable for locking spirits. And among the primary skills, the sharpest of the healing skills is Lily's healing skills. Lin Yuan made up his mind to determine the first spirit of Mobius's spirit, so it is better to choose a Lily. Lin Yuan simply returned to the market of spirits, and specially picked a pot of ordinary quality, grade 1 Lily. After preparing to go home, he took a lock on this Lily. When Lin Yuan returned to the store, Clever and Enin pounced on themselves. Lin Yuan seldom went out because of his previous physical reasons, and naturally seldom left Smart and Enin's side, so Lin Yuan did not return home all night. Clever Enin had always stuck to Lin Yuan after seeing Lin Yuan. This feeling of caring makes Lin Yuan feel warm. Chapter 27 Mobius Advanced. Lin Yuan returned to the store a while later, and the store had already carried a car of Qing Luo to help Lin Yuan into the house. Lin Yuan's house was almost full of 150 pots of green dill. Lin Yuan immediately transformed a pot of Qingluo into an ordinary level, and then evolved into an elite level. Put it on a high shelf and said to Enin, Enin, the pot of elite grade Qingluo will be your special food in the future. When you evolve to the elite level, I will get you a pot of Qingluo. Enin happily flew to her Qingluo and sang the song happily. Like elite grade Qingluo is delicious, and Enin only had the opportunity to eat it in these 2 days. Of course, what makes Enin most happy is that this pot of elite Qingluo is specially for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took another small bowl and put some energy cookies in the small bowl. These energy biscuits are specially prepared for omnivorous spirits, which are all low-level spiritual materials rich in nutrients, and the price is not cheap. Previously Lin Yuan couldn't afford it, but now it's different, so now Lin Yuan has changed the food for Smart. Cleverly lowered his head, sniffed the biscuits in the bowl, his eyes lit up, and he bite the energy biscuits with his little baby teeth, and he ate very easily. After Lin Yuan helped Clever and Enin get the food, he took a shower upstairs. Next Lin Yuan prepares to lock the spirit Lily. In this way, even if he really became a combat Reiki professional, a rare therapist. Therapist is well respected in the combat Reiki class, not only because of the scarcity of therapists. Even more important is that although the therapist is a combat class, the main method of the therapist is to heal, and his ability to fight is not outstanding. As a member of the combat class, the therapist also wants to form a team with other combat professionals to go to the Star Net game or take the guild mission. It is necessary to step into the dangerous situation. The therapist's insufficient self-protection ability can only rely on teammates. Teammates protect the safety of Reiki practitioners in the treatment department, and the Reiki professionals in the treatment department are the life supplies of the entire team. This is the main reason why the treatment professionals are respected. Of course, Lin Yuan doesn't need to worry. The direction of his affinity is not only the treatment department, but also the auxiliary department. The definition of auxiliary systems is relatively vague. When assisting aura professionals contract some specific auxiliary system spirits, these specific auxiliary system spirits have control skills or weakened skills. These skills are inherently harmful, but there are pros and cons, and the auxiliary Reiki professional is still an increased type that is more liked by other combat Reiki professional. Lin Yuan's Mobius. As the ranks increase, Lin Yuan can lock more spirits, so Lin Yuan can choose the combination of treatment and auxiliary skills. Although it is only a basic skill, as the spirit advances, the basic skill will be continuously strengthened and the effect will be enhanced. In addition to the exclusive features obtained by the upgrade of the Bronze Lock Spirit, the basic skills can also be enhanced, so Lin Yuan does not feel that the basic skills will be weak. Anyway, he has his own ability to evolve spirits. When spirits reach the bronze level, they will reach epic quality. I can only use the basic skills of the spirits, so that when choosing characteristics, I don't need to think about it. I only need to choose the characteristics that are beneficial to the basic skills, but it is stronger. Lin Yuan only needs to choose the type of spirits to better match the skills. This is unmatched by other Reiki assistants in the Department of Healing. Lin Yuan believes that he will definitely become an excellent professional in the auxiliary department of the treatment department. Lin Yuan looked at the lily of the ordinary grade and ordinary quality that was fragile in the pot in his hand. Gently rub the lily's leaves with your hands. This is the spirit you want to lock. This is the beginning of the start. Lin Yuan used his mental power to communicate with Mobius, who was on his right hand. Launched Mobius's unique feature, the spirit. Lin Yuan only felt that he was connected to Mobius in the spirit. Mobius immediately released the spiritual power contract according to Lin Yuan's choice, and Lily was completed. Lin Yuan could feel that the spiritual power released by Mobius was exactly the spiritual power consumed by his previous contract Mobius. And his current mental power does not consume anything. This shows that Mobius locks spirits, he only needs to communicate Mobius with mental power, and does not need to consume his own mental power. Lin Yuan always thought that he needed to reserve spiritual power to contract the spirits first, and then lock the spirits with Mobius. Now that this step is missing, Lin Yuan's heart is ecstatic. This shows that he can still contract a spirit that needs to consume weak spiritual energy, even if the spirit has a lower grade than the ordinary level. But you can cultivate like smartness and sound. This time, Lin Yuan's thoughts were active again, and he was close to the treatment department, auxiliary department, and plant department spirits. Since Mobius is an ancillary of the treatment department, Lin Yuan can now also cultivate a plant-based combat spirit, so that he can also have the ability to protect himself in the wild. It's just that all these choices need to be considered carefully. After the success of Mobius Lock, Mobius attributes have changed. Lin Yuan then urged the aura directly at the lily who was locked. After more than an hour, this lily, which was originally of ordinary quality, evolved into elite lily. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. At this time, the lily leaves are delicate, and the layered emerald color makes people feel that they feel a lot better. At this time, Lin Yuan looked at the attributes of Mobius. Name of the creature, Mobius. Spirit species. Spirit level, elite level 1. Spiritual department, space department / mystery department. Comprehensive quality, elite quality. Skills. Real data, to digitize all complex information that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, and the digitized information may contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Centering, passive skills can enhance the effect of centering according to the upgrade of spirit level. Centering can calm the mind and have a certain chance to resist the negative state. Exclusive features. Lock spirit, Mobius space can support spirits. Mobius's space must not be higher than Mobius's level. Mobius cannot upgrade itself. The spirits are promoted, and at the same time they can obtain the initial skills of the provided spirits, but Mobius itself no longer gains skills. Every time Mobius upgrades a large level, he will be able to support one more spirit. The upgrade method of bias is unchanged. Ordinary lock, Lily, elite level 1 elite quality. Skills, healing, recovery of trauma. Now with the upgrade of Lily's level, Mobius has also become an elite level of elite quality. After reaching the elite level, Mobius's lock space has evolved. Lin Yuan took Lily into the lock spirit space. I saw that the original space of 30 or 40 flats had more than doubled, and now it is about 80 or so flat. Chapter 28 Transaction complete. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly heard a strange, cold, but cordial voice coming from his ear. Lin Yuan, I was able to communicate with you after I was promoted to elite level. S voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind, and Lin Yuan quickly responded. The origin of this voice is his first contract spirit, Mobius. Mobius was able to communicate with himself, and Lin Yuan was quite pleased. Spirits will always be the closest friends of Reiki professionals. When Mobius was last felt, Mobius was so weak that he could only transmit vague consciousness. Lin Yuan has been trying to increase the awareness of Mobius, but now after the level of Mobius is improved, he did not expect that the problem that Lin Yuan was at a loss was solved. Xiaowu, the last time I saw you was so weak, are you completely recovered now? Answered with a cold voice. I can only maintain such a state for half an hour every day, and now I want to tell you the role of locking the space. Lin Yuan heard that Mobius could only maintain such a state for half an hour every day, and he was more determined in his heart to make Lily rise to the bronze rank quickly. By then, Mobius's situation will definitely be better than now. People can feel the idea of spirits, and spirits can also be natural, and Mobius's cold voice is also warm. Lin Yuan, this lockup space is like a small dimensional space. You can freely transform this space and store spiritual things like a secret base. Lin Yuan communicated with Mobius. After Mobius told Lin Yuan about the role of this spiritual space, Lin Yuan chatted with Mobius. Mobius crossed with Lin Yuan and was born with it, just like twin brothers. Mobius and Lin Yuan Tian were talking nonsense, chatting lively. Half an hour later, Mobius turned into a simple way of transmitting thoughts. Lin Yuan thought to himself that after he transformed these more than 150 pots of Qinglua into elite-level spirits, he became a D-tier professional and the speed of transforming aura increased. Until then, he has the strength to impact elite-level spirits on copper-level spirits. Lin Yuan did not withdraw from the lock spirit space, but placed Lily by the pool of the lock spirit space, and then dug a small piece of inferior energy ore from Lily's stone basin and threw it in the pool. Lin Yuan found that the inferior energy ore soon disappeared in the pool, and the aura in the inferior energy ore also ran into the pool. The crystal-clear water pool slowly spreads the aura into the locked space. There is no aura in the locked spirit space, so it is not suitable for placing spirits in it. But now if a large number of energy ores with energy are thrown into this pool, I am afraid that the aura in this spiritual space will soon be many times richer than the outside world. Putting the spirits in the locked space alone, the advanced speed of the spirits will be much faster than the outside. I strengthened the spirits in this spiritual space. With such a strong concentration of aura, I don't know how fast the aura can be transformed than it is outside. Of course, all this requires massive amounts of federal currency as a support, because even low-level energy ore is not cheap. Lin Yuan felt that he had earned more federal currency, but now that he needs more federal currency, it seems that he will have a long way to go in making money. Came out of this locked space, Lin Yuan began to strengthen Qinglua. In the past few days, Lin Yuan has been strengthening this 150 pots of Qinglua in addition to eating and sleeping and chatting with Mobius for half an hour every day. On the 7th day agreed with Yang Mingkai, Lin Yuan only emphatically strengthened 100 pots of Qinglua to the elite level. Lin Yuan just felt that his aura reserve was about to reach an order of magnitude soon. After reaching the order of magnitude, the aura in one's own body can reach a breakthrough, turning the thin aura in one's body into a thick aura. And then, you can become a D-level Reiki professional. These 7 days, Yang Mingkai has begun to continue to get things about the cultivation base of the creatures. The workshop of the spiritual cultivation base was rented by Yang Mingkai this time, because Yang Mingkai's money was not enough for Yang Mingkai to build a spiritual cultivation base by himself. After renting the spiritual cultivation base, the facilities inside are all ready-made, and now Yang Mingkai is waiting for Lin Yuan's 70 pots of elite Qinglua. After getting these elite-grade Qinglua, Yang Mingkai could just be rambling with the 24 pots before. Although Yang Mingkai left Lin Yuan's phone number, he never dared to call to urge Lin Yuan. There must be a founder behind such a large amount of goods. I agreed with Lin Yuan. Calling and asking halfway not only seemed to disbelieve Lin Yuan, but if this was not done, it would also put pressure on Lin Yuan. So when the appointed time was reached, Yang Mingkai came to the door of Lin Yuan's shop, and knocked on the door. Lin Yuan opened the door, and Yang Mingkai was directly dazzled by the rows of elite Qinglua in Lin Yuan's shop. So many elite Qinglua stood here, exuding the breath of federal currency, and Yang Mingkai swallowed. Brother Yang, this elite-grade Qinglua is here. You read reading www.uukangshu.com. You said that you need 76 pots. You can pick out 76 pots from this 100 pots. When Yang Mingkai came in, he felt that there were more Qinglua in this room than he wanted. Now that he heard 100 pots, Yang Mingkai couldn't help but said with a smile. Boy, can you find the seller of the remaining 24 pots of Qinglua? Only these words were exported. Yang Mingkai felt that he was a little speechless. How could this kind of elite Qinglua still worry about the buyer? but Yang Mingkai really wanted to tighten his belt and buy this 100 pots of green dill. By this time, this 120 pots of elite Qinglua can let their spiritual cultivation base only cultivate Qinglua in the early stage. Qinglua has never been worried about sales, so that you only need to slowly accumulate. You can like a snowball, the bigger the bigger. Lin Yuan originally planned to hang the remaining elite-grade Qinglua in the Lingwu shop opened by Xingwang after Yang Mingkai took away Qinglua. As early as Lin Yuan came back, he had already applied for the opening of a small shop for spirits, and he applied for it yesterday. It's just that Lin Yuan's current Xingwang store has nothing to hang up. Since Yang Mingkai wants to pack this 100-pot elite Qinglua, Lin Yuan, the introspected province, has trouble hanging these more than 20 pots of Qinglua on Xingwang.com. Brother Yang, if you want it all, you will sell it to you at the previous price. Yang Mingkai was overjoyed, and felt Lin Yuan was too interesting. Already had a very good impression of Lin Yuan's attitude. Now I am afraid that Lin Yuan will show a little meaning of worshipping with himself. Yang Mingkai is afraid that he will immediately pull Lin Yuan to make a friendship with him. Looking at Yang Mingkai's happy look, Lin Yuan took another look at the 100 pots of elite Qinglua in this room, and found that the founder was really a good job. Chapter 29 Break through the D-Class Reiki Professional. 100 pots of Qinglua were carefully fixed by Yang Mingkai on the tufted fire lizard and taken away directly. And Lin Yuan also got a 3.3 billion shining coin in this transaction. If the shining coin is converted into federal currency, it will be 3.3 million federal currency. Let Lin Yuan know that he had the ability to make money by means of evolution of spirits. Now that the income of the 3.3 Bright Yao coins made Lin Yuan realize that money is no longer a barrier in front of him. What I want to do is no longer about how to make money, but to make the money better transformed into my own strength. It's okay when the creatures evolved at the low level, and it will take a lot of resources to reach the high level. As far as the Ling Ling space is concerned, if Lin Yuan wants to transform, he does not know how much resources he needs to consume. Lin Yuan felt that he had to become a hoarding mouse and hoard resources. Experience the happiness that only hoarding rats can experience. 2 days later, when Lin Yuan evolved into the elite level in the 34th pot. Suddenly Lin Yuan felt that the huge thin aura in his body was compressed for a while, and finally was violently compressed into a mist of aura. Now this misty aura of his own is very thick, as if it can become liquid when it is thicker. If the mist-like Reiki turns into a liquid, then you have also touched the threshold of a C-level Reiki professional. Lin Yuan took another pot of elite Qinglua and found that he became a D-tier Reiki professional. It only took less than 10 minutes. This ordinary pot of Qinglua became an elite level, saving 6 times more time. At this time, Lin Yuan only listened to 2 slight sounds from his body. Lin Yuan looked down and found that these 2 slight sounds came from cleverness and sound. These days when I am evolving spirits, cleverness and sound will always depend on myself. Now, he has broken through the limitations of ordinary level and reached elite level. Lin Yuan looked at the sound and clever data. This elite skill of looking at clever and sound made Lin Yuan quite surprised. Name of the creature, Baiwen Beast. Spiritual species, feline family. Spirit level, elite level 1. Spiritual department, Department of Spirit. Comprehensive quality, elite quality. Skills. Precise memory, when memorizing things, it can accurately memorize every detail. Knowledge analysis, you can conduct a preliminary analysis of the knowledge of memory. The analysis of skill knowledge realized by Smart elite level can integrate the knowledge of Smart memory through system integration. Then made integration and analysis based on the original knowledge. Such a skill really surprised Lin Yuan. Even a high-level scholar, I am afraid that I cannot memorize the knowledge recorded in hundreds of books accurately. Can't fully analyze the details of the knowledge in these hundreds of books. This elite-level skill directly makes Smart a wise man, a walking knowledge database, and a data analysis master. This really made Lin Yuan feel that the name he gave to Smart was deserved. At this moment, the evolved cleverness suddenly said, "Lin Yuan, I can remember more things now." When he was talking, he jumped cleverly on Lin Yuan's lap and shook his small head happily, looking for praise. Lin Yuan touched the fur on his Smart head and asked, "Smart, how much can you remember now?" Cleverly evolved to elite-level body shape has not changed, but the silver-gray gradient hair has become thicker and more shiny. The clever little head was crooked, and then said quickly, "Lin Yuan, the thing I can remember before was an energy cookie, so now there are as many as 5 energy cookies." For the metaphor of cleverness, Lin Yuan rubbed his clever jaw a little bit distressedly. Snoring immediately and wisely enjoying. The best thing I've eaten with this snack is braised pork, so I use metaphor of braised pork for everything. Now the best thing I've eaten is energy crackers, so the metaphor also changed from braised pork to energy crackers. The growth of smart memory surprised Lin Yuan. Was clever at first, from the knowledge reserve of 3 or 5 books, which evolved into an ordinary level into a knowledge reserve of 100 books. And now the promotion of elite level memory has once again been enhanced, becoming a knowledge reserve of 500 books. Maybe an ordinary person has no way to read 500 books during his lifetime, let alone write down these 500 books completely. Lin Yuan had to screen when he was clever in studying books, but now he can let cleverly write down all the books of junior scholars, spirit observers, and spirit analysts. Can even spare some cleverness to learn some other knowledge in advance. Baiwen Bai's breakthrough to the ordinary level has made Lin Yuan very happy. Now the breakthrough to the elite level has brought Lin Yuan such a big surprise. Has to say that the evolved Baiwen beast is more like a perfect housekeeping beast. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. At this time, some confused sounds after the evolution also came to life. Name of the creature, sound bird. Spirit species, blue finch/kingfisher. Spirit level, elite level 2. Spiritual department, sound system/chi system. Comprehensive quality, elite quality. Skills. Tone, a spike made of sound will be fired over the designated target. Turbulent flow, flap the wings to emit a continuous rapid and irregular airflow. Enin was about to fly to Lin Yuan's pinna. Just before fluttering his wings, he saw his feathers. Enin immediately tweeted in surprise. Perhaps it is because the sound evolution of the Song-ji bird failed. The Song-ji bird's feathers are blue, so Enin has always been particularly fond of blue. And now the feathers on Enin have completely transformed from blue to blue. It's just that the sound of the sound is completely different from the Song-ji bird. First of all, the sound is still half the size of the previous slap, and there is no slight change in body shape because of the upgrade of the level. Is more exquisite and compact. The blue feathers on the body are not the dark blue of the Song-ji bird, but the sunless sky like a cloudless sky, and the blue of the sky. The kind of blue color that can people's eyes at a glance. Enin's pale blue feathers also have faint lines. The color of the lines is a little light. Lin Yuan couldn't see anything for a while, but felt like a faint cloud. The evolution of spirits is traceable, and it will not evolve something special for no reason, and then disappear in the next evolution. So the Moir, which can't see the characteristics now, should reach the copper level, in order to see exactly what role it has. Chapter 30 is Dawn. Enin is really exquisite and unreasonable now. The face value is also among the best in the elite level compared to those birds who win by the face value. Enin looked at the blue feathers on his body for a while, and chattered and jumped on Lin Yuan's pinna and sang a song happily. The singing voice of has also changed. The sound of the previous song can reach the level of the temple. Now the sound of singing is more like the legendary thorn bird singing. Every sound in the song is like a tribute to life, the singing of the sea monster, and the singing of the sun and the moon. This is the ability to bring the voice to the extreme. This is probably only the sound bird, or only the unique talent of the sound that has evolved into an elite sound bird. Compared with these, Lin Yuan paid more attention to the properties of tone. The current attribute of Enin is no longer a simple sound system when it evolves to elite level, but a dual system of sound system and air system. Lin Yuan had always been worried that Enin would go on the path of the sound system, making the path narrower and narrower. And now it has evolved into a dual system of tone and tone, which will undoubtedly make the path of tone and sound much wider in the future. Lin Yuan walked to the door, took out the board that had tested the sound damage, and said to Enin. The use of sound skills is turbulent. Enin heard Lin Yuan's command directly flutter his wings. I saw that Enin's small body suddenly exploded with a burst of energy, which set off a disorderly and messy airflow and oscillated around Enin's body. Then the sound controlled the turbulence and hit the centimeter-thick wooden board. This centimeter-thick wooden board made a buzzing sound. Like the sound of using something sharp to scrape the wood, the volume of the wood in the turbulent flow is shrinking. Finally reduced by a third, the edge of the board has been torn to pieces of wood chips. The attack power of the sound that has evolved to the elite level is no longer comparable to that of the ordinary level. Lin Yuan glanced at the sound approvingly. Then took out a shelf iron plate, walked to the courtyard, stood the iron plate on the ground, and said to Enin. Enin uses the turbulence again to attack this iron plate. Is still the same as before, but this time the turbulent and slamming iron plate clicks, but the iron plate is not damaged at all. At this time, I only heard a clear voice, and at the same time, a small hole was suddenly pierced through the iron plate. Then the turbulence seemed to find a direction, and rushed towards the hole in a frenzy. An iron plate that broke a small hole was instantly torn open by a turbulent flow. At the end of the turbulence, Lin Yuan looked at the iron plate on the ground with a small gap, and gave a thumbs up to the sound. The combination of sound thorn and turbulence is unexpectedly easy to use. The sound thorn is like a hidden weapon, and the turbulence mainly plays the role of continuous damage and control. When the sound is added to release the turbulence will first swim around the body of the sound, which can also be used as a defense method to help the sound simply resist the dodge attack. Enin was praised by Lin Yuan. He happily ran around in the yard, and then flew directly to the smart little brain melon, jumping back and forth, as if talking to Smart about how great he is. Cleverness and sound evolution made Lin Yuan more confident. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and secretly said badly. It seems that he has completely forgotten those 2 spray spiders for so long. These 2 spray spiders will not die. Lin Yuan hurried back to the house, opened the 2 elite-level trapped spirit boxes, and found that the 2 spray spiders were lying motionless on the ground. Lin Yuan held the idea of a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and placed 2 hands on the body of the spray spider to transmit the aura. A few minutes later, the 2 spray spiders moved their legs slightly. Lin Yuan rested his mind, and it seemed that the 2 spray spiders were not dead. But if it is not too far away from death? Lin Yuan did not rush to upgrade the ranks of the 2 spray spiders, but cut a few elite-grade green vines and fed them to the spray spider. Spiderweb spiders are omnivores. Although they are not fond of eating radix vines, the energy contained in radix vines can undoubtedly supplement the physical strength of sprout web spiders. Each of these 2 spray spiders ate 5 green vines one after another before recovering their physical strength. Lin Yuan only started to strengthen the level of the 2 spray spiders after they recovered. Evolved from elite level 10 perfect quality to copper level. The 2 spray web spider Lin Yuan intends to directly promote the bronze rank and hang it on xinguang.com. Lin Yuan did not intend to raise the quality of the 2 spray spiders to an epic level. Because even if it evolves into an epic level, after reaching the bronze level, it is just to choose a better exclusive feature. The time spent and the price are not proportional. Generally, it is like a founder who will go to promote elites at the elite level to an epic quality. After reaching the epic quality, the customized person takes them back to bet on 3 exclusive features. Is there anything you really want? Because even the epic quality elite level spirits evolved from the bronze tier, one of the 3 exclusive characteristics obtained may not necessarily show a superb characteristic. Compared with the evolution from the perfect level to the bronze level, it is only 3 more opportunities. 2 hours later, the 2 spray spiders groaned horrifically and evolved to the bronze rank. After these 2 spiders evolved to the bronze rank, they looked completely different from before. UU Reading Books www.uukangshu.com. The rear legs of a spray spider become longer and the abdomen becomes larger. These 2 lengthened spider legs are called weaving legs. This spray spider has evolved in the direction of spiritual variation. Volume has not increased, but it has become stronger on the spray net. The exclusive feature of is the sticky cobweb. The cobweb increases the stickiness, which makes the spray spider's control power stronger. And the size of the other spider web spider has tripled. The color of the body of the brown-yellow spider web has a light green color. This undoubtedly evolved in the direction of prehistoric return. This spray spider has an exclusive awakening characteristic of fierce poison. It has strong toxicity to his body, including the cobweb, which is also a very good feature. Although the control power has not increased, it has increased the poisonous killing ability. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Both of these spray spiders should be able to hang on Xinguang for a good price. Because the exclusive characteristics of these 2 spray spiders are not the best, they are all in the upper middle. Now that 2 identical spray spiders have evolved to the bronze rank by themselves, Lin Yuan finally understands why the diversity of the bronze rank spirits will increase. Different evolution directions and different exclusive characteristics have created the same changes in spirits. These changes in diversity make Lin Yuan think it is a cool thing to let the spirits evolve. This is a feeling of creating life and innovating species. The evolution of these 2 spray spiders made Lin Yuan feel the magnificence of life epic. The sunlight outside the window shone into the Lingwu shop and shone on Lin Yuan's face. The dyed Lin Yuan's body seemed to be coated with a warm light. This light is the dawn in the eyes of two spray spiders that have just evolved into copper order spirits. Chapter 31 Xinguang Store. Although the dawn is just the glimmer of the silhouette of the distant mountains at dawn, in the eyes of the two spiders, this slightly shining dawn is undoubtedly the redemption of life. A pair of hands was printed on the carapace, and the continuous aura from the hands pulled them back from the ghost gate. It's just that the spray spiders don't know the dawn in their eyes, and they will soon be sold in the Xinguang store. In fact, the founder evolves the spirit and sells the spirit again, which is also the process of finding contract for the spirit. Aura professionals and spirits have always fulfilled each other. Aura professionals try their best to cultivate spirits, and while the spirits are strengthening their strength, they also invisibly enhance the fighting ability of the aura professionals. Lin Yuan had already logged into Xinguang through Xinguang card at this time. Lin Yuan always liked to learn some spiritual cultivation knowledge on the website. Websites such as the Spirit's website still keep the network before the Reiki recovery. And StarNet is not the case. StarNet is completely the second world of mankind. Entering the Star Network through the Star Network card is like entering a brand new network world. Lin Yuan rarely logged into Xinguang before, so now Lin Yuan's Xinguang account is blank except for the name, age, and basic identity information. Lin Yuan did not immediately improve the aura level, contract spirits, and hobbies on his personal information. Instead, he went directly to the Xinguang store he had just applied for. When this shop was applied for, the application fee was full of Lin Yuan's 100,000 federal currency, which made Lin Yuan very painful. The store hasn't given a name yet, so Lin Yuan easily changed the name of the spirit shop to buy the lost shop. After the name of the shop was changed, it was directly authenticated. It was very convenient. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yuan still remembers a slogan from his previous life. You can't buy it, you can't buy it, you can't be fooled, the real value for money, take a look inside, take a look inside. Now you can't buy a lost shop from your own shop. This name directly shows the conscience and sincerity of this shop. It's awesome. At this time, the cleverman sitting on Lin Yuan's legs tilted his head and looked at Lin Yuan. I don't know why, looking at the bright smile on Lin Yuan's face now, I always feel that Lin Yuan is not very clever. The newly applied Xinguang store is only a first-level Xinguang store. Although it is a first-level Xinguang store, the area in the store is really not small. This made Lin Yuan spend a lot of 100,000 federal currency in pain, and felt a lot. Like the first and second floors of the spiritual shop opened by Lin Yuan, in reality, the total is only 80 square meters, and the store area on Xinguang now has a total area of 200 square meters, which is much larger than the previous double. In Xinguang, the specifications of the one-star shop just applied for are empty rooms with a size of 200 square meters. Lin Yuan's current store is an empty shell with nothing but white walls on all four sides. If you want to decorate the store, you must spend money on Xinguang.com. Xinguang is a world composed entirely of data, but these data are all real. Lin Yuan used the Star Network card to scan down the data of elite-grade Qinglua and those two spray spiders, and hung it for sale in the store. This virtual image of elite Qinglua and two spray spider data appeared completely in Lin Yuan's shop. Looks no different from what Lin Yuan saw outside. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh, this Xinguang is really magical. At this moment, Xinguang information prompts Lin Yuan to change the name of Xinguang users. If you don't change it, the store owner's name will default to its original name. Lin Yuan vomited in his heart. Isn't the name of this Xinguang user the net name? Lin Yuan directly changed his name to a deep forest. The meaning of the 4 words of deep mountain and old forest reduced to 2 words is exactly his name, Lin Yuan. Go out and open a shop, or change the name. Lin Yuan is now a new store just opened, thinking about whether someone will come over at 1:30, thinking of finding a bookstore in the Xinguang community. Walking in the Xinguang community, Lin Yuan is also an insight. Because all the special decorations in Xinguang are scanned based on real data. There are some high-level Reiki professionals walking on their own various spirits everywhere in the community, attracting envious and respectful eyes. Even creatures above the bronze level are rare in Xia County, but in this Xinguang community, Lin Yuan has seen several spirits alone. Even occasionally can see the figure of the Gold Order spirit. Reiki professionals with gold-level spirits generally reach the B level. B-level Reiki professionals are also regarded as the backbone of the Federation in Radiant Federation. Lin Yuan walked to a bookstore and saw that there was no owner in the store. It was an artificial intelligence robot looking at the store. Such things as artificial intelligence robots are sold in Xinguang. The price with the lower performance is about 40,000 Fed, and the better performance is about 80,000 Federal. Can be guaranteed for 5 years. Calculated in this way, UU reading www.uukangsha.com. The price of a year with poor performance is only about 8,000 Federal dollars, an average of more than 600 Federal dollars per month. The price of the better performance is only 16,000 Fed, which is an average of 1,300 Fed per month, which can be said to be very cost-effective. Intelligent robots can only be responsible for some simple tasks. Like bookstores, all prices are fixed sales. Intelligent robots are competent. But if it is a shop like a spirit shop or a spirit shop, a business that requires in-depth communication with customers will not be able to handle intelligent robots. This requires recruiting staff from Xinguang, but the price is several times more expensive than intelligent robots. Many people will choose to work part-time in Xinguang or do some full-time work. It's just that hiring a clerk has advantages and disadvantages. In some ways, hiring a clerk is not as reliable as an intelligent robot. Lin Yuan quickly completed the purchase of books under the guidance of the robot. Before the end of the purchase, Lin Yuan also signed a confidentiality agreement according to the regulations, promising that the purchased books will not be used by anyone other than immediate family members. After 100 years of Reiki recovery, all knowledge, even low-level professional knowledge, needs to be purchased, and a confidentiality contract must be signed after the purchase. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. No matter when, the phrase that knowledge is wealth remains unchanged. Junior scholars, psychic observers, and psychic analysts have a total of 327 books in the examination range. Was bought by Lin Yuan. After buying it, Lin Yuan only had to wait for the ostrich logistics to deliver the knowledge chips that stored these 327 books, so that he could make a smart note of the contents of these books. By then, you can take part in the assessment of the architect. Chapter 32 Number 1 Guest. Just now, when Lin Yuan entered the bookstore, he felt that the decoration in this bookstore was very retro. Thinking about his store, Lin Yuan walked towards the furniture store in Xinguang. After visiting several furniture decoration stores, Lin Yuan decisively dispelled the thought of the decoration store. The price of furniture decoration in this furniture decoration store is more than 10 times more expensive than the outside. Looked at a wooden white chair, and the asking price had reached 5,500 Federal currency. Lin Yuan decisively chose not to buy, thinking that his shop only needs to sell good things, and these furniture decorations are all forgotten. However, Lin Yuan, an intelligent robot that sells automatically, plans to build one in the store. The price of selling spirits like Elite Qingluo is fixed. Lin Yuan does not intend to give a bargaining opportunity. It is good to set a price directly. As for other relatively high-quality spirits, when Lin Yuan is not in the shop, people who are interested in purchasing can also leave a message at the intelligent robot. When Lin Yuan came online, he was communicating. Although the intelligent robot is not very easy to use, but now the shop has just started, Lin Yuan can take care of himself. Furthermore, it is not an easy task to recruit a reliable clerk. It is about fate. Lin Yuan returned to his shop and was about to buy an intelligent robot. He found that there were already customers in his shop. A half-big girl in a blue denim suit with a bee headband on her head was bending over and carefully observing the 2 spray spiders in the shop. Look at this one for a while, and look at that one for a while, not looking very happy with his mouth. Came to the shop, Lin Yuan said quickly. I don't know if you have 2 favorite spiders. The girl didn't know when she came, but she seemed to have waited a long time. Seeing Lin Yuan speaking, he said to Lin Yuan. Are you the shop owner? You don't even have an intelligent robot in your shop. I can only wait here stupidly, and I don't know when you will come back. Lin Yuan smiled apologetically and said. This little shop just opened today, and the intelligent robot has not been able to prepare. Said the girl in a sudden realization. I said that I have been looking for a shop selling copper order spider spirits recently. Why did you find your shop today, like the name of a shark carving shop that can't buy a loss? If I saw it before, I can't not click in. The smile on Lin Yuan's mouth froze, and he couldn't even twitch. Looking at this girl, who is about the same size as her sister, with a bee headgear, she just thinks why the bear child is so punished. At first glance, there are too few homework. The girl also felt that she had spoken the wrong thing, and she stuck out her tongue and said. Uncle, what are the prices of these 2 spiders? Don't you say the price is too expensive? The name of your shop can't be bought to lose money. Lin Yuan was always called by his brother, and it was the first time he was called uncle. Lin Yuan thought, the first customer in the store must serve with a smile, said patiently. The exclusive characteristic of this small-sized, slender-legged spray spider is the sticky cobweb. This large-sized, green spray spider has the unique characteristic of awakening. Lin Yuan said that when he was violently poisonous, he only listened to the girls, and subconsciously hid. There was nothing to rely on behind the girl, and she sat directly on the ground with a buttock. The baby bee hood on the girl's head fell off her head. Lin Yuan subconsciously wanted to pull the girl to get up, but when he saw the girl's head, he subconsciously blurted out. Salted egg. Ah! Louder than before when he fell. The girl quickly picked up the little bee headgear on the ground and put it on her head. After tightening the little bee headgear, she said, I was hurt by ghost stinging spiders. The after-treatment sequelae can grow out in a few months, so it is not a braised egg. Looking at the girl's indignant expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but touch the back of the head, apologizing, but secretly thought. Although the halted egg was called out before, it was unintentional. But the shop named Sand Sculpture, and the uncle called unpleasant, but directly swept away. When hearing this girl mention ghost spider, Lin Yuan always felt as if she had heard of someone who was stung by ghost spider. It's just that the girl in front of her can be treated by the sting of a ghostly spider. Must have been rescued by a therapist who possessed the healing faculties above the gold rank immediately after being stung. The girl turned her head away, ignoring Lin Yuan, shaking her head and continuing to look at the 2 copper-level spray spiders. Looking far away, he asked aloud. Do you like spider spirits? As if the girl was poked at the sore spot, she immediately jumped up and said. The thing I hate most is the spider spirit, who would like the big hairy bugs? Said that the girl's mouth collapsed. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com added a sentence. But my natural affinity is spider spirits. Lin Yuan felt a little funny first, but the people who hate spider spirits most can only contract spider spirits. Immediately after, Lin Yuan was shocked by the girl's talent. Spiders belong to arachnids, and arachnids belong to a very prosperous category of insects. Each combat system has spider-shaped figures. This girl is close to spider-type spirits. There are many options for contract spirits, so the direction of development is very wide. Looked at these 2 spray spiders for a while, the girl shook her head and said to Lin Yuan. No, I want to contract a spider with a strong control ability, but the exclusive characteristics of these 2 spray spiders are still a bit weak. If only the elite-level epic quality spray spiders can be customized, I'll be sure to brush out the exclusive feature of transparent spider web. Hearing this girl's words, Lin Yuan secretly slurped. Transparent spider web is a very rare and exclusive feature. This feature may not be powerful when taken out, but it can have unexpected effects when matched with other spirits. I just want to brush out the fixed characteristics. That is not what a 2 epic spray spider can do. Bad luck, it is possible to brush 10 or 20. The girl was about to go out, but Lin Yuan thought about it for a moment. Do you want to customize an epic spray spider? I have a way. How many do you want? The girl immediately turned around, watching Lin Yuan vigilantly and said. Uncle, do you think I am naively liable to deceive? Or do you think I will believe you if you look good? Chapter 33 Suckling Goldfish. Like an epic quality spirit, although it is only an elite level, the price is more than twice the price of the same kind of copper level spirits. For Lin Yuan, it takes more time to evolve elite level spirits to epic quality, but also to evolve elite level spirits to bronze rank. This ability to evolve elite level spirits to epic qualities is not something that ordinary founders can accomplish, at least the first level founders cannot. Lin Yuan looked at the girl with a black thread on her face, waved her hand, and said. Hurry up and go. Go to another store to see, maybe there is a spray spider you want. Lin Yuan has turned around and is ready to take a step to buy an intelligent robot, but he is caught by the girl. The girl blinked her eyes and wore a little bee's headgear, which really looked like a little bee. Uncle, otherwise add a friend on Xing Wang. Lin Yuan looked at the little bee with the braised egg head and said. Xing Wang friends will not be added. If you want to come to the store to buy things, come again. Uncle, don't you get angry. You see that you don't even have a piece of furniture in your store. I'm not always cheated, I'm afraid of being cheated. Occasional vigilance. Looking at the girl's sly eyes, Lin Yuan vomited in his heart. Only you can be cheated. It's good not to cheat others. However, this time Lin Yuan directly handed over his Xinguang business card to the girl. The girl also directly handed back her StarNet business card to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was looking at the girl's business card, and heard the sound of laughter coming from the side. Ha ha ha, the old forest in the mountains. What a shark carving name. Lin Yuan looked at the girl's Xinguang business card and said, the stream in the cloud. Don't shark sculptures live in the stream of clouds? What? You even said I am a shark? No. I said the stream in the cloud. No, I heard that just now. You are talking about my sand sculpture. Finally, Lin Yuan signed a contract with this StarNet named Yunzhong Stream. Halogen Egghead Girl directly ordered the quantity of 5 at the price of 2 elite-level epic quality spray spiders. When signing the contract, Lin Yuan looked at the posture of the Star Egg Girl directly staring at the network card and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is really rich. It is important to know that it is not a down payment but a full payment for signing a contract to order spirits on Xinguang.com. So the girl with the braised egg had directly crossed out the price of Shihuyo without changing the color. Of course, if Lin Yuan can't complete the spiritual thing to be prepared in the contract, in addition to paying the default amount, Lin Yuan will also be deducted a large amount of store credit if he can't buy the Lost Spirit shop. The reputation of the store with low credit is naturally poor. When it is low to a certain level, the qualification of the store will be cancelled. Lin Yuan bought an intelligent robot with better performance after sending away the Halogen Egghead Girl. After setting the price of Elite Class Elite Qinglua in the intelligent robot, Lin Yuan is ready to visit other spirit shops. Because, Lin Yuan must first buy 5 elite spray spiders. It is best to buy elite level 10 level perfect quality spray spiders. Lin Yuan takes it back and directly evolves elite level 10 perfect quality spray spiders into epic quality. Elite level 10 perfect quality spray spider is not a rare elite level creature. So Lin Yuan received it easily. The price of each elite level perfect quality spray spider is around 200,000 federal. Therefore, these 5 spray spiders directly spent Lin Yuan Huiyao coins. Lin Yuan bought books and intelligent robots, plus these 5 elite class 10 level perfect spray spiders. The assets in his hands were directly reduced by half. The $3.3 billion coin I just earned in the morning hadn't been covered, so I spent it. Counting the money that Lin Yuan made before, now there are only 2.4 shining coins left. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh, this money is really not spent. After purchasing 5 elite class spray spiders of perfect quality, Lin Yuan searched the Qixingwang store again. This time Lin Yuan screened very carefully. Lin Yuan wants to look for Mobius elite level spirits. Only by raising both ordinary and elite level spirits to the bronze level, can Mobius advance to the bronze level. Lin Yuan had a long-term plan for Mobius elite spirits. But this choice is really a challenge for Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan wanted to choose a spiritual goldfish that almost no one in the auxiliary system would choose. The reason why there is no one to choose the spirit goldfish is not because the skill of the spirit goldfish is not strong. On the contrary, the initial skill of the absorbing spirit goldfish is the most popular type of skill among the assistant spirits, the spirit. Note that the spirit can quickly recover the aura consumed by the aura professional in battle. Spirit goldfish is such a unique initial skill, but the reason why no one chooses is because the spirit goldfish only loves pure aura, and it has certain repulsion for any aura catalyzed by any spiritual material. And the spiritual goldfish is a large consumer of auras. The spiritual goldfish want to be promoted, the aura needed to consume is more than 10 times that of other spirits of the same rank. This situation makes the sucking goldfish become the most unseen spirit creature of the founder. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Due to the difficulty of promotion, no one will choose the contract to become their own creature. Although the suction goldfish is so tasteless, the price of the suction goldfish is not low. The reason is that the absorbing spirit goldfish will release the aura into the surrounding environment when swimming. The higher the level of the psychic goldfish releases more aura, which makes the psychic goldfish a good product to assist the aura professional to absorb the aura practice. There are many shops selling psychic goldfish on Xinguang. However, almost only ordinary ones are sold, and there are few shops selling elite psychic goldfish. Lin Yuan finally chose a third-tier shop, because this shop not only has the spirit goldfish, but also sells spirit materials. Lin Yuan wants to buy something that can be bought in this shop together. After entering the third-level store, Lin Yuan found that the area of the third-level store was not really large, with an area of nearly 800 square meters. Looking around, all sorts of spirits and spirits were arranged in the store in an orderly manner, but the 800 square foot area seemed a little crowded. At this time, Lin Yuan heard a gentle female voice ringing in his ears. "I want to buy what I want to bring you. Today the employees in the store ask for leave, so please forgive me for any indifference." The woman smiled politely when she talked, as if invisible it seemed to draw the person closer. Lin Yuan came straight to the point and directly stated his purpose. "Boss, I want to buy a soul goldfish from you. This way please." Middle-aged woman led the way ahead, and soon took Lin Yuan to a pool with an area of 6 or 7 square meters. The absorbing goldfish in this pool are colorful and swimming freely. Chapter 34 Thin Dragon Blood. Lin felt a lot of aura when he was near the pool. Middle-aged woman pointed at the pool's absorbing goldfish and said, "These small ones in the pool are of ordinary level, and the red goldfish that is more than twice the size of other spirit goldfish is of elite level." Asked Lin Yuan curiously. "What are the prices of ordinary and elite spirit goldfish?" Middle-aged woman chuckled. "Without screaming by a boss, I should be a lot bigger than you, just call Sister Xin. Ordinary level of absorbing spirit goldfish regardless of species, all of them are 0.5 shining coins. Elite level of absorbing spirit goldfish, my price is 5 Huiyao coins." Even if Lin Yuan already wants the elite spirit goldfish, the price will be very high, but he still can't help but slurp when he hears that he wants a 5 Hui gold coin. Zhou Jiasen added that he was surprised when Lin Yuan was surprised. The price of this elite spirit goldfish is already very cheap, because the elite spirit goldfish has a very poor variety. If it is a better one, the price can be sold at least above Kihio. The prices of ordinary gold-sucking goldfish are also different in different places, but in my case, the price of ordinary gold spirit goldfish is the same. Buying it back is just picking a look. I want to let this thing evolve. There is very little creation. The teacher is willing to take orders. Lin Yuan nodded after listening. Inhalation of goldfish is actually a general term for all kinds of goldfish before Reiki recovery. What kind of dragon eye, gilt, lansho, Thai lion, butterfly tail, these species of goldfish are all absorbing spirit goldfish. It's just that these different soul-absorbing goldfish are not much different between the ordinary level and the elite level, but after reaching the bronze level, the direction of evolution is different. What Lin Yuan wants to buy this time is the dragon eye variety from the absorbing goldfish. It is said that if the prehistoric ancestors of dragon eye breeds occur, it may certainly stimulate the thin blood of dragon species. That directly jumped the dragon gate, although this possible situation is minimal. Has also had the dragon eye sucking spirit goldfish cultivated by the high-level founder into the bronze level before, and the prehistoric return to the ancestor occurred, awakening the dragon blood. The sucking goldfish that awakened the blood of the dragon species was directly hung in the treasure house of Xinguang for auction. Finally shot the sky-high price. Now Lin Yuan wants to try whether he can stimulate the dragon blood of this dragon eye goldfish when he is in the bronze rank. In fact, it is not bad for Lin Yuan even if it can't be inspired. The basic skills of spirit goldfish are already strong enough. Lin Yuan wants to buy an experiment to attract a spirit goldfish and see how much time it takes for the spirit goldfish to upgrade itself. Let's take a look at whether the promotion speed of the absorbing soul goldfish will increase exponentially in the spiritual lock space. If you are in the lock room, you can quickly advance the elder soul goldfish in your future stores. The popularity of such a store will soon start. Of course, all this will have to wait for Lin Yuan to complete the order of the 5 spray spiders. Because Lin Yuan really doesn't have enough capital to buy the soul goldfish. Lin Yuan selected a black-eyed goldfish with a black, healthy, and ordinary quality. The remaining Qian Lin Yuan intends to purchase more energy ores to increase the concentration of his aura in the aura, and see what the limit of his aura can carry. Sister Xin Yuan bought a full 2,000 caddies at the price of $500 federal dollars per kilogram of inferior energy ore, and now Lin Yuan has only 0.9 shining coins. This 0.9 point Yao Yao Lin Yuan was not idle, and bought some butterfly shells. Butterfly is a kind of deep-sea spirit. Butterflies are made by grinding the shell of butterfly beast, and there are various flower patterns. The shells of butterfly shells come in many colors, and the price of butterfly shells of various colors is not much different. Lin Yuan chose the yellow butterfly shell, and the flower shape was polished into a ginkgo leaf. The finely polished butterfly shell glowed like pearls. The main role of these butterfly shells is actually to feed the sucking goldfish. Butterfly as a spiritual material can have a slight effect on promoting the awakening of blood vessels in the water system. Furthermore, these golden yellow polished ginkgo-leaved butterfly shells are spread on the bottom of the bronze pool in the lock spirit space, just like the peaceful and beautiful scenery of late autumn, and they look very beautiful. The price of 0.9 yuan shining coins was spent, and Lin Yuan only bought a butterfly. This butterfly shell is probably more than 100 pieces, which should be enough to a spirit goldfish for 3 or 5 months. Lin Yuan thought that it would be better if the lock space can quickly promote the growth of the absorbing goldfish. It is not difficult to upgrade the level of the soul-absorbing goldfish, because you are directly purifying the aura in the air and introducing it into the spirit object, so that the spirit can be directly absorbed, so that it will not be repelled by the spirit-absorbing goldfish. However, the time it takes to raise a spirit goldfish is more than 10 times that of other spirits. I evolved to attract soul goldfish is really a bit of a gain. As Lin Yuan evolved his spirits, he also wanted to improve his strength. Doesn't want to waste the speed of raising the aura in the body by cultivating the spirit goldfish. Zhou Jiesin did not expect that he had received such a large order after so much effort in the store. Asked Lin Yuandua. You buy so many inferior energy ores should be used to cultivate a large number of inferior spirits, right? Lin Yuan didn't nod or shake his head, said with a smile. Sister Xin, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. I do need to consume some inferior energy ores on weekdays. Zhou Jiesin looked at Lin Yuan, only to feel that Lin Yuan had the kind of fresh grassy atmosphere after the rain that made people inexplicably close. Zhou Jiesin directly applied for adding Lin Yuan's Xinguang account. In this way we add a friend, and next time you will directly tell me what you need. If there are some spiritual materials that are not in the store, as long as you can afford the price, I can help you get it. Lin Yuan readily agreed that most of the spirit materials sold in stores selling spirit materials are low-level or intermediate-level goods. Even if you have a high-end spirit store, you will never hang it in the store. All Reiki professionals are trying their best to evolve spiritual things, so for some rare spiritual materials, they have always been in short supply. Plus Zhou Jiesin's Xinguang account, save Lin Yuan a lot of trouble. If you need to order directly later. Although the spirit materials in this tertiary store are not the cheapest, but the quality is very good. After some time, I may have to buy some energy ore, butterfly shell, and some more goldfish from Sister Xin. Is energy ore still only needed inferior energy ore? Lin Yuan nodded. The energy ore is naturally the higher the purity of the aura contained in the level, and it is easier to guide the aura in the energy ore for slow absorption of spirits. However, the Lingling Pond in the lock spirit space can directly decompose the inferior energy ore into the aura. In comparison, of course, the inferior energy ore has the highest cost performance. Zhou Jia remembered it, but he was slightly surprised. Inferior energy ore can only be used to cultivate ordinary or elite spirits, so how much consumption of low-level energy ore must be a spiritual cultivation base? Chapter 35 Sequence Collision. If it is really a large-scale spiritual cultivation base, then there must be no shortage of spiritual materials. If you can earn customers, then you will have a stable and continuous list. Thinking so, Zhou Jiesin became more interested in Lin Yuan and said, as long as you tell me in advance, the goods can be prepared in half an hour, and the ostrich logistics can be shipped to you in a few hours. That's right. If you have any good spirits, you can also sell them to me, or you can buy some extremely seriously injured spirits from me. These spirits are alive and can guarantee the freshness of special spirits. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard 4 words of severe injuries. Does this mean that his chance to pick up the leak is coming? For Zhou Jiesin's purchase of spirits, Lin Yuan did not intend to do so. What Lin Yuan wants to do is to use high-quality spirits to enhance the visibility of his shop. Zhou Jiesin saw Lin Yuan's shiny eyes lost in laughter. Today is September 6th. On September 27th, there will be a lot of seriously injured spirits in the shop. Then you can come and see. These spirits have been seen by the second-level creators. Spirits that cannot be saved by the second-level creators are basically impossible to recover. Zhou Jiesin's words are very clear. It is to dispel Lin Yuan's idea of picking up leaks. Lin Yuan also understood Zhou Jiesin's meaning. But the injuries that the 2-star founder did not treat well did not mean that he could not be cured. Zhou Jiesin's shop should not exceed the gold level even if it is extremely seriously injured, at most it is the silver level. For such spirits, it would be even more expensive to move a Samsung founder than the silver level spirits themselves. Therefore, the two-star founder was basically sentenced to death for the bad creatures healed badly. The two-star founder uses simple methods to maintain the life of spirits to ensure the freshness of spirits in the spirits. Therefore, Zhou Jiesin said that he was selling extremely seriously injured spirits, rather than selling very fresh spirits. Lin Yuan is now a D-level Reiki professional, and he is not sure that he can heal severely wounded silver-level spirits. However, the input of aura can ensure the continuous improvement of the silver-level spirits. After a period of time, there is always the possibility of healing. Then I'll come back to the store on the 27th, Sister Xin, I've been here for a while. How come there is no one in the store? Lin Yuan's words did not mean that there were few people in Zhou Jiesin's store, but rather doubts. Like Zhou Jiesin, a Samsung store with excellent credit, there should be an endless stream of people. Why is it so deserted now? Zhou Jiesin pointed to the poster posted on the wall of his shop. Today, there are 2 members of the Star Tower Sky Shining Ladder, so they both went to watch the game. My clerk took a half-day leave to watch the game. Zhou Jiesin watched Lin Yuan blink and blinked, thinking that the big event on Xinguang was really unknown. Sequence members. The only thing that can be called a sequence in the Shine Federation is Shine 100 Children. Huiyao Baizi ranking represents a sequence of 1 to 100. The people in Huiyao's Baizi series are all the younger generation of the Federation. The age difference of Baizi series is no more than 10 years old. Each year, 10 members of the Baizi series retire, and every year, 10 newly promoted members go up. Of course, there are also 2 types of retired Huiyao Baizi. One is that the members who are ranked in the 90 to 100 sequence will automatically leave the Huiyao Baizi sequence to make room for the newcomer. The other one is Ren Man Hui's Baizi sequence 10 years of glorious retreat, then retreat is full of glory and body. This undoubtedly greatly increased the competition within the Yaoyao Baizi sequence. However, no matter how fierce the internal competition is, Yaoyao Baizi will always be the brightest star of the young generation of Yaoyao Federation. Is also the backbone of the new growth of the Shine Federation. Didn't expect that the 2 members of the sequence on the Shining Sky Ladder of the Starry Sky Tower should be in line today. No wonder the Star Network is full of people, and I want to watch the sequence members' games. Lin Yuan also immediately settled the bill, and used the remaining 90,000 federal currency to get 4,000 federal currency and bought a ticket. However, Lin Yuan, who bought the ticket, found that the game had already started for almost 10 minutes. It is relatively rare that the match between the 2 sequences is on the ladder. Especially these 2 sequences encountered are still very popular sequence members. So long ago, this Showdown Star Network has carried out large-scale publicity. Infield tickets and outfield tickets have long been sold out. Lin Yuan is now buying a high-level ticket for 4,000 federal currency. There is no upper limit for the sale of high-level tickets, as long as you want to see the ticket you can stand on the high platform to watch the duel. It's just that the look and feel is completely incomparable, not to mention the infield comparison. StarNet, Tiandi Dual Field, High Platform. In the Tiandi arena, there was a lot of human voices, yelling and endless ears, with a different kind of enthusiasm. This passionate sound wave surprised Lin Yuan, who had just arrived on the platform. Lin Yuan looked around on the high platform and saw a small bee headgear shaking his head and staring at the duel. Emotion. After the girl with the halogen egg had left her shop, she came directly to watch the game. There is a space next to the girl with halogen egg head. Lin Yuan just walked over and listened to the girl with halogen egg head shouting. Master White Devil, come on. I don't know that Master Fire will win. Lin Yuan heard the warm cries of the streams in the cloud, but at first he didn't feel anything. After reading Yu Yu's book www.yuukangshu.com, Lin Yuan surprisingly looked at the streams in the cloud with excitement and couldn't help making a sound. Who are you cheering for? This is the first time I saw the game cheer for both parties. The stream in the cloud heard someone teasing that. He turned his head, and found that it was Lin Yuan, who saw a touch of joy on the face of an acquaintance, and then an expression of Yu Wu. Deep mountains and old forests, whether it is White Devil Master or Master Ignorance of Fire, are my idols, and I am happy if they win. Emotion. This braised egghead is still an avid fan. The sound around the scene was noisy, and many people were trying their best to cheer. Now this scene also affects Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan can't help but feel a feeling. Deep Forest and Old Forest, Lord White Devil and Lord Ignorant, who do you support more? The stream in the cloud looked at Lin Yuan curiously. Lin Yuan was suddenly asked. Lin Yuan was just a busy man who struggled to survive. Coupled with weak mental strength, You will feel dizzy when you brush an old-fashioned mobile phone every day. You are not familiar with these two sequence members Lin Yuan, and naturally you don't know who to support. But everyone who can enter the sequence of Shining Baizi is the guardian of Shining Federation in the future. Lin Yuan said, I am like you, both support. The eyes of the stream in the cloud light up, and in such an occasion the same supporters will undoubtedly draw closer to each other. The stream in the cloud opened the conversation box, and the surging talked to Lin Yuan. Don't look at Master White Devil as sequence 18, I don't know that Fire Master is sequence 47, but I think I don't know that Fire Master has a bigger win because I don't know that Fire Master is an attacking Reiki professional, and White Devil is a healing Reiki professional. Chapter 36 Scourge Butterfly. Although Lin Yuan does not know who the members of the Shining Sequence are. But Lin Yuan knew that the ranking of the sequence looked at potential and strength. So it can be ranked in the 18th sequence, it must have extraordinary strength and potential. Although this sequence of 18 white demons is a therapist who has little means of attack. Lin Yuan couldn't help but look carefully at the field. I saw that the white demon was a woman with white hair and elegant hair dressed in a white robe. Was standing there unhurriedly. Holding a long-handled cane in his hand. The front end of the cane is a bird cage, and there is no bird in the cage, but a green butterfly like a beautiful jade. The emerald green butterfly in the long-handed cane emits a green light from time to time, healing the two Golden Order spirits that are in front of the woman. In this Tiandi duel field, Tu Xingwang well-known Xie Zhang's explanations were intensely commented on the battle and introduced the battle situation on the field. At this time, Lin Yuan's eyes were completely attracted by the four spirits that had already appeared on the battlefield. For spirits are all Gold Order spirits, and two are the healing system, which belong to Lord White Demon. While resisting the damage, he also made a proper counterattack. Although most of the healing spirits are healing skills, when the spirits reach the golden rank, even if they are healing spirits, some of them also have good combat power. And the other two strong attacking creatures are two fierce spirits of the same kind, lava bears. The hair on the body of a lava bear is purplish red. When the bear paws, the fuchsia flame is like paint. Can be attached to the surface of the object and burned, just like a liquid flame, which is corroding and burning all the objects that are contaminated with the flame. Another lava bear is bigger and has dazzling red hair. Every time the charge hits the surface of the body, the flame will ignite. This flame exploded as soon as it was separated from the body. The offensive of two lava bears makes two plant-like creatures that are healing creatures miserable. On the battlefield. I don't know the fire, a red leather armor, with two lava bears launching an offensive, looking at the gradually embarrassed white demon, said. Dai Si, this war of attrition also took half a quarter of an hour. Can't you keep up with the aura in your body? During the speech, he did not know the fire and was unambiguous. He gestured to the lava bear. Two lava bears immediately attacked one of the hibiscus snow trees that was struggling to support. The power of two lava bears plus two extremely destructive flame characteristics directly hit the hibiscus snow tree restrained by flames. Made the defense in front of the white demon break open. White demon's forehead oozed sweat beads, but his mouth was still calm. The gap between 18 and 47 is not as simple as you think. Finally, the white devil pointed at the severely damaged hibiscus snow tree and drank it. Yu Xuehan. In an instant, the stadium was covered with a thin layer of frost. Then it was another finger, and he was defending the chilling grass. Extreme cold ban. The battlefield originally covered with a layer of frost instantly dissipated the cold, and all the cold condensed into a pair of huge ice crystals. In these two ice crystals, the two lava bears who kept the fighting posture unchanged in the two sealers. The single attacks of the two healing creatures are not strong, but between the skill combinations, the two strong attacking creatures are directly banned. Unexpectedly, a jumped back and watched the white devil raise his mouth and said, Neither your jelly grass nor hibiscus snow tree can fight anymore, but my two lava bears will break through the ice in a while, and the outcome of this battle may not necessarily be as early as the ranking. Don't forget that I am a therapist. The white demon raised his walking stick, and the emerald green butterfly in the bird cage at the front of the walking stick shone bright green. Susheng Wind Butterfly. Use Susheng's wings. At this time, Susheng's butterfly instantly concealed the green light around him, and the entire greenness of the previous piece was condensed in the wings on both sides. The following two green butterfly wings, light and shadow, instantly transmitted to the body of the severely injured hibiscus snow tree and ice grass. In an instant, the hibiscus snow tree and the ice soul grass were repairing the wound quickly like the new shoots of Jufengfenglin. Although the injury was not fully recovered, he already had the ability to fight. Unexpectedly, the fire secretly said badly, and raised his hand. In an instant, the vortex of flame appeared as if swept by a whirlwind, and appeared above the unknown fire head, so that the surrounding air became hot. There was a huge bear with a height of 7 meters, and it hit the hibiscus snow tree and the ice soul grass that had just recovered. This sudden offensive made Fusang Shueshu and ice soul grass too late to avoid, if they were hit. I am afraid that the hibiscus snow tree and the ice soul grass will be immediately injured and cannot fight, said the white devil looking at the fire. I didn't expect your Luflame bear to advance to the platinum level. But there is still no suspense in the outcome of this game. I saw that the white demon put the scepter in his hand on the ground, injecting all the spiritual power of his body into the Sushing swallowtail butterfly inside the bird cage, and then opened the door of the bird cage. The moment when Sushing swallowtail flew out of the bird cage, the black hair on the head of the white demon turned instantly into a snow-white color, and the emerald-green Sushing swallowtail butterfly, which was originally full of vitality, also turned into a dark red color full of destructive breath. The dark red color of Sushing's phoenix butterfly incited its wings, and its body was like a flower scattered in the wind, divided into countless dark red butterflies. These trumpeted dark red butterflies shot like a bullet at the flame-bearing giant bear wrapped in flames. The whirlwind of flame with strong energy did not block the speed of the dark red Sushingfengya. The dark red Sushing swallowtail butterfly all pierced into the body of Liuyan giant bear, and flew out without obstruction. The blood flower that brings up is just like the delicate rose that was just placed, but this delicate rose is immediately evaporated to dryness by the flame on the giant flame bear. The beautiful butterflies fluttered like a rain of flowers. 1 big, 2 small, and 3 bear creatures lying on the ground, very well sworn the victory of the white demon. Ignorance of the fire looked at the falling flame giant bear for a long while, raised his head and extended a thumbs up to the white demon. I didn't expect that your Sushingfengya even evolved into a fantasy species at the gold level. I lost the game in UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Although the white devil was pale, it was still calm. Sushing swallowtail butterfly evolved into a fantasy species will no longer be called Sushing swallowtail butterfly, but called natural disaster swallowtail butterfly. The cheering sound of the Tiandi dual field did not stop one after another. But at this moment, as the white devil held his shoulders in ignorance and lifted his hands to the air, the cries of the game were connected, forming a shocking shock. The girl with halogen egg head grabbed Lin Yuan's clothes and shouted excitedly. Master White Devil is too handsome. Although Master Wu loses, I am worthy of being a woman who manipulates the power of the bear, and he is also handsome. Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to the excited egghead. Because Lin Yuan's heart also echoed with an excitement of unclear Tao, the blood in his heart was like erupting spring water, so Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to cry out. At this time, Lin Yuan only heard the narrator announce. White Demon Master Dai Si defeats Anna, who is an unknown fire, and adds a star of honor to the ladder. Des, Anna. Lin Yuan sighed softly. Daisy, Sequence 18 titles, White Devil. Anna, Sequence 47 titles, I do not know the fire. Lin Yuan finally knows the real names of the sequence of 18 white demons and the sequence of 47 unknown fires until now. Is this the top fighting power of the young generation of the Federation? Fantasy species of the gold rank, and spirits of the platinum rank, are all existence that one can only look up to at present. But in the near future Lin Yuan also wants to chase this shining light. The light color born at the end of Qingping can also converge into a vast galaxy. I have to catch up step by step until I stand at the apex of radiance. Chapter 37 Changes in the Lock Space. Lin Yuan left Xingwang and returned to the shop. Thought about the game between the members of the previous Shining sequence. This game let Lin Yuan know the standard of the young generation of the Shine Federation. At the same time, let Lin Yuan also deeply understand what is a fantasy creature. Gold-level fantasy species of healing creatures actually defeated platinum-level battle spirits in an overwhelming stance. Lin Yuan himself also realized a rune of will, which is still flying around Lin Yuan's spiritual space around Lin Yuan's spiritual space. Flying runes of will form a pattern of mountains and rivers, like a new life of plants after the Great Destruction. Exudes a feeling of endless vitality on the green hill. This rune of will is very suitable for healing spirits, and Lin Yuan now has only healing lilies. I don't know if Lily's quality reaches the legendary level. What will happen if this rune of willow becomes a fantasy species? Soon after returning to the shop, the remaining few pots of Qingluo were evolved to elite level by Lin Yuan. For a time, the spirits on Lin Yuan's hands that had evolved had no other spirits than his own contract. Book chips purchased on Xingwang and 5 elite level 10 level perfect spray spiders, absorbing spirit goldfish, energy ore, and butterfly shell have not yet arrived. Looking at the fact that there was almost no food in the house, Lin Yuan simply walked out with clever harmony. Cleverly stood on Lin Yuan's shoulder, while Yinyin stood on the clever little head melon. Twitter tweeted, looking very good. Lin Yuan looked at Smart and the voice was soft and smiled and said, Smart, Yinyin, I'll take you out to shop and go. Lin Yuan maintained a small shop before, and could not make any money at all. Even if he earned a little money, Lin Yuan also saved the tuition fees for the future. In addition to the usual purchase, there is not even a chance to bring Smart and Sound to go out to shop once a year. Now Lin Yuan is rich, and naturally will not save as much as before. After a trip, apart from some fruits, vegetables, Lin Yuan, all the remaining federal currency was used to buy some daily necessities. Of course, Lin Yuan does not have many daily necessities. Most of these daily necessities are prepared for intelligence and sound. Energy-rich energy biscuits suitable for elite omnivorous spirits, Lin Yuan bought several bags. Also bought Yinyin some spiritual materials that can increase the toughness of feathers. Not long after returning home with a pile of daily necessities, someone knocked on the door of the shop. Lin Yuan opened the door and saw a man wearing a ostrich overalls standing at the door with several trapped boxes on the floor. The Ostrich Logistics Courier number 75457 has delivered the goods you bought on Xingwang as scheduled, please sign for it. Lin Yuan hurried forward to sign for it, and everything he had bought at Xingwang before this time arrived. Thank you. After confirming that the goods were correct, the courier left after signing his name in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had to sigh that the efficiency of Ostrich Logistics is really not overwhelming. As long as you are in the Shine Federation, Ostrich Logistics can deliver the goods within 3 hours. After signing, Lin Yuan lifted these trapped spirit boxes at the door to the house, and then took the lead out of the trapped goldfish. The ordinary level 1 ordinary quality sucking goldfish taken out by Lin Yuan in the trapped spirit box is very fragile. As if Lin Yuan could take away the little guy's life with a little effort. Spirit goldfish struggled slightly in Lin Yuan's hands, and the 2 protruding big eyes on the front of the black goldfish body looked ugly and ugly. Lin Yuan immediately used Mobius's unique characteristic Lock Spirit, turning this dragon eye sucking goldfish into a Mobius Elite Lock Spirit. After that, Lin Yuan strengthened this sucking goldfish. When Lin Yuan strengthened this elusive goldfish to elite level, Lin Yuan watched the time. The time to evolve the soul goldfish wasted more than an hour, and the spiritual growth in his body is no different from the evolution of a pot of elite Qingluo. The evolutionary difficulty of this absorbing goldfish really doesn't get its name. That strange goldfish that attracts spirits will become the most undesirable creature. After being attracted to elite level, its size is more than doubled than before. The scales on are no longer mottled as before, but become silky and satin. Is like a black silk wrapped around him. The fishtail spread like a half-spread umbrella. Although the 2 large eyes in front did not become larger, a light golden scale appeared around the eyes. It is not obvious that it is intertwined with black, but if you look closely, you can see it completely. Dragon eye is a famous species of spurt goldfish. At this time, if the spirit goldfish in Lin Yuan's hands was sold in Xingwang store, it would be very easy to sell the price of Bahue Yao Yao. After strengthening the soul goldfish, Lin Yuan enters the lock spirit space and pours 2 kilograms of inferior energy ore in the trapped spirit box into the spirit pool a little bit. Inferior energy ore is directly decomposed in the Lingling pond, turning into aura and overflowing in the Ling space. Lin Yuan has been pouring inferior energy ores continuously. When it falls to about 1,700 kilograms, the Lingling pool will no longer decompose inferior energy ores. Lin Yuan knows that this is the saturation concentration of the aura in the lock spirit space. Comparing the concentration of Reiki, Lin Yuan found that the concentration of Reiki in the Lingling space was more than 5 times that of the outside world. Is very satisfied with this. Lin Ling space has evolved continuously after the upgrade of Mobius, and then the concentration of Reiki in the Ling Ling space will become stronger and stronger. Poured in the remaining 300 caddies of energy ore in the Lingling pond, Lin Yuan had no control. Because both Lily and Lily goldfish will quickly consume the aura in the spiritual space. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. After the concentration of Reiki in the space decreases, the Lingling pond will naturally decompose the remaining energy or as a supplement. Lin Yuan put the spurt goldfish into the evolution spirit pool, and the spurt goldfish swam comfortably in the Hualing pool. It was then that Lin Yuan could feel that the aura in the space was being absorbed by the sucking goldfish at a slow rate. Lin Yuan compared his speed of strengthening the soul-absorbing goldfish, and compared with the speed of automatically absorbing pure aura in the lock spirit space now. Spiritual goldfish will take about 10 days to evolve from the ordinary level to the elite level in the locked space. Of course, this premise is that the supply of energy ore is constant during these 10 days. Calculated the growth rate of the absorbing soul goldfish in the lock space, Lin Yuan has already decided the business direction of his online star shop. That is to make a name for itself by selling elite spirit goldfish. The elite level spirit goldfish, which are in short supply, appear in a large number of small shops that cannot be bought, and I am afraid that the reputation of their own shops will soon become famous. Sprinkle the little butterfly shell to the bottom of Hualing Pond. Butterfly shells fall into the water and fall on the bright white energy ore, just like the ginkgo leaves scattered on the autumn stone path. There is no scenery. Spirit goldfish also immediately came to pick up a butterfly shell and swallowed into the abdomen, slowly absorbing the energy in the butterfly shell. Butterfly is more or less beneficial to the awakening blood veins of the suction goldfish. But the effect is not very big. Lin Yuan thought it would be great if he could get some blood from dragon spirits before the sucking goldfish evolved into elite epic quality. In that way, there is a great chance for the absorbing spirit goldfish to awaken the very thin dragon bloodline in the body. Chapter 38 Lord Finch. The blood of dragon spirits is a very precious spirit material, and the price is naturally very expensive. The order of dragon spirits mostly exists above the golden order. Looking like a goldfish, even when it reaches the bronze level, it awakens the thin dragon blood veins, and cannot be called a dragon spirit beast until the blood vein concentration reaches the standard. This shows how rare the blood of dragon spirits is. Precious spirit materials like the blood of dragon spirits are sold by drops. Lin Yuan doesn't know the price of dragon spirits, but fortunately, Lin Yuan added Zhou Jiesen's friend on Xingwang. It's good to ask Zhou Jiesen directly. Although I don't know the price of dragon blood, it must be very expensive. Lin Yuan wants to make a lot of money now, and earn the blood price of dragon spirits in advance. Then first set a small goal, first earn him 100 million federal coins, which is 100 shining coins. The current aura concentration of the lock aura space is 5 times that of the outside. Lin Yuan operated Reiki and found that although the speed of his conversion of Reiki did not change, but the rich Reiki passed his body, the efficiency increased by nearly 5 times. This discovery surprised Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly brought an elite class 10th level perfect spray spider in the trapped spirit box into this spiritual space. Quickly revolves Reiki, strengthens the spray spider. When Lin Yuan strengthened the spray spider, he could obviously feel a layer of boundaries in the spray spider's body. This boundary seems to be broken by a few more impacts with Reiki. But Lin Yuan didn't do it, because if he directly broke through this boundary, the spray spider would evolve from elite level perfect quality to bronze rank. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted. Lin Yuan didn't use Reiki to impact this boundary, but kept pouring Reiki into the body of the spider web. Let the body of the spray spider absorb as much energy as possible to strengthen the quality of the spray spider. I don't know how long it has passed. When the spray spider reached epic quality, Lin Yuan stopped the conversion of Reiki. Lin Yuan went to see the time and found that it took him more than 2 hours to promote the perfect quality of elite spirits to epic quality. If this is to strengthen the spray spider outside, but not in this spiritual space, I am afraid that it will take more than 10 hours. And this speed is still the speed after I advance to D-level Reiki professional. It is conceivable that for spirits, it is much harder to improve quality than to advance. This is only the evolution of perfect quality to epic quality. If the epic quality is evolved to legendary quality, then it will consume geometry. At the same time, Lin Yuan suddenly found that the concentration of Reiki in the Ling Ling space was less than 5 times. Looking into the Hualing pool, Lin Yuan found that the 300 kilo inferior energy ore at the bottom of the Hualing pool had already disappeared. Inferior energy ore has been consumed by Lin Yuan when he improved the quality of the spray spider. Lin Yuan calculated that if he uses inferior energy ore alone to calculate, it takes as much as 700 kilograms to evolve an elite class 10th level perfect quality spray spider to reach the epic level. calculated that according to the purchase price is 0.35 Huiyao coins. It takes a certain price to strengthen the spirits in the spiritual space to increase the speed of strengthening. Although this cost is almost negligible compared with the speed of improvement. But Lin Yuan's biggest problem now is that there is no more money on hand and there is no way to buy inferior energy ores, which makes Lin Yuan very distressed. Bring the epic spray spiders out of the lock spirit space, Lin Yuan will not continue to strengthen the remaining 4 spray spiders. It is to be clever to write down the books of junior scholars, spirit observers, and spirit analysts. Bai Wenbai also needs time to learn new knowledge, but this time is very fast. It takes about 20 days to write down more than 300 books cleverly. The next time Lin Yuan went to Zhou Jiesen's store to pick up leeks and value the wounded creatures, he was almost clever enough to write down all this knowledge. After that, Lin Yuan will go to assess the profession of the founder. Once the founder was evaluated, it would be like a dragon entering the sea and a peacock returning to the forest. No matter how you go in the future, the road will be open to the sky, especially wide. Lin Yuan applied for a Smart Star account for Smart, and then input the knowledge chip into the Smart Star account. Sitting smartly and honestly staring at this knowledge to learn carefully. Has always been very enthusiastic about learning. Lin Yuan landed on Xingwang and entered his own store, and suddenly found that dozens of pots of elite Qinglua had been ordered. Lin Yuan was a little surprised. In such a short period of time, these elite Qinglua leaves no one left, and there are people who want to order more elite grade Qinglua in the store. It seems that spicy goods are sold at any time. Although some spirits are also very good, but the market demand is small, and one will not be sold in 1.5. Lin Yuan didn't reply to these news. After selling Qinglua in his own store, it is estimated that he should sell the copper-grade Qinglua. Because Lin Yuan is preparing to launch a shock from a D-level Reiki professional to a C-level Reiki professional. Only if you reach the C-level Reiki professional, you can evolve the copper order spirits faster and better. Now Lin feels that although he can evolve the level of copper order spirits, it is really a bit powerless to improve the quality of copper order spirits. After reaching the C-level Reiki professional, it is only possible for Lin Yuan to upgrade the quality of the copper level spirits to the legendary level, and then transform into a fantasy species. Because Lin Yuan didn't set the price, the people who had the intention to buy left the price in the intelligent robot, and there were a lot of people who made the price unexpectedly. Awakened the exclusive feature of the cobweb spider. 3 people made the price, and the highest bid was 1.1 Huiyao. And the other spray spider that awakened the fierce poison attribute was only 1 person out of the price, the bid was 1.3 Huiyao. The price is not too high. If Lin Yuan is willing to wait for 2 copper-level spray spiders, it is no problem to sell 2.7 Huiyao coins. But Lin Yuan had no choice but to wait. Yu reading www.yukangsha.com directly responded to the messages of the 2 highest bidders, and sold the 2 bronze-scale spray spiders. Then contacted Ostrich Logistics to deliver in the name of his own shop. The newly opened store on Star Online can sign a contract with Ostrich Logistics, and Ostrich Logistics will help deliver the goods. It's just that each Ostrich Logistics will charge a certain commission based on the value of the goods. Ostrich Logistics' commission is high, but it is fast and safe enough. Even if there is a problem, it will be paid in full. This is why so many people are willing to choose Ostrich Logistics. 2 spray spiders and elite Qinglua were sold, which immediately resolved Lin Yuan's economic crisis. Tone tweeting song, sing for a while and I feel a little boring. Seeing that Lin Yuan and Clever are both busy on the star net, and Enin's little eyeball jumped on the clever little brain. Tweeted something cleverly. Smart, do you think I can sing well? Nice. And more good. Somewhat clueless why Enin asked so, Enin is usually very shy. Smart, then you secretly help me apply for a StarNet account, I want to open a live broadcast. Said, tweeted twice and looked at the pale blue feathers on his body, and said very confidently. I want to be the actor in the yen value area. The name is Lord Enin Lua. But you are a bird. Looked smart and stupid, Enin felt still smart. You can block a GIF for me. Enin feels that he is the smartest, most beautiful, and the most beautiful singing bird at the moment. Chapter 39 Awning. Enin usually sings at home without problems. Lin Yuan has long been used to singing to Enin. Enin singing is like everyday life at home for Lin Yuan. So Lin Yuan did not pay attention to the sound of singing seriously at this time. After intelligent evolution to elite level, all aspects of ability are no different from humans. Even more memory than humans. Do not know how many times, under clever operation, Yin successfully became the actor in the yen value area. At this time, a cute GIF little lowly picture is blocking most of the screen. Yin sings behind the GIF picture. The little anchors who just started didn't pay much attention. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people will pass by the live broadcast room, and they will soon retreat. But the sound of singing is like the phoenix of Kunshan, the bamboo leaves of the purple bamboo forest ring with an antique charm, which is more gentle than the dewdrops on the pandan. This makes Yin's live broadcast room a Ponzi hole that can only be accessed. People who come in don't think about going out again. Wow! There is such a nice song in this world. The gods sing. Sister, why do you still use GIF to cover your face? Aren't the anchors all showing their faces? This song will not be the original of Miss Sister. I did not find the same thing when searching the lyrics on Xinguang. The people who came in 3s and 2s couldn't resist the storm-like compliments on the barrage and sounded. There was even a big hand who directly rewarded the sound with 500 federal currency. These people sent bullets for half a day and found that the anchor did not reply to the message. Feels that the anchor has personality and temperament, incarnates to lick the dog, and continues to praise the storm. The main reason for this situation is that the sound of singing is so nice. The tone of the sound is quiet, but it's anxious in my heart. Yin wanted to send a message to make them boast about themselves, but he wouldn't reply to the message. He was smart and carefully studied the knowledge arranged by Lin Yuan. Yin had to pretend not to see these barrage and continued singing. Singing for a while, I was tired of singing, and the sound turned off the live broadcast. However, Yin did not know that he sang was recorded by one of the previous audiences and was posted on Xinguang.com. Lord's fame spreads like a star fire on the autumn grassland, just waiting for the raging prairie. After a while, the door of Lin Yuan's shop was knocked again. Lin Yuan went to open the door and found that she was a girl nearly 1.5 meters tall, wearing ostrich logistics overalls, with dark red sharp short hair on her head. It's obviously a very cool hairstyle, but it looks very shy on this girl's face. Hello, may I ask if you are a shopkeeper who cannot afford to lose money, Mr. Shanshan Lao Lin? The girl secretly held her hands while talking, obviously a little nervous, and the tone was glutinous. Lin Yuan saw the ostrich logistics work clothes on the girl, knew that it was here to pick up the goods, and said quickly, "Yes, I am, you should come to pick it up." The dark red short-haired girl smiled shyly when she heard Lin Yuan admitting that she was obviously relieved. "I am the newcomer courier number 3451, my name is Aneng, according to the contract you submitted, I will become the exclusive courier who can not buy the lost shop." Lin Yuan, before seeing Aneng talking, put his fist in his heart to cheer himself up. He couldn't help but feel very cute. "I'll trouble you after that, Miss Anan." So, Mr. Lao Lin of the Deep Mountain agreed that I would become an exclusive courier who can't buy a small shop that won't replace me, right? When speaking, Aneng smiled in surprise, revealing 2 tiger teeth. Seems to have encountered a big happy thing. Lin Yuan remembered that the contract of Ostrich Logistics mentioned that he can take the initiative to apply for the replacement of the exclusive courier service. Seeing Aneng's expression, Lin Yuan could have imagined that Aneng might not have been replaced once or twice. After Lin Yuan confirmed his nod, Aneng jumped out directly, "Yeah." Then mobilized the spirit to summon the 2 spirits he had contracted. Lin Yuan did not expect that the girl looked young, and there was actually a gold scale spirit and a silver scale spirit. "I am very powerful. Super fierce. So the goods handed over to me will never be a problem. If an accident occurs, my bullet rain will extinguish their pain." Aneng was afraid Lin Yuan was not at ease and tried his best to show Lin Yuan his strength. Lin Yuan knew when he saw the 2 spirits, the girl should be a potential Reiki professional cultivated by Ostrich Logistics, but she didn't know why she became her own courier. Golden piercing beetle. Silver bullets of silver level. The 2 offensives from the Department of Spirits directly attacked like a dense rain of bullets, extremely lethal. It seems that Aneng is not as shy as it seems on the surface. At his heart is a person who advocates violent aesthetics. A can happily help Lin Yuan to pack the goods to be distributed, and then said to Lin Yuan, "Although this is my first mission, but I can guarantee that the goods will be delivered safely within 2 hours. You reading www.ukangsha.com cannot use the contract to say 3 hours. Finished, happily left. But Anand just left. Lin Yuan saw a few pieces of paper falling on the ground, picked it up and hurried out. called Anning back, and then handed over the courier slip left on the ground. Anning was still happy, but when he saw the express delivery form Lin Yuan delivered, his face flushed immediately. Immediately ran away like a bunny after receiving the courier. Lin Yuan couldn't help but vomit in his heart. The newcomer was not as reliable as it seemed. After returning home, Lin Yuan found that he really received 3.9 huiyao within 2 hours. This is the money for the elite Qinghua sold by Lin Yuan and 2 spray spiders. With this 3.9 huiyao coin, Lin Yuan felt that he was alive and immediately landed on Xinguang to contact Zhou Jiesin. Shan Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I want to have another 4,000 gold inferior energy ore. And 3 casually colored butterfly tail sucking spirit goldfish. Lin Yuan found that the money in his hand was less than a few minutes, and he was almost spent on it. Only 0.4 shining coins remain. When Lin Yuan spent Fed currency before, if Lin Yuan was to spend it himself, Lin Fen could spend 3 months and there are still surpluses. But Lin Yuan now suddenly feels that this Yao Yao coin is unexpectedly not resistant to flowers. Lin Yuan didn't know whether he was swelled or strong, he had such a thought. Zhou Jiesin, need 4,000 kilograms of inferior energy ore. The goods are available. If you want me, I will send the goods to you immediately. Those 3 ordinary level sucking goldfish, I remember there are 3 good tea butterfly sucking goldfish in the fish pond. I will take all 3 brown butterfly tails fishing for you. Chapter 40 The Importance of Access. Zhou Jiesin soon saw the order and responded to Lin Yuan's news. But in my heart, I really don't understand what is the use of this customer for so many inferior energy ores. Shan Lao Lin, then thank you Sister Xin. Is Dragon Beast Blood Sister Xin available? Zhou Jiesin looked at the message sent by Lin Yuan for a long while before replying to the message. Zhou Jiesin, Dragon Beast Blood still has a little stock here, I don't know how much you want. Lin Yuan searched on Xinguang for a while and found that there were no shops selling dragon and beast blood. Can't help but feel that it is not enough to buy spirit materials and money now, and there must be some feasible channels. Shan Lao Lin, Sister Xin, what is the price of the dragon beast blood now? Zhou Jiesin, the price of the dragon blood of the gold order is 1 drop of 80 shining coins, and the price of the dragon animal of the platinum order is 2 drops of 2,000 shining coins. Zhou Jiesin has decided to make a good relationship with Lin Yuan. On the one hand, because of the good impression of Lin Yuan during the daytime, more importantly, Zhou Jiesin took a fancy to Lin Yuan's purchasing power. Came to the shop on the first day and spent 5 hours of Yaohui coins. Such a customer is undoubtedly worth attracting. Lin Yuan had already overestimated the price of dragon beast blood, but did not expect the price to be so expensive. 1 drop of 2,000 brilliance coins in the blood of the platinum level dragon beast, Lin Yuan couldn't dare to think how much a platinum level dragon beast was worth. For the sucking goldfish evolved to the bronze rank, and stimulate the blood of the thin dragon beast in the body. The blood of the dragon of the golden order is enough. If you are lucky, you may be able to complete a drop of dragon animal blood, but if you are conservative, you need 3 drops. For his spiritual evolution, Lin Yuan likes to be prepared for everything. Zhou Jiesin saw Lin Yuan did not reply for a long time, and immediately sent another message. Zhou Jiesin, although the price I gave you is a little higher than the lowest price in the market, I can ensure that the blood concentration of the dragon beast has not been diluted. Lin Yuan saw the news sent by Zhou Jiesin and couldn't help thinking of Zhou Jiesin again. The most feared thing about purchasing spiritual materials is that they cannot guarantee the quality of spiritual materials. If the quality of the spirit does not reach the standard, the founder may make the evolution of the spirit fail or incomplete when the spirit evolves. If evolution fails, you can come again. But if the evolution is incomplete, it will undoubtedly weaken some aspects of the evolved spirit. Evolution is the nature's most creative ability to gift creatures under natural selection, so evolution has never been irreversible. Known from this, how important is the quality of the spirit material? Deep Mountain Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I may order a batch of ordinary level spirit goldfish in your shop in a few days. They all look like butterfly-tailed goldfish and dragon beast blood. When we go to the store on the 27th, we trade again. Zhou Jiesin, you can rest assured that I will pick the butterfly tail for ordinary level of absorbing spirit goldfish, to ensure that they are all beautiful. Zhou Jiesin was very happy after hearing that Lin Yuan was going to order so many goods. Thought in his heart that it was the right decision to win Lin Yuan. Here, Lin Yuan knew that the price of the dragon's blood was in his heart, and secretly estimated it. The price of the blood of the Golden Order Dragon Beast is 80 shining coins, and Lin Yuan needs 3 drops himself. So in other words, Lin Yuan must prepare at least 240 shining coins. 240 Huiyao coins is not a small sum for Lin Yuan, but it is not an unreasonable price. So in making money, Lin Yuan made a plan in his heart. Received the goods bought from Sister Xin and Lin Yuan, and entered into the Lingling space to begin to strengthen the remaining 4 elite level 10 level perfect spray spiders. And those 3 ordinary level spirit-sucking goldfish were put by Lin Yuan into the spirit pool in the spirit-sucking space. The reason why Lin Yuan chose the spirulina goldfish is to choose the butterfly tail, because the butterfly tail species is the best-selling in the elite level in the spirulina goldfish. The brown butterfly tail-sucking spirit goldfish swims wantonly in the Hualing Pond and looks very cheerful. Obviously, the high concentration of aura in the lock spirit space is undoubtedly the best living environment for these ordinary level psychic goldfish. The 3 sucking goldfish are like deep amber camellia blooming in the pond. Plus Lin Yuan's elite level elusive goldfish before. The 4 soul goldfish. It set off the ancient spirit in this pond. 3 normal level spirit goldfish and 1 elite level spirit goldfish are in the chemical pool, which was good at the beginning. But when those 3 ordinary grade brown butterfly-tailed goldfish wanted to eat butterfly shells, the elite-level dragon eye-sucking goldfish immediately launched an offensive against these 3 ordinary grade butterfly-tailed goldfish. The tail of the dragon eye goldfish swayed in the water and pumped towards 3 ordinary butterfly-tailed goldfish. Although the strength of this tail slamming is not strong, there will be no feeling of hitting people. But it was drawn on 3 butterfly-tailed goldfish that were obviously twice the size, and immediately rolled the 3 butterfly-tailed goldfish in the Lingling pool, rolling for 3 full laps before they could stop. After several attacks, even though these 3 common-level butterfly-tailed goldfish can obviously feel that butterfly scallops can bring benefits to themselves, they dare not step forward to take a bite. Lin Yuan was otherwise a little dumbfounded. Thanks to this elite dragon eye goldfish can protect these butterfly shells. UU reading www.bakanshu.com. Otherwise, I still have to find a way to separate the 3 brown butterfly tails in the Lingling pond. The 3 brown butterfly tails can evolve to elite level within 5 days in the Lingling pond. Because Lin Yuan intends to reach the elite level when the brown butterfly tail reaches the elite level, he hangs it at his StarNet store and hangs the price of the 8 Huiyao coins for sale. So it was a waste to eat these 3 butterfly tails. It was Lin Yuan who surprised Lin Yuan that the 4 spirulina goldfish still lived in a pool in Sister Xion's shop. This dragon eye, which is only his own spirit, has evolved to the elite level, and has already begun to attack the previous companions for resources. This made Lin Yuan think of more than natural selection, survival of the fittest. Is more to make Lin Yuan understand why the strong are getting stronger and stronger, but the weak are hard to rise. The elite dragon eye sucking spirit goldfish swims wantonly in the chemical pool. The 3 tea butterflies gathered together, shrinking in the corner, and did not dare to swim in the middle of the Hualing Pond. Lin Yuan could feel faintly that after there is no energy or in the Lingling Pond, there is still a subtle aura constantly infused into the spiritual space. This is the beauty of the absorbing goldfish in the absorbing space. It's just that the speed of this emission is not as good as the speed of Lin Yuan's consumption. In the time after, the 4,000 kadi of inferior energy ore was continuously injected into the Lingling pool by Lin Yuan. In these 2 days of work, Lin Yuan finally evolved 5 elite-level spray net spiders to the epic level. Lin Yuan could be relieved, stood up and stretched out, said, "It's time to deliver the customized spirits to the clouded stream in the braised egghead." Chapter 41 Unexpected Guest. Lin Yuan first entered his Xinguang store. It turned out that there were 2 people arguing fiercely beside the intelligent robot in their Xinguang store. Lin Yuan is a little puzzled, as if everything in his shop has been sold out. What did these 2 people come to their store for? At this time, Lin Yuan heard a strange sound. The female is weak, the mother is just young, the sister is very noble, and you deserve to talk to her like this. The speaker was pinching his waist and stood there, looking very angry. At this time, Lin Yuan heard an unusually peaceful voice. "I make a wish to Buddha." Buddha said, "You don't want to grab me anyway this time." Before the voice fell, I heard the person who had just talked angrily and continued. "Why didn't you say that your ashes were raised? Before I saw you came with me. You said that if you're in a hurry, I'll let you order first. You even ordered all the elite Qinglua. Shameless." Buddha said. "Don't say that." Buddha said. "Buddha. You think you are Kalmar. I help you, you help me. You don't help me, I still help you. I help you, you still scold me. Tie you. The Buddha said I didn't scold you, when did I? Don't be here, don't be convinced to add a friend on Xing Wang. Let's touch it in reality. See if I can't pierce you. Buddha said. Lin Yuan was simply amazed. The temper was even more noisy when he met this temper than the Buddha. And it seems that this violent temper is about to be mad. Seeing this grumpy person will start, Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward to stop. What are you two arguing about in our shop? There is nothing in my shop now, and you are welcome to come back when they are available. After talking about Lin Yuan, he took care of himself and put 5 epic spray net spiders into the star net shop. At this time, Lin Yuan only heard 2 voices sucking cold air. 5 elite-level epic quality spray web spiders, no wonder they are surprised. The elite class epic qualities represent a kind of heritage, and the 5 appear together to show that there must be a founder behind this shop. There are so many stores on Star Online, but there are not many shops that are supported by the founder. Only large stores can support the qualification of the founder. But I didn't expect that the behind-the-scenes first-class store was also supported by the founder. Lin Yuan heard the 2 mentioning their spray spiders and reminded them. This is a customized spirit, it is not for sale. The 2 of them listened to bespoke spirits, and looked at Lin Yuan's eyes even more respectfully. Because the promotion of elite-level spirits to the epic level is generally the ability category of the 2-star founder. Although the 1-star founder can consume a large amount of spirit materials, it can be done. 1-star founder can improve the level, but the efficiency of improving quality is very slow. Therefore, it is only possible to be a 2-star founder who can receive 5 at a time to upgrade the quality to epic quality. There are not many 1-star founders. Only 1 out of every 30 1-star founders can be promoted to 2 stars, which is even rare. There is a 2nd-level founder, and such a shop must be well stuck. I don't know what kind of spirit materials are needed for customizing in the shop. Lin Yuan listened to the 2 people asking this question, and they knew that neither of them had read the custom rules written on the Intelligent Robot Information Board. At present, the customized spirits in the store only accept Huiyao coins, and prices are based on the spirits that are customized. When they heard it, they immediately felt very incredible. Followed by ecstasy, even though it didn't need spirit materials but only shining coins. When did the threshold for the creation of customized spirits become so low? Don't you know that you can customize spirits now? Lin Yuan shook his head. The custom contract that I had previously signed with Braised Egghead is until the transparent spider silk with specific exclusive characteristics is painted. Just customized 5 first. If the exclusive features of these 15 chances did not brush out the transparent spider silk, then the halogen egghead will continue to customize elite-level epic quality spray spiders here. Plus Lin Yuan intends to make a big advancement in the level and quality of his spirits before going to pick up leaks on the 27th. Has evolved the elite-level epic quality of the Lily and the soul-absorbing goldfish that are clever, sound, and Mobius. So during this time, Lin Yuan did not plan to take any further orders. As for the money to buy the blood of the Golden Order Dragon Beast, during these more than 20 days, he can continuously cultivate elite-level sucking goldfish in the Lingling Space Spirit Pool. A total of 4 waves of goldfish can be cultivated. By then, the price that these elite-level spirit goldfish can sell is enough. Customize and wait for next month. Hearing Lin Yuan's reply, the 2 nodded with a beaming expression. Then remembered his purpose and quickly said to Lin Yuan, I don't know if there is any elite Qinglua here. These 2 people seem to have a natural tacit understanding, always in unison. Neither of them thought that the other party would dare to mention the elite grade Qinglua, and they would start to quarrel again without seeing it. Lin Yuan's head was big for a moment, and he quickly stopped it and said, If you sell it again, you won't sell elite Qinglua. The expressions on the faces of the 2 people were immediately disappointed, but unexpectedly only listened to Lin Yuan's words. Although we will not sell elite grade Qinglua anymore, but in future stores will sell bronze grade Qinglua and elite grade spirit goldfish, welcome to book. Lin Yuan's main purpose is to make money quickly. If you want to increase your strength, the consumption rate of Huiyao coin must be like the river running to the sea. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. So Lin Yuan doesn't mind advertising his shop. The clothes on these 2 people come in real clothes from outside world. They are all spiritual clothes made by lifelike aura professional textile weavers. From this we can see that both of them have reached a certain level in consumption power. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the two's mouths almost didn't poke from the chin to the ground, suspecting life. Bronze Order Qingluo. Elite Goldfish. These are all things that are rarely available on Xingwang. Elite Elder Spirit Goldfish may also occasionally find a few in the store of Xingwang. But Qingluo of the Bronze Order will not be stupid enough to sell directly in the store. The copper-grade Qingluo vines produced by the copper-grade Qingluo can be bought at most high-end stores on Xingwang. The price of 5,000 pieces is a brilliant coin. 5,000 Qingluo vines are nothing more than a year and a half of copper-grade Qingluo, so this copper-grade Qingluo is equivalent to a hen that will automatically produce Huiyao coins. If you can buy Qingluo of the copper level, it is equivalent to buying a house. Selling Qingluo is just like collecting rent. The copper order Qingluo is still there, and the Qingluo vines produced every day are the pure income. I don't know how much the price of this younger brother, bronze-grade Qingluo and elite-level soul goldfish. Lin Yuan has already determined the price in his heart. Copper-level Qingluo sells 5 brilliant Yao coins, all elite-sucking goldfish are butterfly tails, and each sells 8 Hui Yao coins. After adding, Lin Yuan also added a sentence. It will still be this way of panic buying, first come first serve, but if you quarrel in the store, you will enter the blacklist of the store and you will no longer be able to buy any spirits in our store. Chapter 42 Recovery Soil. When Lin Yuan said this, he just wanted to set a rule for his shop. Is not because there is no irregularity as the old saying goes. It was Lin Yuan who really did not want to deal with these boring disputes. If someone starts in their own store, there is no slight benefit to the store's reputation or development. Temper tantrum and Buddha tantrum mean that they have been staring at the Lin Yuan store these 2 days, waiting to buy when they are new. Buddha's temper was gone, but the temperament was left behind. Stood in place and refused to leave. Lin Yuan looked at it and knew that he had something to say, but he didn't know how to speak. Lin Yuan simply asked. Is there anything you can tell me directly, but the shop has no goods to sell now? Hesitated for a long time, the grumpy asked with some hope. Will you be able to treat the spirit that has been seriously injured? Lin Yuan thought that it was something that he could naturally treat for the seriously injured spirit. However, since he is only a D-level Reiki professional, healable creatures cannot be higher than the silver level. If it is higher than the silver level, Lin Yuan's treatment time will multiply, extremely slowly. Lin Yuan can only quickly heal copper order spirits now. Treatment of seriously injured spirits is possible, but at present the shop can only treat spirits below the silver level, and spirits above the silver level are currently not connected. Lin Yuan's words fell, only to see the violent temper suddenly burst into tears. My daughter's spirits have finally been saved. Finally I have been saved. Lin Yuan couldn't help thinking of the words he heard when he first came to the store at the moment when the grumpy tears fell down. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. But the moment a strong mother confronts her children, her heart is always weak. Cried for a while, and continued his temper. It's the copper order spirits. My daughter's copper order spirits were burned by a horn demon with flames while going to the trial next to the dimensional crack. Hearing the word horn devil, Lin Yuan's heart sank. Horn demon is a monster unique to the dimensional fissures in the demon world. S body is like a bull, very strong. The big horn on the head hits the target when attacking. When hitting the target, the big horn automatically ignites the flame to start the flame attack, and the damage is not bad. The ordinary flame will not damage the origin of spirits even if the damage is high, but the flame of the horn demon has the withering characteristic. Withering has an unexpected lethal effect on plant-based spirits, and only plant-based spirits will be harmed by their origin after being attacked by the flame of the horn demon. Then make an appointment in advance, and take your daughter and your daughter's spirits to the store in October. I will diagnose and arrange treatment. After Lin Yuan promised to come down, this violent temper was considered to be relieved, and I couldn't help but thank you. Boss, I don't know how to pay for the treatment. I'm afraid I don't have enough money now, but you can rest assured that I will make up the money before next month. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said a price. Don't shine with coins, as long as you help me find a pack of recovery soil. The source of healing damage to copper-level spirits is the ability category of the 2-star founder. For the founder, advanced spirits and improving the quality of spirits are the best ways to make money. And the source of the treatment of damaged spirits requires careful cultivation with spirit materials, wasting time and experience at the same time. Is not necessarily 100% cured. If there is no special way, it is difficult to ask a top creator to heal the spiritually damaged spirit. The spirit contract cannot be replaced. The source of the spirit is damaged, and the damaged is equal to the potential of the Reiki professional. Therefore, what the founder has created is not only the advanced light, but also the hope of redemption. The recovery soil is the auxiliary material that Lin Yuan intends to cultivate Lily to impact the legendary quality in the bronze rank. Such materials are very difficult to find, and now Lin is planning. Temperamentally, when he heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately thanked Lin Yuan desperately. Because the price given by Lin Yuan for a pack of recovery soil is already the most conscientious price. If you use this price to find another 2-star founder, I'm afraid I can't even enter the door. The reason why Lin Yuan gave this price is because it is very easy for him to heal the spiritually damaged spirit. Is even simpler than improving the quality of spirits. Spiritual materials like the resuscitation earth are like the status of the bronze order Qinglua in the bronze order spirit, which is extremely difficult to find. Lin Yuan asked Zhou Jiesin before, there was no recovery soil there. So Lin Yuan wanted to see if this temperament could be obtained. If you can get the best. If he couldn't get Lin Yuan, he would also convert the price into Huiyao coins, and he would not die. Grumpy Teeth clenched his teeth to ensure that he can get a pack of recovery soil. And thank Lin Yuan again and again, making Lin Yuan feel a little embarrassed. At the same time, Lin Yuan also thought in his heart that perhaps his own personal customization could also add the item of healing spiritual damage. This will undoubtedly allow you to harvest a lot of rare materials that you can't buy with Huiyao coins. Thinking so, Lin Yuan sighed again. Not only lacks brilliant coins, but also lacks all kinds of rare materials. Lily wants to impact the legendary level auxiliary material needs a recovery soil, 2 mahogany tree cores, and a liter of grass spring water. Recovery soil is now available. The big price of the grass and spring water can also be bought if it is smashed. But the 2 mahogany tree cores, so far Lin Yuan really can't think of any way. 2 mahogany tree cores, this is a treasure eligible to enter the treasures auction. Yu Reading Books www.yuyukanungshu.com. It seems that his profit-making plan is still far away. Temperament just walked out of Lin Yuan's shop, and found that the short fat man who had made himself angry was standing in front of the shop. Tempered to wipe the tears off his face. The short, chubby man standing at the door apparently heard the conversation in the shop and thought of stepping forward to comfort him. Buddha said. When he heard the Buddha say 2 words, his grumpy eyes glared and shouted. The Buddha said that buying must have results, and your retribution is me. Lin Yuan is finally calming down, and he sends a message to the star network of the halogen egghead. Shanshan Lao Lin, 5 epic spray net spiders are in the store, so please take a look. Stream in the cloud, what? Uncle, you got 5 elite level epic spray spiders so quickly. You're afraid you are not lying to me. Shanshan Lao Lin, who are you so smart who dare to lie to you? Come and I will ship you. Lin Yuan, you are in desperate need of these 5 elite level epic quality spray spiders. Only after getting this money Lin Yuan can have the capital to cultivate elite spirit goldfish. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's current money can't even afford a common level spirit goldfish. What about nurturing? The stream in the cloud, I know uncle, I'll be here soon. Braised Egghead soon came to Lin Yuan's shop and saw 5 epic quality spray web spiders astoundingly said. Unexpectedly, uncle, your speed is really fast. I am the emperor, these 5 spray spiders will definitely be able to brush out a transparent spider web, you will soon ship me. Lin Yuan was anxious before, but Lin Yuan didn't expect that the stewed egghead became anxious after seeing the spray spider. Directly urged himself to ship. Chapter 43 Make Yourself Better. Lin Yuan looked at the braided egghead with a bee headgear, and he smiled suddenly. Lin Yuan's laugh immediately caused the stream in the cloud to explode. You must not think about this girl's hair. I also don't want to be stung by ghost spiders. Said, the braised egghead took off his little bee headgear and pointed to his head to Lin Yuan. You look carefully, my hair is already growing. Lin Yuan only felt that this braised egghead was a pair of not-so-smart Yazzie. Exit Xingwang's shop. Lin Yuan immediately contacted Anning to deliver the goods. Anning remained the same as last time, and soon helped Lin Yuan to install 5 elite-level epic-quality spray web spiders in the trapped spirit box. Lin Yuan praised Anen Qin's quick and brisk look. The last time the goods were delivered was great. They were delivered in less than 2 hours. Like you. Lin Yuan knows that newcomers always need some encouragement. Perhaps a simple encouragement is trivial, just a very common sentence. But invisible can bring another person's little caper and joy. Sure enough, Ning's face immediately showed a shy smile, which was full of spirit and spirit. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I will continue to cheer. These days Lin Yuan is like playing a snowball game. In the spiritual pool of the Ling Ling space, there are batches of sucking goldfish. At the same time, in the Xingwang store, Lin Yuan has also begun to hang elite goldfish in the store for sale. Lin Yuan did not think about setting a purchase limit, so that everyone who came to the Xingwang store can only buy one. But after a lot of thought, Lin Yuan rejected this idea. The price of the Ling Ling goldfish itself is not cheap, that is, the actual market price. Because the varieties are all butterfly tails, even Lin Yuanhang's price is a bit higher than the market price. Things are rare, and elite spirit goldfish are rarely sold in stores. Not to mention the butterfly tail goldfish, which is the most beautiful in elite appearance. Therefore, as soon as the soul goldfish hung up, they were immediately scanned. Lin Yuan thought, sweep the goods and sweep the goods, anyway, he did not lose. Such a sales method can actually increase the sense of competition of shop buyers. Lin Yuan bought another 30 pots of Qingluo. This time Lin Yuan did not evolve Qingluo into an elite level, so he hung it up for sale. But evolved Qingluo to the bronze rank. Bronze scale Qingluo is a wonderful flower on the road of evolution. Other spirits are strengthening their survivability or fighting ability, and Qingluo is trying its best to make itself more delicious in the evolution of the species. Qingluo deserves to be called high-quality energy food called herbivores. This is to make myself better to eat up my brain, it is really worth learning for all production creatures. As a kind of production spirit, Qingluo is undoubtedly very successful. The unique characteristics of the copper-level awakening can increase the digestion speed of herbivorous spirits. Let herbivorous spirits absorb energy from Qingluo faster, thus speeding up the eating rate. This will undoubtedly also increase the upgrade speed. The exclusive feature, gray-green leaves, will make the appearance of Qingluo become unsightly, but it will increase the content of chlorophyll in the leaves. The increase of chlorophyll content is also increasing the nutritional content of Chlorophyllum chinense. Qingluo's exclusive characteristics are almost all about how delicious they are, or they can grow more Qingluo vines and increase the production of Qingluo vines. Qingluo is talking arrogantly to all creatures. I can produce food and I am delicious. So you have to take care of me and be kind to me. Carefully cultivate me. Lin Yuan did not pay attention to the quality of Qingluo when he evolved this Qingluo, but focused all his aura on Qingluo to break through the bronze rank. The moment the elite Qingluo broke through the bronze rank, seems to have been meticulously cared for by nature for more than 10 years, and the leaves have more than doubled in size. Chlorophylla vine grows longer, the larger the leaves at the lower end of the vine. The upper leaves are very tender, and they are all new leaves that have not yet grown, so they look extra delicate. Lin Yuan pinched the blade underneath in his hand and immediately felt that the weight of this blade was not light. The vines hanging from the green vines are no longer as green as before, but are coated with a layer of wood. After the shell was unscrewed by hand, the nutrient-rich juice immediately poured out. Every time I watched the evolution of spiritual creatures, Lin Yuan could always feel the magnificence of the evolution of the long river species of life. Lin Yuan looked at Tongjia Qingluo and said wisely to the side. Smart, if you were you, would you choose to make you evolve better to escape danger? Screamed cleverly and looked at Lin Yuan puzzledly. Just want to tell Lin Yuan what he learned in those books about the evolution of Qingluo and listen to Lin Yuan to continue. If it were me, I would still let myself evolve to be unpalatable, the more unpalatable, the better. Cleverly looked at the cat's head, a look of doubtful expression. Is it because I am too smart, so even if I see Lin Yuan, Yu reading www.ukangshu.com still feels that Lin Yuan is not a very smart Asian child? Think so cleverly, I don't know, in this room I think I'm the cleverest who is singing cheerfully. Enin looked at the tens of thousands of fans who appeared in the live broadcast in just a few days, and only felt that he had stepped onto the peak of bird life. The screen on the screen almost covered by the 5 words of adult sparrow. After a few days of busyness, Lin Yuan wanted to go out for a walk. I couldn't stay at home one day in the previous life, but how did I become more and more home in this life? Turned around twice in the alley, and Lin Yuan simply went to the mall to buy a suit for himself. Then sat in the restaurant of the mall and made a set meal. The course is a braised pork, a grilled fish nugget, and a rice. For Lin Yuan, who loves meat, vegetarian dishes are never within the first choice. After taking a bite of braised pork and taking another bite of grilled fish, Lin Yuan felt that the set meal in the mall was not as delicious as Uncle Li's. I don't know how Aunt Zhang took Uncle Li to treat the legs, how long it will take this time. Last year, it seemed that I had gone back for 3 months. The news is in the mall. The main theme of the news is mostly about the match of the ladder competition in the Star Network, as well as some real-world situations. Listen to the news and eat a set meal. Lin Yuan felt as if he had escaped from the previous busyness and enjoyed the rare tranquility. This comfort makes Lin Yuan feel very comfortable, and it is this comfort that removes Lin Yuan's fatigue that has been busy all day and night before. Suddenly, a news message on the radio made Lin Yuan's hand holding a spoon. Chapter 44 Town Spirit Division. News is on display, and the big screen of the mall also displays the latest developments in a graphic manner in conjunction with broadcasting. Huayao Federation of Founders Union will reform the assessment of founders. But anyone who completes the assessment of 1-star founder within 2 hours can be exempted from the 3 life class advanced assessments and directly assess the 2-star founder. At present, this measure has not been fully promoted. It is only supervised and promoted by Lord Qingxiao within the scope of Baohenia City. The remaining areas will implement this measure in the future. This news was completely beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. But it is undoubtedly good news for Lin Yuan. I only planned to test a 1-star founder before. Now can I complete the assessment of 1-star founder directly within 2 hours and directly attack the 2-star founder. The 3 life professions, whether they are scholars, spirit beast observers or spirit material analysts, the reserve content of 2-star knowledge is completely different from that of 1-star. Even if Lin Yuan is clever, he needs a lot of time. There are now opportunities for advanced assessments that can dispense with those 3 life professions, and directly assess the shortcut to the 2-star founder, so you have to fight for it anyway. Waiting for Lin Yuan to think more, another piece of news made Lin Yuan almost never frown and frowned. Recently, according to a federal survey, dimensional cracks will enter an active period after half a year. The dimensional fissures in the active period will erupt a wave of beasts, so from now on, the Radiant Federation will enter the state of combat readiness. Please prepare for the federal citizens in advance not to panic. The Confederation will dispatch the town spirit department during the active period of the dimensional crack to help resist the tide of the beast. After Lin Yuan came to this world, his consciousness remained clear. Even when he was a child, thinking was not a baby. So Lin Yuan will remember what happened when he was a child. The 8 characters, the period of active dimension cracks, deeply hurt Lin Yuan. It is because of these 8 words that Lin Yuan lost his parents in this life and took his sister to survive alone. Looking at the badge that suddenly appeared on the big screen of the shopping mall, Lin Yuan's hand was directly clenched tightly. Lin Yuan has seen this badge, or 2, because the 2 badges are in his own shop. This is one of the few relics left by parents. It was not until now that Lin Yuan knew that this badge was actually the badge of Zhenlingxi. At this moment Lin Yuan suddenly regretted that he really knew too little about this world. Even Xing Wang has only recently started landing. If you go to understand the world earlier, even if the death of your parents is unavoidable, you can also know exactly why you died. Lin Yuan's thoughts returned to the dark rainy night. A hole in the suburb of Xia County opened a dimensional crack, and a large number of strange beasts poured out. This time the rift was opened without warning, and at the same time, parents who looked like ordinary people in their own eyes ran directly from the home to the direction of the dimensional crack. Then I never came back. After Lin Yuan had finished his meal, he came home with a heavy heart. Boarded Xing Wang, and carefully checked the data of the dimensional crack that happened 10 years ago, as well as the news of the Zhenling division. 10 years ago, the dimensional cracks that opened in the suburbs of Xia County were clearly recorded on Xing Wang. That is a dimensional fissure in the dungeon, and everything that appears in the fissure is underground creatures. At that time, a large number of underground creatures invaded Xia County, among which there was a 4th-level monster and a 5th-level monster. Level 4 monsters are equivalent to Platinum-level spirits, and Level 5 monsters are equivalent to Diamond-level spirits. Lin Yuan had seen the might of the flaming giant bear who first entered the Platinum stage, and the destructive power of the Diamond stage can be imagined. Lin Yuan looked to the end. It was clearly written that the members of Zhenling Division successfully defended Xia County, cleaned up the beasts that exploded in the dimensional fissures in the underground city, and blocked the dimensional fissures. At this time, Lin Yuan found a key point in the data that made Lin Yuan's eyes tighten. The 4th level monster invaded by the dimensional fissures in the dungeon is the swamp dragonfly, and the 5th level monster that had not appeared when the beast tide erupted at the beginning showed on the data as bone filariasis. This made Lin Yuan immediately think of Uncle Li's leg injury. Was using real data to check Li Shu's leg injury, which showed that he suffered from epiphyseal gangrene. Bone necrosis is a skill that sacrifices one's own sacrifice when the bone rod is exhausted. 5-level Spirit Beast is equivalent to Diamond-level Spirit Beast sacrifice its own destructive power, can be imagined. Thinking about Lin Yuan's mind, he seemed to have some clues in his head, and he knew something clearly. It seems that his parents should be members of this town's spirit department. Lin Yuan only felt that his heart was blocked, and at this moment Lin Yuan was anxiously wanting Aunt Zhang and Uncle Li to come back quickly. Then go and ask yourself what happened. Lin Yuan lay on the table for a long while, then raised his head and carefully looked at Jin Lingxi's information. Lin Yuan has always known that this world is very big, famous mountains and rivers, Amoy rivers, sparkling lakes, rough seas. The mountains and forests stretch across the earth. There is a magmatic zone south of the Federation, an icebound polar area north of the Federation, a barren desert west of the Federation, and a mud swamp east of the Federation. Has such an infinite number of spirits in such a big world. And the spirits are good and natural and bad. Fairy Federation's way of judging the spirits is simple. Is friendly with human beings. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com is good for not destroying nature, but bad for attacking humans and destroying the self-recognized environment. The town spirit department is such a group of people who guard this shining federation when dealing with this spiritual time all over the world. Malignant creatures below the platinum level are destroyed directly, and spirits above the platinum level need to be contained. Looked at Jin Lingxi's introduction, and watched this group of Jinling divisions who used their own power to protect the dedication of Jinling. Lin Yuan seemed to know his parents more deeply. In his own eyes, parents like ordinary people are also unknown heroes in this world. Town Spirit Division. Lin Yuan Yen said a few words, then walked back to his house and took a box from the head of the bed. There are also 2 small red boxes in this big box. These 2 little red boxes, Lin Yuan's eyes were sore when he saw them. These are the teeth that he and Chu Xi changed when they were young, and they were carefully collected in the box by their parents. Said that he would wait until the 2 men were 10 years old before burying their teeth in the soil and be happy. It's just that after going out that night, this carefully collected tooth never had the opportunity to be buried in the soil by hand. Lin Yuan carefully picked up the 2 badges beside the 2 boxes. 2 badges in their hands are surprisingly light. But these 2 badges seem to suppress Lin Yuan's strength, shaking his hands. Just then, Lin Yuan looked through the window and found that the light in the room opposite the shop suddenly turned on. The door of S own shop was also knocked. But Lin Yuan knew that this knock on the door must not be Aunt Zhang. If Aunt Zhang could only hear Aunt Zhang's unique and enthusiastic voice across the distance. Who is the person who came at this time? Chapter 45 Soar Species. Knocking on the door, boom boom, continued to sound. The sound of the knock on the door was steady and tepid, but Lin Yuan felt that his heart beating beneath his chest was a little scattered. Is not Aunt Zhang or Uncle Wang, but the lights of Aunt Zhang's family are on, and now the door of her home is being knocked. Although Huayao Federal Security is good, Lin Yuan has never heard of any vicious incidents. But Lin Yuan still hid the sharp knife that he used to cut Qingluoteng every day in his sleeve. Whispered a sound at the same time, let the sound stand on his shoulders, and then walked to the door, ready to open the door. Walked past Lin Yuan, whispered to Yining. Tone, if I go back after opening the door, no matter what the door is, you will release the turbulence and sound thorn directly towards the door. Yining heard Lin Yuan's words and immediately became alert. Seemed to be waiting for Lin Yuan's action to prepare to attack. It wasn't that nobody had knocked on Lin Yuan's door tonight, but I don't know why, Lin Yuan would be extremely nervous tonight. It was only today that Lin Yuan knew his parents' identity, and the light of Aunt Zhang's family turned on again. These coincidences made Lin Yuan's nerves extremely sharp. The knock on the door suddenly changed. The previous knock on the door, dong dong dong, rhythmically lukewarm. Now the knock on the door is a little bit heavier than before. Dang dang, knocked twice and stopped. Lin Yuan frowned. It seemed that the door was not alone, but at least 2. Opening the door, Lin Yuan saw a man and a woman standing 1 meter away from his door. The appearance of a man in his early 30s, the woman looks younger than the man. The man in his early 30s saw Lin Yuan open the door and opened his mouth to make Lin Yuan's hands clenched. At the same time, the knife hidden in his sleeve was held by Lin Yuan in the palm of his hand. The woman's expression remained unchanged, but the middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, I just ask your parents' names." Said, the young man asked again. "Is your father Lin Jian? Is your mother Chu Yan?" Lin Yuan looked at this man and woman deeply and nodded. "Yes, do you have anything?" After Lin Yuan answered yes, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that this man and woman looked at him differently than before and became softer and much closer. The woman who had not spoken handed Lin Yuan a letter and said, "This is what your Aunt Zhang wrote to you." Finished, watching Lin Yuan added a sentence. "Read the letter first, and I will give you something after reading it." Lin Yuan opened the envelope, and two things poured out. "Is a piece of cloth." Lin Yuan opened the cloth and only felt that the cloth was still dirty. Stained with some gray and black dirt, there were also two red smiling faces that looked ugly. Lin Yuan didn't know what it was doing, so he took the cloth in his hand and read the letter. Looking at the letter, Lin Yuan's eyes became red after a short brush. Large tears of beans dripped on the letter paper, making the ink on the letter paper mottled. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, Lin Yuan's eyes could no longer see the content on the paper. After his parents left, Lin Yuan never cried, always supporting the shop and Chu Si's hope. But now, all emotions flood into my heart, and the plain happiness of childhood floats in front of my eyes. The commandment that the man has tears is not broken at this moment is broken. Lin Yuan put away the stationery and wiped his eyes fiercely with his hand. Was looking at the strange cloth, which Lin Yuan only felt was the warmest thing in the world. In the tide of beasts, young parents who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, tore off a piece of cloth at that moment. Draws 2 smiley faces on the cloth with blood before the death of life. I don't know what this smiley face is showing, but Lin Yuan looked at the smiley face in front of him, and it suddenly appeared that his parents always smiled at this time. This smiley face may be expectation, or worry, or it may be too late to think about the subconscious instinct. Lin Yuan solemnly folded the cloth carefully and put it close to his body. Then read the letter towards himself at the door, and said a man and a woman who had not spoken. "Thank you all." The man stepped forward and slapped Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Thanks, thank you. You can call me Uncle Dong at your age, and leave me a contact information later, if you have anything to do with me, please." Uncle Dong was obviously a tuberculosis. He started to inquire about Lin Yuan's life while pulling Lin Yuan. For this sudden concern, Lin Yuan touched the back of his head and was a little tired to deal with it. At this time, there was a light coughing sound. Dong Shu immediately silenced, and when he looked back, he glanced. "Lin Yuan, this is your gift from Uncle Li." Lin Yuan took the box and thanked him. The woman quickly waved her hand and said softly, "Just call me Aunt Sue." Lin Yuan nodded and called someone. At this time, I only heard Uncle Dong's mouth almost fell to the ground, very surprised, and exclaimed, "Lao Su, I didn't expect that you have feelings." Hasn't finished talking yet. After receiving the cold eyes, Yu reading www.yuukankansu.com said that he wasn't talking. Aunt Sue looked at Lin Yuan to put away the box and said, "You open the box now to see what is in the box. I tell you what it is. The things in the box are very precious." Lin Yuan said that when he opened the box, he saw that there was only a small ball as big as a small toenails embedded in the middle of the box. Lin Yuan picked it up and took a closer look. It really didn't recognize what it was, but it looked like seeds of a dry plant. "This is what your father and mother and your uncle Aunt Zhang exchanged for all their merits. This is a sore species." Lin Yuan said that there was a throbbing pain in his heart, and then he asked with a hint of warmth, "Aunt Sue, what is the sore species?" Aunt Sue didn't explain it directly, but asked Lin Yuan, "Do you know how the dimensional crack seal disappeared?" Lin Yuan shook his head. The dimensional crack will not only erupt the tide of strange animals, but also the dimensional crack is a treasure trove. This source species was taken from a second dimensional rift. The hole in the dimensional crack produced a source item and took out this source species. The second dimensional rift loses the original source item that was born and will be closed. There are many source items, and the source item in your hand is exactly a source item. Lin Yuan looked at the source species carefully, and could not see anything special. It looked like a dark green keloid. "This original species is very suitable for you. You can't feel the aura and the mental strength is weak, so you can't contract spiritual things, but this source species only needs to be cultivated with blood, and you can conclude a contract with people without aura and mental strength. At this time, Lin Yuan finally knew the role of this source. Chapter 46 Pack of Wolves. Seeing Lin Yuan understood, Su Jin continued to talk to Lin Yuan. The growth and evolution of the source species is different from ordinary spirits. The source species is equivalent to a seed that you can create arbitrarily. You can determine the ability and evolution direction of the source species through breeding, cultivation, and induction. Cultivate into a healing creature, which is also good for your own body. Lin Yuan only now understands the role of this source. Frankly speaking, this source species is like a canvas. The owner of the source species can create on the canvas to determine the evolution shape, type, and ability of the source species. Lin Yuan does not intend to cultivate the source species as a healing creature. Lin Yuan is going to cultivate the source species into a purebred fighting plant spirit. This allows Lin Yuan to have the ability to protect himself no matter when and where. Lin Yuan has always been obsessed with fighting, that is, he must have the ability to fight anyway, otherwise a pure therapist does not seem to have the capital to settle down. Aunt Su and Uncle Dong respectively added contact information to Lin Yuan and told Lin Yuan to call if something happened. Lin Yuan also nodded and agreed. This is someone else's heart. Lin Yuan's character of not asking for everything, unless he has to be forced, is afraid that he will never ask for help. But this love, Lin Yuan has to keep in mind. Aunt Su took out a box and handed it to Lin Yuan again. This is for you on my own behalf. Lin Yuan opened it and saw a box full of brilliant coins. Can't count how many of them are stacked together, but it seems that there will be no less than 100. Before waiting to speak with Lin Yuan, Uncle Dong's dissatisfied voice came. Hey! Su Jin, we said we gave it together at the time, why didn't you give it without saying hello? After speaking, he also walked to Lin Yuan, took out a box from his pocket, and laughed in front of Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, my uncle also has a copy. There are costs for cultivating the source seeds or for my sister to go to school. Don't save it. My Aunt Su and I will come back and send you Huiyao coins every once in a while. Just put the box into Lin Yuan's hand after he finished speaking. Lin Yuan first took it over, then very solemnly buckled the two boxes and handed them back to Su Jin and Dong Hai, saying, Aunt Su, I don't want money for Uncle Dong. Without too much explanation, Lin Yuan stood there in a fixed manner, with a smile in his mouth, eyes full of firmness and sincerity. Dong Hai should be persuaded when he is anxious. Xiao Yuan takes it, listen to me. I don't think I can accept it. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Lin Yuan suddenly didn't know what to say. Why did a good uncle suddenly become greasy? Wide oil warning. When Lin Yuan spoke, Su Jin kept looking at Lin Yuan's eyes. Su Jin, a member of the town spirit department who had seen life and death, suddenly felt that a young man's eyes would be so clear, sincere, and not fake. Made Su Jin understand from such eyes, today means to break the sky, and the money will not be collected. Okay Dong Hai. If you don't want Xiao Yuan, don't. Was finished, and took two boxes from Lin Yuan's hands. One box was carried by himself, the other was thrown back to Dong Hai. Then did not forget to say another sentence to Dong Hai. Don't say another word tonight. Dong Hai just felt a little wronged and closed his mouth. Lin Yuan found that Dong Shu's temperament had become very honest, not as greasy as before. It seems that Aunt Su is still a master of oil removal. At this moment, Su Jin suddenly turned around and said to Lin Yuan. This time Xia County opened a first-dimensional rift, connecting with the insect world. Up to now, there are still a large number of worms near the dimensional crack. I will take you to see the work of Zhenling Division, go. Lin Yuan immediately agreed and said very firmly. Go with. Dimensional fissures and insect worlds are all things that Lin Yuan has never touched so far. But these things must be in contact in this world, and now Lin Yuan has the opportunity to go naturally. Furthermore, Lin Yuan also wanted to know more about the work of Zhenling Division, so that he could better understand the things that parents such as the members of Zhenling Division have to experience and feel the same. Perhaps one day in the future, Lin Yuan will also go to the dimensional crack exploration alone. Not to mention too far, according to the news, the dimensional crack will become active within half a year, and the tide of strange animals will spew out of the dimensional crack. Until then, I always have to face it. Now it is a great thing for someone to bring their own understanding in advance. Su Jin glanced at Lin Yuan with admiration and said to Dong Hai. After a while you clean up the worms, I protect Xiao Yuan. Dong Hai's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. For the protection of such things, the battle to clean up the worms is undoubtedly more in Dong Hai's heart. Su Jin mobilized spiritual power and directly summoned his own spirit. I saw a snow-white bird with a wingspan of 10 meters away in the air. The feathers on this bird are fine and soft, white as satin. The claws below showed a somewhat harsh metallic luster. Bird heads are different from ordinary birds. The heads of ordinary birds are petite, but the heads of Su Jin contract spirits are about to catch up with 1/3 of their bodies. Lin Yuan checked the information of this creature under the real data. Name of the creature, Mianyu Snowy Owl. Spirit species, Cyprinid/Snowy Owl. Spirit level, Platinum rank, 8 out of 10. Spiritual system type, Qi system/I system. Comprehensive quality, perfect quality. Skills. Feather strike, use the wings to launch a fast slap while shooting the sharp side feathers on the wings. Feather shield, use the dense down feathers on your body for damage defense. Snow feather thorn, while shooting cold feathers, the cold feathers can condense the ice to launch scattering damage. Ground snow walk, the extremely cold airflow forms an avalanche site on the ground, and carries out indiscriminate snowstorm burial and freezing attacks. Snow guard, summon the power of the extreme cold, condense the solid ice to protect all the targets in an all-round way and impose ice resistance. Exclusive features. Quick chill, improve the affinity of frost, so that the use of ice skills has a quick freeze effect. Mianyu Snowy Owl, this is a flying spirit, but also a defensive spirit. But looking at the paws of Mianyu Snowy Owl, Lin Yuan knew that the attacking power of this Mianyu Snowy Owl must be extremely extraordinary. Reach the platinum level, excluding skills and characteristics, the damage of the spirit body itself has been extremely extraordinary. This Mianyu Snowy Owl, like Su Jin, tends to attack in terms of cultivation and awakening characteristics. Makes it clearly a defensive creature. In addition to being decent in defense, it is also quite good in attack. The appearance of the Mianyu Snowy Owl shocked Yin, and Lin Yuan quickly calmed down the tone. After comforting, he left the sound at home. Clever harmony. Lin Yuan did not want to take it with him. Carrying harmony is not only dangerous. And the extraordinary intelligence and sound may be detected by Su Jin and Dong Hai, which is not what Lin Yuan wants to see. When the sound evolves to the bronze level, the appearance of the sound will change greatly, whether it is a prehistoric return to the ancestor or a spiritual mutation. Until then, I'm afraid I won't be treated as a sound bird. Under Su Jin's instructions, Lin Yuan got on the back of the Mianyu Snowy Owl. This is Lin Yuan's first observation of a platinum-level spirit at close range and the first time he rides a platinum-level spirit. I have to say that the Mianyu Snowy Owl is really comfortable and ridiculous. Stepping on the back of the Mianyu Snowy Owl, Lin Yuan only felt as if he was stepping on the velvet bed, and he was enjoying it. Mianyu Snowy Owl is flying in the sky like a cloud in the sky. After a while, he flew out of Xia County and stopped near the dimensional crack. Just after the Snowy Owl fell, Lin Yuan could hear the hiss of various worms in the dark night, like a greedy butcher hiding in the dark somewhere. At this time, a pair of people in standard clothes ran over. Su Jin stepped forward and handed up his ID and badge, and the other party immediately saluted and immediately evacuated to patrol elsewhere. Lin Yuan saw the dress of these people and recognized them as the famous Bauhinia of Bauhinia City. It is rumored that everyone in the Bauhinia Guard has a Golden Order spirit, which is regarded as the backbone of the Bauhinia City. Did not expect that there were so many Bauhinia Guards at this level of cracks. So far, Lin Yuan has seen more than 3 teams. Seeing Lin Yuan puzzled, Su Jin explained patiently. This level of dimensional cracks is connected to the insect world. Although it is a first-level dimensional crack, it is no less dangerous than a second-level rift. The reproduction ability of the Zerg is extremely strong, and it will also devour evolution and grow very fast, so it's hard to cope. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard a faint sound behind him, and Lin Yuan saw Dong Hai Zhao throwing a punch behind him. A zombie was directly hit by Dong Hai's punch and fell to the ground, spraying the poisonous water in his body, apparently unable to survive. Dong Hai reminded very seriously. It's almost time for the dimensional crack, then Xiao Yuan will take a look at how dangerous this dimensional crack is. Soon Lin Yuan saw a black and red crack in the space ahead that almost penetrated half of the world. Behind the crack seems to be able to faintly see a wonderful world. Some worms fall from time to time in the crack. This shocking scene shrank Lin Yuan's pupils. Looked like, fearing that hundreds of worms would fall out of the dimensional cracks every moment. The endless stream is like being squeezed out. At this time, I only heard Uncle Dong shouting forward. Dong Hai, the director of Zhenling, requested the opening of the dimensional crack ban to clean up the dimensional crack foundation. As Dong Hai's voice fell, a person rushed across the opposite side, and after checking the documents, he gave instructions to the Bauhinia guarding by the crack of the dimension. At this time, Lin Yuan saw the seemingly invisible barrier outside the crack of the black-red dimension, and suddenly disappeared. This time, the fissure cracked like a burst, and a variety of worms spewed out quickly. Su Jin has been telling Lin Yuan about the cracks of the dimension. Xiao Yuan, don't look at the number of worms spewing out from such dimensional cracks, but most of these worms are elite, very few are bronze ranks, and even few silver ranks. Lin Yuan said in shock. Even if this is the case, I'm afraid it will take a long time to clean it up. Lin Yuan has never seen such a scene, and it is much more shocking than the sci-fi blockbuster scene in science fiction movies. Then Lin Yuan only heard Dong Hai say, "Xiao Yuan, I handled this small scene by myself." This sentence made Lin Yuan feel that Dong Hai's inexplicable temperament appeared again on his body, like drinking a large bowl of white oil. Dong Hai snapped his fingers, and a platinum order spirit appeared on his feet. This is a giant wolf with a pale blue color and a lilac light. Dong Hai opened his hands, waving like a performer, shouting loudly. "Look for hunting. Pack wolves." I saw that this pale blue giant wolf with a glare suddenly flashed. Lin Yuan found himself surrounded by countless wolves. The pack of wolves ran towards Zerg and launched a feast of hunting. Lin Yuan looked at the real data of this pale blue wolf, his eyes shrank again. Name of spirits, Shadow Dire Wolf. Spiritual species, Diarity/Canis. Spirit level, Platinum rank, 10 out of 10. Spiritual department, Dark department. Perceived quality, Epic quality. Skills. Bite tear the prey with your teeth while doing penetration damage. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Claw strike, sweep the enemy with claws, and tear the target flesh at the same time. Terrorist roar, a terrifying roar sounds to deter the enemy and reduce the enemy's defense ability. Under the dark wave, a destructive dark wave is emitted from the mouth of the wolf for small-scale killing. Shadow of 10,000 wolves, split the energy of oneself, and create a wolf shadow lower than its own level. The number of wolf shadows depends on the set energy. Exclusive features. Energy drainage, quickly absorb the energy of the prey in hunting and killing, and replenish yourself. The Ghost Shadow Wolf training is really excellent, the perfect match between exclusive features and skills. The split wolves hunted the Zerg to absorb energy, and then split up to create new individuals, forming a cycle against low-level prey. This Shadow Terror Wolf is really a big killer against low-level Zerg. Shadow Phantom Wolf gave Lin Yuan more novel knowledge about the skills, evolution direction, and exclusive features of the spirits. Is like opening the door to a new world. In the moonlight, all the battles between wolves and Zerg are quietly blooming in the killing. It's just that Lin Yuan looked at his head and shook his head, just like Dong Hai, who directed the musical, showing a pretty and puzzled expression. Especially at the moment Dong Hai waved his hands, Lin Yuan first flashed 4 words in his mind. Doomsday jump big. Then Lin Yuan seemed to see the endless oil field and suddenly leaked. Chapter 47 Red Thorn. The killing under the moon night was accompanied by a little bit of cold, and there were no leftovers of the worms slaughtered by the giant blue wolf with the purple ghost. After the killing, the people left, leaving the worm corpses alone and handing them to the Bauhinia guard to clean up the mess. At this time, an unremarkable black crow looked at the worm corpses everywhere and so quietly stayed on the treetop. It's just cruel and cruel in the eyes of the crow, as if with a slight contempt. Stood quietly for a moment, and the black crow suddenly shot towards the entrance of the dimensional crack. Lin Yuan found that he got another rune of will when he returned. Isn't the rune of will difficult to obtain? Why does it seem so simple to get the rune of will? Is it because you are too smart? Lin Yuan vomited in his heart. This rune of will is Lin Yuan's heart when he sees the Zerg being slaughtered. The killing of the worms is completely destroyed, but for the people of Xia County, it is hope. The contradictory existence of destruction and hope may have been intertwined. It's just that the positions and directions are different, so the definitions of hope and destruction are also different. The true will of this rune of will is the hope that blooms in the killing. This is a truly offensive rune. The source species Lin Yuan did not use it immediately after returning, but spent a considerable amount of money on Xinguang to buy books about the source species. It turned out that there is only a very simple introduction to the source books. Only introduces that the source species is a kind of source article, but the use of the source species is just a pass. Although there are many dimensional cracks, there are also many dimensional cracks destroyed by the seal. However, there are many kinds of source items, including only 2 source species. The winner of the previous source seed contract only said that a drop of blood was needed to complete the contract with the source seed. Then bury the source species in the energy ore and wait for the source species to germinate. However, shortly afterwards, the source species winner was just an ordinary person, and he was not spared by the disaster of a 3-dimensional rift. Therefore, the research on the source species can only come to an end. The previous research also allowed the source species to be defined as the weaker one of the source items. Otherwise, the merits of Lin Yuan's own parents and the merits of Uncle Zhang's uncle cannot add up to exchange only one source. After reading the few relevant materials of the source species, Lin Yuan gained more knowledge about the original species. At this time, Lin Yuan also decided to sign a contract with the source species. Taking out the source species, Lin Yuan looked at the crumpled appearance of the source species only to feel ordinary. But through this unremarkable look, Lin Yuan saw 4 hot hearts. Lin Yuan cut his finger and squeezed a drop of blood onto the source seed. Lin Yuan found that his blood was quickly absorbed by the source species. Also found that a contract that seemed to originate from the bloodline was born between himself and the source species. After signing the contract, Lin Yuan was ready to stop bleeding on his hand. Hasn't come yet and hemostasis. As a result, a drop of blood at the wound was dropped on the source seed again. Lin Yuan was preparing to wipe it, but found that the source had already absorbed this drop of blood cleanly. At this time, Lin Yuan only felt that the contract between him and the source species seemed to deepen a bit. Simply Lin Yuan continued to try to drip blood on the source species. 5 or 6 drops dripped Lin Yuan as if he could feel the emotion of the source species faintly. At this time, the source species is sending out a feeling of longing for the blood of this contractor. Now Lin only feels that the source and the information on the books purchased online are inconsistent. According to what is written in the book, it must be that after the previous contractor put a drop of blood on the source seed, he felt that the contractual connection stopped. But since Lin Yuan now feels the desire of the source, he gritted his teeth and opened his palm. The blood of the column falls on the source seed, and the source seed is not afraid, and it is quickly absorbed. 1 minute later, until Lin Yuan felt that he was weak and dizzy due to blood loss, Yuan Zhong finally stopped absorbing the blood. Lin Yuan quickly used Lily to heal herself. Lily's healing skills will not allow Lin Yuan's wound to heal immediately, but it will stop bleeding for only a few seconds. The elite class 10 Lily can already be regarded as a qualified healing spirit. Lin Yuan carefully looked at the source species that had sucked blood, and found that the source species at this time was slowly fading away the scab on the surface. That layer of scab has now turned into a soft dark red. This dark red scab was moved back into the seed by the original species, and at the same time, the front end of the original species also grew a sprout about 3 centimeters high. At this time, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the source seed was waiting for his direction and shape. Lin Yuan has already made plans for the evolution direction of the source species in the past few days, and he has spoken directly. 2 sprouts grow a mouth like a predator. Lin Yuan is going to cultivate this source species into a predator plant. Then take the predator as the direction. A little bit evolved in other directions. After listening to Lin Yuan's instructions, the 2 sprouts soon grew into 2 cylindrical leaf stems that were 40 centimeters high after vigorous growth. The middle of the leaf stem was like a stomach pouch. Lin Yuan felt it should be hollow. UU reading www.bakanshu.com. Above the leaf stems are 2 red flowers like roses. Lin Yuan carefully observed the flower and found that although the upper end of the flower was just a simple rose, but there are sharp barbs on the petals are unscrewed, and inside is a large serrated mouth. Lin Yuan didn't expect that one command of his own would allow the source species to evolve a complete predator. It seems that the source species is far from being as weak as the data says. On the contrary, Lin Yuan feels that the source species is very strong. Now the source species is not ordinary. But Lin Yuan thinks that it is an ordinary level of attacking spirits. For example, the gray-haired dog must not be the opponent of the source species, and will only become the food of the source species. Lin Yuan injects aura into the source species, and finds that the source species does not absorb the aura he conducts. It seems that there is a good point in the information. The only way this source wants to evolve is to absorb energy. As a fighting plant, Lin Yuan does not want the original species to rely too much on absorbing energy from the soil. Because plants rely too much on land, they are more restricted in combat. Now the source species can increase their energy and promote their own evolution by eating, and they do not need to rely on the root system all the time for energy absorption. So Lin Yuan intends to change the root system of the source species. Is of course not to prevent the roots from absorbing the energy in the soil, but to use the energy in the soil as a means. For example, it can absorb the energy in the soil to supply itself, or at the same time strengthen the ability to fix the root system. Of course, these are only Lin Yuan's ideas at present, and the specific evolution has to wait for the source species to evolve to the copper-level awakening characteristics and make detailed decisions. Looking at the source species in front of him, Lin Yuan gave it a name, Red Thorn. Chapter 48 The Mouth of the Sacrifice. From now on, the Red Thorn, like the clever Tone, needs Lin Yuan to provide food. For the food with red thorns, Lin Yuan made a decision when he saw the Zerg. Is there anything more suitable for feeding red thorns than Zerg? The carapace of the Zerg is hard and the flesh is corrosive. Such a thing is used to feed the red thorn, which can improve the digestive ability of the red thorn while allowing the red thorn's predatory organs to produce extremely corrosive acid by digesting the worm. Zerg is a product of the worm world in the dimension space, which does not exist in the outside world. Insect corpses with worms on the internet are sold as spirits. Lin Yuan is now ready to prepare the worm corpse for the red thorn, and see how many worms the red thorn has to digest to evolve to the ordinary level. Entered the Xingwang store, Lin Yuan saw many people waiting in his store. Although these people have many fresh faces, Lin Yuan is not unfamiliar with the origins of these people and is waiting for himself. Would like to order bronze-grade Qinglua and elite-level absorbing goldfish from myself. Some of these people were even willing to raise the price to find their own order, but Lin Yuan refused all these people without exception. Operates a small shop, especially a sprite shop on Xingwang. In addition to the spirits that are usually sold, it is privately ordered. Private customization varies from person to person, and the price will be different. But if the spirits that are usually sold in the shop Lin Yuan still choose to treat them equally. Lin Yuan did not know how to open a store and manage it all. This time, all of his knowledge about store management is based on the words and actions of his parents when he was a child. Always be enthusiastic and persistent in opening a store. Now Lin Yuanba's enthusiasm and perseverance have passed down, and will not be easily changed. Boss, I came up with a price higher than the market price to order 30 pots of copper-grade Qinglua. Boss, elite-level spirit goldfish, I want to take 100 items directly from you. I don't know if the boss can discuss it. Looking at what these people said, Lin Yuan was still a little emotional, but he directly refused firmly. Welcome to buy when the store is new. Smiled and sent these people away, Lin Yuan sighed. Recently, with the increase in transaction volume on the Star Online, and there are always new customers coming to the door, the role that intelligent robots can play is getting smaller and smaller. Lin Yuan really wants to hire a shop assistant on Xingwang. Own shop is now no longer unknown in the first 10 days. Because the products sold in their stores have been rarely seen on Xingwang, their stores have been classified as small boutiques by Xingwang. With more titles of boutique shops, Lin Yuan's shop is equivalent to a promotion. The number of people who came to admire more, and the goods in Lin Yuan's hands seem to be unable to keep up. Many Xingwang shops are worried about the sales of the goods, but Lin Yuan's store goods are put on the market and are bought by people who are waiting for new people within 10 minutes. During this time, the bronze-grade Qinglua and the elite spirit goldfish brought Lin Yuan nearly 400 yuan of brilliance. Qian Lin Yuan, who had the next 3 drops of blood of the Golden Order Dragon Beast, was also able to save himself. There is still a short period of time before the 27th. During this time, I must still be able to earn a shining coin. Thus save up money for picking up spirits. For Lin Yuan, who is now eager to enhance his strength, how many shining coins are not enough? Before Lin Yuan had only 1 rune of will, the pressure was already great, making Lin Yuan eager to let Lily improve the quality to the legendary level when she was in the bronze rank. Thus promoted to fantasy species. Now that there is an additional rune of will, Lin Yuan has moved to raise the red thorn in the bronze rank to the level of legendary promotion of fantasy species. Red thorns are not like ordinary spirits. Lin Yuan can use aura to promote evolution and improve quality. For Red Thorn, this need is a real resource economy, and it is really a sweet burden. Lin Yuan is preparing to contact Zhou Jiesin, only to see a friend sent a message to himself. Lin Yuan looked at it and couldn't help sighing. This stewed egghead is really not a European emperor, but the stewed egghead himself said that he can definitely paint a transparent spider web. Think about people who will be bitten by ghost-spirited spiders, but if the emperor is embarrassed. Therefore, Lin Yuan will continue to prepare 5 elite level and 10 level epic quality spray spiders for the braised egghead. This is not a big deal for Lin Yuan, it can be done easily. After replying to the information of the braised egghead, Lin Yuan began to contact Zhou Jiesin. Shan Lao Lin, Sister Xin, do you have zombie corpses for sale? Zhou Jiesin, there are low-grade corpses of Zerg, and there are still a lot of them. If you want it, if you don't need much, I can give you a few. Zhou Jiesin wondered why Lin Yuan wanted to buy Zerg corpses. The price of the Zerg corpse is not cheap. Zhou Jiesin will say that giving away one is because of a closer relationship with Lin Yuan. This can also be regarded as a means of enhancing customer relations. Another reason is that due to the recent cracks in various dimensions, the price of Zerg corpses has also dropped somewhat. Zhou Jiesin took advantage of this drop and sent a lot of zombie corpses. Deep Mountain Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I don't need to send it. I will need a lot of zombie corpses in the future. This time I will need 100, and another 10,000 pounds of inferior energy or, half a pound of butterfly shell, UU reading www.Bakanshu.com 40 ordinary level psychic goldfish, and 5 elite level 10 level perfect spray spiders. Lin Yuan simply bought everything in Zhou Jiesin's shop. After buying this shop for so long, the quality of the spirit materials and spirits of Zhou Jiesin's shop is also reassuring. Zhou Jiesin did not expect Lin Yuan to buy so many things at once. Lin Yuan's increasing purchasing power makes Zhou Jiesin very happy. Also made Zhou Jiesin regard Lin Yuan as a gold customer in his shop, and all the spiritual resources of the shop were also open to Lin Yuan. As a third-tier store, Zhou Jiesin's own collection can be quite a lot. Those precious spirits and spirits are resources that can make customers, and Zhou Jiesin has been using it carefully. But in the future, Lin Yuan Zhou Jiesin will be very generous to contribute his own resources. Of course, this also has a premise. The premise is that Lin Yuan can afford the price. Got off Xing Wang, and soon Lin Yuan received the goods he just bought from Zhou Jiesin's shop. The 100 corpses of Zerg are contained in the trapped spirit box of the Ostrich Logistics, and there is no need to worry about corruption. Lin Yuan fed the zombie corpse to the Red Thorn. The Red Thorn felt the smell of the zombie corpse, and then the 2 red roses untwisted to form a large blood basin with a basketball size. The body swallowed. The Red Thorn digests the corpses of the worms surprisingly fast. In 5 or 6 minutes, the 2 corpses of the worms are consumed. Lin Yuan continued to feed, until 80 heads, the Red Thorn stopped eating after digesting the dead body. The body began to shake violently, evolution occurred, and other body structures began to grow. At this time, Lin Yuan looked at the ordinary skills of Red Thorn, his eyes narrowed, and turned out to be the mouth of the sacrifice. Chapter 49:0 Ask the Beast. The body of the Red Thorn shakes more and more. One thorny strip after another grew out of the Red Thorn body. The thorns are about 1.5 meters long and there are about 10 roots. Each thorn is covered with sharp spikes. This spike is not an ordinary spike, but a curved barb. Such a barbed into the meat, I am afraid that the vines can open the flesh with a little force, or even pull the flesh down. Looking at the state of the ordinary level of Red Thorn, Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting the aggressiveness of Red Thorn. The evolution of the Red Thorn seems to have been born entirely for combat, but at this time the evolution of the Red Thorn has not been completed. I saw the center of the Red Thorn, and suddenly a half-meter high fruit-like object grew out. This fruit-like object was light red. Compared with the digestive organs on both sides of the Red Thorn, this fruit is much taller and stronger. The 2 digestive organs that were born before the Red Thorn are slowly connected with the fruit. Until this time, the Red Thorn stopped evolution. Lin Yuan looked at the real data of the Red Thorn. Name of the creature, Red Thorn, Predator. Spirit species, Vine subfamily/Kingdomia. Spirit level, Ordinary level. Spiritual system type, Source system. Quality, Elite quality. Skills. Mouth of Na Ji, it secretes vigorous digestive juice, which is highly corrosive and quickly digests the energy in food. The red thorn now looks a little scary. But what attracted Lin Yuan most was the newly grown fruit-like object of the red thorn, because this is a new organ. The growth of this organ is precisely because of the ordinary skill of the red thorn, the mouth of the sacrifice. If the digestive organs of red thorn can only be described as perfect before, now the digestive organs of red thorn can be regarded as perfect by Lin Yuan. One of his own commands, red thorn, has been practiced perfectly at the ordinary level. The newly grown organ is a digestive furnace. The digester can digest the corpse of the worm very quickly, while secreting a large amount of plant corrosive fluid. Plant corrosive fluid can not only help to digest food, but also can spit out and attack through the 2 rose flowers that have grown before. Lin Yuan hurriedly fed red thorns to continue feeding Zerd corpses. Saw that the mouth of the Naji which grew out of the red thorn opened several cracks covered with teeth. Lin Yuan threw 10 corpses into the mouth of the Naji, and the mouth of the Naji only grinded all the corpses with only a few peristaltic movements. Has been digested in just a few minutes in a digestive juice that is stronger than sulfuric acid. Lin Yuan was shocked by the digestion speed of the red thorn. But now there is no ambiguity. I ordered 3,000 Zerd corpses directly in the shop of Zhou Jiasen on Xinguang.com. Next, Lin Yuan intends to let the red thorns continue to eat and digest the worm corpses, so as to strive to reach the elite level as soon as possible. In the next time, apart from occasionally, Lin Yuan went to Xinguang to buy new goods and purchase resources. Busy eggheads to complete the customization. The rest of the time Lin Yuan has been strengthening Lily, absorbing goldfish, cleverness and sound. Loves and hates Lin Ling, the goldfish Lin Yuan. But as a spiritual creature of his own spirit, Lin Yuan has no choice but to be patient to improve the level and quality of the soul-absorbing goldfish. But for other soul-absorbing goldfish, Lin Yuan has no time at all. However, in the aura space with sufficient aura, the ordinary gold-sucking goldfish in the spurting pool evolved fairly quickly. The evolution of these ordinary-level psychic goldfish to elite level brought Lin Yuan the most recent major income. The day is going by day, Lin Yuan is in control of a small shop that can't afford to lose money. The economical snowball was rolled all the way by Lin Yuan, and more snow foam was stuck on it, and the harvest was quite fruitful. And at this time, Een and cleverness are nestling in Lin Yuan's arms. Under the infusion of Lin Yuan's aura, he has already reached the elite level 10 epic quality. Now when Lin Yuan's urge to aura breaks the boundaries of the body of cleverness and sound evolve to the bronze level at the same time. The clever body makes a sound of violent bone combination. It seems that it is also suffering great pain at the same time. Meow 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 wow cried. Evolution to the bronze rank is a metamorphosis for any spirit, and it is naturally no exception for cleverness. It's just that being clever as the foundation of a 100-question beast is a lot weaker than the evolutionary creatures of ordinary level. Therefore, this time the evolution is more thorough. In just a few minutes, the fur on the smart body will dry and fall off layer by layer, and new hair will grow layer by layer. The original clever figure grew to the size of an adult domestic cat when it evolved to elite level. But now the smart figure has more than doubled when it evolved to the bronze rank. Has become the size when smart has not evolved to the ordinary level. The clever fur transformed over and over again, and finally stopped after a while. The hair on S body had turned white now. The white hair is not white like snow, but with crystal moisturizing like sheep fat nephrite. Opened his eyes cleverly, reading www.uukangsha.com. Lin Yuan saw clever as amber eyes only felt smart and nonsensical. Waking up cleverly, watching his changes, happily licking his small paws. Suddenly, he looked at his tail cleverly with a frightened meow. Lin Yuan looked at it and found that the smart tail had changed from 1 to 3. Lin Yuan used real data to check the smart attributes and found that the smart name has changed from 100 questions to 1,000 questions. Cleverly panicked at his 3 tails. Grabbed with small paws and found that the tail would swing back and forth, which made the smart and smart eyes bright. At this time, cleverness evolved from epic to bronze, so 3 exclusive features have appeared, and Lin Yuan needs to choose. Lin Yuan held her cleverly, and found that the clever fur was delicate and soft. After feeling that he was getting smaller, he glided into Lin Yuan's shoulder and squatted in his favorite position. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 exclusive features of cleverness and pondered. Dust avoidance, the passing place will resist the dust, making the current environment spotless. Organization, it can be turned into an appliance and used by the contractor. Darkening of pain, after attacking the target, the pain experienced by the attacked target is multiplied by the determination of mental power. These three exclusive features made Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. The exclusive feature of dust avoidance is a bit like a smart vacuum cleaner, which is in line with the style of housekeeping beast. At the same time, the ability to avoid dust has a restraint effect on spirit beasts that use sand skills when used properly. But cleverness is not an attacking spirit after all, so the effect that can be played in battle is very limited. Chapter 50 Blue Cloud Bird. The same is true for the special feature of deepening pain. The deepening of pain can be regarded as a top-level combat-specific feature, with terrifying lethality in battle. But for the clever, it seems very tasteless. Although smart will continue to evolve in the future, it will have a certain damage ability only by the flesh, but it is obviously not realistic to want to hurt the same order spirits. After all, cleverness is just a housekeeping or internally oriented spirit. Lin Yuan also has a headache for this feature of organizing. Because the feature of organizing has always been a feature that people love and hate. Only gamblers will like to have fun with this exclusive feature of organizing. Although according to different types of spirits, there is a certain tendency in organizing. But this does not reduce the uncertainty of the slightest deviceization. Some of the 5 big and 3 thick men gave the spoiler selector its exclusive features, and the sprite directly turned into a colorful little fan. Such a picture is too beautiful, it is really unbearable to watch. Some charming little girl's spirit creature awakened, and the spirit creature turned into a big hammer directly. Wiped the tears straight from the little girl's hair, and couldn't even come out. Turned into a weapon, but if it was turned into an armor, it would be miserable. Although the current Reiki costumes are expensive, they can be bought. Directly turned from a creature into an armor means that it makes you lose a reliable helper in battle. However, if the exclusive feature is not activated, the spirit belongs to Pingbai, which has one less exclusive feature than other spirits. In fact, organizing is not a case without success, and it can even be said that there are not a few success cases. Concerns his own spirit beast, there is only such a chance, who dares to try it easily? Let's forget the choices that others have evolved from the perfect level. Now Lin Yuan has 3 choices, and he dare not easily gamble. But the other 2 exclusive features are very tasteless for cleverness, better than nothing. Finally, Lin Yuan was ruthless and decided to gamble. If it is a gamble, it is possible that the motorcycle becomes a sports car, and the most failures are only motorcycles. Is not much different from the other 2 exclusive features. After Lin Yuan chose organizing, he cleverly whined, and his body's light directly changed. Then turned into a somewhat retro white-framed glasses with amber-like decoration, looking like smart glasses. Essences with organizing exclusive characteristics will have a certain bonus to the contractor. After putting on these glasses, Lin Yuan found that he had a lot of knowledge in his mind that he did not understand before. And most of this knowledge comes from junior scholars, spirit observers, spirit analysts. Lin Yuan immediately reacted, feeling that wearing smart glasses, he could share what he learned. When Lin Yuan took the glasses, he found that the glasses had a second form. Turn the switch behind the ear, and the glasses become a white mask with amber texture. Lin Yuan feels a little novel. After 2 conversions, the cleverness becomes the original look. The clever evolution from 100-question beast to 1,000-question beast changed so thoroughly that Lin Yuan did not expect it. If it is not smart, it can be transformed into glasses, then Lin Yuan wants to bring smartness into it during the life class occupation test, which is really a bit difficult. Looking at the attribute of clever evolution to the bronze rank, Lin Yuan nodded. Name of spirits, Qianwen. Spirit species, Ling cat family. Spirit level, bronze rank, 1 out of 10. Spiritual department, Department of Spirit. Spirit quality, common quality. Skills. Precise memory, when memorizing things, it can accurately memorize every detail. Knowledge analysis, you can conduct a preliminary analysis of the knowledge of memory. Exclusive characteristics. Organization, it can be turned into an appliance and used by the contractor. After the smart evolution is completed, the sound is also completed. Enin's bluish feathers became more layered, like a dappled blue in the bright sky in the sky. Body shape has not changed significantly, but compared to before, it has become more refined. The unclear moire on the feathers is now clearly clear. The cloud pattern is light and the color is faintly metallic, like the blue baked on cloisonne. Enin's name is no longer a sound bird, but a blue cloud bird. Lin Yuan is very simple in the selection of sound-specific features. Oily feathers secrete oil, which can effectively help resist damage. Clear sky after the birds sing, the clouds recede and the sky clears. Borrow wind. It can reduce the consumption of physical strength when flying, and effectively use the power of airflow. These three exclusive features Lin Yuan chose the clear sky directly without any hesitation. Clear sky is an exclusive feature that Lin Yuan has never heard of before. The characteristic of clear sky is a bit like the ability to avoid water when it is small, and it can change the weather when it is large. More importantly, it is facing the sun after the clear sky. Whether the road after Enin can understand the burning true meaning in the sun with the special characteristics of clear sky. Allow Enin to use this as an opportunity to advance towards a higher bloodline. Lin Yuan checked the real data of attack tone. Name of the creature, flowing blue bird. Spirit species, blue finch/blue bird. Spirit level, bronze rank, 1 out of 10. Spiritual department, sound system/chi system. Spirit quality, common quality. Skills. Tone, overspecified target launches 3 spikes composed of sound. Turbulent flow, flap the wings to emit a continuous rapid and irregular airflow. Exclusive features. Clear sky after the birds sing, the clouds recede and the sky clears. The basic skills of sound under real data have also been improved to a certain extent. Can already become a unique fighting creature. Tone and cleverness have undergone spiritual variation in the evolution to the bronze. Did not increase in size, but more delicate. Lily has also evolved from the elite level epic quality to the bronze level directly under Lin Yuan's evolution. Among the 3 exclusive features, Lin Yuan has repeatedly considered it. Finally chose the exclusive feature of recovery mark. After selecting the resuscitation mark, a mark like a lily flower appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead at UU reading www.ukangsha.com. Lin Yuan could feel that this mark kept storing the healing energy released by Lily. This imprint is like a lock, locking the healing energy emitted by Lily every minute and second into the imprint. When Lin Yuan opened the lock, the healing energy accumulated by Lily would be released immediately. Lily's initial skills healed and changed to the bronze level. Healing at this time is no longer a single treatment skill. Instead, he can treat multiple targets simultaneously according to the aura and instructions in the contractor's body. Until the spiritual power in the contractor is exhausted. This skill change is also one of the main reasons for Lin Yuan to choose the exclusive feature as the mark of recovery. Because the healing energy stored in the resuscitation mark does not need to consume the spiritual power of Lin Yuan's own body. As for the level of absorbing spirit goldfish, this time has also reached the elite level 7 epic quality. The evolutionary speed of the absorbing goldfish just grinded Lin Yuan down. Furthermore, Lin Yuan still needs the blood of the dragon of the golden order to stimulate the blood veins of the spirit goldfish to return to their ancestors. Lin Yuan's current strength has already been qualitatively overflew. The red thorn is still accelerating the digestion of the worm corpses, and is evolving towards the elite level. I believe that it won't take long. Under the torrent of massive resources, red thorns can evolve into elite level, even bronze rank. When Lin Yuan's combat ability can be improved a lot. Lin Yuan is so anxious to improve his strength, mainly because Lin Yuan wants to go to the Star Network to climb the Star Tower. Now Lin Yuan has entered the Star Net with sound and cleverness and headed towards the Star Tower. Chapter 51 Tower Climb. The most lively place on the Star Online is always the Star Tower. When you are near the Star Tower, you can feel how prosperous Star Network is as the second world of the Shining Federation. When Lin Yuan reached the entrance of the Star Tower, he couldn't help but sigh for the experience. Although the various creatures seen along the way are only the virtual data engraved into the Star Net. But the kind of overwhelming sense of oppression brought about by the momentum of higher-order spirits is untrue. To go to the Star Tower to climb the tower, it must be registered. Of course, such registration is not required every time you go to climb the tower. Only those who go to climb the tower for the first time need to register for information. The main purpose of registered Star Network information is to enter the level of the Reiki professional and the strength of the contract spirit. Then generate data from the information. When climbing the tower to challenge, it will generate a virtual projection based on the data. In the real world, it is difficult for Reiki professionals to spread their hands and feet to fight. The result of wanton fighting is that one party may be injured, or even both. High-level Reiki professionals will fight casualties due to uncontrollable damage to spirits when fighting at full strength. Xingwang just made up for this. StarNet Battle is like completely rewriting the information of Reiki professionals and spirits. The pain in the course of the battle, everything is the same as in reality. But even if it is killed in the StarNet fight, there will be no casualties in the real Reiki professional and spirit creature. The significance of the existence of the Star Tower climbing tower can bring glory to those who climb the upper floors. But more is to hone the cooperation between Reiki professionals and spirits, and to grasp the combat skills. The battle rules of the first 100 floors of the Star Tower are challengers that randomly match the same number of floors. Wins the next level, and loses the next level. When climbing to the 100th floor, perform a ladder test, also known as the promotion competition. The promotion match will randomly match 3 challengers who also participate in the promotion match. 3 games in a row to get into the ladder. If you lose a game, you will not be promoted to the ladder. If you lose 2 games, not only will you not be able to hold the 100th floor, but you will fall to the 99th floor. If you lose 3 games, you will be directly dropped to the 98th floor. If you want to climb up to participate in the promotion game, you need to hit the 100th floor again. The rules for climbing towers are very simple, but in the process of climbing towers, it is possible to match at each level, because of bad luck and low levels, but the actual strength is very strong. Such a person is called the goalkeeper of the Star Tower. Everyone who climbs the tower desires to climb the ladder, because only those who climb the ladder can be called the strong on the Star Tower. Such a strongman is called a temple. Because Lin Yuan participated in the StarNet climbing tower for the first time, he had to obediently register his identity. The identity registration of Xingwang climbing tower is different from others. The identity registration information of Xingta is completely bound to Xingwang card. In other words, every citizen who shines in the Federation can only use his true identity to participate in the climbing tower of Xingwang. There are many trade unions in Huiyao Federation, and the union will use a lot of resources and high salary to sign Reiki professionals. All major trade unions have organized trade union teams to participate in some large-scale competitions. Those who teach high-potential duels on the StarNet will become the primary recruiting targets of these unions. Entering the new registration room of Star Tower, Lin Yuan saw that it was very quiet. Only one young man was reading a book about spirits in the house. Seeing Lin Yuan coming in, the young man collected the book and said to Lin Yuan, "The newcomer who climbed the tower is not quick to come and fill out the form. After completing the form, I will take you to enter the information." Finally, the young man helped Lin Yuan to put the form on the table very quickly. Then he looked at the clever harmony on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said with interest, "Your 2 spirits look really good looking. I didn't expect there are low-level spirit beasts I can't recognize." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Cleverness is evolved from Baiwen beast. Sound is evolved from sound bird. Now these 2 little guys are a 1,000-question beast with a bronze rank, and a blue cloud bird with a bronze rank. No one has ever evolved the Baiwen beast or the sound bird to the bronze order, so the 2 spirits are unique to this world, and naturally no one will recognize it. Lin Yuan submitted his personal information very easily. This young man took it over and found that there was no problem, so he stood up and walked in front of Lin Yuan. "Come with me. It may be a bit troublesome to enter the information for the first time, but after you enter the information for the first time, you will have a registration certificate on Xingwang, whether it is your professional level upgrade or there are new spirits or original spirits. You can enter information yourself in the StarNet system as the material level is increased." The young man reminded Lin Yuan of the matters needing attention, and after finishing his own job, he took out the previous book again. Looked carefully while walking, as if carrying something. Lin Yuan looked at the title of the book, which was related to the examination scope of the Junior Spirit Observer, and said, "Looking at this book, are you going to participate in the assessment of the Junior Spirit Observer?" The young man was surprised for a moment, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to look at his young age, but he still knew the examination scope of the Junior Spirit Observer. Looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise. "Yes, I'm going to take the Junior Spirit Observer, and I'm going to take part in the next month's Builder Assessment." When he said this, the young man's expression was extremely proud, and his tone contained full confidence and ostentation. Lin Yuan completed the information entry under the guidance of the youth, and left. For this young man, what he needs most now is to learn the knowledge of the observer, and Lin Yuan will naturally continue to disturb him. Anyone who has the talent to evaluate the founder belongs to the human dragon gate after passing the examination of the founder. Even if it is a first-class founder, it will be respected and sought after no matter where it is. Lin Yuan has now recorded Mobius's smart and sound information. For Red Thorn, the current Red Thorn is just ordinary level creatures not enough to participate in the Battle of Starnet. Lin Yuan did not see the information entered in Red Thorn. After the registration information of Star Tower was entered, an identity card about Lin Yuan's own registration information was generated. Name, Lin Yuan. Sex, male. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 61 kilograms. Number of Star Towers, 0. Reiki occupation, healing profession. Professional level, D level. Contract spirit, Mobius, elite 7th level epic quality. Qianwen beast, bronze level 1 normal quality. Flowing cloud bluebird, bronze level 1 normal quality. Record, 0 games, 0 wins, 0 losses, the highest number of layers 0. Looking at his current identity card, Lin Yuan directly chose to hide all other information on his identity card except the Reiki class that cannot be hidden. As the second world of the Shine Federation, Starnet's protection of privacy is even stronger than in the real world. Now that his information has been completely entered, Lin Yuan chooses to enter the Star Tower directly. Lin Yuan has not participated in the battle of climbing the tower at this time, but is one of the sentient beings at the bottom of the Star Tower. After choosing to match, Lin Yuan quickly matched up with a duel who was also the bottom of the Star Tower. Lin Yuan looked at the other person's personal information a little stunned. The other party had already fought 471 games and reached the 3rd floor of the Star Tower. I am afraid that almost every of these 471 battles will be rubbed against the ground, otherwise it will not be at the bottom of the tower until now. There is no way to hide the record. Before the Star Tower battle, both players can see each other's record. The old man opposite is probably over 80 years old, and half of his hair is gray. But when he saw Lin Yuan's record, he laughed directly. I even let the old man meet a new person. That old man won this race and climbed to the 1st floor and would not take the initiative to climb the tower. So that I can stay on the 1st floor for at least a month, I can at least meet the old Lyoto next door show off at least 1 month. As a trial that every Reiki professional in the Shining Federation, such as the Star Tower, will participate in. In order to prevent some Reiki professionals from climbing to a certain number of layers due to luck, in order to maintain the number of layers, they no longer participate in the Star Network duel. The rules of Xingwang appear to be compulsory countermeasures. Every duel who climbs the tower must participate in the duel at least once a month. Is such a rule that some European emperors have no way to maintain a number of layers that does not match their own standards. Lin Yuan saw that the old man opposite had summoned an ordinary gray beetle, and the trembling rushed towards himself. Lin Yuan didn't know what to do for a while. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com originally wanted to say hello, and now he didn't even have to say hello. Lin Yuan didn't let the sound release skills, but directly let the intelligence rush forward, and the 3 tails flicked, knocking down the gray beetle on the ground. This old man obviously has only 1 contract spirit, and he immediately lost the duel. After losing the duel, the old man looked at Lin Yuanqi and didn't hit him. He lay directly on the ground and wailed. Oh my old waist. Now young people are really heavy. Lin Yuan looked at the old man who suddenly changed his face in Sichuan opera and embarrassedly touched the back of his head. This old man really should go to the birth of the drama, and watching the old man play without a head, Lin Yuan said. Uncle, this is Xingwang, even if you really shine to the waist. When this old man heard it, he jumped up, and Lin Yuan gave a white glance and said. Even if you win this game today, I thought I could use a crow to take a plane and a tornado to destroy the master in the parking lot. I won't say it. The old man, I'm going home to eat the Xiong's old recipe. Lin Yuan's current record on the Star Tower has shown that Lin Yuan is now the 1st floor of the Star Tower. Lin Yuan thought that the battle at the bottom was surprisingly simple, but the uncle saw operation was really a show. In a rush, Lin Yuan continued the duel and soon reached the 9th floor. Until Lin Yuan reached the 9th floor, he finally encountered an opponent who used elite spirits. The battle started, and the 2 elite-level creatures, the Macula Dog and the Tooth-Digging Pig, were directly defeated by Ening. Lin Yuan continued to climb the tower until he climbed to the 22nd floor before he actually encountered an opponent who also used Bronze Order spirits. But the Copper Order spirits on the opposite side seemed to be a bit strong. Chapter 52 Win. Lin Yuan looked at the opponent he was matching and couldn't help but take a breath. Looking at the opposite material, Lin Yuan found that the opposite is a 27-year-old assault-type Reiki professional named Huang Qinglin. In the personal data, 3 copper order spirit poisonous fire pythons, shu-eyes pythons, and acid mist pythons are displayed so unabashedly. Such frankness surprised Lin Yuan, but he did not appreciate it very much. Because in the duel, the spirit that made the other party unaware of their contract was originally a whole card. Putting his own spirits naked there like this is not so much self-confidence as oneself, but rather a little careless. Something between spirits and spirits has obvious restraint. There is little chance of a comeback when fighting against spirits that are mutually restrained. But Huang Qinglin, who is on the opposite side, is indeed on the 22nd floor. It can indeed be regarded as a master, with his own capital. Just looking at Huang Qinglin's record of reaching the 37th floor, I know that Huang Qinglin came to the 22nd floor mostly because of bad luck. Otherwise, even if all the information of the spirits is revealed, if you lose the opportunity, you will not be hit to the 22nd floor. While Lin Yuan was looking at Huang Qinglin's information, Huang Qinglin was looking at Lin Yuan's information. Lin Yuan hadn't spoken yet, but he spoke first. Yo. Look at your record is still a newcomer, but how come all the creatures have reached the bronze level to come to the star net to climb the tower? Wouldn't it be the black households? Hide the head and hide the tail, hide the information, but look at you as a professional in the treatment department. I will prepare you first and then die. Huang Qinglin shook his shoulder very relaxedly when he spoke. The mental state of the contractor can also affect the spiritual state of the spirit. In Huang Qinglin's overall relaxation, carelessly, the 3 bronze order python spirits are no longer in the attacking posture as before, but surrounded by Huang Qinglin, prostrate, waiting for Huang Qinglin's order. Lin Yuan did not reply. For Huang Qinglin's 3 copper order pythons, Lin Yuan only knows a bit about poisonous fire pythons. Lin Yuan didn't know anything about shu-eyes python and sour mist python. Simply Lin Yuan directly instructed to be smart to organize. The cleverness of organizing immediately became a pair of glasses. Lin Yuan turned his cleverness into glasses. When he was wearing it on the bridge of his nose, he looked at the poison fire python, acid mist python and water Z python, and immediately got a comprehensive understanding of the data of these 3 pythons. This kind of understanding is different from the information obtained from real data of Mobius skills. Real data understands the level, quality, skills, and exclusive characteristics of spirits. The knowledge brought by cleverness allows Lin Yuan to understand the behavior of this species, attack habits, and other knowledge that needs to be accumulated through experience. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly found that after wearing the smart glasses, he seemed to be able to see the weak points of the enemy's defense. The weak point is that he can naturally calculate the defensive dead corner when observing the opponent's actions. If you attack in that direction, you cannot effectively defend against convenience. It's like when someone stretches out their hand and pushes forward, they are unable to defend themselves against the attacks on their ribs. This discovery made Lin Yuan quite excited. Huang Qinglin saw that Lin Yuan hadn't responded, and didn't do anything. Hey! That black household! What are you doing pretending? The only cat that looks a little aggressive is turned into a pair of glasses. What use can your little bird do? You are a therapeutic professional, that little birds don't directly make birds nest on the battlefield to feed people with blood, right? The sound evolved to the bronze level. Although he still can't speak, Huang Qinglin's voice was understood. Qiyin jumped back and forth on Lin Yuan's shoulder, tweeted, as if arguing with Huang Qinglin. Then Lin Yuan said, I am ready to start. The voice fell, and Lin Yuan directed the voice to rush towards the poisonous fire python. Poisonous fire python saw the sound rushed over, and immediately emitted a toxic flame. Lin Yuan immediately used Lily's skills to heal, releasing the past to the sound. Enin rushed into the fire with a stream of air. The strong airflow effectively helped the sound to resist the attack of poison fire. When the flame hadn't burned the tone directly released the turbulence according to Lin Yuan's order. The turbulence will first form next to Enin, because Enin is now at the center of the poisonous fire. With the use of skill turbulence, the poisonous fire from the poisonous fire python is directly blown away by the turbulence. At this time, the acid mist python is spitting acid mist in the direction of the sound. The acid mist from the acid mist python encountered a poisonous fire blown by the turbulent flow, and immediately exploded as soon as it hit. The poisonous fire from the poisonous fire python is not too strong, but the wind assists the fire. Under the turbulence, the poisonous fire has more than doubled than before. The poison fire exploded after encountering the acid mist, and the poison fire spread along the acid mist. the flaming fire directly poured into the mouth of the acid mist python. This made acid mist suddenly twitch and roll on the ground immediately, obviously no longer has the ability to fight. After the spirit has reached the bronze rank, in addition to the strength of the spirit itself in the battle, we must pay attention to strategy. Huang Qinglin didn't expect that it would be disadvantageous to have a teacher here. The chaos in the battle actually hurt his own creature. Looking at the acid mist python twitching on the ground, Huang Qinglin shouted at the poisonous fire python with some weirdness. Poisonous fire python. Once again spit poisonous fire at the silly bird. But before Huang Qinglin's order, the sound had been cleared. When the poisonous fire python is about to open his mouth and spray poisonous fire, 3 invisible and unqualified sound spikes have been nailed into the mouth of the poisonous fire python. Single sound thorn may not make the poisonous fire python lose its combat ability, but will only cause the poisonous fire to suffer a severe blow to the mouth. But when the 3 sound thorns hit the mouth of the poison fire python a little, one by one, poisonous fire python's fragile mouth was directly penetrated by the sound puncture, directly at the poisonous fire python's head, and a small mouth was broken. Such injuries made Duo Huamang immediately lose his fighting ability. At this time, the aura in Yinin's body has already consumed most of it. Lin Yuan hurriedly used Yinjin Goldfish's skill injection to Yinin to help Yinin recover some of the lost spiritual power. All this is done in electric flint. Huang Qinglin now suddenly finds that he can only fight with 3 python creatures at this time, and only the water zealand python remains. Originally Tianhu's start, because of his improper command, directly damaged the 2 major combat powers. Huang Qinglin gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Yuan. "I have the skill to come and play with me. The trick is just a cowardly act." Lin Yuan looked at Huang Qinglin looking like a fairy. "Don't you want me to be a healing professional and you an attacking professional who is better than whose attack? The battle is to speak with victory and defeat. This is not a play, not more powerful than who." Huang Qinglin suddenly smiled treacherously as Lin Yuan spoke, and said, "You got fooled." Saw a jet of water suddenly squirting from the ground and quickly slammed into the sound. Apparently Huang Qinglin had arranged Shuai's python to launch a sneak attack on the tone when he spoke just now. Huang Qinglin shouted at Lin Yuan when he saw the successful attack. "This is naturally not a playhouse, so you should also understand what a soldier is not to be fraudulent." Before Huang Qinglin finished his words, he heard Lin Yuan lightly. "Fine." With Lin Yuan's order, the cloud pattern on the tone of the blue feather suddenly lighted up. S-more emits a soft light, which was originally very soft, but it became very hot when it touched the water column. A huge water column was instantly cleared by the exclusive characteristics of the sound and completely evaporated to dryness. Rather than saying that the huge water column was completely evaporated to dryness, Lin Yuan felt that the water column disappeared directly in the air when it was exposed to the bright light. Huang Qinglin was still laughing with pride, but this unexpected scene suddenly brought Huang Qinglin's mouth open. Didn't seem to understand what was happening in front of him. Just as Huang Qinglin was stunned, the turbulence released by the sound had controlled Shuai's python. In the sound of Yin again, Yin Ting also nailed into the eyes of Shuai's python. Lin Yuan also logically won the battle. Yinin's victory is not entirely due to Yinin's own strength, a large part is Lin Yuan's smart glasses. Yu reading www.ukangshu.com. Bang Yin pointed out the weakness of 3 python spirits. This battle made Lin Yuan gain a lot. At the same time, this is the first time Lin Yuan has fought a battle with himself in a disadvantaged position. Huang Qinglin, who ignored the failure, was promoted to the 23rd floor after finishing the match. Lin Yuan withdrew from the Star Network. This battle made Lin Yuan find his own shortcomings, and he still had too few means to attack. Only by Yinin, if he meets an opponent like Huang Qinglin, he cannot know the spirits possessed by the opponent in advance, and he is afraid that it will be difficult to arrange reasonable tactics to win. After all, not all opponents are as arrogant as Huang Qinglin, showing all his spirits completely. If Lin Yuan wants to increase his means of attack as soon as possible, he can only cultivate the red thorn as much as he can. It seems that the light-feeding red thorn low-order Zerg corpse is no longer good. I have to find a way to find some high-level flesh and blood to help the red thorn quickly improve. These days, Lin Yuan bought 240 drops of gold order dragon beast blood from Zhou Jiesin in advance for 240 yuan. Prepares to raise the absorbing goldfish to the bronze level now. In this way, the level of Mobius can also be upgraded to the bronze level, which will also obtain a new exclusive feature. came to the lock spirit space and watched the more and more magnificent dragon eye-sucking goldfish in the walling pond. Lin Yuan immediately took out a small water tank, scooped up the water in the small half-tank of the spirit pool, and then put the spirit goldfish into it. When Lin Yuan raised the level of spirit goldfish to elite level 10 epic quality, just to urge the spirit goldfish to evolve towards the copper level, Lin Yuan directly threw 3 drops of dragon animal blood into the small water tank. Chapter 53 Gathering Goldfish. 3 drops of gold order dragon beast blood were held in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan only felt that the 3 drops of dragon beast blood were like flowing mercury. Is not only dense, but also has a special color that is not found in ordinary blood. Normal blood will be contaminated on the wall of the bottle in a sealed bottle. But the blood of the golden order dragon beast did not contaminate the cup wall at all. Lin Yuan even felt the oppressive breath in the dragon beast's blood when he fell. Spirit goldfish is already at the point of evolution. When Lin Yuan urged Reiki to break through the barrier, the body of the Lingjin goldfish changed drastically. 3 drops of blood of the golden order dragon beast entered the water, and did not immediately melt into the water, but was directly attracted by the faint blood of the dragon beast in the body of the evolved dragon eye-sucking spirit goldfish. The 3 drops of advanced dragon beast blood directly entered the body through the changing body of the dragon eye goldfish. The moment the dragon beast blood entered the body, the change of the dragon eye-sucking spirit goldfish became more dramatic. Suddenly, the dragon eye-sucking the spirit goldfish is like crazy, madly hitting the cylinder wall of the water tank. Every impact there will be a lot of blood, which penetrates from the fish scales on the body and melts into the water tank. Lin Yuan can feel the pain that Longyan sucking goldfish is suffering when he looks at his madness. After repeated impacts, even the fish scales were smashed and fell from the fish body. Although Lin Yuan was distressed by the dragon eye sucking the spirit goldfish, he knew that this process is now a necessary process for the dragon eye sucking the spirit goldfish to awaken the dragon blood in the body. The most precious thing in the dragon-like spirit is the blood. The blood concentration of dragon species in the body can also reflect the preciousness of dragon species. At this time, the soul-absorbing goldfish was activated by the 3 drops of gold order dragon beast blood to activate the thin dragon beast bloodline in his body. Is undergoing a whole body blood exchange. The dragon eye-sucking spirit goldfish tossed in the water tank for 3 hours. Lin Yuan watched it for 3 hours. The dragon eye-sucking goldfish now has fish scales already hanging on the body of the sucking goldfish like a broken decoration. The fish scales are so broken that they have no defense at all. Until the blood flowing out of the body of the sucking goldfish no longer dissolves in water, but a thin layer protects the wound on the surface of the sucking goldfish. Lin Yuan knew that the blood of the thin dragon in the body of this sucking goldfish had been completely stimulated, and the blood exchange had been completed. Although the blood of the dragon species in the dragon eye-sucking goldfish is still very weak, it is also a real dragon spirit. Lin Yuan urges the spiritual power of his own body, stimulating the aura in the aspirating space, and pouring it into the awakening aspirating goldfish. The evolution speed of the absorbing goldfish has accelerated a lot in an instant, and a black layer of armor gradually grew on his body. This layer of lingjia that grows from the absorbing goldfish is completely different from the previous fish scales. The dark black ink armor has a pearl-like luster. Each inner layer of lingjia is surrounded by a layer of dark golden material. The broken fishtail grew in an instant, and the long feet and body were generally long before it stopped. The huge black fishtail is like a layered skirt. The most iconic eyes of the dragon eye-sucking goldfish have also been almost completely retracted in this evolution. However, 2 indistinct bumps bulged above the fisheye. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and the dragon eye-sucking the spirit goldfish evolved into a dragon spirit creature by himself in the bronze rank. Essence goldfish that evolved into dragon spirits represents a higher starting point on the road to evolution in the future. This higher starting point brings endless possibilities. Is now under real data. Attracting goldfish is no longer called attracting goldfish at this time, but is called jeweling goldfish. In the end, attracting aura is a small means, and gathering aura can be called auspicious fuse. Lin Yuan could feel that the body of jeweling goldfish was releasing a strong aura. After calculations, the aura released by the copper order absorbing goldfish every day is equivalent to the aura stored by 1,000 kilograms of inferior energy ore. Of course, jeweling goldfish will release so much aura. A large part of the reason is because it awakens the thin blood of the dragon in the body. Otherwise, even if you have evolved to the bronze rank, you won't be able to release so many auras in one day. Spirit goldfish evolved from the epic quality to the bronze rank, At this time Lin Yuan was already choosing the exclusive characteristics of the spirit goldfish. Aura boiling, greatly speed up the release of aura. Aura extraction, accelerate the speed of self-absorption of aura, so as to accelerate the growth rate of improving quality and level. Aura mark, the aura released by itself is not released to the environment, but is stored in the aura mark. The aura mark will be imprinted on the contractor, and the contractor can actively release the spiritual power stored in the aura mark. These three exclusive features are very good for Juling goldfish. Aura boiling turns Juling goldfish into a powered aura fountain. Aura draw is to speed up the evolution of the soul goldfish itself. Can relatively offset the defects of evolutionary difficulties of some psychic goldfish species. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. If it is placed outside, out of this characteristic of aura drawing, I am afraid that 8 out of 10 people will not consider the others at all, but choose the aura drawing directly. But it is very difficult for others to promote the evolution of Juling goldfish, which is not a difficult problem for Lin Yuan. Is just to spend more time and energy. So Lin Yuan directly chose this third exclusive characteristic aura mark. The exclusive feature of aura mark is already excellent. But for Lin Yuan, the more powerful point of this aura mark is the level of absorbing spirit goldfish, which can directly enhance the strength of this unique characteristic aura mark. Gathering the special characteristics of the aura goldfish aura and Lily's exclusive characteristics of the recovery mark has so many similarities. It's just that Lily's mark of recovery is to accumulate healing energy. The unique characteristic of aura goldfish aura mark is the accumulation of the aura that the aura goldfish usually releases. Using the Juling mark is good, it is equivalent to not worrying about the amount of Reiki in the body for a period of time, and can arbitrarily urge the spirit to release skills. In Lin Yuan's view, it can even be regarded as a life-saving means. Spirit goldfish evolved to the bronze level, Mobius also smoothly advanced to the bronze level. The Mobius consciousness that has evolved to the bronze rank has been awakened. Mobius's unique characteristics of the bronze order also appeared. Elysium Pure Land, the soil produced in the lock space can restore the damage of the frequently dead spirits. The recovery time of the spirits depends on the level of Mobius and the level of dying creatures. The clear and calm voice sounded on Lin Yuan's ear. Chapter 54 Bliss Pure Land. Lin Yuan, after this promotion, I will sleep for a while to completely restore the mental injury that I suffered when signing the contract. The amount of spiritual things contracted by the Reiki professional is determined by one's own spiritual power. Every contract of a spirit is equivalent to the separation of part of the spiritual power. This is why many people have different numbers of contractual creatures. Was only 8 years old when he signed a contract with Mobius at that time, and his mental strength was weak. Mobius forcibly compresses his mental power in order to protect himself, causing Mobius's origin to be damaged. How long does it take to recover? Do I need to buy some spiritual materials to help recover? Lin Yuan asked. His tone was plain and concerned, just like two old friends, companions or family members he had known for a long time. Ling Sai is not necessary. I don't know how long it will take to wake up this time. I didn't expect Lin Yuan to elevate me to the bronze in such a short time. Let's go. Before you go to sleep, I'll go and see the lock spirit. The changes in space also introduce you to the pure land of bliss. Lin Yuan entered the lock spirit space and found that the area of the lock spirit space was twice as large as before. The lock spirit space is now about the size of a small shop I opened on Xinguang.com. Not only has the Hualing pool more than doubled, but the concentration of aura in the chain aura has also increased a lot. Has changed from 5 times to more than 8 times, except that the inferior energy ores placed at the bottom of the pool of the Lingling Pond have been completely decomposed. It seems that this 8-fold concentration of Reiki is not the upper limit of the bronze lock spirit space. The cold voice at the ear sounded. The upper limit of Reiki concentration is 10 times that of the outside world. All Lin Yuan in the previous Lingling space needs to explore by himself. But now that Mobius's will is clear, Lin Yuan only needs one idea, and Mobius will answer his questions. The aura concentration of the lock space changes from 5 times to 10 times. This is equivalent to greatly shortening the time for the evolution of the elusive goldfish from the ordinary level to the elite level in the space. The enlargement of the chemical spirit pool can breed more psychic goldfish at once. This makes Lin Yuan's Huayao coins earn faster. An average of 3 days can produce a batch. Judging from the size of the current Ling space-sized pond, at least 100 can be cultivated at a time. In this way, 3 days of light selling goldfish can earn at least 800 shining coins. This is not the money that Lin Yuan can make by the evolution of bronze-grade Qingluo. It is already very easy for Lin Yuan to earn Huiyao coins. It may even be that Lin Yuan will no longer receive elite-level spiritual creatures after receiving the Order of the Halogen Egghead. Because Lin Yuan spends time and energy on the elite-level spiritual creature customization. If it is replaced with the evolutionary bronze-level Qingluo, more shining coins can be earned. Although the money is now made more, Lin Yuan is spending more. The more money he made, the more Lin Yuan felt that his money was not enough. The evolution of spirits is like sailing against the current, and it is subject to many resistances. A rare spirit material has no value geometry, so Huiyao coins will never be spent much anyway. Lily wants to evolve to the legendary level at the bronze level. The 2 mahogany tree cores have now stumped Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had been simply arranged in the lock spirit space, with some simple furniture, such as a huge workbench and a chair. At this time, Lily of the copper stage was placed on the workbench. Lily has evolved to the bronze level and has undergone no small changes. However, compared with the reborn spirit goldfish, the change is much smaller. The Lily of the copper stage changed from a single plant to a group, and the semi-woody plant leaves and stems have disappeared. Layered lily flowers gather like jadeite. Looks as if healed physically and mentally. Lin Yuan, look over there, that's the exclusive feature of the Bronze Awakening, Bliss Pure Land. Long Yuan looked and saw that there was a space of more than 20 square meters in the newly added area in the middle of the lock. This space is surrounded by a crimson fence, inside which is a crystal-like white earth-like jade. Lin Yuan walked over to grab the soil on the ground, only to feel that the soil was in his hands, there was no slight edge, and the softness was extremely soft. Elysium Pure Land can quickly cure Copper Order spirits, and can slowly heal Silver level spirits. The Gold Order spirits in the dying state can be kept on the dying state by placing them on the Elysium Pure Land. As long as they continue to provide nutrition, they will not die. Mobius introduced Lin Yuan's unique characteristics of Elysian Pure Land to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't expect Mobius's exclusive features to be so powerful. The Golden Order spirits in the near-death state are afraid that only Samsung's founder can give it a try. It may even be possible that the Samsung founder could not cure a dead Golden Order spirit. Samsung founder healed the Gold Order spirits who were seriously injured. But near death and serious injury are two different things. The dying spirit is basically exhausted from its source and dried up. Is supported by a strong physique as a Gold Order spirit. Such spirits are generally sold as fresh spirits. Before Lin Yuan had no Elysium Pure Land, he only dared to pick up the Silver Order spirits. Now there is the Pure Land of Bliss, which can guarantee the immortal spirits of Jin Jie will not die. Now Lin Yuan is at 10 times the aura concentration in the lockup space. Yu reading www.yuyukanungshu.com can slowly recover the damage of the dying Golden Order spirits through his own ability. Every golden creature appears, it will be auctioned in the treasure tower of the Star Tower. There is no shop in the Star Tower that will directly sell the Gold Order spirits. Now Lin Yuan already has the capital to infuse the Golden Order spirits. Mobius, this Bliss Pure Land is really practical. Listen to Lin Yuan's sigh, and Mobius said with a chuckle. More than that, you can summon the outside world by consuming the spiritual power of your body to heal the spiritual damage to the source. The scope of the Pure Land is directly related to the spiritual power you consume. Lin Yuan's eyes widened when he heard it. This Bliss Pure Land could be used as a skill in the outside world. This is equivalent to not having to expose your ability to transform Reiki. Healing the damaged spirits of the origin with direct Bliss Pure Land. Lin Yuan is a healing Reiki professional. Rand Lin has always had a heart for a Reiki professional. Is for the cultivation of Lily, but Lin Yuan did not relax for a moment. Even on the first spiritual creature to be promoted to fantasy species, Lin Yuan chose Lily. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt that the mark of recovery, the mark of Reiki and the paradise of bliss were a perfect match. The accumulated aura is in the aura mark. When you open the aura mark, will there be a pure land of bliss that cannot see the margin? And after opening the mark of recovery, do you have the ability to heal the battlefield during the invasion of the dimensional crack? Of course, Lin Yuan also knew that he was still weak. If you want to become stronger, you still need to persevere step by step. Chapter 55 Fu Shou. When Lin Yuan withdrew from the lock spirit space, Mobius had fallen into a deep sleep and recovered his source of injury. At this time, Mobius attributes were displayed in Lin Yuan's eyes under real data. Name of the creature, Mobius. Spirit species. Spirit level, bronze rank, 1 out of 10. Spiritual department, space department / mystery department. Comprehensive quality, ordinary quality. Skills. Real data, to digitize all complex information that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, and the digitized information may contain truth that cannot be distinguished on the surface. Centering, passive skills can enhance the effect of centering according to the upgrade of spirit level. Centering can calm the mind and have a certain chance to resist the negative state. Exclusive features. Lock spirit, Mobius space can support spirits. The initial level of spirits provided by Mobius space cannot be higher than Mobius's level. Mobius itself cannot be upgraded, and the level will follow the support. The spiritual creatures are promoted, and at the same time can obtain the initial skills of the supplied spiritual creatures, but Mobius itself no longer gains skills. Every time Mobius upgrades a large level, he will be able to provide one more spiritual creature. Mobius's upgrade method remains unchanged. Elysian Pure Land, the soil produced in the lock space can restore the damage of frequently dead spirits. The recovery time of the spirits depends on the level of Mobius and the level of dying creatures. Ordinary lock, Lily, bronze level 1 ordinary quality. Skills, healing, quickly recover from trauma and slowly restore vitality. Exclusive features, restoration seal, store the healing energy that Lily usually releases. The contractor can activate the seal to release the stored healing energy. Elite locking. Poly goldfish, bronze level 1 ordinary quality. Skills, note spirit, restore certain spiritual energy at one time, and then slowly recover the lost spiritual energy. Exclusive features, aura mark, the aura released by itself is not released to the environment, but the aura is stored in the aura seal. The aura mark will be branded on the contractor, and the contractor can actively release the spiritual power stored in the aura mark. Law Yuan scratched his head while looking at the property of Mobius. If you want Mobius to advance to the silver level, you must use Mobius's lock space to lock the third spirit. After another batch of absorbing goldfish was sold, Lin Yuan found that during this time, the red thorn had passed through the consumption of Zerg corpses every minute and every second, and advanced to the ordinary level 9 perfect quality. These zombie corpses no longer have white shining coins. But the red thorn still did not break through to elite level. At this moment Lin Yuan knew that it was so difficult for him to evolve without using power. For the advancement of red thorn, Lin Yuan is currently the first priority. Was ranked first by Lin Yuan. The source species evolved according to Lin Yuan's will. Lin Yuan chose the way of eating for red thorn to evolve, so if he wants to be strengthened during the evolution, all the strengthening methods contained in it can only come from food. The flesh of higher order spirits or the flesh of higher order different dimensional spirits have special benefits for the evolution of red thorns. It's just that whether it is the flesh of higher order spirits or the flesh of higher order heterogeneous creatures, a large part of them are precious spirits and food ingredients. Lin Yuan wants to buy a lot of high-level spirits' flesh and blood is unrealistic. But now at the juncture of red thorn evolution, Lin Yuan can't be stingy either. Boarded Xing Wang, Lin Yuan contacted Zhou Jiesin directly. Shan Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I want another batch of ordinary level spirit goldfish. This time I want 10 dragon eyes. Lin Yuan intends to leave 10 places when he breeds spurt goldfish this time. Take these 10 psychic goldfish as seed players, raise them to the bronze rank and sell them. Bronze order goldfish has reached the threshold of the treasure hall. If Lin Yuan wants to buy the core of the mahogany tree, he must rely on 10 copper goldfish. Of course, for precious existences such as the bronze-absorbing goldfish, Lin Yuan won't exchange it for Huiyao coins. Instead, hang it in the treasure hall, and exchange the redwood tree cores by exchanging things for things. Is a primitive way of exchanging things for things, but it is the most effective way of exchanging spirits and spirits. Zhou Jiesin, okay, I will give you the best ordinary suckling goldfish you want. By the way, I have an elite suckling goldfish mother fish that has been conceived. I don't know if you are interested. There are not many females that attract goldfish. But it is extremely difficult to conceive a goldfish, and the more precious the spirit, the less likely it is to reproduce. This is a shackle that is naturally lowered and cannot be broken by human force. Lin Yuan saw Zhou Jiesin saying that she had a pregnant psychic goldfish mother fish, and her eyes lit up. Spirit goldfish mother fish can produce thousands of tail spirit goldfish at one time. The eggs of spirit goldfish are extremely difficult to survive. The main reason is that the aura is not enough for so many eggs to absorb. However, in the Ling Lingpa in the Ling Ling space, all this will no longer be a problem. Although the limit of one time for the soul pool is currently 100 elite goldfish. But the development of fish eggs requires a process. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. Lin Yuan can raise fish eggs in separate tanks. This saves a lot of money for the purchase of ordinary gold spirits. Shan Lin Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I want the mother fish that the goldfish. Don't know what the price is. Zhou Jiesin, this female fish that the spirit goldfish may be a little expensive, and it will be sold for 80 Huiyao coins. Lin Yuan frowned as soon as he saw the news. If it is this price, Lin Yuan might as well buy a normal grade spirit goldfish every time to cultivate. The price of an elite level goldfish is only 8 brilliance coins, which is still a good variety. Ordinary varieties are nothing but Wu Huiyao coins. This elite level gold spirit goldfish is conceived and sells 80 shining coins. The price is really expensive. Lin Yuan thought that the 15 shining coins should be the limit. Zhou Jiesin, by the way, I just forgot to say that this conceived suckling goldfish is a 5 fortune longevity, so it's more expensive, and the price Xin sister will give you will never make you lose money. 5 Fulan show. No wonder the price is so high. Although Reiki has been recovering for 100 years, the human instinct to love Xiangrui has never changed. Wu Fulan show is a precious species that can be linked to Xiangrui in the absorbing goldfish. S round body is decorated with 5 colors, meaning 5 blessings. Although its function is no different from that of ordinary goldfish, the price is almost 10 times different. One-tailed elite Wu Fang show is simply not seen in the market. Can only be purchased by some founders who cultivate psychic goldfish. Lin Yuan has been buying spirits in Zhou Jiesin, mainly because Zhou Jiesin is really doing business. Now Lin Yuan finds himself underestimating Zhou Jiesin's way. Chapter 56 Zhou Jiesin's thoughts. Shan Lao Lin, Sister Xin, I bought the female fish of Wufuliangshu. In addition, is there any high-level spirit animal blood in Sister Xin? Zhou Jiesin surveyed Lin Yuan a little while before Lin Yuan bought Ling Ling goldfish many times. Turns out that the account used by Lin Yuan is also the owner of a small shop of spirits. Zhou Jiesin watched for a while. After discovering Lin Yuan's shop after harvesting ordinary level spirit goldfish. These ordinary level spirit goldfish soon became elite level spirit goldfish. This is a soul goldfish. Zhou Jiesin made a bold guess, but was quickly scared by his boldness. In 3 or 5 days, 100 elusive goldfish evolved from ordinary level to elite level. This is at least the means of Samsung's founder. Of course does not exclude being a 2-star founder. However, if you are a 2-star founder, you need at least 20 people to evolve to attract the spirit goldfish to reach this size. What makes Zhou Jiesin most puzzled is why there are architects who want to strengthen the spirit goldfish. It is not good to strengthen a few silver-level spirits with kung fu that strengthens sucking goldfish. No matter how Zhou Jiesin guesses, one thing can be confirmed. That is, there must be a founder behind Lin Yuan's shop, and it may even be a Samsung founder. Samsung founders may not even be present in 5-star stores, and even if they are, they will be regarded as guests. Zhou Jiesin has been operating stores for many years and sells all the best materials of spirit materials. After so many years of hard work, it has only reached the level of Samsung stores. This is because Zhou Jiesin has been keeping prices down. Zhou Jiesin has been unable to be promoted to the 4-star shop, because there is no support from the founder behind. If Zhou Jiesin just wanted to develop Lin Yuan into a loyal customer, now Zhou Jiesin just wants to see if he can have a good relationship with Lin Yuan. You can buy some goods from Lin Yuan at a high price that will not circulate in the market. As his own shop became famous, he was promoted to a 4-tier shop, and the area of the shop doubled, so he could manage it better. Operating Xinguang store well has always been Zhou Jiesin's obsession. There is no founder behind him, and it is very difficult to walk along the way. Zhou Jiesin is not thinking of recruiting a founder, but most of the founders who can be recruited are 1-star. The conditions for the 1-star founder have been so high that Zhou Jiesin could not bear it. Most of the founders in the 5-star shop are selected by the shop's own talented young people and then cultivated with resources. Zhou Jiesin has also trained talented young people, not to mention resources at all. But it failed in the end. Obviously the founder is not so easy to be. Zhou Jiesin wanted to enter some rare spirits from Lin Yuan, but this kind of statement is obviously not so easy to say. Want to be a licking dog, not just licking it. What is important is to let the big brother accept it, and leave no trace of licking. Has been the owner of the Xinguang Linksai store for several years, even the coldest people have already played the art of attracting the creators. However, the high-level spirit beasts that Lin Yuan wants are currently not in Zhou Jiesin's own shop. Zhou Jiesin also understood that if he said no, if Lin Yuan needed high-level spirit beast blood and flesh, he would definitely go back to find others. Zhou Jiesin is naturally unwilling to do this. If Lin Yuan found someone else and was left as a frequent visitor, wouldn't he be a chicken fighter? Simply Zhou Jiesin's heart was across and he sent a message. Zhou Jiesin, I don't have any flesh of high-level spirit beasts or flesh of high-order heterogeneous creatures. The sale of flesh and blood of high-order heterogeneous creatures requires special qualifications. Very few shops can handle this qualification. If you want to buy me, can help you introduce it. Lin Yuan did not expect Zhou Jiesin to share his channel with himself. Channel is the lifeblood of a shop of spirits and spirits. Each store has its own special channel, which is the capital that can stand up for itself. Zhou Jiesin willing to share his channel with himself, no matter what the reason is. Lin Yuan remembered this affection. Surviving in the dark for several years, Lin Yuan had already understood gratitude. Shan Shan Lao Lin, then thank you Sister Xin. I really need some high-level spirit beast flesh and high-order heterodimensional creature flesh now. Zhou Jiesin saw Lin Yuan's gratitude and was very happy. Zhou Jiesin was afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't appreciate it. Now Lin Yuan has even thanked him, on behalf of Lin Yuan leading his love. After some conversation, Lin Yuan landed on Xinguang according to Zhou Jiesin's channel and came to a shop without listing. Entered the shop, Lin Yuan saw a big man with 5 big and 3 thick sitting there, turning the book in his hand. Keeps a pen on it and keeps recording it, as if looking at the list of goods. Felt that someone came in. The 5 big and 3 thick men raised their eyes and glared. This is not a shop, no people. Lin Yuan heard quickly and said. It was Zhou Jiesin who introduced him to purchase high-level spirit beast blood and heterodimensional creature blood. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. The 5 big and 3 rough guys were introduced by Zhou Jiesin. They reviewed Lin Yuan and contacted Zhou Jiesin once again to confirm Lin Yuan's identity. Since it was introduced by Jiesin, please call me phone. Lin Yuan looked at the cautious appearance of the 5 big and 3 rough guys and guessed what? This shop should have no special voucher, and it should be a black shop. There are many black shops like Xinguang. At the same time, Xinguang's inspection efforts are also very strong. Each time there is a corresponding punishment. It is no wonder that these 5 big and 3 thick men are so sensitive and nervous. Brother phone, how to sell the flesh and blood of high-level spirit beasts here? The 5 big and 3 thick men shook their heads and said. I can only get a batch of goods for the flesh and blood of the high-level spirits in a month, and they are all scraps that can neither be used as spirit materials nor gourmets, and do not pick varieties. 150,000 pounds of silver for the silver rank and 1 pound of gold for the gold rank. Now, the goods have been sold out, and the goods for the past 6 months have been ordered. Lin Yuan frowned as soon as he heard it. At this time, he only heard Brother Phone continue to say. The flesh and blood of higher-order spirits are not easy to buy anywhere now, because high-level Reiki professionals all feed their flesh-eating spirits with flesh and blood of spirits. If you also need flesh and blood of different dimensional creatures, I have them here. A lot. The price can give you a cheaper price. Lin Yuan's frowned eyebrows had already spread out. Feed the red thorn yourself, whether it is the flesh of higher-order spirits or the flesh of higher-order heterogeneous creatures. It's just that the flesh and blood of higher-order spirits contain more aura energy than the flesh and blood of different dimensional creatures. Chapter 57 Sun Lin. Lin Yuan has decided to buy the flesh of higher-order heterodimensional creatures. Brother Phone, then I want some high-level heterogeneous creatures' flesh and blood. I don't know, how did you sell the flesh and blood of this heterogeneous creature? To tell you the truth, none of the flesh and blood of the higher-order heterogeneous creatures I can receive is as edible as the flesh and blood of the higher-order spirit beasts. Most of what can be received is the flesh and blood produced by some abyss heterodimension cracks and insect world. Dimension cracks. When he said this, Lin Yuan could obviously feel the helplessness flashed in the eyes of the 5 big and 3 thick Feng Go. Obviously, the sales of these different dimensional creatures that are harmful to the human body are not good. But for Red Thorn, you don't need to take these into account. Even the flesh and blood of these other dimensional creatures that are not edible by other spirits may bring some special optimizations to the evolution of the Red Thorn. I don't know the price of flesh and blood of some different dimensional creatures. Brother Feng did not expect Lin Yuan to show his intention to purchase, and was a little delighted. The first dimensional creature is equivalent to a copper order spirit, 500 federal coins per caddy. The second order creature is equivalent to a silver order spirit, 8,000 federal coins or 1 caddy, and the third order heterogeneous creature is equivalent to a gold order spirit, 1,000 pounds. Lin Yuan was a little surprised, but did not expect that the flesh and blood of this heterogeneous creature was so cheap. The price of spirits are several times different. The price of flesh and blood of gold order heterogeneous creatures is only 100,000 federal coins per caddy, which means that 100 shining coins can buy 1,000 caddies. Of course, at this time, the Red Thorn is only ordinary. Even if it is to digest the flesh and blood of dimensional creatures, it needs to be done step by step. The corpse of Zerg fed by Lin Yuan was a Zerg without level. The energy contained in the body may be much worse than that of ordinary spirits. So Lin Yuan now intends to start feeding Red Thorns the blood and flesh of copper order spirits. Brother Feng, I'll first come to the 3000 gene copper level heterogeneous creatures' flesh and blood. Let's leave a contact. In the future, when I need the heterogeneous creatures' flesh and blood, I will order directly from you. Feng Ge saw that Lin Yuan had bought the flesh of different dimensional creatures, and he immediately had a smile on his face, and said, "Okay. I will give you one more chip this time. A first-grade worm is about 60 pounds. I will give you 55, and the extra will be given to you." Lin Yuan used to feel that the blood of high-order heterogeneous creatures was cheap, but now he buys 3,000 caddies with a little 5 shining coins, and when he becomes 55 Lin Yuan, he doesn't seem to have that much. I used to feed the Red Thorn like 1,000 worms. Of course, the energy of the 1,000 Zerg may only be able to withstand the current 3 Zerg. After the purchase, Lin Yuan intends to retreat. In the past few days, apart from going to the Star Tower, and the evolution of the Bronze Chrysanthemum, the rest of the time has watched the evolution of Red Thorn. When the Red Thorn evolves to elite level, Lin Yuan can try to mix the first level and second level biological blood and flesh. I believe that it will not be long before I can evolve to the bronze rank. Lin Yuan can clearly feel the happy mental state of Red Thorn during the feeding of Red Thorn. It's just that the Red Thorn encountered some problems while quickly eating the flesh and blood of copper order creatures. The corrosiveness in the blood of the first-grade Zerg can instantly burn a piece of wood and scorch black. This kind of corrosiveness had an effect on ordinary Red Thorns at the beginning. Even the mouth of the Red Priest's offering was shrunk and burnt because of the corrosiveness in the blood of the first-grade worm. Lin Yuan secretly said badly. It seems that he is still too anxious. Is about to let the Red Thorn spit out the first-grade worm blood. The mouth of the Red Thorn's offering was slowly repaired because it absorbed the energy of the first-grade Zerg. The mouth of the sacrifice will also be corroded again during the repair process. The mouth of the Naji that was corroded again will still shrink and burn black, but it is not as serious as before. Seeing this, Lin Yuan gave up his plan to change the food for the Red Thorn. Because the Red Thorn is obviously adapted to the corrosiveness of the first-grade worm. Is also improving his body's resistance to corrosive blood. This is the evolutionary direction in which the first-grade worm blood is urging the Red Thorn. This evolution is induced, even if the Red Thorn is the source species, these characteristics are not to say that evolution can evolve. First-class worm red spines cannot be digested and cleaned so easily. But Lin Yuan could obviously feel that the Red Thorn is becoming more and more resistant to the blood corrosion of the first-grade worm. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the Red Thorn was passing on his intention to inquire again. Lin Yuan said directly. To strengthen the aggression, let's strengthen the vines that have grown before. The aggressiveness of the Red Thorn is what Lin Yuan values most. Red Thorns have already grown some vines about 2 meters long when they evolved to the ordinary level, and there are more than a dozen roots. These vines give Red Thorn some fighting ability. But now Lin Yuan seems that these vines are still weak. Although the barbs on the vines are very sharp, it is difficult to kill defensive spirits by these barbs alone. At this time, after hearing Lin Yuan's order, Red Thorn fell into a deep sleep. Sleep is an essential evolutionary process of Red Thorn. The evolution of other spirits is based on genes. UU reading www.uukangsha.com has evolved in the direction of gene designation. Although the exclusive features increase the biological diversity, this also has a rough template. There is no such template for the evolution of the red thorn. Therefore, it needs to be automatically generated according to Lin Yuan's instructions. This process takes a considerable amount of time. After a day, Lin Yuan found that red thorn still did not move. But Lin Yuan could clearly feel the state of the red thorn from the contract. The state of the red thorn is very good. Smart, this is the time to jump on Lin Yuan's shoulder and say to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I have memorized all the knowledge in the book, and I promise to remember it." After speaking, cleverly rubbing Lin Yuan's cheek with his cerebellum, enjoying the process of intimacy with Lin Yuan. These 2 days of sound and music were hooked on the live broadcast, so there was not much to do with Lin Yuan. Enin greets clever things whenever he can't solve them. Smart is like a super room manager of Enin, keeping everything organized. Enin is just for fun, because I like to sing and live broadcasted by mistake. But the name of Lord Takino is now very loud. S popularity on Xinguang crushed almost all the singing anchors. Of course, this is only the reason that makes the In Luo famous. The K-In Luo will be as hot as it is now, because the 87th in the series of Yao Yao Baizi, Master Xuanlin. Lord Sun Lin threw huge sums of money for the live broadcast of Bien In Luo, and directly reached the top of the fan list of Bien In Luo. Everyone in the Huayao Baizi sequence is particularly sought after by their words and deeds. The incident of Master Xuanlin rewarding the bird is directly becoming the most talked about news on Xinguang. Chapter 58 Create Division Union. It's just that such a thing has attracted the attention of All Star Network. But neither the party's voice nor Lin Yuan did not notice this matter. Enin was still watching the barrage while singing. Watching the barrage that praises oneself constantly will not be other content. While Lin Yuan has been busy becoming stronger, he didn't even know that Enin suddenly started live broadcasting on Xinguang.com. Smart now that he has completed the knowledge of junior scholars, observers of spirits, and analysts of spirits. Lin Yuan has 3 days away from the time agreed with Zhou Jiasun. Simply thought that it would be better to go to the assessment of the founder. The assessment of the founder is not on Xinguang. In a city, only the main city will set up a union of founders. The Bauhinia city's founding trade union was established in the main city of Bauhinia City. Lin Yuan took the clever flight directly to the Bauhinia city with the black-winged goose, a flying creature of the bronze rank. After riding a platinum-level flying spirit, then riding a bronze-level flying spirit is already different from the first time it was called a copper-level flying spirit. Arrived at Bauhinia city, look at the time, it is already noon. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he asked Chu Ci to come out for lunch. Turned to think that he came to participate in the assessment of the founder. Want to wait for yourself to participate in the assessment of the architect and then share the joy with Chu Ci. Lin Yuan is not worried about any flaws in the assessment of his founder. Even Lin Yuan wondered if he could complete the 1-star founder assessment within 2 hours and get the opportunity to avoid the upgrade exams for the 3 life Reiki occupations. Can directly assess the 2-star founder. Lin Yuan called the car directly and went to the founding union. The facilities of Bauhinia City are much better than Xia County. The streets of Bauhinia City are as wide as 30 meters wide. Even if the platinum-level spirits walk through the streets of Bauhinia City, it is more than enough. But almost no one will summon a platinum-level spirit in the city of Bauhinia. Even if they are strong, they will choose transportation. This also makes everything in the Bauhinia City so peaceful and rich. Reached the door of the founding union. Lin Yuan looked at the gate of the founding trade union, and then looked at the main palace of the city not far away. Lin Yuan only felt that the founding of the teachers' union might be more impressive than that from the city's main government. From this, you can easily see how the status of the founding union is respected. Lin Yuan came to participate in the assessment of the founder, did not choose time, it was purely a coincidence. But at the door of the founding trade union, there are many people who are embarrassed to walk towards the founding trade union. Most of the people who come and go come to take the assessment. When many people go in, they are full of emotions or confident. But when he came out, he almost always looked depressed. Only 100 people on average may have a happy expression on their faces. This shows how difficult it is for the architect to assess. Most of the people who had participated in the assessment of the architects had already made perfect preparations. Otherwise, once the assessment fails, you cannot participate in the second assessment within 1 year. Few people are willing to take a year's time as a bet without certainty. Although this is the case, even if you are fully prepared, it is really difficult to pass the test. Lin Yuan had already turned his smart device into glasses. Lin Yuanping, who was wearing glasses, was a little more angry, making people feel more friendly. Enter the Founding Union. Lin Yuan was stopped directly by the receptionist of the Founders Union. Each receptionist of the Makers Union will also receive 30 makers who will participate in the assessment. Lin Yuan observed silently and found that only one of these people who participated in the assessment with his group was quite confident. The rest of them were obviously nervous. One of the little fat men even shook his legs while walking. When the staff reached 30 people, the reception staff asked aloud, "In a moment, you will give me the primary proofs of the 3 life-type Reiki occupations, and then go to the exam. When you come out, take the score card you have inside and take away your proof from me." The staff in charge of reception was a very gentle big sister, and the voice seemed to drip out softly. After the instructions, he sat on the stool and gestured to the person who participated in the assessment of the architect, saying, "Wish you all passed the assessment, and the future looks good." The encouragement before participating in the assessment can indeed be inspiring. As the receptionist of the Founders Union is itself a founder. A founder who can stay in the Founders Union is obviously very talented. Such a transcendental status is not necessary to say this, but since it is said, it must be a blessing from the heart. At this time, Lin Yuan scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and Lin Yuan stood on the spot when everyone else went to the assessment. "Well, I heard that there are 3 primary life-type Reiki occupation tests in the Founders Union, so I didn't prepare a certificate in advance and wanted to come directly to the Founders Union." Ning Xuejuan has always been a gentle temperament, used to be calm when encountering everything. Was also stunned by Lin Yuan's present sentence. Yu reads www.yuyukangshu.com said after a long while Ning Xuejuan. The Founders Union can indeed test the primary life-type Reiki occupations, but the Founders Union can only evaluate 3 knowledge-based life-type Reiki occupations, namely, Scholar, Spirit Observer, and Spirit Analyst. If you want to participate for other assessments, you need to go to other life-type or professional unions for assessment. Ning Xuejuan looked at Lin Yuan and shook his head helplessly. The person who came to participate in the assessment of the founder has not met a person who has conducted a life-type or a professional assessment in the Founders Union for years. Which one is not fully prepared before participating in the assessment of the architect? Ning Xuejuan was the first to see someone so sloppy. Who expected Ning Xuejuan to hear another sentence that made him more dumbfounded? "I just want to evaluate these 3 subjects, and just the Founders Union can do it." Ning Xuejuan now wants to swear. "I just think that the boy in front of me is really a fairy." The 3 elementary knowledge aura professions have never heard of anyone using these 3 certificates for the assessment of the founder. The 3 subjects who want to participate in the assessment must have thoroughly learned more than 300 books. Every book is held in his hands. It is too heavy to say. The more important thing is to write down the contents of this book if you want to pass the assessment. How can a teenager learn such a big project? Even if there is only one at most for those who use the knowledge life occupation to participate in the assessment certificate. Ning Xuejuan of the 2 gates has not seen. Can come to participate in the assessment of the founder, are Reiki professionals. Who is willing to spend so much time to learn knowledge, not to increase strength? Chapter 59 1 question. Ning Xuejuan asked with an uncertain expression. "Are you really kidding?" Lin Yuan nodded seriously. "How can you make a joke at this time? Even if you want to make a joke, is it necessary to divide the occasion?" Ning Xuejuan listened to Lin Yuan's confirmation again, and the look in Lin Yuan's eyes became a little more complicated. Ning Xuejuan really wanted to ask Lin Yuan if he was kidding. The assessment of the Founding Teachers Union has always been lenient and strict. The people who come to the assessment do not need too high a threshold. "I just want to successfully pass the founder, but it is very difficult." This is also the importance that Huiyao Federation attaches to the profession of founder, and does not want to miss the talented young children. Ning Xuejuan now looks like Lin Yuan is indeed a troublemaker. It stands to reason that now Ning Xuejuan should take the program to take Lin Yuan to test for junior scholars, spirit observers, and spirit analysts. Ning Xuejuan did not follow the process directly. If it is done directly in accordance with the process, a person directly conducts 3 knowledge-type Reiki professional assessments in the Founding Teachers Union, which will inevitably attract the attention of high-level officials. Lin Yuan passed the exam. If Lin Yuan failed to pass the exam, even if it was to be defined as a troublemaker to create a teacher union, it is not a trivial matter to create a troublemaking union. Is likely to be recorded on Lin Yuan's resume as a shining citizen, so Ning Xuejuan persuades again. Look at the information you filled in. Is your name Lin Yuan, right? Lin Yuan, the 3 preliminary assessment questions provided by the Founding Union are different from the assessment questions that you go directly to each life occupation union because the examinations of these 3 subjects. Since it was entrusted to the Founding Teachers Union, the Founding Teachers Union would ask questions on its own. The questions of the Founding Teachers Union were more cumbersome than those of other life-related professional unions, so I suggest. Ning Xuejuan's words were not finished. I heard an old voice say, "Girl, there is someone who comes to our Founders Union for the assessment of knowledge-based architects. How can it be extrapolated? And where is this question tricky? Old man, I haven't left the scope of the exam. These questions come from within the scope. Huitong will be able to answer." The voice of the old man is very stable, with a kind taste. But Ning Xuejuan quickly turned around and heard the old man's voice. "Senior Vice President, aren't you cultivating a platinum-level spiral tooth shark in the incubation room? I'll arrange this little thing." The old man raised his face when he heard Ning Xuejuan's words. "Just call me Grandpa, there is nothing to avoid in the guild, anyway, I won't take special care of you. Old man, I'm tired and can't breathe." Xiao Xuejuan, don't care about Grandpa at all. When the old man replied, Lin Yuan was not involved in a word. But his eyes are carefully looking at Lin Yuan. Ning Xuejuan raised his forehead with one hand, and gave Lin Yuan a look, indicating that Lin Yuan had better get away quickly. Although his grandfather looks kind-hearted, the speed of his face change is that Sichuan opera should be inferior. Has a strange temper. When he meets his desperate efforts to protect his shortcomings, when he encounters annoying ones, he will be devalued. Although his grandfather had a strange temper, Ning Xuejuan knew. My grandfather hates people who are not serious in learning. Lin Yuan looked at Ning Xuejuan's hand and grinned, like a big boy with sunshine. At this time, the old man spoke to Lin Yuan. Your little baby is quite confident, and did not prepare in advance to come to the assessment of the creation of the Union of Teachers. The 3 primary exam questions of the knowledge-based Reiki occupation of the creation of the Union of Unions are not so easy to answer. When the old man speaks, his expression is relatively dull, just like a boring subconscious conversation. Lin Yuan heard the old man's words and returned calmly and naturally. The vice president said, "But all the questions are not difficult, aren't they difficult?" Lin Yuan's answer made the old man look at Lin Yuan more and said, "A good one will not be difficult, it will not be difficult, the style of words, if you have the real skills, you can still be called a young hero, if you don't have the real skills here to fool the old man, I will be angry with the old man." Ning Xuejuan heard his grandfather said that he knew his grandfather recognized Lin Yuan's words. Gave Lin Yuan a sympathetic look for a while. Ning Xuejuan said that he was really helpless about his grandfather's temper and eccentric temper. Lin Yuan is naturally full of respect for the vice chairman of the Founding Union. These people are the forerunners on the path of the founder. Everyone does not know how many high-level Reiki professionals are completed while they are evolving spirits. Feiyao Federation can have the present good situation and these people are inseparable. The juniors are naturally seeking truth from facts, they dare not sloppy. Lin Yuan's words were originally very common, but with Lin Yuan's direct assessment of the 3 knowledge-type Reiki occupations, it seemed a little arrogant and conceited. The old man still didn't respond, but he asked the words. "Since you are so confident, it must be quite knowledgeable. There are 2 kinds of creatures in the prehistoric life on the planet, one is the giant tooth shark, and the other is the Leviathan whale. The overlord of UU, www.uukanshu.com, has contended for tens of millions of years, and in the end did not win or lose. In your opinion, is the shark stronger, or the Leviathan whale stronger?" The problems that the old man carelessly thrown made Ning Xuejuan's face change, and the secret passage was not good. This issue is still being debated in academia, and there is no broad definition. Both are top-level predators, dominate the tertiary ocean, are overlord-level creatures, and jointly control the resources in the fertile tertiary ocean. 2 kinds of creatures are in between in terms of attack power. So the weaker one is just the opportunity to grasp the individual combat effectiveness and combat experience. It is not wrong to answer this question, Lin Yuan. However, his grandfather is a persevering shark party, firmly determined that the giant shark is the overlord in the tertiary ocean. If Lin Yuan said that the megalodon is okay, but if he said that leviathan whale, I am afraid his grandfather would turn his face on the spot. Ning Xuejuan said quickly. Grandpa, you still have to argue with Grandpa Zheng before this topic. What can you ask for it? Do you think the megalodon is the overlord is chanting? Ning Xuejuan said this very cleverly. He was sending a message to Lin Yuan. In Ning Xuejuan's view, if Lin Yuan is smart enough, he will surely know how to answer this question. The old man also heard something in Ning Xuejuan's words. Felt that this question was a bit boring. Lin Yuan is a man who loves the world, so he naturally understands it. But adhering to the respect for the old man and integrating the knowledge learned from the supply in his mind, Lin Yuan thought about it. I think this question has already been answered. Chapter 61 Answer. The old man didn't expect to hear a new viewpoint from Lin Yuan. Came to interest, said kindly. Boy, come and listen. Old man, I like to listen to insightful opinions and say it boldly. Ning Xuejuan jumped straight to the side listening. It seems that his grandfather said the same thing every time before changing his face. Lin Yuan thought about it and said. Actually, there is this answer because both of them have been eliminated in evolution, so they are the weak. Otherwise, neither the giant tooth shark nor the leviathan whale can be seen now, even if the shark in the ocean appears. The ancestral mutation, there is a mutation towards the giant tooth shark, but eventually it is no longer the giant tooth shark, or leviathan whale. This view silenced the old man. Has always heard nothing more than a giant tooth shark or a leviathan whale. Or both parties are equal, but without exception, they all say strong. This is the first time someone has heard that they are weak. But this weakness is understandable in terms of natural selection. Probably because Lin Yuan's point of view is too novel. Even if the old man heard that the giant shark was said to be weak, it did not immediately burst out, but instead asked. What is the solution? The megalodon and leviathan whales ruled the tertiary ocean for tens of millions of years. But whether it is the leviathan whale or the megalodon, because the vertices are too high, it leads to tertiary marine animals. The evolution is slow, so naturally chose to use a meteorite in 65 million years, and use irrefutable truth to persuade the two sides to stop the war. The impact ushered in a new era of the Quaternary Ocean, and also erased megalodon and leviathan whales. So, from the perspective of the founder, in terms of species survival and evolution, megalodon and leviathan whales are both weak. Lin Yuan said his thoughts. This idea is not just based on knowledge learned intelligently. Is more about Lin Yuan's previous life's accumulation of knowledge and the realization of the evolution of spirits in this life. In the long river of years, everything is nothing but smoke. The evolutionary path of the successful is never to let himself stand directly on the apex, overlooking the mortal beings. Really successful species evolution is to understand how to evolve in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to overcome the next disaster. Let yourself continue this species, such a way of survival is the eternal winner of evolution. Hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, the old man was silent for a long while, as if he was after telling what Lin Yuan said. Ning Xuejuan's gaze at Lin Yuan at this time is no longer as if Lin Yuan was disturbed. Because such words are not easily uttered by an unskilled person. Lin Yuan stood quietly on the spot, not arrogant. At this moment, the old man suddenly laughed and said with a clap in his hands. It is good. The old man's voice was very loud, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. But the old man didn't care, looked at Lin Yuan and said. Boy, what you said is really wonderful. But why did you say that a meteorite 65 million years ago directly wiped out the megalodon and leviathan whales? But the populations of sharks and whales are still inherited to this day. When the old man asked this question, he no longer thought about it. Obviously, the old man knew this answer clearly. Now asking this question is just to try to examine Lin Yuan. Look at Lin Yuan's previous answer, whether it is sentimental, or really understand the key points. Lin Yuan didn't think about it this time and said directly. The higher the upper biological food chain is, the weaker it is. The meteorite 65 million years ago first destroyed algae in the ocean. The demise of algae was followed by lobsters. It is a food source of large-scale filter-feeding fish, and the baleen whale and various large-scale filter feeding. Fish are the common food of the giant shark and leviathan whale. The giant shark and leviathan whale stand at the top of the food chain pyramid at the same time. It is also the weakest link in the niche, which is the reason for their demise. The old man listened to Lin Yuan clearly speaking the answer he had in mind, and looking at Lin Yuan only thought how to look and how to see it. Scholarly people often cherish talented people. Especially seeing such a young boy has a sense of inheritance, which makes the old man very happy. Turned his head and said to Ning Xuejuan, who was standing beside him, "Girl, I will come out one after another to take the exam one after another. You can't get away. I will take this guy to the assessment of 3 knowledge-type Reiki occupations and see what the degree of young people are now." Ning Xuejuan put Lin Yuan's completed form in his grandfather's hands and secretly gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Lin Yuan thanked him in return, and followed the old man toward a classroom inside. The old man turned his head and said towards Lin Yuan, "I will take the exam for a while, but in fact, it is very interesting to do the exam. You can see the 3 qualities of a person by looking at the answer." The old man did not care whether Lin Yuan answered or not, and said to himself, "Su is happy in his heart." It seems like he opened the conversation box along the way, and his mouth never stopped. You can see a person's state of mind by looking at a person's attitude to answer a question. You can see the attitude of learning by looking at the answer of a person's test paper. You reading a book www.ukangshu.com can see a person's psychological quality. Old man, I've been in the exam for almost 10 years last time. When speaking, some memories appeared in the eyes of the old man. Lin Yuan listened quietly. I just think that even if it is the vice president of the Bauhinia City Association of Founders, when the city owner sees the person who must polite the third, sometimes he is just an old man who is somewhat paranoid about his learning. During the exam, the old man was also unambiguous, and he directly handed the 3 test papers of the 3 subjects to Lin Yuan. When entering the exam, Lin Yuanben was highly concentrated, and everything outside seemed to have nothing to do with himself. When Lin Yuan just started to answer the questions, the old man didn't feel anything. But after a while, the old man only felt that there was a pleasant feeling to see Lin Yuan answering the question. The rustling sound of the pen tip falling on the paper has the same frequency, without rush and calmness. And Lin Yuan, answering the questions on the paper page by page in order, without changing his face. This calm manner makes the old man quite appreciate it, and at the same time, he can't help but look forward to the answer of Lin Yuan's achievement. Lin Yuan in the answer can understand why Ning Xuejuan said that the problems created by the founding teachers union will be tricky. Because 10% of the questions in this volume come from the remarks page in the book. There are even some questions that can only be found in the preface of the book. This kind of question is really a difficult question. But for Lin Yuan, the sentence is still difficult, not difficult. Because of this, Lin Yuan's answers were like clouds and water. It took only 2 hours for one exam to complete the 3 exam papers. Chapter 61 Alliance. Lin Yuan did not feel the flow of time when he answered the question. Successfully answering the question is just the last question from the first question, there is no pause in the middle. In fact, the process of answering questions is precisely the process of learning and combing Lin Yuan with his smart glasses. After all, the knowledge learned is clever. If cleverness does not make it into glasses, Lin Yuan has no knowledge in his mind. Lin Yuan knows that learning is always an endless road. Now it's a coincidence to get this knowledge life occupation by myself. This knowledge Lin Yuan still has to learn slowly. For example, Lin Yuan can remember these rough questions during the answering process. After these knowledges were written by Lin Yuan, they became their own. This is the harvest. Many small gains are unremarkable, but when these small gains are fused together, they will achieve transformation. Ning Lao has been watching Lin Yuan answering questions. Did not notice how long the time had passed. Seeing Lin Yuan standing up to hand in the papers, Ning Lao looked at the clock, a little surprised, and some unknown. Ning always watched Lin Yuan answering questions. Ning always calmly answered the questions answered by Lin Yuan, but now it's too fast to see the time. When I made the question at that time, I had to put a lot of effort into the problem. Ning Lao did not believe that Lin Yuan could answer so fast, but when he looked at Lin Yuan's answer, he did not seem to pretend to be pretentious. Ning Lao simply took Lin Yuan's paper and looked at it. Lin Yuan stood at the same place, his mind was free in the previous deep learning. Lin Yuan liked the feeling of mastering knowledge before. Ning Lao took the test paper and saw the gold hook and iron painting written by Lin Yuan, with a gentle stroke. The first-hand good word is not a big skill after 100 years of Reiki recovery, but it is very positive. Ning Lao was more surprised when he read the test paper. Each of these questions is actually a standard answer. 1 article. 2 articles. 3 articles. Has been turned to the end. Ning Lao hard did not find a mistake. Ning Xinglao went back and inspected it carefully again, which was rare and serious. However, after checking the results, I still did not pick out any mistakes. The initial assessment of the 3 life-type Reiki occupations turned out to be full marks. This is an incredible fact, but it is indisputable here. If it is not Ning Lao, you can confirm that your question will never reveal the answer. Ning Lao feels that Lin Yuan answered the question with a standard answer. After a long while of silence, Ning Lao raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan's eyes with a trace of dignity and appreciation. The solemn thing is that this fact is really incredible. Appreciated the results of Lin Yuan's test papers, as well as Lin Yuan's calmness in answering the questions, and also Lin Yuan's meticulousness in learning, so that he could not pick out any mistakes. Lin Yuan looked at Ning Lao's eyes and said, "Ning Lao, can I go directly to the assessment of the founder?" Saw Ning Lao waved his hand and said, "A good boy, a hero is a teenager, a person with real skills, but you can't pass the exam of the founder today. The information is left here. Come back tomorrow to participate in the exam of the founder." Lin Yuan was a little bit puzzled. Has clearly completed the assessment of the knowledge-type Reiki occupation. How can he not immediately participate in the assessment of the founder? If you come back tomorrow to take part in the assessment, then count the time you want to directly impact the 2-star founder. I was afraid that I would miss the time agreed with Sister Xin, so I would not miss it. Ning Lao, can't the assessment today? I want to try if I can complete the assessment of the 1-star founder within 2 hours. Ning Lao smacked his mouth, and looked at Lin Yuan more solemnly, and what he said in his mouth overflowed with appreciation. Your kid's ambitions are not small. Complete the assessment of the 1-star founder within 2 hours. Do you want to try to directly impact the 2-star founder? Although Ning Lao said so, but because of Lin Yuan's previous test scores, Ning Lao had already believed a few words to Lin Yuan. I really feel that Lin Yuan can complete the assessment of the 1-star founder in 2 hours. Then you have to come back tomorrow. Who made your kids answer so high, breaking the record of the vocational assessment of the primary knowledge Reiki of the founding union? So today you must report your 3 subjects to the Union of Life Reiki occupation. Take the necessary procedures. Ning Lao said this. Lin Yuan nodded. As soon as he wanted to leave, he was stopped by Ning Lao and said, "Don't be busy. Go to the incubation room with me to see the spinner-tooth shark I cultivated, and to see my research of the old men." Although Lin Yuan has not yet passed the assessment of the founder. But obviously Ning Lao has regarded Lin Yuan as a potential junior at this time. Also has the meaning of supporting inside and outside the story. In fact, this is precisely because Ning Lao appreciates Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even if Lin Yuan is the founder of Samsung, Ning Lao wouldn't pretend to say anything. Is able to serve as the vice president of the party of the founder of a city, it is destined to be a 4-star founder. There is a tradition of the founding trade unions. No matter whether it is the founding trade unions of each big city or the shining union of the federal capital, there is no president. The administrator with the highest authority is the vice president. Because there are 3 Zeons among the founders, namely the top 5 level founders, Zhu Jun, Chu Zun, and Yue Hou. Zhu Juan and Chuzun are veteran 5-star founders. Yu Kanshu www.yukanshu.com is also the earliest group of founders since the rejuvenation of Reiki, standing at the top of the founder. After the moon is a rising star. After reaching the 5-star founder with the resources of the sky, he hides his light and no one knows the depth. In the past 10 years, the month after month has been very low-key, but since the month after the month is called, no one dares to call it back. The Founders Union, Jujuan Kitchen, did not want to be the chairman after Zuanyue, but just hung the name of an honorary elder. Therefore, in order to express respect for Zhu Jun and Suanho, the Founding Teachers Union no longer has a president, only a vice president. Lin Yuan can be appreciated by Ning Lao. If he is known, he doesn't know how many creators he wants to envy. The invitation of the elder Lin Yuan naturally dare not resign. Lin Yuan is very interested in the spirits of the platinum rank. Ning Lao's invitation to visit his incubation room is completely unexpected for Lin Yuan. The incubator of the founder is a private site, and rarely invites outsiders to set foot, especially to watch the platinum order spirits that are being cultivated. Lin Yuan followed Ning Lao to Ning Lao's incubation room. Only entered the incubation room, Lin Yuan smelled the peculiar smell of seawater and the violent pressure enveloped by it. Was surprised when he saw the scene in the cultivation room. This incubation room is also too big. At first glance, there is a large pool with a length and width of nearly 1,000 kilometers in the incubation room, just like a small artificial sea. The intimidating coercion came from the sea, as if it were extremely aggressive. At this time, Lin Yuan felt Ning Lao urge the spirit in his body. The 3 runes of will emerge from the body, sending out powerful spiritual fluctuations. The cyclones carried in the spiritual power let Lin Yuan know that Ning is always a 4-star founder and a king-level strongman. Chapter 62 Rotary Tooth Shark. The power of the king-level powerhouse is fully revealed at this moment. Lin Yuan only felt that he was like a lonely boat in the center of the vast ocean and could be swallowed by the waves at any time. This is Ning Lao deliberately converging momentum against Lin Yuan. If not, the momentum of the king-level strongman will directly make Lin Yuan crush to the ground. As Ning Lao's momentum unfolded, a huge shadow appeared in the small artificial sea. Bright silver dorsal fins with dark red lines, like a sword, split the sea. The huge body of 10 meters long jumped directly from the sea surface, and then hit the sea surface again, set off a monstrous wave. The airflow came over and directly caused Lin Yuan to stumble. Ning Lao waved to Lin Yuan and said, "This is my newly grown tooth-cutting shark." Ning Lao introduced Lin Yuan lightly. At this time, the rotary-toothed sheer shark had swam to the close. The teeth of this huge sea shark were like rotating gears. Not only that, the upper jaw grows a row of longitudinal fangs, and the gears of the lower teeth are like a scissors that can be cut. This makes this spiral-toothed sheer shark directly into a killing tool in the sea, using the spiral and shearing teeth to cut off the creatures in front of you. This spinning tooth shark has not only the characteristics of the prehistoric giant spinning shark, also perfectly superimposes the characteristics of the sheer tooth shark on the characteristics of the rotary tooth shark. This is exactly the result of an extremely wonderful evolutionary cultivation of the prehistoric ancestors. Lin Yuan looked at the tooth-cutting shark, his ears were pointing at Ning Lao. Ning Lao asked himself to come and obviously had other things to say. "Boy, at present, this spin-toothed sheer shark has been cultivated by me into a platinum level 10 legendary quality, but it has not been upgraded to the diamond level, because I want to induce it to move toward the diamond level. The direction of the megalodon changes." Finally, Lao Lin went to the side and took a platinum order trapped spirit box, and took out a lot of glass test tubes from the inside. Opened the test tube and dropped the tubes of golden red liquid into the mouth of the tooth shark. Lin Yuan recognized the golden red liquid. Isn't this golden red liquid exactly the blood of a platinum order dragon beast? A drop of blood from the platinum order dragon beast, XING's offer at the time was 2,000 Huayao coins. Each of these tubes contains about 100 drops. Now 10 tubes are down. These 10 tubes are at least the price of 2 million shining coins. This made Lin Yuan refresh the definition of luxury. Ning Lao Fei feeds the fangs of the scallops to explain. The prehistoric creature megalodon predator is a dragon beast in the sea. Feeding the blood of the dragon beast can cause the spiral tooth shark to be induced in the direction of the giant tooth shark. Although the founder seems to be incapable of creating the word, you need to remember, the evolution of any creature without exception is traceable. Lin Yuan chewed Ning Lao's words carefully. At the same time, I was also looking at the rotary teeth shark, thinking that the rotate teeth shark would evolve again in the direction of the giant tooth shark, and that size would explode. In addition to rotating teeth and cutting teeth, you can also grow a large mouth full of teeth. In this way, the rotary tooth shark can bite in addition to cutting. By that time, Lin Yuan couldn't imagine how strong the fangs would be. Ning Lao fed the saw-toothed sheer shark and left Lin Yuan with the breeding room. Lin Yuan has been chewing the meaning in Ning Lao repeatedly. At this time, only heard Ning Lao said, "Being a founder is not only creating sublimated life, but also saving lives. Come on, come to the exam early tomorrow." Lin Yuan nodded and said goodbye, leaving the founding trade union Lin Yuan to find that the sky outside was already black. At this time, in the founding union, Mr. Ning personally wrote a letter and said to the assistant standing beside him, "Send this letter directly to the Lord's palace and give it to the Lord of the castle." After the assistant left, Ning Lao sighed expectantly. "Lin Yuan, if there is a chance to go to the sky tomorrow, it depends on whether you can pass the 2-star founder. For the reform of the teachers' union, Lin Yuan did not know the reason. But as the vice president of the Bauhinia City Association of Founding Teachers, Ning Lao was informed. The reform of the founding of the teachers' union was due to the intention of the adult to recruit students for the first time in the next month. Bauhinia City's founding union has not been out of real talent for many years. I don't know whether this time the Bauhinia City Founders Union will add a bit of shining light to the shining federation. Lin Yuan hurried directly towards the direction of Bauhinia Intermediate Reiki Academy. In the car, Lin Yuan dialed Chu Si's phone. But Lin Yuan didn't expect that the phone rang for half a minute. It wasn't Chu Si, but another familiar voice, which was Teacher Bao. Is Chu Si's brother? Chu Si is injured here. He is undergoing treatment. If there is no emergency, Chu Si will be called back after treatment. When Teacher Bao was speaking, there was a faint sound of collision, as if fighting. Asked Lin Yuan immediately. Teacher, how could Chu Si get hurt? I'm almost at school now. Teacher Bao on the phone heard Lin Yuan's words very calmly and said. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Because Chu Si's two arms resisted the strain of attacking muscles, our school doctor is equipped with silver-level healing spirits, which can be cured quickly. As a parent, you don't have to worry. Injuries in actual combat lessons are also inevitable. Students will suffer different injuries in actual combat classes. Only in this way can the actual combat level be tempered. Teacher Bao's words made Lin Yuan feel relieved. But at the same time, it made Lin Yuan feel that Chu Si would be injured because of the improper defensive spirit Rhinoceros Iron Bull. If this Rhinoceros Iron Bull is not a sacrifice feature, it is completely like an attacking spirit. If he prepared a traditional defensive spirit at the time, Chu Si might not be injured. Defensive Reiki professionals have always been given the title of wearing the thickest armor and beating the most poisonous. Lin Yuan didn't want to hurt Chu Si, so Lin Yuan suddenly had the idea of making Chu Si into an iron bucket. This is not enough, not only to be an iron bucket, but also to be an iron bucket that can be shocked. Only by making Chu Si into an iron bucket, Lin Yuan can rest assured. Chu Si happens to be able to contract the second spirit now, it is better to prepare the second spirit of Chu Si before the holiday. Mr. Bao, I'm at the door of the school. I want to go to the school's office to see Chu Si. You wait for a while at the door, Chu Si can complete the treatment in a few minutes, just at the dinner time, I let her pick you up at the school door, you can have dinner together. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan stood at the door of the school, but in his heart he figured out Chu Si. The second is what defensive spirits should prepare. The knowledge of the primary spirit beast observer made Lin Yuan quickly lock up several defensive spirits. Chapter 63 as brother. The defensive creatures are numerous. If it is really more real, the various types of defensive creatures may add up to millions. Each kind of spiritual creature evolution, although the skills that can be understood tend to be the same as similar types, but they are not exactly the same. Exclusive features rarely overlap, so the choice of spirits requires great care. Because the combination of spirits and spirits is the real cards and means of a Reiki professional. Thinking so, Lin Yuan's head hurts. Lin Yuan felt that the few spirits suitable for Chu Si were not common, and even needed directional cultivation. Lin Yuan himself has the means to promote the evolution of spirits, so when choosing spirits for Chu Si, he focused more on ordinary level spirits. Because the spirits cultivated since childhood have evolved continuously, after reaching the same level in some aspects, they are better than higher level spirits of the same level. Also fits better with Reiki professionals. Therefore, Lin Yuan had no reason not to select Chu Si for cultivation. Was when Lin Yuan thought carefully. Suddenly Lin Yuan felt someone patting his arm, and then he heard a sound of joy. Lin Yuan, how did you come to see me? Chu Si and Lin Yuan thought that they wouldn't see Lin Yuan again until they came home from school. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long before Lin Yuan came to see himself again. Lin Yuan looked at Chu Si carefully, then moved his arm again, and found that he was completely cured before really letting go. I came here to take part in the assessment of the architect. I happened to come to pick you up for dinner. Let's go. Last time you said you wanted to eat barbecue. We went to find a barbecue restaurant. After talking, Lin Yuan pulled Chu Si and walked towards the street next to Zijing Intermediate Reiki Academy. There are several female students who come and go from time to time to talk up, which makes Lin Yuan really tired of coping. Chu Si smiled sweetly and said, Then can I order a roast lamb? Lin Yuan rubbed the hair on Chu Si's head with his hand and said, Aren't you your favorite fish? Why do you remember to eat lamb? I will go to the barbecue restaurant and I will grill you fish. Chu Si uttered his tongue out. Although Chu Si knows that his family has money, Chu Si is still not used to this feeling. Because of the hardship and thrift in his childhood, he has already been inscribed in his bones. Of course, this is not to say that Chu Si attaches great importance to money. On the contrary, Chu Si did not save the 100,000 federal currency that Lin Yuan had sent to him before. The metal that is fed to the rhino horn iron cow is the better one that the rhino horn iron cow can eat in the copper scale. Now, there are not many 100,000 federal coins left. There is an old saying that the children of the poor family have already been in charge. Chu Si, even if he is not headed, but also understands the world as it is, looked up at the bottom, all eyes were endless truth. In this reality, Chu Si knows in this world, who he really depends on. Also knew what he needed to do to survive better in this world, and to make Lin Yuan happy. That is to study hard and enhance strength. Only when he becomes a strongman can he help Lin Yuan and his brother. Therefore, since the last separation from Lin Yuan, Chu Si did not work anymore to make money. Instead, all his thoughts are spent on his studies. Now Chu Si looked at Lin Yuan and felt only light-hearted and joyful in his heart. Chu Si's ease did not come from the improved and prosperous life now, but because Lin Yuan's body had returned to health. I'm glad that even in these great worlds, I and Lin Yuan have always insisted on coming over and never separated. Lin Yuan called the car and asked when he was sitting in the car. Chu Si, how does the rhino horn iron cow feel? How do you think the next spiritual thing will be focused on? For Chu Si's second spirit, Lin Yuan can help Chu Si choose. But in the general direction, Lin Yuan also needs to respect Chu Si's opinions. Asked by Lin Yuan, Chu Si's face was suddenly not very good, and he raised his fist angrily and said, The rhino horn iron bull is very good, I like it very much, but several classmates in the class gave me the nickname, the big iron bull. It's too much. Lin Yuan couldn't help but beat his head after hearing Chu Si's words. I was concerned about the strength of the spirit when choosing the spirit at the time, but did not pick the spirit. First, the conditions at that time were really not allowed. The second is the exclusive feature of the rhinoceros iron bull. The sacrifice to Lin Yuan is indeed a magic skill. The exclusive feature of sacrifice can run through spirits. As the spirit becomes stronger, the sacrifice of this exclusive feature becomes more powerful. It would be a pity if the rhino horn iron bull is not selected. Furthermore, after 100 years of Reiki recovery, strength is fundamental. Others are just the icing on the cake, not even the warmth of sending charcoal in the snow. Lin Yuan has the memory of the previous life, and the mentality of the two lives is no longer a passionate teenager. As an older brother, maybe he should take his sister to help her to teach her the nickname and find the place. But Lin Yuan didn't do it. Chu Si is an independent individual, to be integrated into this society, so everything that happens now requires Chu Si to experience. Only grow through experience. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Unless there are things that really endanger Chu Si, Lin Yuan will intervene desperately. Chu Si finished the last sentence, and then said again. The rhino horn iron bull is very powerful, and even the seniors in senior class may not be able to beat me now. Talking about his achievements, Chu Si was very happy. Chu Si was originally a humble and restrained person. Now I will tell my achievements and hope to share this happiness with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the confident look on Chu Si's face and proudly talked about his actual combat experience. Lin Yuan only felt that his heart was very full and happy. Facts have proved that it was right for me to insist on sending Chu Si to school no matter how difficult it was. Chat down. Lin Yuan and Chu Si finalized the direction of the contract defense spirits that Chu Si wanted. This time Lin Yuan's and Chu Si's ideas fit quite well. That is that Chu Si needs to contract a traditional pure defensive spirit. It is no longer like the rhinoceros iron cowhide wearing the defensive defense skin, but it is like an attacking creature. Came down with a meal and ate only 3 grilled fish. Lin Yuan and Chu Si. After the recovery of the aura, the ocean became wider and deeper, and the degree of danger became even more unmeasurable. There is a port next to Xia County. Even under such favorable geographical conditions, the food price of fish and meat is still a sky-high price. Even before the new year, Lin Yuan could only go to the market and buy Chu Si a head of ordinary grade marine fish. Come back and make a fish head soup. If you buy fish with your teeth, I am afraid that Lin Yuan will tighten the waistband for at least 1 month after the Chinese New Year. Chapter 64 Bauhinia City Treasure House. Now, at the speed of Lin Yuan earning shining coins, eating a few marine fish is really trivial. After eating, Lin Yuan transferred 50 Huiyao coins to Chu Si through Xinguang account. Chusi has never seen so much money. But looking at Lin Yuan, I just felt warm in my heart and everything was relieved. Chu Si, the rhino horn iron bull, is going to eat more now. Various metals are used to strengthen the defensive power of the rhino horn iron bull's skin and the destructive power of the horn. Herbivorous spirits, in addition to edible metals and silver-grade Qinglua, can strengthen the rhinoceros. Iron bull. Chu nodded. Where do you need any thanks between brothers and sisters? If you have to thank, you can't thank Chu Si from the age of 6. Previously, Mr. Bao asked Chu Si to strive to get the school's recommendation at the end of the first grade within 1 year. Become a seed player of Zijing Baizi. Chu Si has always kept this in mind. Now that Chu Si intends to go back, he will apply to the school for an independent bedroom. Lin Yuan's resources for him are so amazing that they are not suitable for taking out in the sleeping quarters. After applying for an independent dormitory, Chu Si will redouble his efforts to use all his energy to fight, and can win the title of Zijing Baizi seed contestant. Then, after being selected as one of the Bauhinia, I will attack the dreams of all the students in the Federation. Huiyao Baizi sequence. This is Chu Si's ambition. Born in the end of the micro is like fireflies, no ray of fireflies do not want to be more than a flash in February. Chu Si's ambition is very firm, this is both ambition and goal. A ray of fireflies, aspire to become the immortal glory. Lin Yuan did not continue to tell Chu Si, and was confident and proud of his sister Lin Yuan. Chu Si and Lin Yuan went shopping and bought some delicious snacks and fruits. These were specially selected by Lin Yuan, so let Chu Si bring teacher Bao back to express his gratitude. Walked along, and happened to walk to the treasure hall of Bauhinia City. Zhenwu Pavilion has been around since the Reiki recovery, as the largest and only auction agency on Xinguang. Was established by the federal government of Huiyao. In addition to Xinguang's treasure house, there will be a grand auction event every once in a while. If you want to auction things in the treasure hall on weekdays, you pay a certain fee for your own things and hang them on the treasure hall. The price will be increased by others within a certain period of time. The treasure shop only displays the current highest bid, so if you want to participate in the auction, if you want to get the treasure, you only need to increase the price again. Of course, you can also choose to contact the seller to exchange items for private transactions. If this is the case, the handling fee for listing before the treasure shop will not be refunded. Most people do not care about these fees. Put a certain fee for the items on the treasure hall. If you have a specific intention, you will generally leave a message under the spirit to carry out a specific transaction. The processing fee is nothing more than using the platform of the treasure shop to complete the transaction. Different from Xinguang's treasure house, the products of Xinguang's treasure house are interoperable. In the main cities of the Shining Federation, the goods listed in the treasure house are also to be auctioned, which is not much different from the Star Online. But the spirits in the treasures pavilion in the main city are not interconnected. The spirits in the treasures pavilions are sold by locals. Compared with Star Online, the auditing standards in the physical store of Zenwug are much more demanding. General items are rarely eligible to be auctioned in physical treasures. Lin Yuan patted Chu Si's shoulder and said, "Go, let's go in and see." For most of the spirits in the treasure hall, Lin Yuan asked himself that he could not afford it. But there is a specific area that is not available on Xinguang in the physical store of Zenwug. This area will sell rare ordinary and elite level creatures that few people have seen. This area is exactly where Lin Yuan is going tonight. Chusi is a little restrained, this kind of local Chusi has never set foot on it. Go and see, maybe your second spirit is right inside. Entered the treasure hall, need to carry out star card authentication. After Lin Yuan and Chu Si have been authenticated, they can be unobstructed on the first floor of Zhenwu Pavilion. If you want to go to the second floor of the treasure hall, there is a requirement for the level of Reiki class. Combat-type Reiki professionals need to reach level C or above. Lifestyle Reiki occupation requires at least one to reach level 2. If it is a founder, even if it is a first-class founder, the third floor of the treasure hall will be fully open to the founder. Lin Yuan is still not a founder, and the standards of the upper two floors cannot be reached in all aspects. It happened that Lin Yuan's area was on the first floor, and simply Chu Ci took the Chu Ci toward a specific area. There are many people on the first floor of Jinwich. Because there is no authority to set up, only need to scan the star card to be unobstructed on the first floor, which also makes the first floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, in Lin Yuan's view, quite a bit mean to visit the temple fair. As a mature soul in another world, Lin Yuanji can quickly integrate into this world because one has a family, younger sister, and responsibility in this world. Another important reason is also because the world is not dark. Although there are always difficulties at the bottom, Yu reads www.yuyukeungshu.com also has bad guys, but the world is not indifferent. For example, a place like Zenwug is an extremely high-level official trading organization. On the first floor will be open to all shining federal citizens, even if they are not Reiki professionals, as long as they are registered, they can enter at will. This is an attitude. Lin Yuan, look at the little white fox. It has two cute tails. But I have never seen this creature in textbooks. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of Chu Ciji and recognized the spirit. Where is this little fox? This is a two-tailed ferret. The two-tailed ferret looked cute and lay there lazily in the trapped spirit box. However, it is an extremely rare storm-like ice creature, and it only appears occasionally in the forest of the extremely northern glacier area. If it weren't for Lin Yuan with smart, magical glasses, and the skill of having real data, Lin Yuan is afraid that he can't recognize this cute little thing as the double-tailed ferret. The freezing ability of the two-tailed ferret is already in the ceiling except for a few elemental spirits in the silver level. This little two-tailed ferret now sees that the price has been raised to the high price of 1,100 Huiyao coins. Although the price of spirits has a lot to do with order. But that's just for the spirits that are circulating in the market. For those creatures in the treasure house that ordinary people have never seen in a lifetime, the relationship between price and rank is not much. After all, someone who can afford such a spirit can naturally find a master to help the spirit upgrade. The silver-level spirit of the double-tailed ferret is not within Lin Yuan's consideration. At this time, Lin Yuan saw a man squatting there with a mask on his face. Chapter 65 Butterfly Cocoon. The first floor of the Jinwu Pavilion is like a temple fair that Lin Yuan has visited in his previous life. Most people come and go with happy faces. In fact, most of the people who really walk on the first floor of the Jinwu Pavilion are people who cannot practice Reiki, and the proportion of Reiki professionals is only a few. The first floor of the Bauhinia Pavilion, the main city of the Huiyao Federation, will always be the closest place to those who cannot practice Reiki. Every display booth will have a seller of spirits next to it. Just like the seller of the two-tailed ferret is introducing the two-tailed ferret with a little loli and the mother of a little loli. Little Lori can really see that this cute two-tailed ferret, but the two-tailed ferret is obviously not suitable for contracting as the first spirit. The spiritual power of Reiki professionals will continue to increase. The first spiritual thing contract is at most a bronze order spirit thing. If you think about the contract silver level spirit things up again, you will probably not be able to stand it, but will be repulsed by the spirit things. It is not an event in the Huiyao Federation that has not been arbitrarily contracted by high-level spirits but has been repulsed by spirits, leading to the collapse of mental power. Mental breakdown will directly make people become vegetative. Even if a high-level Reiki professional can be found to wake up, the breakdown of spiritual space is irreversible. This also makes the spiritual power breakdown make an aura professional into an ordinary person who can feel the aura but can't contract the spirit. The man with a mask sitting on the ground gave Lin Yuan a feeling of being out of step with the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment is leisurely and relaxed. But the person sitting on the ground with a mask and legs crossed can't see clearly, but the breath from the whole body is particularly gloomy. This gloom brings a trace of hollowness and numbness. This feeling made Lin Yuan more familiar, just as Lin Yuan felt at the time that he could not feel Reiki, and at the same time was depressed when his mental strength was extremely weak. It was just that a huge change occurred in the family at that time, and he had to live with Chu Ci. Had no chance to immerse Lin Yuan in his own world, so this despair was suppressed in his heart until Lin Yuan's body got better before. Of course, the reason why Lin Yuan will directly observe the masked man is because there are 4 cocoons wrapped in layers of wire mesh in the showcase next to the masked man. The 4 cocoons, 3 small but the size of dates, the big one is only half a fist. White silk is entangled regularly, and the color of the silk screen on each cocoon is not the same. The 3 silk screens are all slightly different white, and one of the date-like cocoons appears pale green. These few cocoons Lin Yuan will pay attention to because Lin Yuan has been turning on the real data. These 4 cocoons are indeed true treasures. The white date-like cocoons look very common, but Lin Yuan's real data. The cocoon shown by is a morphing blue flashing butterfly. Blue flash butterfly said outside, maybe there will be many people in the Shining Federation who don't know. The blue flash butterfly is a common level spirit, with a brilliant blue color all over the body, which instigates wings when flying. Because of the blue powder on the wings, it makes people look like they are flying rather than flickering. Blue flash butterfly knows relatively few people, but the blue flash butterfly's evolved blue goddess butterfly is the top 6 most beautiful creatures. Is also the only insect spirit that ranks among the 10 most beautiful spirits. In fact, the ranking of the blue-ray goddess butterfly has been controversial. At the time of the election, the voice of the blue-ray goddess butterfly even ranked in the top 3. But because the blue-ray goddess butterfly only has strong primary skills, high-level skills are relatively tasteless. Even in the final ranking, even if it has the top 3 voices, it is only ranked 6th. This incident also caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the voting masses. But what Lin Yuan wanted was the initial skill of blue flash butterfly, silent Lin Fan. The blue powder on the blue flash butterfly is released with a silent effect. Indulgence is a strong control skill. The evolution of spirits is nothing more than 2 kinds, one is the prehistoric return to the ancestor, and the other is the spiritual variation. Spiritually mutated creatures are following the path of magical attacks. Silent Linfen restrains all spiritually mutated creatures. Under the shroud of Silent Linfen, the spirit cannot release its skills. However, the effect of Silent Linfen is not invincible. Silent Linfen will not invalidate the exclusive features. Even if the creature has a way to destroy the Silent Linfen released by the blue flash butterfly, it can immediately restore its ability to cast spells. But even so, Silent Linfen is also a rare type of powerful control in his control skills. Lin Yuan has been choosing the next spiritual creature for Mobius. Lin Yuan thought a lot, but Lin Yuan never put blue flash butterfly in the range of consideration. As for the reason, it is also simple and true. That was Lin Yuan's inability to get blue flash butterfly. But now, the cocoon in the masked man's showcase makes Lin Yuan move his mind. Butterfly spirits belong to Lepidoptera among the 4 major orders of insect spirits. Is a real noble among the insect spirits. Butterfly spirits were influenced by the evolution of the aura after the aura revived. UU reading www.uukangshu.com made themselves more gorgeous and larger in size. This also makes it easier for butterflies to be preyed by natural enemies, so Lepidoptera spirits are directly extinct in the Reiki recovery. The remaining 10th was also eliminated a lot for various reasons. This also makes the appearance of butterfly spirits extremely small and extremely difficult to find. The value and scarcity of butterfly spirits keeps the prices of butterfly spirits high. If it is not that the butterfly spirits are less powerful, most butterfly spirits are not good at forcing. I am afraid that the price of butterfly spirits will only be higher. But for Lin Yuan, Lan Shandi's initial skill was a choice that Lin Yuan did not dare to set under consideration. A characteristic of butterfly spirits is that the type of butterfly spirits in the cocoon cannot be determined when they kokoonyate. Because once other methods are used to detect the species of butterfly spirits in the cocoon, is likely to cause abnormal development of butterfly spirits. This also makes butterfly spirits appearing on the market do not exist in the form of cocoons. Coincidentally, there is also a dust white butterfly in the cocoon of these 4 butterfly spirits, which is very suitable for Chu Ci. Dust powder butterfly is not rare, but it is extremely variable on the road of evolution. Therefore, after the dust pink butterfly is upgraded, the direction of evolution is really diverse. One of the directions was that Lin Yuan wanted to create for Chu Ci. Dust pink butterflies will evolve into stainless steel butterflies when they reach the copper level under the evolution of pure aura. Starting with the steel butterfly, giving special gems and aura can evolve the diamond butterfly into an emerald green butterfly. Even if the jadeite butterfly has the opportunity to evolve into a fantasy species, it may even evolve into the legendary tourmaline butterfly. Chapter 66 Accident. Lin Yuan pulled Chu Ci toward the counter of the masked men. When hadn't encountered it before, Lin Yuan didn't even dare to choose blue flash butterfly. Lin Yuan did not take blue flash butterfly into consideration because of its scarcity. However, now that I have encountered it, this is an opportunity and a great opportunity. Lin Yuan had no reason not to grasp it well, so this blue flash butterfly Lin Yuan decided secretly that he must take it down. Chu Si saw Lin Yuan's face suddenly and solemnly walked towards the 4 butterfly cocoons. Chu Si followed Lin Yuan's silence and looked at the 4 butterfly cocoons carefully. Chu Si didn't see anything unusual, but he also knew that Lin Yuan would be so solemn because some butterfly cocoons were quite extraordinary. "How do you sell these 4 butterfly cocoons?" asked Lin Yuan faintly. The voice reached the ears of the masked man. The masked man did not stand up, but said a little lightly, "I only accept packing. If you buy it all, you only need to give me 120 Huiyao coins and let you take them away." Lin Yuan was a little surprised, although the 120 shining coins could not be bought for blue flash. But for this butterfly cocoon, it is really expensive. Butterfly cocoons are not viewable, so each butterfly cocoon looks like a lucky bag, and there is not necessarily something flying inside. So few butterfly cocoons are on the market. Although Lin Yuan wanted the blue flash butterfly, he would not immediately decide to buy these 4 insect cocoons. Thinking about how to speak, an ant standing beside Lin Yuan pulled Lin Yuan and said, "Young man, don't be fooled. This person has been here for several days, and I don't know what's the relationship. I can even hold these 4 butterfly cocoons in the stall. This kind of butterfly cocoon is not eligible to be placed. In the treasure shop, the price of the butterfly cocoon in other shops outside is not more than 50,000 federal coins. Can this person sell 30 Huiyao coins to fly out of the copper order spirits directly?" The ant was obviously afraid of Lin Yuan being fooled, and the voice became louder when he spoke. Many people nearby looked in the direction of the showcase. At this time, Lin Yuan only listened to the voice of the masked man, who was very tired and hoarse. These 4 butterfly cocoons are wild butterfly cocoons, all found deep in the endless forest. The masked man said nothing, and said nothing. At this time, the ant next to Lin Yuan became more angry and said, "In the endless forest, the shortest trees are all 30 meters high. Butterfly cocoons are hidden under the leaves of these giant trees. How can you find them?" When Lin Yuan heard this man with a face, he only felt that his heart was stimulated by the stubbornness of that word. The stubborn explanation in this voice seems to be light and powerless, but it is very lonely and extremely firm. The people around heard the noise and gradually surrounded them. Made this counter the most lively place on the first floor of Zenwug. Everything in the world is inseparable from a typhoon eye theorem, that is, when all people converge in one direction. This will become the center of typhoon eyes, and then continue to attract people around. At this time, a service person wearing special costumes of the treasure shop came over. Looked at the counter and immediately said to the chattering ant, "Auntie, although I know that you are kind, the counters opened in the treasure house are all approved by the treasure house." When this ant heard it, Zenwug made a guarantee, and would no longer speak as loudly as a liar before. But still pointed to the 4 butterfly cocoons and asked, "Why are these 4 butterfly cocoons eligible to appear in the treasure hall? Isn't the butterfly cocoon unable to detect the type of butterfly that is transforming inside?" Ant's words made the staff who came over do not know how to speak for a while. "I can't always say that it is because the upper class confesses to special care, right? Staff are wondering now why the upper class treats a masked man who looks so sad so preferentially. Not hesitate to destroy the practice of the first floor of the treasure hall. If it is because of money and power, it is obviously impossible to look at this masked man. But if it's something else, I really can't figure out what could be the reason." The man wearing a mask rang the phone. Picked up the phone, and the masked man's body immediately tightened. Although Lin Yuan could not see the face of this masked man, it must not be calm at this time. After a phone call, the masked man glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "If you want to buy tomorrow, come here at this time. I can prove to you that I found these butterfly cocoons deep in the endless forest." Finally, the masked man hurriedly left the treasure hall. Lin Yuan did not expect that he had hesitated a moment ago, so many accidents happened. Now the seller is gone, obviously the transaction is not a transaction. Since the masked man gave the time, Lin Yuan decided to come back tomorrow. Did not complete the transaction to get blue flash butterfly, Lin Yuan's heart is always a little uneasy. Also gave Lin Yuan an idea. If there are more promising spirits in the future, as long as you can afford it, you must not hesitate. Yu Reading Books www.yuukangshu.com. Otherwise, the opportunity may slip away from the eyes. After experiencing this, Lin Yuan didn't even bother to go on the first floor of Zhenwu Pavilion. If the transaction can be completed tomorrow, one of these 4 butterfly cocoons is just a steel butterfly, and Chu Si's spirit creature will also be there. Everything is only for tomorrow night. Sent Chu to resign to the school, Lin Yuan took the car and came to the founding union. Found a place to live near the founders' union and prepared to take part in the assessment of the founders tomorrow morning. Is in the city's main palace not far from the founders' union. A woman wearing a red dress with a alizarin is sitting on the main seat of the main palace. Said to the 3 people standing below. The guards for the dimensional cracks within the scope of the Bauhinia city must be doubled. They must be reinforced within 2 months. In addition, tomorrow's things will be released first. What do you have to do for the record, and discuss it with me at night? 2 of the 3 people standing below were ordered to retreat, but an old man still stood there and said, Master Ling Xiao, I don't know how do you feel about the seed players reported by these Reiki students. Ling Xiao took a volume of silk books, all of which are personal information. But almost every personal information has been marked. This huge silk book, the nomination of hundreds of seed players, finally only got no 5 and was marked by a check. Nearly 30 people were left with a question mark. I have identified 5 of the 20 seed contestants of Zijing Baizi, and the remaining 34 are left for investigation. You should focus on observing the student who sacrificed elite skills. If he is of high quality, he will be determined. Chapter 67 1-star assessment. The white-haired old man stood below and listened carefully to the arrangement of sitting on the first seat. However, there is obviously some confusion about Ling Xiao's arrangement, asked. Adult Ling Xiao, according to the practice, the students of the lower grades are all reservers. When they are in the 2nd grade, they will judge their potential according to the performance of the year. Why do you think the 1st grade students are so important? The white-haired old man is the dean of the Bauhinia Advanced Reiki Academy. Bauhinia Intermediate Reiki College is regarded as a child school of Bauhinia Advanced Reiki Academy. Therefore, the old list of reported seniors are only shown to Ling Xiao after reviewing. The old man will provide a list of materials every month. The above is the change information of everyone on the list, as well as the comments on the growth over the past month. Bauhinia City is a large city in the Radiant Federation, with vast land and rich resources. But the cultivation of the younger generation in Bauhinia City is not as good as the economic development of Bauhinia City. Is the top 5 cities among the 32 largest cities in the Shining Federation. The current Bauhinia of Bauhinia has only been selected for 3. One of them also fell out of the Huayao Baizi sequence for some reason 2 years ago. This also made Ling Xiao pay more attention to the training of the younger generation. The white-haired old man was commissioned by Ling Xiao to collect information about every potential younger generation in the Bauhinia city. Then, after Ling Xiao's discretionary selection, he decided on the 20 seed contestants in the Bauhinia. The remaining 80 places will not be designated directly, but will require competition to win. The old man with white hair didn't understand it. Only a first-year student who had just taken the actual combat class could see talent. Didn't see the potential at all, such a student was named by Master Ling Xiao. Talent is born, it is indeed very important, but in the eyes of the old man, the potential shown by the hard work acquired is also important. It's better to do what I say. Finished speaking, Ling Xiao closed his mouth and bowed his head. Looked carefully at the list in his hand and used a pen to order the characters with question marks. The old man with white hair resigned and could not help but sigh when he left. Lord Ling Xiao's character is really getting stronger, but the old man who has arranged the task of Ling Xiao will naturally have to do his best. In the hall quietly, Ling Xiao was dressed in an alizarin red dress. The lining of the hall seemed to be impregnated with layers of bright colors. After a long while, Ling Xiao stood up and rubbed the spiritual ornaments on the temple with his hands. This Bauhinia Baizi's chance of impacting Baya Baizi should be greater than in previous years. The sacrifice of this exclusive feature has reappeared, but these are only trivial compared to tomorrow, and I don't know the 3 knowledge-breaking categories. Can a guy with a perfect aura class score pass the 2-star founder? After the month, the adult said that he must be able to directly assess the 2-star founder during the first assessment before reporting. That is the little guy named Lin Yuan who is talented in heaven. If he can't directly assess the 2-star founder, there is no chance. If the Bauhinia city was not because of the previous disaster, it would not be as difficult as it is now. Everything will be handed over to tomorrow. Lin Yuan got up early the next day. Looking at Jing Xiang who cleverly nestled in his arms, Lin Yuan gently stroked Smart's white satiny fur with his hands. started only feel soft and unwilling to let go. Cleverly rubbed Lin Yuan's hand twice with a small brain, with a feeling of laziness. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, scratching his smart chin, and smartly, gurgled, directly. Looking at the clever Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of the sound, and I don't know how the sound has been in the shop for more than a day. Clever, meow, a sound. Lin Yuan was worried about the sound and was smart, but he didn't worry about it, and he didn't know what time the sound was asleep last night. When the sun hangs in the sky and spreads warmth, the outside becomes prosperous. Lin Yuan also went directly to the Founding Union. When he reached the Founding Union, Lin Yuan Lao Yuan saw Ning Lao standing at the door. Breathing the morning air calmly, seeing Lin Yuaning said with a wave. "Come on, come with me to take the one-star exam, and you will be tested by the one-star exam veteran." Lin Yuan hurried forward to give a gift. Trouble is getting old. Ning Lao patted Lin Yuan's shoulder twice and said, "Let's go, I have opened an independent incubation room for you today, and you will be evaluated in the incubation room. The architect needs a very quiet environment to cultivate spirits. Because cultivating spirits is a very meticulous task, and no one can disturb them." Lin Yuan followed Ning Lao. The assessment of the one-star founder is very simple for yourself, but Lin Yuan's performance during the assessment is to be carefully considered. How to behave right. I can easily complete the assessment of the one-star founder, is it really all good for me? Mushio will be destroyed by Lin Feng. This is a problem that Lin Yuan will always face. Lin Yuan depends on himself in this world and has no foundation, so every step needs to be carefully considered. If you take a wrong step, you can't help but concern yourself. As Lin Yuan thought, Yu read books www.yuukangshu. Ning Lao turned his head and saw Lin Yuan's expression. "Don't be nervous, didn't you say it was difficult yesterday, wouldn't it be difficult? If you were really like the two-star shock yesterday, rushed past the old men, I'm afraid I would envy you." After listening to Ning Lao, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Fight. Since I have already scored a perfect score in the 3 intellectual aura professional assessments, I have broken the record. So simply stepped forward in the assessment of the founder. Ning Lao said so, it wouldn't hurt himself, but he didn't know what would make Ning Lao envy. How do Ning Lao say this? Ning Lao laughed. Your kid's ambitions are not small. I want to know what kind of benefits this is. I have to wait for you to pass the examination of the 2-star founder. Lin Yuan could see that Ning Lao looked at his eyes with expectations. Ning Yuan will not let down Ning Lao's expectations. It seems that the direct examination of the 2-star founder really has great benefits. The reform of the Founding Teachers Union will naturally not be untargeted. I am afraid that there will be deep consideration in it. Although Lin Yuan couldn't guess the specifics of these considerations, he wanted to come to this reform in order to select new talents with more potential to create teachers. Walked into the incubation room, Lin Yuan saw an elite level spirit on the table in the incubation room, which was the elite level 9 level spirit with perfect quality. Lin Yuan looked at the questions on the table. The title is to evolve this elite class 9 level perfect quality iron head ferret to the bronze rank. The assessment of the founder has a time limit. If an elite iron-headed ferret has evolved to the bronze rank, if it cannot be completed within 8 hours, it will be considered a failure. Chapter 68 Ling Xiao. If Lin Yuan wants to evolve this iron-headed ferret, it takes only 1 hour to evolve the iron-headed ferret from elite level 9 perfect quality to bronze rank. Even if you want to upgrade the quality to the epic quality and then to the bronze level, it is only more than 2 hours. Looked at the spirits on the table. Among them, the price of 2 sharp materials, Fengrui pine needles and heavy iron ore, is not cheap. If these spirits on the table are sold outside, the price of selling 2 shining coins is not a problem. This is only a test of the 1-star founder, which shows that the cost of the evaluation of the high-star founder is more. It can also be seen how radiant the Federation is to put effort into the supply of resources nurtured by the founders. The supply of these resources is free, and it is no wonder why the assessment of the founder can only be carried out once a year. Lin Yuan picked up the spirit material on the table, and did not start to mix the spirit material in his own way like other founders. Lin Yuan directly fed the spirits on the table to the elite iron-head ferret, and then sent the spirit to the body of the iron-head ferret. Feeding these spirits directly to the ferret will not cause the ferret to advance. But it can speed up Lin Yuan's upgrade speed. Was originally reduced to 40 minutes by Lin Yuan. The ferret made a dramatic evolution. After some evolution, this iron-headed ferret successfully evolved to the bronze rank. Lin Yuan has already completed the assessment of the one-star founder at this time. Lin Yuan simply walked out of the incubation room. Now that you decide to show yourself, you have to leave no room. In this way, we can get more attention after we expose talents. After leaving the incubation room, Lin Yuan found that in addition to Ning Lao, there was a woman in a red alizarin dress. The appearance of this woman is only 28. But the body of the body clearly proved that this woman is not simple. Because the ordinary 2/8 woman can't have such a grace. This should be a strong man. Ning Lao stepped forward and looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Did the deployment of spirit materials fail? Why did you come out of the breeding room so quickly?" Ning Lao frowned when he talked. Lin Yuan will not blame Lin Yuan even if he fails. On the contrary, Ning Lao still appreciates Lin Yuan's academic achievements. But now, only 40 minutes Lin Yuan came out of the cultivation room. In the eyes of Ning Lao, Lin Yuan was abandoned halfway. Even if the deployment of spirit materials really fails, it is necessary to see if the remaining spirit materials can make the spirits complete the advanced level. This is an attitude. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Yuan without speaking. When Lin Yuan came out, he wanted to tell Ning Lao that he had completed the assessment. But I never thought that Ning Lao felt that his assessment failed. Ning Lao has already succeeded, and the deployment of the spirit has not failed. I have completed the assessment. Lin Yuan's words made Ning older and could not stand. Walked directly into the incubation room and checked Lin Yuan's achievements. At this time, Lin Yuan found a woman with no opening came to herself and said, "Yesterday, your assessment of 3 intellectual aura professions was wonderful, and now it seems that the talent of the founder is also very strong." The woman's way of speaking made Lin Yuan do not know how to deal with it for a while. Because when the woman was talking to herself, Lin Yuan only felt that the woman was not a compliment to herself, but rather that she commented and stated a fact from a certain angle. This feeling of communication makes Lin Yuan feel very strange. Tone is full of appreciation, but there is a sense of alienation. At this time, Ning Lao had walked out of the incubation room. When he saw the woman talking to Lin Yuan again, she helped Lin Yuan introduce it. "Lin Yuan, this is our lord of the Bauhinia city, Lord Ling Xiao." After introducing Ling Xiao, Ning Lao watched the color of surprise and admiration on Lin Yuan's face dripping out. "Far boy, yes." The one-star assessment of the founder was completed in more than 40 minutes. Lin Yuan did not immediately accept Ning Lao's words, but gave a solemn salute to Ling Xiao. "Good Lord." Now Lin Yuan knows why this woman feels so strange when she talks to herself. Bauhinia city is hot and rainy, always overcast. City Lord Ling Xiao's famed spirit is a fantasy species of Ling Xiaohua, which is enough to cause floods when the rain comes. The fantasy species of Campsis will always crush the rain cloud. This also makes the Bauhinia city sultry and humid, but within a few days it was a rain, but it never caused a flood. Not only that, Bauhinia city had a very large dimension crack opened a long time ago. City Lord Ling Xiao was seriously injured in that battle to protect Bauhinia city. Although finally came to the rescue, he hurt Qiqing, so it caused this. Lin Yuan has always lived in Bauhinia city, protected by Ling Xiao, and spontaneously respects Lin Yuan, a strong guardian of Ling Xiao. If it is not to protect the Bauhinia city, how could a king-level strong like Ling Xiao be seriously injured? Ling Xiao waved his hand and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. Although there was no emotion in his speech and the expression on his face did not change, Lin Yuan seemed to feel the sudden joy. "Do you want to participate directly in the 2-star founder assessment?" Lin Yuan nodded, then only listened to Ling Xiao said. "It's better to have a 2-star builder's assessment tomorrow, you have to finish the 1-star builder's assessment for a day off. UU reading www.uukangshu.com will be more secure to participate in the 2-star builder's assessment tomorrow." Lin Yuan didn't know why, always felt that Ling Xiao attached great importance to the assessment of his 2-star founder. Even before Ning Lao. Said Lin Yuan. "I just need to participate in the assessment of the 2-star founder. The previous assessment of the 1-star founder does not cost me much." Ling Xiao looked at Ning Lao and saw Ning Lao nodded. Ling Xiao no longer speaks. "Good boy, you just go to a room in the training room before you and you will have a 2-star founder assessment. The 2-star founder assessment is not as simple as the 1-star founder. In it, you need more than an elite spirit. The thing evolves from ordinary quality to epic quality, and it also needs to heal a copper order spirit with damaged origin. Ning Lao said to Lin Yuan. Is obviously worried about Lin Yuan's assessment of the two-star founder. The assessment of the two-star founder often requires a few years of training by the one-star founder before capital can participate. And the pass rate is poor. The assessment of the one-star creator is just to upgrade the level of spirits, but the assessment of the two-star creator has already involved the quality and origin of the spirits. Starting from the two-star founder, it is regarded as stepping into the real world of the founder. Each two-star founder is an important asset of the Shining Federation. For Lin Yuan now, even if Ning Lao is more optimistic about Lin Yuan, he can't rest assured. Even at the beginning of the month when the adults proposed reforms, Ning Lao received the order and felt that the standard of the adults in the month was too harsh. At this time, Lin Yuan had already entered the incubation room, preparing for the challenge of the two-star founder assessment. Chapter 69 Grateful Thanks. The assessment of one-star founder is just a threshold. Is used to screen whether it is qualified to be a founder. It is the simplest test among the founders. But such an assessment is invisible, but I don't know how many people got stuck. Two-star assessment is much more difficult. Because of entering the two-star founder, he can be regarded as a true all-round founder. Not only improves the level of spirits, but also improves the quality of spirits and heals the origin of seriously injured spirits. So this hurdle is really not an ordinary one-star founder can easily step over. What's more, Lin Yuan is still so young now. Ling Zhao's face was still a faint expression, but his hands were already tightly clenched and clasped together. Lin Yuan went into the room between the incubation rooms and took his own exam questions. In the exam, Lin Yuan looked at the spirit he needed to advance, and found that it was an elite lily with perfect quality. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting his fate with Lily. While another spirit made Lin Yuan's brows tight, a huge blue crab had a small round table size. It's just that this huge crab is lying there dying, as if suffering some extremely unbearable pain. This is a crab with scissors. Is a copper order spirit that can only fight in water. The sudden burst of power from the huge double clamps can even pinch the steel bars. Lin Yuan couldn't see the damage of the scissors crab on the surface, but watching the scissors crab, a very energetic creature, lay there dying, even the bubbles in his mouth spit out. Lin Yuan knew that the sniper crab's injury was very serious. When Lin Yuan just touched the crab shell, Lin Yuan knew what was wrong with the crab. The hard shell of the crab cutter. Shang Yuan touched it and found that the crab shell, which was originally as hard as a plate armor, touched with his hand and actually sunk a little. Just as Lin Yuan pressed down, the scissor crab trembled painfully. Lin Yuan didn't dare to work hard anymore. This crab is obviously cracked completely. It is just the fascia on the back that connects the broken carapace together. If this layer of outer membrane is absent, I am afraid that the shell of the crab will have shattered into slag. The shell can be subjected to such injuries, and obviously the inside of the crab has also been impacted. If such injuries continue to procrastinate, I am afraid that it won't take long before this crab cutter will die. Looking at the painful behavior of scissor crab, Lin Yuan extended his hand directly and attached it to the body of crab. This time, Lin Yuan did not directly urge the spirit to help the crabs recover from their injuries. Directly recruited Mobius's exclusive characteristic Bliss Pure Land. In a flash, at the foot of Lin Yuan in front of Lin Yuan appeared a sandy beach just enough to accommodate the crab. The kind of energy that the white grains of white sand radiate at the feet of the crab shears repairs the source, so that the injury of the crab shears can be restored at once. I saw the scissors crabs shaking the double pliers with difficulty, as if feeling the recovery of their bodies. Lin Yuan also stretched out his hand while urging the Bliss Pure Land, and pressed on the body of the shear crab to transmit spiritual power, helping the crab to restore its origin. For about 2 hours, Lin Yuan was able to heal the scissors crab while driving the Bliss Pure Land. Lin Yuan did not enter the lock spirit space to heal the scissors crab. The lock spirit space is Lin Yuan's whole card, and Lin Yuan will definitely not be exposed. This is Lin Yuan's first use of Elysium Pure Land. It took Lin Yuan more than 4 hours to heal the damaged spirits of the copper level. Now the time to use Elysium Pure Land has doubled. This shows that the healing power of Elysium Pure Land is the same as his own ability to urge Reiki to heal the origin of spirits. Lin Yuan couldn't help lamenting the power of Pure Land. The effect of Elysium Pure Land is also related to the concentration of surrounding Reiki. This shows that if the spirit is placed in the space where the spirit is locked, the recovery time of the spirit can be doubled. when Lin Yuan rescued the copper crab scissors and prepared to improve the quality of Lily Lily. Lin Yuan saw the scissors crab suddenly cut off the raised carapace above his head. Cut off a large bump on the carapace, and then handed the bump on the carapace to Lin Yuan. Silly spitting bubbles. Lin Yuan has not been short of the ability to create a teacher, but this scene has left Lin Yuan shocked for no reason. Animal, know how to be grateful. Cut crabs according to what they learned smartly. Scissors crabs love the crab stones on their carapace very much. This crab stone is a kind of spirit material, although the price is not expensive, but for the spiritual creature such as the crab stone is the most important existence of the crab. When collecting crab stones on the carapace of wild scissor crabs, this is the existence of scissors crabs who will spare their lives to defend. Now that he knew that Lin Yuan had saved himself, he cut the crab stone and gave it to Lin Yuan. This kind of gratitude from crossing species makes Lin Yuan feel inexplicable. This feeling is a throbbing pulsation contains a more essential understanding of all creatures. Spiritual things, human beings also have feelings. Reading www.uukmshu.com. Lin Yuan took the crab stone in the hands of the crab cutter. Chopped crabs just stupidly began to take off horizontally in the incubation room, restoring the original lively character of the scissors crabs. Lin Yuan solemnly received the crab stone in the locking space. This crab stone forest will keep it forever, as a part of his encouragement and responsibility to become a founder. Improve the quality of elite spirits to the epic level. Lin Yuan has long been familiar with it. Now, without any hindrance, he has finished improving the quality of Lily Lily. So far Lin Yuan has completed the assessment of the 2-star founder. Looking at the untouched spirit material on the table, Lin Yuan took some of the spirit material from the spirit material and placed it in the spiritual space. Said goodbye to Scissor Crab, Lin Yuan came out of the breeding room again. Saw Lin Yuan out of the incubation room. Ning Lao had not had time to speak. Lin Yuan heard Ling Xiao asked, "How about it?" Lin Yuan said with a smile on the face of a sunshine boy. The scissors crab is cured, and the quality of Lily Lily has also evolved to an epic level. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ling Xiao's clenched fist was released at once. Spoke 3 good words. Looked at Lin Yuan's eyes full of appreciation. Ning Lao hurried to the incubation room to check. After confirming that Lin Yuan was finished, he walked out with a laugh. It's really a young boy who has completed the assessment of the 2-star founder in 3.5 hours, and it's done so well. You are the best talented architect that the husband has seen in so many years. Register the certificate of the 2-star founder, and then give you the badge of the 2-star founder and the privileges that the founder can enjoy. Chapter 72 Star Creator. Lin Yuan's heart was put down after he passed the examination of the 2-star founder. This is a plan that Lin Yuan had already decided on earlier, and now I can feel at ease after I take the test. The builders who pass the builder assessment in Bauhinia City will get a shop in Bauhinia City. Later, I will ask someone to send the information of the shop to your Xinguang account. You can choose it in Xinguang shop. Finished, Ling Xiao left the founding union. Walked at a light pace when walking. It is not difficult to see the joy of Ling Xiao from this step. If you meet the 2-star founder in the past to complete the assessment, Ling Xiao will recruit some and try to keep the other party in the Bauhinia City. The 2-star founder can develop well no matter where he goes. Even if you go to Wang, you can have a good shop. This competition also exists among the major cities, whether it is the qualification of Yao Yao Baizi or the resources of the founder. These are the keys to competition. For Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao will be ready for the shop. But for Lin Yuan's solicitation, Ling Xiao felt that it was no longer necessary. Because Lin Yuan has reached the standard required by the adult, he will inform Lin Yuan of the adult. Adults will arrange themselves after the month, and they will also bear the affection of Bauhinia City, which is enough. Lin Yuan scratched his head and knew that the founder's welfare was good, but he never expected that the 2-star founder Bauhinia City would directly give the shop a gift. Bauhinia City, as a big city that shines with the Federation, can't be overstated for its land. Being able to own a shop in Bauhinia City was something Lin Yuan didn't dare to think about. However, even if Lin Yuan got the shop in Bauhinia City, he would not leave Xia County at present. Opening a shop in Bauhinia City is not currently within the scope of Lin Yuan's plan. Lin Yuan's current plan is to accumulate resources like a snowball to upgrade his own spirit level and his own aura class level. Strive to reach the 100th floor of the Star Tower as soon as possible, and climb the ladder after the promotion game. After registering with Ning Lao, Lin Yuan was certified by the founding union. Lin Yuan has been certified as a 2-star founder, and is bound to his own Star Network account. From now on, Lin Yuan has truly been certified as a 2-star founder. A pair of old hands solemnly made a badge decorated with various stars, decorated with 2 stars, and solemnly worn Lai Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan, from now on you are a 2-star founder certified by the Confederation of Founders of the Federal Federation. From now on, you will have to cheer on the way of the founder. Come on, Ning Lao said very seriously. These 2 words seemed to have a magical power to directly hit Lin Yuan's heart through Lin Yuan's ears, like a kind of inheritance. A kind of recognition and encouragement from the senior to the younger. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Ning Lao, I will continue to cheer and will not relax at all times. Lin Yuan said very seriously. Was originally a way for Lin Yuan to survive in order to survive. But for the founder, it is already a career that Lin Yuan likes to do. Whether it is to feel the transformation of life or the process of saving lives, Lin Yuan is proud of himself. Ning Lao laughed, with kindness in his eyes. Today you have done a good deed. After listening to Ning Lao's words, Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Good thing. Naturally is a good thing. This copper-ranked crab cutter is a contractual spirit with only the owner. You cured this crab cutter and saved the life of this Reiki professional. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yuan didn't expect that the snipe crab that had received such injuries turned out to be a contractual spirit with only the Lord. Ning Lao continued. Aura professionals are practicing in the wild, and in the event of a sudden danger, they may damage the origin of the spirit. Most of these aura professionals do not have the ability to heal the damage to the origin of the spirit. It is to give these people a chance. If they pass the assessment, they will naturally save a person. If they can't pass it, it's just the basic they have to bear. This proposal was jointly proposed by the 3 current crowns. After the 3 adults proposed to carry out this project, every year the founding unions will devote a lot of resources to implement it, but the old man thinks it is worth it. Lin Yuan heard Ning Lao's words and understood what Ning Lao said was good. Today, he passed the assessment and saved a stranger at the same time. This is a double meaning. The act of creating a teacher union reflects the warm side of this world. This warmth comes from the Shining Federation, which is where Lin Yuan lives. The warmth of this share has continuously strengthened Lin Yuan's sense of belonging. Ning Lao helped Lin Yuan to carefully wear the badge of the 2-star founder and said, "The badge of the 2-star maker is usually worn by you. The badge of the 2-star maker can be directly brought into the star net as an accessory. Wearing this badge can usually bring you a lot of convenience. In addition, this is another Star Network card. Get it right. This Star Network card has always been what Lin Yuan wanted." UU reading www.uukangshu.com. When the Shine Federation status reaches a certain height, you can get a second Star Network card. This Star Network card is certified by the Federal Republic of China, which is equivalent to allowing a person to have 2 identities on the Star Network. The founder owns this Star Network card, and the 2 identities are also a kind of protection for the founder. Lin Yuan intends to separate the identity of his founder from the identity of his Star Tower. Runs the store on Star Online as the founder and attacks the Star Tower with another identity. Now Lin Yuan finally got the second Star Network card. Lin Yuan took the Star Network card passed by Ning Lao and put it in his arms. He was caught by Ning Lao when he was about to file a farewell. "What are you in a hurry about? You also have to take away this one." Lin Yuan saw Ning Lao handing over a small box. Open the box and see that there are 2 badges in it, which are engraved with the symbols of 2 stars and a shield. This is the plagiarism badge of the 2-star founder. The 2-star creativist can charge 2 Reiki professionals as servants. The responsibility of obedience is like a courtier. The Federation can certify that you have 2 encumbrances, and the encumbrances who violate the encumbrances can submit an arbitration to the Huayao Federation, but you must carefully consider the character of the encumbrances. Ning always saw Lin Yuan put away the box and waved. "Boy, you can go. When it's okay, you can come and see the old men in Bauhinia City. I and Ling Xiao will contact you if there is anything." Lin Yuan walked out the door of the Founders Union and watched as the sky was wiped out. Was different from when he came, and Lin Yuan was an authentic 2-star founder after he came out. Chapter 71: The Storm at the Treasure Hall. If there is any change before the founder and the 2-star founder. That Lin Yuan felt that the real change was only 2 words, solid. Lin Yuan made many plans by himself. But the most basic of these plans is to get the qualification of the 2-star founder. Now Lin Yuan finally got it himself. Can be confidently obtained, and after all, it is only a mirror flower before it is really obtained. When all the mirror flowers and water moons become real worn on the chest, it really adds confidence to Lin Yuan. The 2-star founder is enough to let him have a life in this world. As for the benefits that Ning Lao and the city owner Ling Xiao said, Lin Yuan didn't go too far. Now what Lin Yuan wants to do is go to the first floor of Zhenwu Pavilion and make a deal with the men with the mask agreed yesterday. Although Lin Yuan is now a 2-star founder, if he misses the blue flash butterfly, I am afraid that it is almost impossible to find it again. For spirits, these beautiful and rare spirits are not necessarily used for contract. Most of these beautiful creatures are kept as pets, just a decoration. The unique beauty gives these spirits a value that is hard to exchange. No matter in which world human beings have evolved for hundreds of millions of years, the pursuit of beautiful things has never changed. Lin Yuan needs this blue flash butterfly not to see the beauty of blue flash butterfly, but the initial skill of blue flash butterfly. In order to gain his own strength, and the best match with Mobius Lock Spirit, Lin Yuan must win this blue flashing butterfly. When I reached the treasure hall with my heart, Lin Yuan had just swiped his Star Network card, and immediately a waiter greeted him and bowed to Lin Yuan. "Hello, Master Urshi, welcome to Zhenwu Pavilion. I don't know which floor you want to go to. If you have a special need for spiritual things, you can go to the tea room on the 3rd floor to drink a cup of spiritual tea. Let me serve you find the creature you are interested in." The presence of the staff at Zhenwu made Lin Yuan suddenly has now become a 2-star founder, not only in the 1st floor of the treasure hall like yesterday. Is a 4-story treasure hall that can be unobstructed by itself. "Thank you, but I don't need help, I just wander around on the 1st floor, just go and do your business." Finally, Lin Yuan nodded with a smile, said hello, and walked to the middle of the treasure hall. The waiter of this treasure house has worked in the treasure house for 2 years. Is now stunned. The girl's face was stained with a glow of radiance. Didn't expect that this handsome boy was not only a 2-star founder, but also so kind. Regardless of where you are, understanding politeness is the education that melts in your bones and always makes you feel good. Lin Yuan was on the 1st floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, and he found it on the 1st floor of the Jinwu Pavilion as soon as he entered. At this time, there were one or several typhoon eyes. Because the faint customers of the treasure shop walked in one direction. Either there is a supernatural thing that appears, or there is something lively to see. Had no interest in Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan walked toward the counter of the maskman yesterday, and found that the typhoon eyes, where the crowd gathered, seemed to be the direction of the counter of the maskman yesterday. Lin Yuan walked a few steps quickly, and walked closer to find that it really was so. The man in the mask was really surrounded by many people, more people than last night. The maskman stood there, putting his hand on the counter without saying a word. At this moment, Lin Yuan heard a rather proud voice. "You these 4 butterfly cocoons, you said they could prove that you were caught in the wild, so I bought 2 of them, betting on luck. How can I afford your price, but you have to wait for the guests you made yesterday. Did you sign the agreement or did you receive the deposit?" The voice came from a middle-aged man with half-brushed white hair mixed with black hair. But it is not so accurate as it is for middle-aged people. Although the hair color can be maintained to slow down the growth of white hair, the skin can maintain its youthful state after maintenance. But the wrinkles carved in the ears and the old spots of the stars show that this middle-aged man should actually be regarded as a well-maintained old man. The man with the mask glanced at the time on the phone and said, "It's 7 o'clock. Yesterday, I agreed with him at 8 o'clock. If he didn't come at 9, I would choose to sell these cocoons." The middle-aged man who had spoken arrogantly before had not spoken. Said a young man beside a middle-aged man with great dissatisfaction. "How can my lord wait for you for 2 hours? You go out and do business and we pay you, but you don't sell it, and you don't take our lord too seriously." Raised his chest while talking, patting the badge on his right chest. Lin Yuan looked over and saw a star on the badge and a shield next to it. This is a badge created by the 1-star master. 1-star founder can also have a servant. Obviously, this young man was the nightly slave of the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man was also a 1-star founder. The young man is now in a hurry. S own grandfather is a dog gambling. When he sees wild butterfly cocoons, he feels itchy and wants to buy one. UU Reading Books www.uukangshu.com. Was rejected at this time. His grandfather was in a bad mood, and it was himself who was the last to suffer. You can get the help of the founder if you are a founder. Because the architect's commander can do things with the badge. But behind these lights, in the final analysis, he is just a courtier. Owner of his own family, because of his identity, can't say some things. The nature of his obedience should be at the forefront. Glanced quietly, receiving the gaze from his master. The young man's waist was straightened. The people who watched the lively around were all thinking about the lively before, and did not observe it carefully. I did not expect to see the distinguished founder on the first floor. The first floor of this treasure hall is mostly ordinary people. Naturally, it is difficult to reach the founder who cannot be reached by even low-level Reiki professionals. Now most of the people who look at the lively have a novelty and awe in their eyes. But there are also a few people with dissatisfaction and inquiry. Because of these obedient words, it has already made it clear that it has a strong taste. This kind of thing doesn't happen to me. Maybe I don't feel too much empathy. But people with a sense of justice in their hearts are really hard to like. The masked man walked to the corner and squatted on the ground, no longer speaking. Since I saw that the masked man was not giving face, he was about to give a lesson, and then I heard a dull voice not far behind him. Others can choose to sell when they come out to buy and sell, and naturally they can choose not to sell. The trading of spirits is not like the transaction of ordinary commodities. It is necessary to follow the intentions of both parties. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Seeing that Hutson would continue to make trouble for the masked man, he quickly stepped forward to speak out. Chapter 72 Frequent Source Creature. Does not mean that Lin Yuan is going to make a siege for this masked man. It is because this masked man will face such a thing now, and a large part of the reason is also because of the agreement with his sentence last night. The gentleman promises, and if he speaks, he will believe. Lin Yuan didn't think of the promise of a sentence yesterday. Departing hurriedly, this masked man even kept his promise. It is false to say not to be moved. If you don't have the integrity of the men in this mask, stick to your promise. His blue flash butterfly flew away. This servant can only speak harsh words. In a place like Zenwug is not like outside. Who also knows that this is not his own master shop, so it's so effective to speak for yourself. Even a C-level Reiki professional has to be polite to himself. B-level professionals have to treat themselves with courtesy if they have something to do with their master. In the treasure hall, what I said was not useful. Even in the event of a trouble in the treasure house, he will also bear the responsibility of the treasure house. If is really blamed by the treasure house, I am afraid that my master will not take control of himself. Even if his master helps him, what can he do? Does not necessarily work. Because the treasure house is not a private organization, but a shining union. Now I suddenly hear someone doing business, and the anger that nowhere to vent in my heart seems to find an exit at once. Where do the cats and dogs come for casual business? When speaking, the young man turned around. But the words were not finished yet, and the rest of the words suddenly suffocated into the mouth. For a person who cares deeply about his one-star founder obedience status, the most hope is that people can see the badge on his right chest. So when I look at others, I also subconsciously look at the other person's right chest first. It's not hard to look at it. I was taken aback. I saw that the 17-year-old boy was wearing a badge similar to his own master on the chest, but it was not only one star on the badge, but two. This turned out to be a two-star founder. In the impression of the young servant, he was by his own lord, and the two-star founders who had the luck to see them were all old men. A young founder like Lin Yuan, who is still a two-star, directly broke the knowledge of youth obedience. Remembered how his master respected those two-star creators. Remembered the 4 words a cat and dog that I said before. The young man from the petrochemical spot felt that his tongue was numb and he couldn't spit out half a word. The reaction of the young man's humiliation was too dramatic, and the person who was still aggressive before suddenly became scared. This change directly shifted everyone's attention to Lin Yuan. And Lin Yuan became a typhoon eye on the first floor of this treasure hall. Under the eyes of everyone, someone soon discovered the badge of the two-star founder wearing on Lin Yuan's chest. Could not help but exclaim. It turned out to be a two-star founder. I am the first to see the two-star founder. The two-star founder can be so young. Most people around are ordinary people. Although the founder is noble, the founder is a little too far away for his life. So the two-star founder is just a respectable title for ordinary people. But for this star maker, the two-star maker is completely different. The two-star founder is his longing, and he is also the mountain on his head. Now that the middle-aged man saw Lin Yuan being so young, he became a two-star founder, and he immediately took it back with pride. The domineering attitude has been completed and turned into a humble and careful humility. Said quickly with a smile on his face. I didn't expect to see an adult here. What a privilege. This star founder didn't know Lin Yuan at all. But for Lin Yuan to become a two-star founder at this age, this middle-aged man looked at Lin Yuan with another layer of awe. The founder has a heritage. The teacher's progress in teaching the teacher will be accelerated. At the same time, the founder is also an extremely resource-consuming occupation. Each advancement is accumulated by a large amount of spiritual materials. Creating a teacher is a kind of insight and a skill improvement. The price of the founder's upgrade of spirits would be so expensive, which is also the reason why the creator needs to spend a lot of resources. This is also the reason why there are fewer nobles in the cold. Lin Yuan stands here as a one-star founder old man who is a man of power and wealth. Can tell everything because of age and achievement. It's just that the one-star founder doesn't even know that Lin Yuan is actually a different number, and the level of the founder is completely taken from his own aura class. Lin Yuan didn't have a good opinion about the previous practice of this star founder. So I didn't respond to the middle-aged man's words, but went directly to the masked man and said, I'm here to trade, thank you for following the agreement last night. This star founder ignored Lin Yuan, not only did not pay any attention, but instead a sigh of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because ignore it, I won't pursue it. Did not expect the masked man to obey the contract so much because he had an agreement with a two-star founder. UU Reading Books www.uukangshu.com. The middle-aged one-star founder looked at the masked man and felt that the root of the tooth was straight and itchy. Can you tell me what you agreed with as a two-star founder? You can't say a word like a dead duck for a long time, just want to pit me. However, this star founder didn't know that the masked man also looked at Lin Yuan's right chest with surprise. He didn't expect to make an appointment with himself as a two-star founder. The masked man stood up and said, I will prove to you that these 4 butterfly cocoons were found from the depths of the endless forest, and then you pay the full amount of the transaction. The masked man doesn't want to ask, but it is like a declarative sentence. Lin Yuan nodded and said, It is good. Lin Yuan can see the types of butterfly spirits in the butterfly cocoon through the real data of the skill. Naturally, this masked man's proof is not needed. But Lin Yuan did not stop it. Because the masked man was treated as a liar yesterday, some people are watching the excitement. So the masked man and himself prove it, but also prove to the audience here. I saw that the masked man urged his mental strength, but he urged it for a long time until his body shook a little before he summoned a purple cocoon. This insect cocoon is very large and does not want to be a butterfly cocoon. It's like a fleshy cocoon wall with toughness. Is like a purple heart with a life in it. At this time, Lin Yuan used real data to view the insect cocoon. When he saw the insect cocoon, Lin Yuan's eyes shrank. This cocoon is not an ordinary spirit, it is actually a source creature. It's just that the source creature is in a state of dying. Chapter 73 Worm. Originated creatures are arguably the most magical and rare thing. Originating creatures have different characteristics. Lin Yuan's source is that it does not need mental energy to conclude a contract with blood, and evolves according to the will of the contractor. And other recorded source species are different. Lin Yuan let Enin learn the knowledge of source species. Looking at the purple flesh cocoon summoned by the mask's mental strength, Lin Yuan vaguely guessed. This source creature is probably a worm mother. Worm mother is like a fertility machine, which can be used as a template according to the insects engulfed by each order of 1 leader. Mass-produce genetic insects that replicate their own template organisms. It can be said that the worm mother itself is equivalent to a swarm. However, the worm mother's requirements for the host's mental power are almost abnormal, and the aura professional who has contracted the worm mother has little possibility to contract other spirits. This is also the difference between the source species red thorn and this source creature worm mother. Now that the mite is in a state of dying, it is presumed that the origin of the creature has been extremely seriously damaged. Worm mother had to exist in the form of cocoons to maintain life. Originated creatures have always had a drawback. After so many years of having sourced creatures to shine in the Federation, this problem has not been solved. That is, the source creature has been seriously injured and can be cultivated with a large amount of spiritual materials. However, once the source creature is in a dying state, it cannot use spirit materials like other spirits. Originated organisms are extremely difficult to damage, that is to say, the origin of the source species is extremely difficult to damage. Since the source creature is in a dying state, it degenerates to its original state. It can be said that this is already the lowest form for the source creature to maintain life. At this time, the source creature can only accept the purest aura and be raised by a large amount of pure aura to recover itself. This is a bit like sucking goldfish. But the purity of the pure aura required to the spirit goldfish is far lower than the purity required by the dying source creature. The high purity aura can be extracted through the matching of spirit materials. But the high concentration of aura extracted by the spirit has certain medicinal properties. This medicinal property, even if it is mild, is fatal to the dying mother insect of origin. Now Lin Yuan finally understands why this masked man is so decadent. This decadent Lin Yuan understands very well and can even feel the same. This decadence comes from the damage of the worm mother. The worm mother's requirement for mental strength prevents the masked man from contracting other spirits. This is undoubtedly breaking the way of the masked man becoming an aura professional. Even if it was the founder of this star, no one could recognize what kind of spirit was the purple flesh cocoon in the hands of this masked man. There is so much knowledge in the world. If Lin Yuan did not use real data and happened to let him learn the knowledge about source species on Xingwang, Lin Yuan would not recognize it anyway. The man in the mask looked at the purple cocoon in his hand, and said to Lin Yuan after a while. You stick your hand on the insect cocoon, and you can see the picture of these 4 insect cocoons found in the depths of the endless forest. The source creature such as the worm mother should be regarded as the source creature of the production spirit system if it is divided into different lines. According to the characteristics of the psychic creature of the worm mother, it is possible to recall the scene back. The man in the mask didn't care about others' views, and proved to Lin Yuan that there was no problem with the origin of the 4 insect cocoons. Questioning other people's masks, the man didn't care about it at all. Lin Yuan stepped up 2 steps and pressed his hand on the purple cocoon. Lin Yuan could feel the faint temperature from this cocoon. The creatures in this cocoon have been weak and fragile, as if it were a flame that can be extinguished in the wind at any time. If it is replaced by people who usually watch the lively scenes and sees it proved in this way, they will still feel that this is due to acting. But under the identity of Lin Yuan's 2-star founder, no one would have such a thought. These 4 butterfly cocoon 120 shining coins sound like sky-high prices, but in the hands of a 2-star founder, it is nothing but drizzle. As a 2-star founder and noble, it is impossible to do such a thing. Everyone around dissipated when they saw no excitement. The middle-aged 1-star founder looked at the young man who was still standing still stupidly and did not hit a spot. A big neck sneaker shot over, and the young man shot from an excited spirit. The young man shrank his neck when he saw the angry expression of his master. Followed the middle-aged founder and left the first floor of the treasure hall. Maybe change the usual time, the middle-aged 1-star founder must stay anyway to see if he can have a good relationship with Lin Yuan, the young 2-star founder. Pave one more way for your future. But the middle-aged 1-star founder again thought that his humiliation was not bad, and he was afraid of being accounted for by Chiuho. Didn't dare to stay longer and left this place. The original, Typhoon Eye, also calmed down, and it restored the former look of the first floor of Zhenwu Pavilion. Lin Yuan's hand rested on the purple cocoon, feeling the spiritual fluctuations from the cocoon. Lin Yuan's mind constituted the picture of the masked man collecting the 4 insect cocoons that day. These 4 insect cocoons were indeed found by the masked man in the endless forest. Just when Lin Yuan felt the picture in his mind, Yu read books www.yuukangshu.com. Suddenly Lin Yuan suddenly felt some painful struggle from the purple cocoon. Lin Yuan can feel this pain from the spiritual world of cocoon. But this struggling under such pain is also weak and pitiful, and this violent mental fluctuation is like the last warmth before returning to the light. The look of the masked man suddenly became nervous. Obviously felt the pain of this might, and even his palms were shaking. Lin Yuan felt the pain of the worm mother, and simply turned on the spiritual power in his body, and then injected a very pure aura into the worm mother. If the pain of the might is like boiling hot water, it is on the verge of boiling. Lin Yuan's aura is like warm water. Even if added to this hot water, it won't stop the boiling state of hot water instantly like cold water. But the warm water can moisten the things finely and quietly, and use the most gentle and stable way to restore the calmness of the worms. Sure enough, the pure aura of Lin Yuan was injected into the body of the worm mother to awaken the worm mother. The powerful recovery ability of the worm mother as the source species. Although the wounds of the worm mother did not make much progress in just a few minutes. But the worm mother also reverted from the state of dying to death to the state of dying. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, and when he looked up, he found that the eyes exposed under the mask of the maskman looked at him steadily. Is different from before. At this time the mask is no longer decadent and gloomy under the eyes of the men. It's the kind of person who has stayed in the dark for a few years and suddenly sees a rainbow hanging in the dark. In this view, there is hope after the great disillusion and the joy of not knowing what to say. Hesitated again, watching Lin Yuan look like something to say, but I don't know how to speak. Chapter 74 Sequence 39. The man with the mask hesitated for a long while, and then his eyes gradually became firm. That, I don't know if I can. The masked man talked a little bit. But Lin Yuan could probably guess what the masked man wanted to say. Lin Yuan said first. Then you and I will sit upstairs in the pantry, we will say slowly. The pantry on the third floor of Zenwug is actually an elegant and comfortable private room. But with special soundproof design, people do not have to worry about being heard in the pantry or being disturbed for no reason. The masked man quickly responded. It is good. Was ready to follow Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not expect that this masked man had been a calm temper before, but now he was suddenly anxious. Lin Yuan pointed to the 4 butterfly cocoons on the counter and said. We have to complete the transaction of 4 butterfly cocoons first. Lin Yuan, while collecting these 4 butterfly cocoons, looked at one of the common white butterfly cocoons and felt the excitement in his heart. Lin Yuan packed the blue flash butterfly cocoon in the box alone. The remaining 3 butterfly cocoons were left for Chu Ci, and Lin Yuan also put them away. As for the other 2 pale green butterfly cocoons, the other white butterfly with a large-looking cocoon is a hunting butterfly. As a butterfly creature, the most evolved existence is the steel butterfly. Although it is not particularly rare among butterfly creatures, the price is also very expensive. The price of the elite diamond can be sold to about 40 Huiyao coins. As for the poisonous white butterfly and the hunting butterfly, these 2 breeds are less than 10 shining coins. Therefore, if you don't buy the 4 butterfly cocoons without blue flash butterfly Lin Yuan, you will lose money. However, with blue flash butterfly, no matter how counted it is profitable. After the transaction, Lin Yuan was about to transfer the money to the maskman via Xingwang. The man in the mask said he didn't want anything. Lin Yuan simply patted the man on the shoulder and said. 1 yard to 1 yard, I bought your butterfly cocoon and naturally want to give you the Yao coin. If you want to say something in a moment, we will talk about it when you come to the pantry. Hearing Lin Yuan saying this, the man in the mask was willing to give up. When Lin Yuan found the staff and proposed to use a pantry, he was directly led to the 3rd floor by the staff. The environment of the tea room is very good, and there are even pots of bright silver scale flowers in it. Let the house have a delicate fragrance. Sit on the sofa in the pantry, drinking spirit tea cooked with spirits. Couldn't help feeling that the tea fragrance washed away the slight fatigue in the body. The men with the mask sat there obviously had no mind to drink this cup of spirit tea that is rarely seen on weekdays. Said Lin Yuan. Say what you want to say directly to me. Lin Yuan didn't directly break the mind of the men in the mask. Because there are some things, Lin Yuan hopes that the masked man can say goodbye to his past. The man in the mask looked at Lin Yuan for a long while, then slowly reached out his hand and took off the mask on his face. I saw that the face behind the mask was not as big as Lin Yuan imagined it was when he was middle-aged. Looks like he is 26 or 6 years old, but there are vicissitudes in his eyes that do not match his appearance. After taking off the mask, the man runs his own mental power. Then a dark purple rune came out and circled around the man. The spiritual power in the man's body was also transferred. Although there is no cyclone on the body surface, there is already airflow. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, but did not expect that there would be a rune of will on the masked man. And the aura level seems to have reached the A level, and then one step forward with a fantasy species of spirit beast can be called a king level strong. The age and talent of this man cannot be an ordinary person. Such a talent is also known as the top of the Shining Federation, not to mention that it also has a source creature, the Worm Mother. If the Worm Mother was not seriously hit, it reached a state of near death. I am afraid that the men in front of me should be a master of the younger generation. Lin Yuan didn't ask questions. At this time the man wearing the mask opened his mouth. Introduce myself, my name is Lu Jie, 27 years old, and I was a B-level combat Reiki professional, possessing a fetish worm mother and a platinum-level epic quality. Lu Jie introduced himself very seriously. Lin Yuan also listened carefully. After introducing his information, Lu Jie added, 2 years ago, others also called me Baya Huiyao, the sequence of 39, the heart of the swarm. When he heard this sentence, Lin Yuan's eyes widened sharply and his pupils shrank. Sequence 39, the heart of the swarm. Even Lin Yuan, who was not keen on news before, had heard the news of the heart of the sequence of 39 worms. A three-dimensional crack hole opened not far away from Frost City. These three-dimensional rifts connect the dark underground world. The creatures in the underground world are notoriously greedy and cruel, and will hunt all the living life on the surface. This third-level dimensional crack did not cause any damage to the Frost City, just because the heart of the sequence of 39 worms ruled the worms. UU reading www.uukangshu.com dragged these three-level dimensions with their own efforts. The beast of the cracked underground world is half an hour. This is half an hour, so that Frost City will not become a purgatory. However, after that, the heart of the sequence of 39 worms disappeared and never appeared again. Although 2 years is not enough to smooth everything. But compared to other shining suns, the reputation of the heart of the swarms of the sequence 39 has long gone. 1 year ago, when the Shining Baizi series was ranked. Because the heart of the swarm did not arrive, it was disappointed to disqualify Bai Yao. But Lin Yuan didn't expect such a character who was on the 39th series of the Shining 100 Children, but took his injured source creature to wear a mask on the ground floor of the treasure hall to find a butterfly cocoon to maintain his livelihood. This made Lin Yuan's heart suddenly have an inexplicable depression. Su saw the change in Lin Yuan's complexion, and Lu Jie continued to explain. The previous battle made it almost impossible for me and the Worm Mother to survive. It took Master Jujuan 3 months to heal me, while also reluctantly maintaining the Worm Mother to a near-death state. Now life I chose it myself, I don't want to be a waste person, and live by the glory of the past. Lin Yuan heard Lu Jie's pride from Lu Jie's words. Lin Yuan did not fully understand Lu Jie, but he admired it. Perhaps this is the life chosen and dedicated by the heroes. At this time, Lin Yuan heard Lu Jie say again. But today you let me see hope. I don't know why your aura can restore the damage of the Worm Mother. Said that Lu Jie knelt on one knee and made a sworn gesture. Chapter 75 First Slave Night. The firm voice rang. I swear by the rune of will and become the obedience of Lin Yuan, the two-star founder, and strictly obey the responsibilities of obedience. If I violate the oath, I will be rejected by the will of heaven and earth. Lu Jie's words fell, and the purple willow rune surrounded by Lu Jie suddenly stopped. The rune gave birth to a layer of mysterious shackles, and the end of the shackle tightly locked Lu Jie's rune of will. And the other end of the shackles then entered the spiritual power of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could feel a subordinate relationship between himself and Lu Jie. This is the rune vow, and only those who have understood the rune of will initiate it. The end of disobedience is to be shielded by the will of heaven and earth, and no longer feel the aura. It can be said that the rune vow is the most unbreakable vow after Reiki recovery. Because the rune pledge is violated, it means that a master who can understand the will of the world and condense the runes becomes an ordinary person who can't even feel the spirit. Such punishment is more difficult for Reiki professionals than to kill them. Lin Yuan did not expect that Lu Jie would suddenly issue a rune vow. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie for a while and didn't know what to say. After Lin Yuan received the 2 badges of the founder today, he also thought about accepting 2 badgers. But never thought that in this case, a person who once shining at the forefront of the Baizi sequence would be charged. Although now Lu Jie is no longer the shining Baizi sequence 39, it has been abandoned for 2 years. If Lu Jie's Worm Mother is cured, it is not impossible to catch up. This seemingly wasted 2 years, in fact, was not in vain. Although these 2 years have not improved the slightest strength. But the growth in the state of mind was not available to Lu Jie before. Lu Jie said very frankly when he saw Lin Yuan's expression. Now according to the oath, I am already your servant or guardian knight. I want to ask you to help me recover the Worm Mother, but there is nothing in my body that can be rewarded. Some are only myself. You give me a new life, my future life will be delivered to you. Looking at Lu Jie's calm look, Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie for a while and asked. Is it worth the second half of my life? Lu Jie listened to Lin Yuan's question and thought about what Master Jujuan said at the time that the ultimate aura without any medicinal properties was needed to promote the slow recovery of the Worm Mother. This is something that Master Jujuan cannot do. 5-star founder can't do anything, it is tantamount to sentence Lu Jie to death. After so many years, Lu Jie did not find another founder, but found nothing. Slowly no longer holds hope. But I don't know why the aura released by the youth in front of him can make the worm mother recover. This is Lu Jie's only chance. If you want to say that the value is not worth it, Reiki professionals will have to face one choice after another, starting from choosing a profession. Each choice is faced with a completely different path afterwards. Lu Jie is also constantly making choices, choosing the source creature worm mother, choosing the impact shining Baizi sequence, choosing to protect the Frost City, and now choosing to become Lin Yuan's Hudong Knight, for example. Lu dare not say that every time he chooses, he is absolutely perfect and is the best choice. But Lu Jie never regrets his choice. Lu Jie suddenly smiled, and a bit of stupidity was born on the firm face. Worth it. The days when he couldn't become a Reiki professional made Lu Jie feel like a walking dead. And now the dawn is dazzling so that Lu Jie can't keep his eyes open anyway. Lin Yuan solemnly extended his hand. Hold both hands together. Although the two sides did not use much force, the two hands held quite tightly. Lin Yuan pulled up Lu Jie and said, "Since you choose to be my sergeant knight, then I will also perform my duties, and I will help your worm mother to do preliminary treatment in a few days." The rune pledge has bound Lu Jie and himself invisible. Lu Jie made an oath. Lin Yuan is the bearer and can accept Lu Jie's allegiance with peace of mind. Doesn't even need to perform any responsibility. But obviously Lin Yuan is not such a person. After accepting the allegiance of Lu Jie, the first thing Lin Yuan felt was that he had taken on another level of responsibility. Lu Jie is a member of the predecessor of the Yao Yao Baizi series. He made his own speech and said, "From such things, I was afraid that no one would believe at all." When Lu Jie heard Lin Yuan's words, the silly smile on his face was even stronger. Lu Jie knew that he did not loyal to the wrong person. "Actually, you will find me to treat your worm mother directly, and I will not refuse it." Lu Jie can fight everything for himself in the Frost City, fight off his own glory, fight off his dream to guard. Such a person Lin Yuan is quite admired. So from knowing Lu Jie's identity, Lin Yuan had the idea of helping Lu Jie to treat the bug mother. I just didn't expect Lu Jie to be so simple, and chose to become his own stubborn knight. Who didn't try my best to finally reach the end of life. Before I couldn't help but couldn't see hope, so I could only live a muddled life, but now that hope is coming, how can I not grasp it hard? From today I am in the hands of the young master sword, shield in front. Yu reading book www.uukamshu.com. Heard Lu Jie calling himself young master, Lin Yuan said quickly. "You just call me Lin Yuan, will you return to Xiaojuan with me soon? My home is not in Bohemia City." Lu Jie thought for a moment and said, "Lin Yuan, it is better to wait 3 days before I go to Xiaojuan to find you. I have something to do in these 2 days." Although Lu Jie had lived turbulently in the past 2 years, he could not see hope. But they have made a lot of money in the past 2 years. This money Lu Jie used to support a dozen children, and set up an education savings package for these dozens of children on Xinguang. The education savings package includes the expenses for school and spiritual selection. Now Lu Jiexing's network card still has 120 Huiyao coins that Lin Yuan just turned over. The money is enough for Lu Jie to save the last cost of education savings. Lin Yuan did not ask Lu Jie what to do. If Lin Yuan knew what Lu Jie was going to do, he would only feel admiration. But Lin Yuan himself did not do this, which may come from the worldview and choices and trade-offs. Lin Yuan opened the box with 2 stern badges. This box was taken by Lin Yuan just a few hours ago. Lin Yuan could never think of the 2 Hu badges he had just gotten to send out a few hours later. Looking at the Hutsong badge handed over by Lin Yuan, Lu Jie pinched it in his hand and put it directly on his left chest. Obtained this plagiarism badge beyond Lu Jie's expectation, but also in anticipation. Lu took oath to Lin Yuan by using a rune of will, and did not need the protection of the Shining Federal System at all. Lin Yuan gave this badge to himself, which undoubtedly proved Lin Yuan's recognition of himself. Chapter 76 Attacking Red Thorn. 2 years ago, let alone a 2-star founder, Samsung founder Lu Jie has also seen a lot. Has even seen Master Zhu Juan, one of the 3 5-star founders. But now, the badge of the 2-star founder is worn on the left chest, but Lu Jie feels that the badge seems to emit heat, and the heavy heart makes it hot. Looking at the small shield beside the 2 stars on the badge, Lu Jie knew his responsibilities for the rest of his life. After and Lu Jie were separated, Lin Yuan returned directly to Xia County. For Lin Yin, the little guy at home, Lin Yuan was a little worried. Even if Yin is a bronze creature, Lin Yuan is still afraid of what happened to Yin at home. After Lin Yuan took Yin home, this time should be the longest time he left Yin. Returned to the spirit shop. Opened the door, and Yin immediately flew to Lin Yuan's shoulder when he heard the sound. Then he jumped on the pinna and rubbed Lin Yuan's broken hair with his small head to express his thoughts. I haven't seen Lin Yuan for such a long time. Even the live broadcast was not in a mood, causing the fans of Yin to riot directly. You should know that Yin has a lot of fans now, and all the star online music streamers can hardly compete with Yin. Before Lin Yuan had time to appease the sound, he suddenly saw the shelf in the room collapse to the ground. The wooden part is broken into pieces, and the iron part is also distorted. I saw that the red thorn has evolved to the elite level from the previous height of more than half a meter, and it has jumped to 1.5 meters. This is just the height of the mouth of the sacrifice. At this time, the mouth of the Naji was already like a sphere full of folds and spines. The thorns are lined up with several mouths, and the teeth are exposed. The former rose-shaped digestive cavity had already degenerated when it evolved to the ordinary level. Now there are 8 organs that are the same as the previous 2, forming 10 in a circle. Envelop the outer layer of the mouth of the Naji. The rose flower above is the size of a wash basin, and it is very strange. Lin Yuan felt the data changes of the source species. If these 10 flowers launch an attack, each flower can instantly spray nearly 5 kilograms of acid. The strength of this acid can even corrode sand, gravel, and soil. The part of the thorn vine that Lin Yuan had fortified with red thorns was now covered with 5 centimeters of spikes on the inner vines. Stretched to reach 4 meters, there are 16. Dancing, I am afraid that I can instantly pull and tear my opponent into pieces. There are vines up to 6 meters in length, which are new parts. Does not look as strong as the inner vines. The green vines are covered with 3 centimeters of spiked barbs. And these vines can grow in length in battle. Looking at the skills of the newborn elite, the broken armor tears. Lin Yuan only feels that the red thorn has really evolved into an extremely aggressive and powerful creature. Cracked armor tears whether it is matched with a 3 centimeter spiked barb on the outer vine or a 5 centimeter spiked barb on the inner vine. Waving with the effect of shattered armor, even if the demon of the defensive department is pumped a few whips, I am afraid that it will open the flesh. What's more, this spike is barbed. Pulling the vine will tear off a whole piece of meat. Has evolved to the elite level source species of red thorn has wisdom. Concluded a blood contract with Lin Yuan so that red thorn had a close relationship with Lin Yuan from blood. A red thorn sticks out a vine from the inner layer. This vine is similar to other inner vines, except that it does not have spikes. This vine was wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist. Lin Yuan could clearly feel the affectionate emotions from the red thorn. Seems to be coquettish. Lin Yuan could vaguely feel the idea of red thorn. Emotion. This vine is a vine that has evolved deliberately in order to be able to get close to yourself when red thorns evolve to elite level. Red thorn felt Lin Yuan beside him, with a kind of joy. This emotion soon spread to Lin Yuan. Looking at the red thorn, clever harmony, and Mobius on his wrist, Lin Yuan only felt exceptionally fulfilling. All the unknown ahead no longer has the slightest fear. Some things are that the more you look forward to, the more you have to be both wind and rain. Lin Yuan helped Red Thorn prepare the copper-ordered worm blood, and then went to the star net. Lin Yuan is apologetic about the release of Sister Xin's pigeons. At the same time, he did not pick up the leak. Lin Yuan also felt quite regretful. Now Yuan plans to buy some inferior energy ore in large quantities. One is that after the inferior energy ore has cultivated several batches of absorbing goldfish, including the eggs produced by the 5 flaming scorpion and absorbing goldfish mother fish, it has been used almost. The second reason is that Lin Yuan also needs a lot of pure aura to treat Xingmu. In fact, Lin Yuan's injury is not difficult to cure. Lin only needs to provide a large amount of pure aura to keep up with her consumption. In terms of the recovery ability of the source biological worm mother, if there is enough aura supply, it only needs to be able to recover in a short time. Lin Yuan did not send a message to Sister Xin this time, but went directly to Sister Xin's shop. Yu reading book www.yuukangshu.com. When she arrived at Xin's shop, Lin Yuan saw that Xin was in the shop, and Lin Yuan hurried forward. "Sister Xin, I've been busy for a few days, so I didn't catch up with the appointment I made yesterday to select the seriously injured spirits with damaged sources." Zhou Jiesin was looking at the bill in the store, and when he saw Lin Yuan coming, Zhou Jiesin stood up quickly. Zhou Jiesin thought a lot about Lin Yuan's absence yesterday. After sending a message to Lin Yuan, got no response. After making some trade-offs, Zhou Jiesin simply sold part of the seriously injured spirits that arrived yesterday. Keep the best ones. Thought that when Lin Yuan came, Lin Yuan could still have goods for Lin Yuan to choose. Zhou Jiesin is a person who dares to think and dare to do. Since it was believed that Lin Yuan had a founder behind it, before Lin Yuan did not clearly express his attitude, Zhou Jiesin would not do anything less. Zhou Jiesin was a little absent-minded when he read the bill before. Now Lin Yuan came directly to the store, and Zhou Jiesin's heart was completely put into his stomach. It turned out that it was okay not to stand up. At first glance, Zhou Jiesin saw the badge of the two-star founder wearing on Lin Yuan. Zhou Jiesin can really understand a lot about the creation of a teacher. Lin Yuan, such a young two-star founder, directly explained the problem. Presumably has the resources behind it that Zhou Jiesin could not have imagined. Even if Lin Yuan has no resources behind him, it is worthwhile for Zhou Jiesin to pull such a young two-star founder such as Lin Yuan. "Where, Xin sister, I specially selected a few badly wounded creatures for you to stay, let you pick first, if you don't see me, I will sell it." Chapter 77 Swordhorn. Zhou Jiesin's words made Lin Yuan a little surprised. The seriously damaged spirits whose origin is damaged are extremely difficult to store. Once the spirits die, the price will fall by more than 10%. Zhou Jiesin will certainly not be like this when doing business on weekdays. If this is the case, the business of dealing the seriously wounded creature must be at a loss. Zhou Jiesin's shop should have no founder. Even if there is a founder, wasting the founder's time to maintain the life of seriously injured creatures is a loss-making business. Apparently Zhou Jiesin did this with himself. No matter what the reason is, this love still has to bear. Then thank Sister Xin for leaving me a few seriously injured spirits. The area of Lin Yuan's lock spirit space is no longer small after Mobius evolved to the bronze level. Coupled with the pure land of bliss in the space and the high concentration of Reiki, it is extremely suitable for the treatment of some spiritual creatures that were originally injured. The price of spirits whose origin is damaged is only a little higher than that of the spirit material itself. I don't know how many times the price of healthy spirits is lower. Such a creature, Lin Yuan, bought it and sold it after treatment, and the money he could make was far from comparable. Lin Yuan now not only needs to cultivate red thorns, but also needs a lot of dimensional biological flesh. It takes extra preparation to promote Lily's quality to legendary quality. Lin Yuan now has a resuscitation agreement with the previous temper tantrum, which will be available in a few days. 2 mahogany tree cores and a liter of grass and spring water Lin Yuan have not yet landed. Although grass spring water is available on the market, the price of 1 liter of grass spring water is also quite expensive. So the accumulation of resources is still the first priority that Lin Yuan has to do. Because the accumulation of resources is virtually equivalent to the improvement of strength. Zhou Jiesin listened to Lin Yuan expressing gratitude to himself, the smile on his face was even better. Zhou Jiesin has not taken some measures to attract customers before. But if these measures want to be useful, the premise is that the customer has to accept your love. No matter how much you do, others don't take it for granted, it's just useless work. Come, let me go to the warehouse to see the 3 severely dying spirits I left behind. These 3 are the best things in this batch. Zhou Jiesin finished talking to Lin Yuan and walked towards the warehouse with Lin Yuan as he was commanded by the busy clerk in the shop. Zhou Jiesin's shop staff is a lively and chubby little girl. I didn't see Lin Yuan when he came to the store last time, but this time I saw a real person. The little girl at the shop also looked at Lin Yuan several times. The clerks in the shop of spirits and spirits have naturally noticed the 2-star founder logo hanging on Lin Yuan's chest. Has a kind of instinctive awe of the founder, so that the staff's lively personality did not dare to step forward and say hello to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan followed Zhou Jiesin to the warehouse. Lin Yuan can feel that although Zhou Jiesin has been talking to himself, there always seems to be something to ask, and then it feels bad to speak. Lin Yuan did not break. The relationship between himself and Zhou Jiesin is just a customer relationship. If Zhou Jiesin really asks for his help, business matters can help 1 or 2. but only if Zhou Jiesin can afford the price. If it were something else, Zhou Jiesin said that Lin Yuan should also refuse. After all, Lin Yuan is not a bad person. Walked into the warehouse, Lin Yuan immediately saw a dying creature lying on the ground. This is an antelope. This is a sword-horned speed antelope, a very good silver-level spirit. This sword-horned speed antelope has an extremely long sword horn. The sword-pointed speed sheep has reached the silver class elite quality of elite, away from gold. The order is only one step away, so the blood and flesh of this sword-horned speedbok is an excellent choice for feeding spirits or eating it for yourself. Zhou Jiesin introduced Jianjiao speedbok. It took a moment to think about this sword-horned speed antelope Zhou Jiesin, and fed a lot of bronze-grade blue stalks to the sword-horned speed antelope, otherwise the sword-horned speed antelope might not be able to support it now. Lin Yuan walked over and looked at Jianjiao Speedling, stretched out his hand, and placed his hand on the corner of Jianjiao Speedling. Jianjiao Speedling lifted his head hard, glanced at Lin Yuan, and pulled his head down again. Is obviously clear about his physical condition, Jianjiao Speeding Antelope, and with the wisdom of the silver-level spirits, he can fully understand his next destiny. The feeling that life is slowly passing through the body makes the Jianjiao Speed Antelope increasingly weak. Lin Yuan checked the state of the sword-horned speed antelope and stood up. The limit of his healing ability Lin Yuan is not clear, so Lin Yuan intends to carry out an experiment with this sword-horned speed antelope. Look at the Elysium Pure Land in the Lingling space, and urge the spiritual power to run the aura with all your strength, and you can restore the state of the sword-angle speed antelope's injury to an hour within an hour. Although Zhou Jiesin already knew that Lin Yuan was a two-star founder, as a habit, Zhou Jiesin carefully introduced the situation of this sword-horned speed antelope to Lin Yuan. This sword-horned speedbok has no visible injuries on the surface, but the body's injuries are very serious. This sword-horned speedbok was severely impacted, causing all the internal organs of the body to shift, even 2 of the 5 internal organs. The dirt is broken. Last night I fed some Qinglua of the bronze rank. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com helped the sword-horned speedbok recover some energy, but from the current state, this sword-horned speedbok should also be keep it for 5 hours. Lin Yuan has already checked the damage of Jianjiao speed antelope, now I have to sigh Zhou Jiesin's business philosophy after hearing Zhou Jiesin's words. For this kind of spirit that is seriously damaged, as long as it is still alive, few sellers will take the initiative to explain the injury and predict the time of death. Sword-horned speeding antelope can't see the state of injury. Other stores will not clearly tell that they will die within 5 hours. Because this is true, it will greatly reduce the value of the spirit itself. Zhou Jiesin's concept of doing business Lin Yuan appreciates this honest attitude. Sister Xin, what's the price of this sword-horned speedbok? The sword-level speedbok, a silver order spirit, is not very expensive in an endangered state. The sword horn of the speed antelope is no longer a rare spirit even if it grows well. Because the use of this material is to grind the horns, there is no requirement for the appearance of the material. The price of the sword horn of the sword-horned speed antelope is the same as the price of the 70 kilograms of silver scale spirit beast meat of the sword-horned speed antelope. Sword-horned speed antelope is a very light and small sensitive attacking creature, with good damage and extremely easy to breed. So the sword-horned speed antelope is a kind of popular creature. 100 shining coins will be completed. Zhou Jiesin said very happy. Lin Yuan calculated the price. If this Bai Hui Yaobi bought a dead sword-horned speedbok, it would be just right. Sword-horned speedbok in this state like now, the price should be around 150 shining coins. Apparently Zhou Jiesin gave himself a very low price. Chapter 78 Cinnabar Donggui. Lin Yuan thought that Zhou Jiesin had always been something to say along the way, and he understood. After this transaction, Zhou Jiesin should say what he wants to say. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Jiesin and found that Zhou Jiesin was looking at himself. Lin Yuan said with a smile on his face. It is good. Zhou Jiesin was very happy to see Lin Yuan's expression. S own showing is very obvious, as long as a smart person can vaguely guess the meaning in his words. Now Lin Yuan has not refused, it means that he has something to say. After watching this sword-horned speed antelope, Zhou Jiesin pointed to the burnt black trunk next to the sword-horned speed antelope and said. The next spirit is this. Long Yuan looked and saw that the black trunk was covered with burn marks. Lin Yuan stepped forward and gently touched the burnt trace with his hand, and found that the burnt place was shattered and withered by his own touch. Lin Yuan felt awkward. This tree should have been burned by the demon's flame in the crack of the abyss. Because the traces on this tree trunk are very similar to the withering characteristics in the flames of the abyss. The trunk was bare and there was nothing. The root system under the trunk was only half a meter long, and all of it was cut off. Also broke a hole in the trunk. Obviously the core of this tree has been removed. However, Lin Yuan could feel the thin vitality contained in this tree. Only high-level wood-based spirit plants can grow tree cores, and the worst spirit plants that grow tree cores are also at the silver level. Proves that this miserable tree burned by the flames of the abyss is at least a silver order creature. But Lin Yuan felt that if he lost the core of the tree, he could still keep alive in the tree for so long. Proves that this pearl spirit plant is extraordinary. Most likely it is the golden rank spirit plant. Lin Yuan used real data to view the tree, and the data he saw shocked Lin Yuan's body. Fantasy name, Zhu Sha Den Gui. Spirit species, Osmanthus/Osmanthaceae. Spirit level, gold rank, 4 out of 10. Spiritual department, wood. Perceived quality, perfect quality. Skills. Guixiang, the fragrance of Osmanthus fragrans can refresh the mind and eliminate fatigue. Falling flowers, the flowers fall frequently throughout the year, and the falling flowers can quickly eliminate toxins in the target body. Clean buds, shake off the buds that are not in full bloom, and the nectar in the buds can restore the mental injury. Spirit of Osmanthus, the flamboyant spirit contained in Osmanthus fragrans can resist and eliminate curse damage and spell imprint. Exclusive features. Avoiding poison and removing evil spirits, it can effectively remove all kinds of toxins that are difficult to remove and curse the mental toxins of curses. At this time, Zhou Jiesen's voice rang again. This spirit has been identified as a gold-ranked spirit plant, and the type should be a kind of Osmanthus. Zhou Jiesen didn't know much about this plant. I only knew a golden order Osmanthus when I used my own way to purchase goods. This is all broken into one. If it is not a gold order spirit, or Osmanthus, Zhou Jiesen may not stay. Of course, if this golden order Osmanthus is not damaged like this, or even if it is broken like this, as long as there is a tree core, it will not be affordable for Zhou Jiesen. Osmanthus has been one of the 10 famous flowers since ancient times. After the rejuvenation of Reiki, the top 10 famous flowers rarely have the weak, and the sweet-scented Osmanthus is also a kind of honorable flower. Therefore, the price of Osmanthus fragrans has always been in the forefront of the botanical spirits. And the flowers of Osmanthus fragrans are both high-end spirit materials and food ingredients. This makes the price of Osmanthus fragrans even higher. Humans always care about auspiciousness. Xiangrui is in line with the United States, and the price must be doubled. If auspiciousness and beauty are powerful, they will be regarded as treasures. This is how Osmanthus is. It's just that the Osmanthus, which is almost coke, I got back, can only sell the thin layer of wood that wrapped the core of the tree before the inner layer. Can be used as a gold-level plant spirit. But it is just ordinary spirit material, because the whole effect of Osmanthus is all on the flowers and leaves, not on the wood of this trunk. However, Zhou Jiesen did not know that Lin Yuan was completely different from what he thought at this time. This is not ordinary Osmanthus, it is Cinnabar Dongui, and it is also a perfect match of skills and exclusive characteristics. Exclusive features increase in the 4 skills of Zhu Sha Den Gui. And the 4 skills of Cinnabar Dongui can perfectly play the effect of exclusive characteristics. This Cinnabar Dongui is simply the nemesis of poison and evil. Can not only remove all poisons, but also cure and eliminate mental toxins. The most difficult to dispel cursing toxoid and spell mark, this Cinnabar Dongui has a way. Is really an ultimate treasure, it can be called a model of pure healing spirits. Removing skills and exclusive features, Cinnabar Osmanthus is also a famous species in Osmanthus fragrans. Hundreds of 4 Osmanthus fragrans hung on the branches, more dazzling than the red clouds in the evening sky. Such an auspicious and lucky creature, now looks really miserable. This Cinnabar Dongui may be of no use to others, only as a spiritual material. But it was placed in Lin Yuan, planted on the edge of the bliss pure land in the Ling Ling space, and in time, this Zhu Sha Dongui will definitely have a new life. A tree blossoms and flourishes on the branches. Zhu Sha Den Gilin Yuan must be taken down. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Although Lin Yuan cannot sign a contract with Zhu Sha Den Gui, but this Zhu Sha Den Gui is planted in the Ling Ling space, Lin Yuan can use the flowers of Zhu Sha Den Gui to remove toxins to a certain extent. Although Lily can heal wounds, it has no effect of removing toxins. Although the Cinnabar Dongui grew into Lin Yuan, he could not use the ability of Cinnabar Dongui in battle. But it can be used in the cultivation and healing of spirits on weekdays. If you miss the Cinnabar Dongui, you will need to spend thousands of times to get it if you want to get it again. Take a gold order dragon-like creature with 80 shining coins for a drop of blood. Jusha Dongui's transaction price in Jinwu Pavilion is even more expensive than that of the dragons of the Golden Order. Sister Xin, how do you price this charred spirit? Lin Yuan looked at this Cinnabar Dongui look. Some want to release spiritual power into the body of Jusha Dongui. But Lin Yuan refrained. Such a creature could not have been seen by the founder before. For gold-ordered creatures like Cinnabar Dongui, I am afraid that the 4-star founder may use it to see if it is worth healing. Is now only a 2-star founder, if he was here to cure Cinnabar Dongui, Zhou Jiesun saw it. Is not a good thing for myself. Lin Yuan, don't worry, there is another spirit that came with this osmanthus spirit. You look at this spirit. We will count these 2 spirits together. Seriously, this osmanthus spirit, I was able to get it by accident, but although the osmanthus fragrans are precious, they are not as useful as they are now, and the 3rd creature is said to have grown on the trunk of the osmanthus fragrans at the time, and was cut when it arrived. It came down and was packed in a box. Chapter 79 Zhu Giyulu. Zhou Jiesun finished looking for them in the boxes on the table next to them. Most of the golden boxes in this table are rare spirits. These rare spirits are all Zhou Jiesun's baby inventory, Zhou Jiesun said when rummaging. The 3rd sprite that grows with the osmanthus fragrans is alive, but it doesn't seem to tell what it is anymore. It may lose its vitality if it can't be put on for a while. Looked for a long time, Zhou Jiesun turned over a brocade box and handed it to Lin Yuan. Zhou Jiesun smiled heartily when he handed it to Lin Yuan. I used to calculate the 300 brilliance coins for the osmanthus spirits before, and the Sister Xin in this box should be given to you. For the things in this box, Zhou Jiesun could not see what it was. But the fluctuations with gold order spirits at the time of detection at the time should be considered a good thing. It's just that this good thing Zhou Jiesun didn't know why it was used. When I bought the goods, it was also taken by others when I took the osmanthus spirits, and I simply gave it to Lin Yuan for humanity. Lin Yuan's mind was on the Cinnabar Dongui, and he did not care about the spirit that Zhou Jiesun handed over. But now Lin Yuan froze at a glance. The former Cinnabar Dongui can no longer leave the semi-snack of Lin Yuan. Under the real data, this dry and deflated thing in the box is like a layer of charcoal black film, which turned out to be a treasure that can increase mental power. Name of spirits, Zhu Giyulu. Spirit species genus, Wagweed/Africaceae. Spirit level, gold rank, 8 out of 10. Spiritual department, grass. Spirit quality, perfect quality. Zhu Giyulu is a kind of associated spirit. Only grows on plants that are holy and full of auspicious atmosphere. As a companion, it is rare in the world. Even at the annual treasure auction, the fruit of Zhu Giyulu can be used as the finale. Zhu Giyulu was born with Jusha Dongui, so it is called Zhu Giyulu. If accompanied by other flowers with fuse, the name will also change. Yulu, as a member of the Aflower family, inherits the characteristics of the Aflower family. Not so much as Zhu Giyulu is a spirit, it is better to say that Zhu Giyulu is a spiritual material that can grow further. Zhu Giyulu has no skills and no special features, and is also highly toxic. Zhu Giyulu will only bear fruit once every few years until the platinum level. Each time it produces 3 to 5 crystal-like fruits. Has always said that the spiritual power of Reiki professionals is extremely difficult to heal, not the reason it cannot be cured, because the fruit of Zhu Giyulu can heal the injured mental power to a certain extent. Is also one of the few sacred objects that can heal spiritual damage. Even if it is a person whose mental strength has not been injured, eating the fruit of Zhu Giyulu has a certain effect. This effect is to stimulate the brain to slightly increase mental power. Zhu Giyulu is really good for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's spiritual power has been weak since the contracted Mobius. Clever Harmony was also contracted by Lin Yuan when the spirits were not counted. After contracting Harmony, Lin Yuan was comatose for several days. If it can increase mental power, it would be regarded as a transformation for Lin Yuan. Even if the increased mental power can't make more contract spirits, it can make Lin Yuan's mind clearer. If the mental strength increases enough, it is not impossible for Lin Yuan to contract new spirits in the future. Compared with Jusha Dongui, this Zhuge undoubtedly surprised Lin Yuan more. It is just that Zhuge must be accompanied by Zhusha Dongui in order to grow. What Lin Yuan thinks most at the moment is to quickly buy the Cinnabar Dongui and Zhuge and bring them back to plant for treatment. Sister Xin, I have both of these creatures. With the sword horn speed antelope before, I will transfer the money together. Soon, Lin Yuan and Zhou Jiesin completed the transfer. The three dying creatures, Zhou Jiesin, also directly used the trapped spirit box device of the ostrich logistics, and arranged for delivery immediately in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was very grateful to Zhou Jiesin in his heart at this time. Zhou Jiesin helped him to leave these three spirits, no doubt it is equivalent to giving himself an opportunity. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Jiesin's desire to speak and kept observing his own look. Lin Yuan took the lead in speaking. Sister Xin, I am also a regular customer. If you have anything, just say it. Although Lin Yuan had already guessed what Zhou Jiesin was going to say, before Zhou Jiesin did not speak, Lin Yuan could not be sure. Zhou Jiesin didn't expect that he hadn't had time to speak. Lin Yuan even took the initiative to mention it, and was immediately overjoyed. If Lin Yuan doesn't want to help, he won't speak first. Since the opening, then there should be a door. Zhou Jiesin has been in the mall for several years. The sentence in Lin Yuan's words that we are old customers really listens to Zhou Jiesin. Lin Yuan's customers said that Lin Yuan is willing to help his business, and he is also telling himself that other things may not help. Zhou Jiesin doesn't need Lin Yuan to do anything else, but only hopes to buy from Lin Yuan commercially. Lin Yuan, Sister Xin knows that you also have a shop that sells some rare spirits. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com doesn't know if Sister Xin can buy from you. Lin Yuan's eyes blinked, and he seemed to be really right. Really is the thing to buy. Although the spirits sold in their own stores are all evolved from some common spirits, such as Qingluo, which can't even reach the ordinary level, and the ordinary level sucking goldfish. Although these spirits are common in the market at the low level, elite level spirit goldfish and bronze grade Qingluo rarely circulate on the market. Even if Zhou Jiesin has been operating Xinguang store for so many years, he still has his own channel relationship. 1 or 2 elite sucking goldfish and 1 or 2 pots of bronze grade Qingluo can also be obtained, but if you want to get the goods in bulk, it is impossible. Lin Yuan's absorbing spirit goldfish can produce 100 on average every 3 days. After a period of time, another batch of 5 Fulancha goldfish went on the market. Lin Yuan wants to upgrade the level of the Reiki class, and also needs a lot of evolutionary bronze rank Qingluo. So it does not matter to buy Zhou Jiesin. Zhou Jiesin quickly saw Lin Yuan thinking, and said quickly. Lin Yuan, Sister Xin doesn't want to get the goods cheaply with you. Sister Xin can get the goods according to the retail price of your store plus 3 percentage points. To tell you the truth, I haven't created a Samsung store in this store. It's the limit. Sister Xin wants to get some rare things from you to see if they can hit the 4-star store by the end of the year. Zhou Jiesin said very sincerely. Told Lin Yuan his difficulties, and also showed his cooperation attitude. Lin Yuan smiled when he heard Zhou Jiesin's words and said. Then follow the instructions of Sister Xin. The elite-level elusive goldfish on the goods can give Sister Xin 200 credits each month, and the copper-level Qingluo will be less, only 50 pots. Chapter 81st Resource. After listening to Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiesin was very surprised. Before, Zhou Jiesin thought it would be good to have 20 spirit goldfish a month, and the copper-level Qingluo thought it was only about 10 pots. But I didn't expect that Lin Yuan could bring himself more goods than he had imagined so many times. With these resources, he is no longer an old shop that can only attract customers by the quality of spirit materials. With these rare things, you only need a limited supply, and the reputation of the store will soon improve. Hold some more thank you activities. Has such a killer skill, it is not impossible to become a 4-star shop at the end of the year. Years of dreams have no way. Now because of Lin Yuan's words, there is a chance to realize it, and calm Zhou Jiesin did not know what to do for a while. Zhou Jiesin at this time was extremely grateful for his previous decision. If he didn't express his kindness to the boy in front of him, he wouldn't do that to him. The things in this young boy's hands are eagerly demanded by other shops that want to upgrade their star. Zhou Jiesin from the spirits in Lin Yuan's shop has long heard of it. Good quality is not to mention, the price is not expensive, and the goods will be wiped out in less than 3 minutes each time. Not only that, Lin Yuan himself is a 2-star founder, and this alone is worthy of Zhou Jiesin. It's just that Lin Yuan's refreshing approach makes Zhou Jiesin feel that the two of them are more like friends than the relationship of interest. Lin Yuan, Sister Xin, thank you first. In the future, if you buy Linksai from Sister Xin's store, Sister Xin will give you the purchase price. News, inquire. Zhou Jiesin has now completely opened his doors and channels to Lin Yuan. In fact, Zhou Jiesin also understands that his own ways and channels may not be too much for the two-star founder. However, this is aimed at the vast majority of established two-star creators. Like Lin Yuan, a newcomer who has just become a two-star founder, although his abilities are displayed here, he is also respected. But the way and the channel did not accumulate much. From now on, Zhou Jiesin has become the first channel and path accumulated by Lin Yuan. Sister Xin, if you want to hit the 4-star store, next month I can provide you with 20 Elite 5 Fortune Longevity and 20 pots of silver-grade Qinglua. As a way of accumulation and relationships, if Zhou Jiesin can advance to a 4-star store, it is also helpful to Lin Yuan himself. Therefore, Lin Yuan does not mind helping Zhou Jiesin at this important juncture, so that Zhou Jiesin can take a step forward. The more help Zhou Jiesin's approach brings to himself. Zhou Jiesin heard Lin Yuan's words, not only rejoiced, but more shocked. Now that Zhou Jiesin can confirm that Lin Yuan must have an old Samsung founder. May even be not only Samsung, but also a 4-star founder. In the Radiant Federation, the 5-star founder does not take action, and the 4-star founder is already the level of the Skyguard. The 4-star founder is an existence that Zhou Jiesin couldn't even look up to before. Now that Zhou Jiesin knows how wrong he is against Lin Yuan's background. Wu Fusho Goldfish was sold to Lin Yuan by himself. He wanted to help Wu Fusho Goldfish mother fish to spawn in the first month to raise her mother to elite level. Such a method is not something that ordinary Samsung founders can do, not to mention the 20 pots of silver tiers. Spiritual things such as Qinglua, whose initial class can't reach even the ordinary level, are far more difficult to evolve to the silver level than other spiritual things. Doesn't need those 25 full-on show, the impact of these 20 pots of silver scale Qinglua alone is enough to make your shop hit 4 stars. Right now, what Zhou Jiesin has to do is to raise the prices of these 25 Fulanchu and 20 pots of silver-grade Qinglua within this month. Zhou Jiesin's money on weekdays weighed on a lot of goods. Now I think that it is really a challenge that Zhou Jiesin will face this month to pay so much money. After Zhou Jiesin reached a deal. Lin Yuan also ordered 50,000 genes of inferior energy ore from Zhou Jiesin. 50,000 pounds of inferior energy ore Zhou Jiesin is given to Lin Yuan at the purchase price. This saved Lin Hiking Foot by nearly half of the money, which shows how profitable the trading of spirit materials is. Withdrew from Xingwang, and the express delivery of ostrich logistics will arrive soon. Lin Yuan sprinkled a large amount of inferior energy ore in the Hualing Pond, and after the Hualing Pond decomposed apart, a thick layer was left at the bottom. Immediately after Lin Yuan took the trapped spirit boxes of Jianjiao Speedling, Jusha Dongui, and Zhugiyilu to the Lingling space, they were on the edge of the Bliss Pure Land. Then he opened the Swordhorn Speeding box first. The rich aura infiltrates the body through the skin of the Swordhorn Speedbok, and is also in the 5 internal organs where the respiratory tract of the Swordhorn Speedbok is damaged. Helps the Swordhorn Speed Antelope slowly repair the broken 5 internal organs. Lin Yuan's soothing Chaojian Speedbok transforms his aura at full speed, helping Jianjiao Speedbok recover from his injuries. Jianjiao Speed Gazelle looked at Lin Yuan with his eyes gratefully. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Rubbed Lin Yuan's hand with his cheek, then lay down on the Bliss Pure Land under Lin Yuan's arrangement. Jianjiao Speedling's body is very small, only occupying a very small position of Pure Land. S huddled body quickly fell asleep, and the spirits around him slowly entered the body of Swordhorn. Slowly regained the Swordhorn Speed Antelope to recover the injury. Then Lin Yuan will be busy with a big project. After opening 2 gold-level trapped spirit boxes, Lin Yuan wasted a lot of energy to plant the Cinnabar Dongui, which almost became coke, on the edge of the Bliss Pure Land. At the same time, carefully placed Zhugiyilu on the folds of the trunk of Jusha Dongui. I believe that Zhugiyilu will take root on Jusha Dongui. Lin Yuan runs the spiritual force with all his strength and injects the aura into Jusha Dongui. With the efforts of Lin Yuan, even in the pure land of Elysium in this spiritual space, the effect is not obvious. Jusha Dongui is worthy of being a gold-level spirit. It is still somewhat reluctant to use the spiritual power of Lin Yuan's D-level Reiki professional to heal the gold-level spirit. Lin Yuan felt the amount of aura in his body. After these days of continuous evolution of spirits, Lin Yuan's aura content has more than half of the energy value from the D-level Reiki professional to the C-level Reiki professional. Lin Yuan directly purchased a lot of Qingluo. In the next time, Lin Yuan intends to hit the Tier C Reiki professional first. At this point, Lin Yuan returned to the state of sleep and sleep. Enhanced spirits day and night. 3 days passed quickly. Lin Yuan's Reiki is one step closer to becoming a Tier C Reiki professional. At this time, the door of the shop was knocked. Chapter 81 Freshman Lu Jie. Lin Yuan looked at the time and unconsciously the time had passed 3 days. The 3-day concentration of concentrated spirits has made Lin Yuan obviously feel the improvement of his aura. Looked at the copper-level Qingluo in this room again. Lin Yuan stood up, stretched out and walked towards the door. Opened the door and saw Lu Jie standing at the door. Lu Jie at this time is different from before, and his temperament has obviously changed. Eyes are full of vitality and vitality. People always have a little goal when they live, even if there is no goal, there should be a direction. Freshman Lu Jie has mastered both the goal and the direction. Come on, enter the house, are things going smoothly in these 3 days? Lu Jie nodded. In these 3 days I have done all the things I am busy with, and in the future I will only listen to your assignment, master. Lin Yuan did not correct Lu Jie's name this time. After 100 years of Reiki recovery, it is a new relationship between people. Lu Jie only abides by the ritual of obedience, so there is no need to correct it again and again. Lin Yuan led Lu Jie into the house. Enin and Smart immediately ran to Lin Yuan's shoulder and looked at Lu Jie curiously. Was eating red thorn on the side, and also felt that a stranger entered the door, and the vine that was specially evolved from the red thorn without spikes was placed on Lin Yuan. Seemed to be vigilant. As long as Lin Yuan gave an order, the vines with red thorns would immediately spawn and cover Lu Jie. Lu Jie looked at the cleverness and sound of Lin Yuan, and the red thorn behind Lin Yuan first sighed and envied. Smart is a kitten with 2 tails and soft fur, which is not as long as the small arm. Enin is only half the size of a fist, with a pale blue feather and a gorgeous bird on the body. No matter who they saw, these 2 little guys could not draw the equal sign with Baiwen Beast, a housekeeping pet, and the singing song bird. Plus the thorny appearance of the red thorn, there are murderous opportunities everywhere. Let Lu Jie know that this is a very lethal creature. Watching Lin Yuan intimately with the 3 spirits, Lu Jie couldn't help but think of his source creature Worm Mother. Although Lin Yuan knew he could cure the worm. But before the Worm Mother fully recovered, Lu Jie thought of her Worm Mother who had turned into a cocoon and endangered. Lu Jie couldn't help but sting. Lin Yuan poured a glass of water to Lu Jie, and explained the identity of Lu Jie to the clever tone and the red thorn. The red thorn settled down, continued to eat, and continued energy for evolution. What are you going to do in the future? If I don't have any arrangements for you. Lin Yuan put the teacup on the table beside Lu Jie. Then sat on a chair and drank the water in his cup. Lin Yuan's words wrinkled Lu Jie's brows at once. Think about Lin Yuan's problem. S duty of obedience is to follow the founder, not only as a shield in front of the founder, but also as a sword of the founder. Most of the actions are based on the instructions of the founder. Now asked by Lin Yuan, what do you plan to do in the future, Lu Jie really does not know how to answer. Because Lu Jie's original plan was to obey Lin Yuan's instructions and accept Lin Yuan's mission. Seeing Lu Jie thinking, Lin Yuan continued. It's not reconciling to get rid of the 39 series of Hirashi Yako in the past 2 years because of injury. Lin Yuan's words directly point to the problem that Lu Jie has been avoiding. Huiyao Baizi is the glory that Lu Jie has been pursuing. Although Lu Jie, who protects the City of Frost, does not regret it, giving Lu Jie another chance to choose, Lu Jie will still do whatever he wants. But for the delisting of the Yao Yao series, Lu Jie was equally unwilling. Therefore, since Lu Jie knew that his mother could not recover, even the rank of Huiyao Baizi did not participate. With the merits of Lu Jie at that time, if he went, he might even retain the ranking of Lu Jie Huiyao's Baizi sequence. No matter how bad it is, Lu Jie can also gloriously enter the Hall of Glory which radiates Baizi. However, because of self-esteem and did not want to be pitied, Lu Jie gave up this opportunity directly. Gave up the sequence of Bai Yao Huiyao in his absence and struggled for himself. Are you willing? Of course not reconciled. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie's expression and already knew what Lu Jie thought. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. I knew you would not be reconciled, why not stand back again and stand on the sequence of Baiyaozi again? Lin Yuan's words were like a thunder blow, which hit Lu Jie's head. Lu Jie has never dared to think so. Swears by the rune of will, and becomes the servant of the boy in front of him. Since then, Lu Jie's thoughts have ruled out himself, and everything is from the perspective of obedience. Now Lin's words made Lu Jie feel inexplicable. First of all, is it okay? Then came the gratitude to Lin Yuan that the ocean and sea could not be submerged. For a time, I tasted the coldness and warmth of the world, that is, Lu Jie's eyes turned red when he knew that he could not heal, but also clenched his teeth. Hot tears scorched hotly, smashed into the glass, splashing water. Made the water in the cup also stained with salty taste. Yu reading books www.yuukangshu.com. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jie like this, directly patted Lu Jie's shoulder and said, "Summon the Worm Mother, let me see how long it will take to restore your Worm Mother. If the time is fast, you may not be able to catch up with the ranking of the Shining Baizi sequence at the end of the year. If you go directly, there is no problem getting a qualification." Lu Jie did not wipe the tears from falling, but raised his head and stared deeply at Lin Yuan, as if he wanted to remember something. After a while, Lu Jie showed a silly smile. Had shed tears before, and this smile seemed a bit embarrassed. But Lin Yuan knew that Lu Jie's smile was only a sweep of the haze, and he was truly reborn. Lin Yuan couldn't help remembering Ning Lao's words. The founder saves not only spirits, but also people. Lu Jie summoned her mother, carefully holding it in her hand. Lin Yuan put his palm on the Worm Mother's cocoon, and as Lin Yuan worked his spiritual power, he quickly introduced Reiki into the cocoon. The deep purple cocoon actually beat slowly like a heart. Pulsed with a soft lilac light. At the same time, Lin Yuan could also feel that the aura he had injected was absorbed by the insect mother with a single drop. After absorbing these pure auras, over time, came over for an hour, Lin Yuan could feel that the Worm Mother could have been beating slightly, without stopping with the interruption of his aura. This shows that the active function representing the vitality in the might body has been activated. Although the Worm Mother in this state is still dying, it will not exist in the state of fake death as before. Chapter 82 Wang Du intends. Lin Yuan calculated it, although he could not accurately estimate the recovery time of the might. But preliminary estimates, if it is in the pure land of bliss in the Ling Ling space, the time of 2 months should be able to recover. Lu Jie, as the contractor of the Worm Mother, can naturally feel the change of the Worm Mother. Until the Worm Mother kept beating, Lu Jie's heart suddenly jumped. Although Lu Jie can feel that her mother has not recovered her mental consciousness, but the body is gradually getting better, Lu Jie can feel it completely. During this hour, Lu Jie's cautious hand holding the cocoon did not dare to move, fearing to disturb Lin Yuan. Until Lin Yuan moved his hand away from the cocoon, Lu Jie asked carefully, how is my might?" For a person who has just established hope, he can no longer experience the disappointment. Simply Lin Yuan said directly, "You put the Worm Mother with me, and you will be almost healthy after 2 months, and you can also keep up with this year's ranks of the Shining Baizi sequence." Although Lu Jie knew before that Lin Yuan could cure the worm. But I didn't expect Lin Yuan to be able to cure the Worm Mother so fast, which surprised Lu Jie. Lu Jie carefully passed the beating Worm Mother to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took it in his hand and began to continue to operate the spiritual power in his body, injecting pure aura into the Worm Mother. "Master, please tell me what to do during this time." During this time, Lin Yuan helped himself to cure the insect mother Lu Jie. He also did not want to be an idler, but also wanted to help Lin Yuan to do his duty. Lin Yuan does have something to ask Lu Jie to do. "Lu Jie, how much do you know about Wang?" Lu Jie answered Lin Yuan's question. "I went to Wangdu University and lived in Wangdu for 7 or 8 years. I am very familiar with Wangdu and can be regarded as a ground snake, but I have not been in Wangdu in the past 2 years, and I don't know what became in Wangdu. Look." Lin Yuan nodded as Lu Jie said, and asked again. "You said that if I go to Wangdu to open a shop after the year, what do you think?" Lin Yuan also had his own ideas. After Chu Ci finished the Bauhinia Intermediate Reiki Academy, he would have to go to Wangdu before taking the exam. The King capital is the center of the Shining Federation, covering an area as large as 4 Bauhinia cities. Lin Yuan is not as good as going to the imperial capital to open a small shop earlier, which can be regarded as paving the way for Chu Ci. During this time years ago, Lin Yuan had to double his strength and upgrade his Reiki class to C. At the same time, all his spirits are raised above the silver level. These are not too difficult, but the most difficult thing is to evolve Lily into a legendary level at the copper level and transform into a fantasy species. Lin Yuan's second rune of Will was realized from the ultimate killing, which is very suitable for the red thorn. But there is still a way to upgrade the red thorn to the epic quality at the elite level. However, it is impossible for Lin Yuan to ask himself if he can raise the red thorn to the legendary quality at the bronze level. Because the red thorn cannot absorb the aura, it can only accumulate energy from the flesh. And Lin Yuan himself is not a true founder after all, he can only use his own unique means to advance spiritual things, improve the quality of spiritual things and heal the source of spiritual things. From the beginning of Lin Yuan's ability to cure worms, he couldn't help but lament Lin Yuan's methods and potential for creating teachers. Now Lin Yuan intends to go to Wangdu for development. Lu Jie raised his hands in agreement. King is a place where only people with real skills can stand on their heels and stand on their feet. Resources and opportunities are far from comparable in Bauhinia City. If Lin Yuan's talents and abilities are not developed in Wangdu, it is a waste. Master, I think if you want to develop, it is best to go to Wangdu. Only after you arrive in Wangdu will you find that the prosperity you saw before is more than that of Wangdu. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation, and it would be right to say that with Lu Jie's knowledge. Now that I have moved my mind, it is so decided. This small shop is sealed up and will always be the warmest home for himself, and Chu Ci is also the original place of this world. Lin Yuan is a person who feels like daring to work. Simply use the Star Network card to transfer Lubehui coins to Lu Jie's account. The speed of Lin Yuan's making money now is far from comparable before. Therefore, Lin Yuan will not be as careful in spending money as before. You go to Wangdu to help me inquire about the situation, and help me choose a suitable location for the store. If there are good stores for sale, you will contact me directly. The price of the Wangdu store must be far from comparable to Bauhinia City. If you want to buy a good store in Wangdu, the price is bound to be high. Since Lin Yuan has the confidence to say this, one is because the thousands of Wufu show Lingling goldfish that are about to hatch out. Another rule is that Ling Xiao gave himself the land of Bauhinia City after he became a 2-star founder. The piece of land is not so much a shop, but a zhuangzi with more than 1,800 square meters before and after. After Lin Yuan picked the land, the title deed had passed the ostrich logistics 2 days ago and was handed over to him. This piece of forest is far away. If the shop is really suitable for Wangdu, Lin Yuan can directly sell the zhuangzi in Bauhinia City. In this way, the first section of the Wangdu store can be handed over. After a period of time at the rate of making money, especially when he is promoted to the C-level Reiki professional, it will multiply. With these whole cards, Yu is reading www.yuukangshu.com. Lin was also very confident in speaking. Master, are there any requirements for the shop? It's better to have a larger area, and don't have any other requirements. Lin Yuan believes in his own ability and his ability to mass-produce rare spirits. Even if it is a little remote in Wangdu, it will not affect its own development. Lu Jie was originally prepared to carefully remember Lin Yuan's request. After all, this was Lin Yuan's first task, so Lu Jie was very serious. But Lu Jie did not expect Lin Yuan to have such a request. After confessing, Lu Jie went directly to Wangdu. And Lin Yuan put the fleshy cocoon formed by the worm mother on the bliss pure land. Then added a lot of inferior energy ore to the Hualing pool. Inferior energy ore consumption in recent days is very fast, which makes Lin Yuan directly purchase a large number of inferior energy ore. Is hoarded in the Ling Ling space to prepare for the daily supply of the Ling Lingpa. However, when buying inferior energy ore this time, Lin Yuan had already made plans to buy inferior energy ore. Inferior energy ore is cost-effective for the Lingling pool, but adding energy ore also takes Lin Yuan's time. Lin Yuan is not as embarrassed as it was at the time. At this moment, low energy ore is now more suitable for Lin Yuan than inferior energy ore. Lin Yuan has strengthened the spirits day and night for 7 days, feeling that he is only one step away from the C-level Reiki professional. When I was planning to go to the Starnet again and ordered a batch of goods, Lin Yuan found that he had received the news from the Bauhinia Lord Ling Xiao. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering what Ling Xiao would do to find himself. Chapter 83 Wind Speed Antelope. Ling Xiao, as the owner of the Bauhinia city, can't be overstated. Both the size of the Bauhinia city needs Ling Xiao to make an idea. Even when Bauhinia city issued a reward to itself, it was not Ling Xiao who came out in person, but a subordinate officer of Ling Xiao. This is already a great glory to Lin Yuan. And now, Ling Xiao, who is now the lord of the side of the Bauhinia city, personally found himself. Ling Xiao, Lin Yuan, I am the owner of the Bauhinia city, Ling Xiao. 2 days later, someone will pick you up in Xia County. Someone will contact you directly at that time. You may have to make preparations for the journey. Lin Yuan received the news from Ling Xiao and rubbed his temples with his hands. The news came suddenly, Lin Yuan didn't even know why. Ling Xiao did not mention it in the message. Ling Xiao's message was not a question, but a notice. Lin Yuan thought about the benefits mentioned by Ning Lao before. So far he has only got the shop land in Bauhinia city. But the benefits that Ning Lao said would certainly not refer to this shop land. That is to say, this trip is probably the benefit that Ning Lao would like to envy even Ning Lao himself. Lin Yuan didn't have much to prepare. If you need to prepare, it is nothing more than to hoard some energy or in the spiritual space to prepare for the usual supply of spiritual space. Therefore, Lin Yuan purchased 10,000 gene of low energy ore and 10,000 gene of medium energy ore directly from Xin's sister. Low energy ore contains 5 times the concentration of aura as inferior energy ore. Medium energy ore contains 5 times as much aura as low energy ore. This energy ore purchases medium and low quality. Compared with inferior energy ore, the price is indeed much higher. But these basic materials are not a burden to Lin Yuan. When this 10,000 gene low energy ore and medium energy ore are transported into the psychic space. At this time, Lin Yuan found that Jianjiao Speedling had stood upright on the pure land of bliss. Lin Yuan looked at it in the past and found that this Swordhorn Speedbox injury had completely recovered on the bliss pure land during this time. Jianjiao Suling saw Lin Yuan trotting and rushed over, then stopped in front of Lin Yuan. Stuck out his tongue and licked Lin Yuan's fingers intimately. Thanks to Lin Yuan for rescuing him from his serious injury. Lin Yuan took some of the rattan sticks of the bronze order and fed them to Jianjiao Speedbuck. After the body recovered, the swordhorn speeding antelope quickly ate the leaves on the copper-grade Qinglua vine, a rare good appetite. Lin Yuan looked at the swordhorn speedbuck. Before the injury, the swordhorn speedbuck was already a silver level 10 elite quality spirit. Is only one step away from the golden order. And Lin Yuan also felt that the concentration of Reiki in his D-class Reiki professional has reached full value. The aura-like thick aura in the body seems to be transformed into a liquid aura at any time. When I was just promoted to a D-class Reiki professional, the mist-like Reiki in the body had only a trace. But now the aura in his body has been completely transformed into mist. These mists collide with each other, but they disperse again whenever they are to be liquid. Lin Yuan knew that he needed an opportunity. If you continue to evolve the copper-level Qinglua as before, if you want to break through this barrier, it is like dripping through the stone. Now that if he can directly evolve the silver-level swordhorn speed antelope into a gold level, it is equivalent to a torrent of rapids. Can directly pass the barrier. Lin Yuan put his hands on the full-bodied swordhorn speeding antelope and fully operated the spiritual power in the body. Strength the swordhorn speed antelope by aura that is several times higher than the outside world in the lock space. It is far from sure how long it will take to advance the silver-level spirits to the gold-level forest. But in order not to delay the time 2 days later agreed with Ling Xiao, Lin Yuan still set an alarm clock. I don't know how long after that, Lin Yuan's transformed aura was washed away hundreds of times. Perseverance finally broke through the layer of obstacles in Jianjiao's body. In the moment of breaking through that layer of obstacles, the swordhorn speed antelope had a bright golden luster. It was at this moment that the swordhorn speedbok was officially undergoing an essential transformation of life. Crossed from the silver level 10 level to the gold level. The first change in the swordhorn speed antelope is the double horns on the head. Before the sword horn, the speed horn of the antelope was straight, like a sharp sword. But now the right angle of the swordhorn speed antelope has not continued to grow but has been shrinking. Changes towards the small corner of the bend. After a while, the volume of the Kung Fu swordhorn speedbok was reduced to 1/3 of the previous one. The brown wool of S body is also getting lighter, and finally turned into a milky white that tends to be khaki. The dexterous swordhorn speedbok has undergone more radical changes after it has evolved to the golden order. Now turned into a little cute thing directly. However, the swordhorn speed antelope legs became smaller and longer, full of strength, and the body with a streamlined explosive power became more dexterous. The swordhorn speed gazelle's attack method uses the swordhorn to hit the opponent except the initial skill. Can also split the air through the sword angle to form an air blade to carry out long-range attacks on opponents. UU Reading Book www.uukangshu.com. With the dexterous skill of the swordhorn speed antelope, it is properly a remote assassin. Lin Yuan used real data to view the golden horned swordhorn. That is, the little cute creature in front of him found that the name of the Golden Order spirit creature in front of him had changed, and it was no longer called the swordhorn speed antelope. Name of the creature, wind speed antelope. Spirit species, Artiodactyla/antelope. Spirit level, gold rank, 1 out of 10. Spiritual department, wind. Comprehensive quality, elite quality. Skills. Angle hit, use the corner on the head to hit the opponent. Angle blade, the sharp angle cuts through the air, forming a wind blade to strike the target at a distance, and cut it. Wind protection, the power of the wind floats on the surface of the body, forming a layer of wind shield. Fencing storm, arouse a storm with a wide range of coverage. The storm is mixed with sword gas that can cut the steel plate and perform carpet-type blow damage. Exclusive features. Swift wind, while manipulating the wind, it can increase the velocity of the wind and speed up the speed of wind skills. Wind speed antelope is a kind of evolutionary route of sword angle speed antelope. Gave up his ability to get close, and became a violent spellcaster. Just look at the skill of the golden rank sword fencing storm can be seen. Wind speed antelope directly urges spiritual power, and can evoke a storm with a wide coverage. In the storm, there is a sword gas that can cut the steel plate, and the carpet-type blow damage. Is a very violent group skill. In addition to the initial skills of this swordhorn speed antelope, besides the initial skill angle strike, it can be perfectly matched with the current wind speed antelope. Chapter 84 Unexpected Attention. Coupled with the appearance of the wind speed antelope enough to be a cute thing, so that the price can fully double. Lin Yuan patted the head of the swordhorn Takin that evolved into the windspeed Takin with satisfaction, thinking, "This little guy is really arrogant and can sell a good price." Windspeed antelope looked at Lin Yuan brightly, soft wool and cute horns rubbing on Lin Yuan's hand. Thanks Lin Yuan for transforming his life. Perhaps in the near future, Lin Yuan will sell this windspeed antelope, so that this windspeed antelope also has its own Reiki professional partner. Has completed both the windspeed antelope and the Reiki professional. This is the best destination for this windspeed antelope. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly felt the aura feedback from the swordhorn speed antelope, directly breaking through the barrier between his D-level Reiki professional and C-level Reiki professional. With the intervention of this aura, the aura of mist within his body began to coagulate continuously. Finally, this aura mist condensed into a crystal drop of water. Then the inspiring auras continue to gather towards the water droplets and merge into the water droplets to increase the volume of the water droplets. At this moment, Lin Yuan knew that he had officially become a C-level Reiki professional. At this time, Lin Yuan's alarm clock did not ring, but his phone rang. Lin Yuan took the phone and saw it was a strange number. Lin Yuan's phone number is not a few, that is, Chu Ci has a few purchase numbers used before. Including Yan Mingkai, Lu Jie, and Aning are just these few people. Even Zhou Jiesin only contacted on Xinguang.com. Now the phone is ringing, and most of the people who want to call are those sent by Ling Xiao. Picked up the phone, but Lin Yuan hadn't said anything, and a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Sir Lin Yuan, I am one of the subordinate officers of Lord Ling Xiao. My name is Ling Wu. I am already in the county guardhouse of Xia County, waiting for you here. Lin Yuan didn't expect anyone to call himself an adult. It stands to reason that as the founder of Lin Yuan's two-star founder, he can already afford the sound of this adult, but this adult has to be named. Like to come to Lin Yuan for help, or some Reiki professionals said that Lin Yuan's adults are normal. Kuling Wu's identity is one of the subordinate officers of Lord Xiaoxiao, the master of the city. Lin Yuan was really surprised when Ling Wu called himself an adult. Lin Yuan also has nothing to clean up. The energy ore in the lock spirit space has been fully prepared, and the cocoons of the blue flash butterfly are also placed on the table in the lock spirit space, waiting for the cocoon to come out. Lin Yuan estimated that the time should be within these 2 days. In fact, during these days, Lin Yuan has not transmitted auras to the butterfly cocoons of the blue flash butterfly, and there is a reason to help the butterfly cocoons hatch. The blue flashing butterfly emerges from the cocoon after the development of the cocoon, which is the handwriting of nature. If Lin Yuan is going to accelerate this process, it means that Lin Yuan has changed nature's magical skills to a certain extent. Although the blue flash butterfly will also be hatched, its life potential and evolutionary potential will be greatly reduced compared with the natural hatching blue flash butterfly. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan is very anxious to turn the blue flash butterfly into the Mobius bronze lock spirit, Lin Yuan is still waiting. Although the founder can evolve spirits and improve the quality of spirits, it seems that the founder is in a way like an omnipotent god. However, in the stage of the formation of spirits, the involvement of the founder actually destroyed the evolutionary potential of the creature. Had nothing to clean up, Lin Yuan answered directly. After receiving the message from Lord Ling Xiao, I have finished packing up, and I will go to the county guard immediately. Hang up the phone. Lin Yuan out of the lock room, directly urged the mental power to recover the clever tone and red thorn into his lock room. Lin Yuan usually hardly recovers the cleverness, sound, and red thorn into the spiritual space. I prefer to let them experience life with themselves in the outside world. This trip, Lin Yuan may have a way to let smart and sound band on his body. But such a big red thorn, Lin Yuan has no choice. Simply Lin Yuan took them all back to the Ling Ling space. Originally Lin Yuan also planned to look at his ability to be promoted to a C-level Reiki professional. Look how much you can shorten the time it takes to increase Jingluo. Let's see if it can help the recovery of Zhu Sha Den Gui. It is clear that there is no such time now. Neatly dressed Lin Yuan looked at the mirror and looked at the handsome young man in the sun. Lin Yuan showed his white teeth and went directly to the county guard house. For the county guard, Lin Yuan is still very unfamiliar even after living in Xia County for so many years. Before Lin Yuan had been living his life according to the rules. The prefecture of Xia County has not really set foot. This time when I went to Juanshou Mansion, Lin Yuan had a feeling of being indifferent. Got off the thick-hoofed donkey cart near Junshifu, and Lin Yuan walked towards Junshifu for less than 3 minutes. Saw that there were many people standing at the gate of Junshifu, and one of the long dark men was held in the middle by the stars holding the moon. Among these people, Lin Yuan has several people who Lin Yuan knows. As a resident of Xia County, Lin Yuan naturally knew the appearance of the county guard, and beside the dark man who was held by the stars, it was not the master of the county guard. Lin Yuan, a few people standing next to Lord Juanshou, have also seen them. It was inevitable that we had dealings with us when we opened a small shop before. It's just that this interaction is one way. Lin Yuan knows them, but they don't remember the little people like Lin Yuan at that time. Yu Reading Books www.yuukangshu.com. At this time, the dark-skinned man also saw Lin Yuan and waved a few steps forward. Master Lin Yuan came so fast, I just waited below, and Master Lin Yuan arrived. The people in the county guard only knew that Ling Wu was a subordinate officer of Lord Ling Xiao. When he came to Ling Wu, he didn't say what he had to do, only to wait for others. So I followed Ling Wu's spontaneous waiting, but I didn't think that Ling Wu was a teenager. And it is unbelievable that Ling Wu also called this young man an adult. However, when everyone saw the badge of the two-star founder on Lin Yuan's chest, they understood. The force behind such a young two-star founder is self-evident. Be kind. Ling Wu summoned his platinum-level spirit, the red feather fire sculpture, and greeted Lin Yuan to sit on the spirit. Lin Yuan had already sat on the platinum order spirits before, and now he is on the back of the platinum order spirits. He is no longer as excited and nervous as before. Although this red feather fire sculpture is a mighty attacking spirit, a flaming raptor will be born between the wings of a body. Platinum-level spirits soon brought Lin Yuan to Bauhinia City. On the back of the red feather fire sculpture, Ling Wu kept talking with Lin Yuan and seemed quite intimate. Lin Yuan understands that the city owner Ling Xiao will let Ling Wu pick him up. In fact, he is showing an attitude. Otherwise, just declare yourself going to Bauhinia City, it will not let your subordinate officials come to pick you up. Looking at Ling Wu's reaction, he has reached a degree of respect for himself. This shows how Ling Xiao really likes himself. Lin Yuan really couldn't figure out what kind of benefits would make Ling Xiao, the lord of the city, so important to himself. Chapter 85. Who can compare to this palace? Fei Yao Federation, Wangdu. This is the most prosperous place in the entire Shining Federation. Looking around, Lin Lin is always so harmonious. The noonday sky was okay, but the sky was overcast inadvertently. The thick cloud of burning ink stretched out sharp minions towards the clear sky. Like the evil devil, greedily and cruelly invaded the blue of the sky. The sky was suppressed by this ink cloud, as if it were a few points lower out of thin air, and the sky above the king capital was somewhat oppressive by the dark clouds pressing the city. There is always a beautiful arc between darkness and light, evenly divided into two halves. Everything is like electro-optical flint, and the dark ink cloud explodes a bright electric flower, like a wandering silver snake. Turn over the river in the dark mire. The wind blew up, wrinkled the lake water outside Wangdu, and also blew off a few red spots of the branches, turning into a scattered grandiose. At this time, Wangdu Qingyue Mountain, in the garden of Huiyue Temple. A woman in a moon-colored robe is looking up, looking at the sky that is cloudy and sunny, light and dark, oppressed and relaxed, thick and elegant in the sky. Looked at this perfectly blended picture and sighed lightly. You see Chao Yang Ji, Gao Feng Mu Yuin. The breeze blows the broken hair in front of the woman's forehead, adding a soft touch. The ultimate and ultimate hedge is always the most charming manifestation of nature. This charm can wash the mind in a shock. The woman lowered her head and fiddled with the lotus in the jug. The lotus flower is like a spirit. At this time, a cold female voice rang out from the side of the woman. Adult, after this month, this Luoxia Baiilian has been raised in the garden for more than 2 years, and has advanced to the diamond level. After lowering his head, he picked up an amber bottle and sprayed the liquid in the bottle towards the falling blue sky. The leaves of Bixia Lianxia glowed with the glow of the leaves, and the fragrance formed by the mist sprayed from the amber bottle by the rare woman who treated the treasures exceptionally. Although this sunset has reached the diamond level, the skills of the diamond level are not the skills of the auxiliary department but the attack type. The voice after the month was a bit regretful, and said to the cold woman with a chill in the voice. Sanyue, you will plant this Luoxia Baiilian in the lotus pond at the back of the temple in a while. This lotus fragrance is placed in the garden, but it is disappointing. Sanyue nodded, then a sound of footsteps came. As the footsteps were getting closer and closer, only a gentle male voice said. Master, I gave you the information before, that is, the little genius who directly took the 2-star founder of the Bohemia city in Ling Zhao's office. I have confirmed that the assessment of the 3 life-type Reiki professionals is indeed full marks. This question is specially made by Ning Lao, and is said to be more tricky than the exam questions in the Life Union. This man's voice caused Yueho to raise his head, with bright colors in his eyes. At the age of 18, I completed the assessment of the 2-star founder, and the assessment of the 3 life-type Reiki occupations actually answered the full score, which really deserves the title of Little Genius. The gentle voice of the man continued to sound. Master, I have informed Ling Xiao to bring Xiao Tian to me. You did a good job Xuanyue in this matter. With this sentence after the month, the noisy wind blowing in this garden suddenly stopped, and there was no more storm. I don't know if it happened that the gust happened to stop, or it was stopped by a word. Xuanyue quickly bent down. These things are what I should do. It's just that in the next month, Master, the Wangdu Founding Teachers Union has heard that you are interested in receiving disciples, and chose to send the Fengyang Founding Teacher who is called the first generation of the younger generation of the Founding Teacher. Hasn't spoken yet after the month, and Sangyue's cold voice rang first. Fengyang Founder. The younger founder even has a title. Could it be that a young star is already a 4-star founder? Xuanyue looked at Sangyue and smiled softly, then answered warmly. The 4-star founder is not a position that the younger generation can achieve even if he is a genius. The founder of Fengyang has only 2 stars, but it is said that he has already been qualified to promote Samsung. The 2 words of Fengyang are the 3 vice members of the founding trade union. In order to encourage him to pro-bond, he is now 24. Sangyu's expression on his face remained unchanged, and his voice was still cold. Fengyang. Give the order of heaven to the light of the sun. Haha, such a title is really atmosphere. Is it possible that this Fengyang founder can still lead the glory? After the month, he said with a smile. Sanyue, you can say this, but to encourage you to come to Fengyang, the founder must be carefully cultivated by the Founders Union. Sanyue heard what Yueho said, glanced at her mouth and said. As soon as I heard that you have the idea of accepting apprentices, this Founders Union has always wanted to send the 7th and 8th people. If Fengyang is really good, why haven't you seen it before? Title, who knows if this title is new? Xuanyue nodded. Sanyue has also been said by you. The name of the founder of Fengyang was Qingrui. It was the first choice sent by the Founders Union at that time. At that time, it was rejected by the master after the month because he had no time to refuse. I don't know what adults would like in the future. Waved his hand after the month. Well, since the Founders Union has been in kind for 2 consecutive times, this palace is not easy to refuse. When Xiao Tian came over, let the Founders Union bring the self-proclaimed Fengyang founder together. Xuanyue heard the words and responded. Yes, adult in the future. But at the same time, Dean Wan of the College of Founder of Wangdu Senior Reiki University also introduced you to this person. This is not only a founder, but also a UI reader at www.uukangshu.com, the 3rd seat of the Yaba Easy series. The number covers the C. Heard the words after the month and said. Then bring it together, let the little genius take a look at the strength of the younger generation standing on the peak of the peak. Song Yue heard this after saying that there was a sudden surprise in the chilling voice. After the month, the adult considers this for the genius. Is it possible that he directly plans to accept the genius as an apprentice? Then will Xuanyue and I have a little master. Said with a smile after the month. If you succeed, you have to meet someone and I will test it myself. After saying so, I remembered the information sent to Lin Yuan before Xuanyue. The pile of texts recorded a young man with his sister to survive. After the loyal clerk of the town spirit division, he sent his sister to school arduously. Do business and stick to the principles of not being arrogant and impatient. These qualities are appreciated in the future. Is of great character, even more important than talent in some cases. However, in the end, how to have to really read before there is a fixed number. Xuanyue, as one of the 2 monthly ambassadors of the Moon Queen, is now sending news to the Founding Teachers Union and Wangdu Senior Reiki Academy. But when he left, Xuanyue already knew in his heart that he would indeed have one more master. Otherwise, with the temper of the elder month later, it will not reveal the slightest preference. Song Yu went to the incubation room with me to be a teacher, and the preparations for the meeting could not be sloppy. After the month, I thought of how much the 2 old guys, Chuzan and Jujuan, treated their apprentices. Said after a month that these were just pediatrics. Is better than the apprentice, who can compare to this palace? Chapter 86 Sapphire Pegasus. The flight speed of the red feather fire sculpture is extremely fast, and soon flew to the Bauhinia city. The outline of the Bauhinia city. Lin Yuan stood on the back of the red feather fire sculpture and glanced over, not seeing the whole picture at all. It can be seen how vast the Bauhinia city is. The red feather fire sculpture did not stop, unlike Lin used to fly as a flying creature before, and stopped at the place where Bauhinia city specially provided flying spirits to land. Instead, he flew directly into the main palace of Bauhinia city and stopped on the bluestone steps outside the main palace. Master Lin Yuan, come in with me. It is estimated that Master Ling Xiao has been waiting for a long time. This sentence is to make Lin Yuan's brows raised. When he received the notification from Ling Wu, he immediately went to the county guardhouse of Xia County without delay. So it is not because he is slow, but because Ling Xiao is in a hurry to see himself in Ling Wu's heart. Can't think of a reason, Lin Yuan simply didn't want to. Anyway, when I saw Ling Xiao, I thought Ling Xiao would give me the answer. Followed Ling Wu into the main hall of the city's main palace. At this time, there was only Ling Xiao in the main hall. Ling Wu brought Lin Yuan to him, and Ling Xiao notified him, and then went to do his business. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan, although there was no joy on his expressionless face, but Lin Yuan could feel the joy of Ling Xiao's movements. The hard work along the way, eat lunch with me at noon, and I will take you to Wangdu in the afternoon. Hearing the word Wangdu, Lin Yuan's previous question seems to be somewhat clear. It seems that Ning Lao said the benefits that even he himself envied were in the Wangdu. The benefits related to the king and the founder can make Ning Lao, who is a 4-star founder, envious. Is it related to the 3 crowns under the cloud? Master, the city master, the boy is not tired. I do not know what is going to the king. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. Adult wants to see you after the month. We'll stop talking. If Lin Yuan didn't ask about this matter, Ling Xiao did not intend to say that it would be better to bring Lin Yuan to the place after the month. As for the intention of accepting the disciples after the month, Ling Xiao, even though he knew it, would not disclose it like Lin Yuan. Although Ling Xiao extremely hopes that the apprentices collected by the adults will be able to appear in Bauhinia city. Mentioning the leak may give Lin Yuan a heart, and prepare for performance in advance. However, Ling Xiao also understands what can be said and what cannot be said. Concerns adults' thoughts after the month, Ling Xiao dare not say much. It is the best choice to keep your mouth closed. Lin Yuan didn't expect that he was really right. It seems that the great benefits Ning Lao said are related to the month after. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Go to bath and change clothes before eating. I will ask someone to prepare the clothes for you. Adults can't be rude after meeting the moon." Lin Yuan suddenly felt as if he was rejected. Looked at the washed white jeans and white half-length sleeves on the upper body, and then looked at Ling Xiao's eyes. Lin Yuan can be sure that he was really rejected. Ling Xiao directly called two people, both of whom were staff members of the city's main palace, and asked them to take Lin Yuan to bathe and change clothes. Cleaned it up. When Ling Xiao saw Lin Yuan again, his eyes lit up. What he chose for Lin Yuan was nothing more than a set of decent aura costumes. There are some dark lines on the black Reiki costumes, the decent cut and matte texture with some simple metal decoration. Such a very simple Reiki costume was worn on Lin Yuan, and even Ling Xiao couldn't help but say that a stranger is like a jade, and the sun is unparalleled. A big boy who was originally a sunshine has a calmness besides handsome sunshine. It belongs to a temperament that was hidden by Lin Yuan's dress before. Now this kind of temperament comes out, it really adds a bit of a man-like taste to Lin Yuan Ping. Noon meal is not easy to Lin Yuan, a table full of dishes, only two of them and Ling Xiao eat. The ingredients used in the dishes are mostly from the gold order spirits. This meal gave Lin Yuan a feeling that made Lin Yuan understand what it means to be rich and rich. Eat this meal, it is equivalent to eating half of the golden order spirits. To say less, it needs nearly 10,000 shining coins. However, after these dishes were eaten into the stomach, Lin Yuan could vaguely feel that the aura in his body seemed to be increasing. The food made by these golden order spirit materials actually has the effect of slowly improving cultivation. Ling Xiao saw Lin Yuan was almost eating, and said to the butler standing behind him, "Go prepare another Lingza rhino milk and make a double skin milk dessert for Lin Yuan." Lingza rhinoceros is a platinum-level spirit. It is said that the milk of Lingza rhinoceros has a strong bone-building effect. Is now made into a dessert called double skin milk. After having a meal, Lin Yuan understood that the practice was really like snowballing. It's hard to roll a small snowball into a big snowball when trying hard. If the middle is too hard, the snowball will be scattered. However, after the small snowball is turned into a big snowball, no matter how it rolls on the ground, although there is no need to worry about it falling, it is difficult to feel the increase in the size of the snowball. Therefore, if you want to increase the size of the snowball, you should try not to let a little snow foam melt into your body. That's why Reiki high-level Reiki professionals will also cultivate through a lot of food supplements while practicing. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Feeling the changes of aura and muscles in the body. Lin Yuan couldn't help but think that the food made by the copper order spirit materials was still affordable, and he could even occasionally eat a few meals made by the silver order spirit materials. Do you want to equip yourself and chew CI with the food made by these spirits? After dinner, Ling Xiao summoned his flying spirit beast. Lin Yuan looked and saw that the spirit beast was white, and he had a blue jade unicorn. Also has a pair of huge white wings with a little bit of gem blue, very beautiful and elegant. Under the real data, Lin Yuan realized that the elegant horse looked like a fantasy species. Is also a fantasy species of diamond rank, blue jade Tianma. Following Ling Xiao on the back of the sapphire horse, Lin Yuan didn't really think that one day he would ride on the back of a fantasy creature. Blue jade Tianma flutters its wings to the sky, and the sharp corners of his head cross the sky, with a dreamy blue color and a jade-like luster. It smells a lot like the smoke of the blue field sun. The sapphire Tianma is flying very fast. Lin Yuan looked at the ground and only felt that the unrealistic mountains and rivers on the ground turned into phantoms. From the Bauhinia city to Wangdu, even if it is the foot of the blue jade sky horse, it will take more than a day. During this time you can cultivate the spirit on the horseback. Lin Yuan nodded and agreed. Master of the city, it takes more than a day to reach the king with the foot of the blue jade Tianma. This king is really far from the Bauhinia. Lin Yuan looked at the phantom-like mountains and rivers and couldn't help but slap again. Used to lament the speed of the blue jade sky horse, but now lament the distance of this Bauhinia city from the capital of the king, or the world's largest. Chapter 87 Fantasy 5 Change. Ling Xiao looked at the mountains and rivers leaping like a phantom at his feet, and changed between the wings of the blue jade sky horse, saying, "The Bauhinia city is not far from the Wangdu. Among the 32 cities, the Bauhinia city is located in the south-central part of the city. the Namaki city is a relatively large city. Even with the foot of the Sapphire Pegasus, it will take nearly half a month to fly. Ling Xiao usually doesn't talk much, but Ling Xiao is willing to explain more. Lin Yuan listened to Ling Xiao's description and only felt that what he learned in books was only numbers. No matter how shocking the figures are, they can't sit on the fantasy creatures, feel the speed of the fantasy creatures, and use time to measure the vastness of the Confederation. If you take the waterway, will the time be shortened a bit? Lin Yuan found that Ling Xiao had commanded the Blue Jade Tianma to travel all the time on land. Even if it crossed the water, the rivers and lakes in the inland never touched the sea. Ling Xiao touched the neck of the Blue Jade Tianma with his hand, and helped the Blue Jade Tianma to comb the hair of the neck, but his expression was a little dignified. The first lesson you have to learn after you have a spirit that can fly to the sky is not to be able to fly over the ocean. After the Reiki recovery, the ocean for human fishing before the Reiki recovery became the most dangerous area after the Reiki recovery. The land is vast again, after all, it occupies less than 40% of the planet, and the remaining 60% is conveniently located in the sea. The deep sea is undetectable, even in the offshore, it is possible to encounter wild Golden Order spirits. A golden fish creature can easily overturn a fishing boat in the sea. Occasionally even platinum-level spirits will come to the sea, which makes even the sea even more dangerous. If you are flying over the sea and encounter some giant whale spirit life, may even be shot down by a jet of water accidentally ejected by a giant whale spirit, causing casualties. Lin Yuan heard the dignity in Ling Xiao's words and immediately remembered what Ling Xiao said. Keep this sentence in mind, but still asked. Can't even the magical creatures of the Diamond Order fantasy species do? Ling Xiao looked back at Lin Yuan with a look of admiration. Unexpectedly Lin Yuan saw that this Blue Jade Tianma is a Diamond Order fantasy creature. It is not difficult to see that the Blue Jade Tianma is a fantasy, but Ling Xiao himself has converged the power of the Blue Jade Tianma in order to make Lin Yuan comfortable. Lin Yuan still saw at a glance that the Sapphire Tianma is a fantasy species. This insight is not like the vision that a person who has just become a 2-star founder can have. But Ling Xiao appreciates it, but what he says is extremely serious. These serious words made Lin Yuan feel that all his hair was standing upright. Because there may be mythological creatures in the deep sea. Mythical species? Lin Yuan asked back. These 3 characters of mythical species Lin Yuan had never heard of it before. Didn't even mention it at all in Xinguang's information. But I don't know why, these 3 words seem to have a magic power that is shocking. Yes, mythical species. A kind of existence that surpasses the fantasy species, the spirit rune formed by the legendary fusion of the will of the heaven and earth can be called the fantasy species, and the fantasy species spiritual creature itself has already surpassed the scientific category as a kind of spirit that only exists in fantasy. And the mythological species is to transform superficial fantasy into real mythology. Every time a mythical creature appears, it is equivalent to a mythical legend, and each power is enough to create a myth. Speaking of mythological species, Ling Xiao's eyes were deeply yearned and awed. Ling Xiao's remarks also opened the door to Lin Yuan's new world. Lin Yuan had always thought that the fantasy species is the culmination. Although Lin Yuan, as the founder, knew that there are infinite possibilities for the evolution of spirits, he did not expect that fantasy is a myth. Ling Xiao saw Lin Yuan with a shocked look on her face, and secretly said, "It's not too early to say this by yourself, if Lin Yuan can become a disciple of Yueho." That Lin Yuan could already touch the myth. Because the adult is a living myth. Lin Yuan, the mythological thing is a secret that the Shining Federation never published on Xinguang.com, so don't circulate it. In addition, do you know how to classify the fantasy creatures? Lin Zhao's question about Lin Xiao still does not understand. But the answers to these questions inspired Lin Yuan's desire for the unknown. The juniors don't know, please tell the master of the city. Ling Xiao pointed at the Blue Jade Tianma said. This Sapphire Pegasus is a fantasy creature that changes one by one. The classification of fantasy creatures is called Fantasy 5 Changes. Fantasy 5 changes 1 change to 1 petal, 5 transformations are all equal to 1 sublimation. Lin Yuan firmly pressed the 4 words of Fantasy 5 changes in his heart. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuan and said suddenly. If you have the ability, don't lose your combat ability while becoming a founding division. For Lin Zhao's words, Lin Yuan felt deeply. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The founder is just a powerful method that can evolve spirits. although it is counted as one of its own strength, but at some point, the ability of a combat-type Reiki professional is the foundation of life. So far, neither Ling Xiao nor Lin Yuan spoke again. The sun on the horizon was sinking, the night was falling, and the thin air in the high altitude was chilly. Has passed October, after all, it is autumn now. A round of Hao Yue in the sky hung in the sky. Lin Yuan looked at Hao Yue and felt that Hao Yue was within reach. But when he reached out, this round of Hao Yue seemed to be the farthest distance in the world. Lin Yuan looked at Hao Yue for one night, until the daybreak dawned, and the sun and moon alternated. Lin Yuan suddenly felt in the sun-moon rotation, a rune of will that seemed to alternate between yin and yang appeared in Lin Yuan's spiritual world. Lin Yuan closed his eyes when he felt the rune of will that was born in the sun and moon rotation. Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Even if Ling Xiao lost his 7 emotions, he couldn't help but want to make it at this time. Really genius. The kid on his blue jade sky horse could see a rune of will when he saw the sunrise. When will the rune of will be so easily understood? If Ling Xiao itself had a rune of will, Lin Yuan was very close to himself, and Ling Xiao could not really feel the formation of Lin Yuan's will rune. But what Ling Xiao didn't know is that there will be more than one rune Lin Yuan. It was 3 full runes of will in Lin Yuan's head, flying around Lin Yuan's spiritual power. If Ling Xiao knew, I was afraid that at this time, he would want to kick Lin Yuan from the horseback of the blue jade Tianma. Chapter 88 Sequence 3 covered Hai Long Tao. Ling Xiao lamented Lin Yuan's talents. He realized the rune of will after watching a sunrise, so that Ling Xiao couldn't help but even ruin Lin Yuan. However, Ling Xiao at this time urged spiritual power, and the spiritual power of the cyclone directly cut off the airflow in the sky. Lin Yuan is in an environment most suitable for perception, silently guarding Lin Yuan. It wasn't until Lin Yuan opened his eyes that Ling Xiao withdrew his spiritual power, and said to Lin Yuan very seriously. After comprehending the rune of will, you are one step closer to the fantasy species, but remember one sentence: if you want your spiritual creature to have the opportunity to reach the 3rd of the 5 changes of fantasy, don't let your spiritual creature in platinum after the stage, it evolved into a fantasy species. Lin Yuan listened to Ling Xiao's words and couldn't help asking subconsciously. So what if you want to achieve 5 changes in fantasy? I don't know how the 5 changes of fantasy can be achieved, but it's better to increase the quality of my spirit to the legendary level at the golden level, and transform into a fantasy species. If not, unless there is a great opportunity tomorrow, throughout his life, he has to stop imagining. 3 changes. Lin Yuan remembered Ling Xiao's words. These words are very precious to a combat or a professional who has just had a rune of will. If the quality of spirits is upgraded to the legendary level at the bronze level, will there be a chance to enter the 5th change of the 5 changes of fantasy? Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Yuan. Do you think it's as easy to upgrade the bronze level spirits to the legendary level as the gold level spirits to the legendary level? Bronze level spirits want to be upgraded to the legendary level hundreds of times more difficult than the gold level spirits to the legendary level, even if it is. The 4-star founder can't do it with all his strength, let alone do you think the rune of will is so good? Even in the young generation of Bai Yaozi, not everyone has fantasy species, most of them are not stuck in legendary quality, but stuck in the rune of will. Indeed, to be a member of the Shining Yakuza sequence and enjoy the Shining Federation resources, the resources for the founding division are also sufficient. Even if the creature evolves into the legendary level at the gold level, there is no guarantee, but it should be no problem to evolve to the legendary level at the platinum level. But Lin Yuan, a rune of will, didn't really find anything rare. 3 of my own runes came to me like drinking water, so naturally. Ling Xiao's words also reminded Lin Yuan a little. Lin Yuan has always seen the difficulty of subconsciously evolving spirits above the bronze level to the legendary level. Whether it is a bronze, silver, or gold level, as long as the aura is in place, it can succeed in matching with a specific spiritual material. But now Lin Yuan found out that he was wrong. This situation applies only to yourself, not to other founders. Lin Yuan is not worried about the evolution of spirits to legendary level, but there is no good way for his source creature Redthorn Lin Yuan. It can be said that the advancement of Redthorn is a huge problem facing Lin Yuan. Even so far, Lin Yuan has no good solution at all. One day and one night flight under the rising sun, Lin Yuan can already see the outline of the king. The magnificent kings are all very magnificent, and they are also imposing in Lin Yuan's heart under the rising sun. Wangdu, I am Lin Yuan. Yo, isn't this the sea-covered master in the third place of the Yao Yao Baizi? At this time, the Yao Yao Baizi should be right to participate in the trial mission. Why did the master Haya come to Qingyue Mountain? Speaks of a young man with thin lips. Although speaking with a sincere smile on his face and enthusiastic movements, but the true feelings and enthusiasm can't hide the false feeling. Cheng Rui looked at the third seat of Huiyao Baizi, who was standing next to him with an arrogant look, and was called the Long Tao who covered the sea. I just felt the pressure doubled. Long Tao is the third seat in the Yao Yao Baizi series, and he is a powerful combat aura professional. Is also a very talented founder. His combat ability is simply incomparable with Long Tao, but the talent of the founder, although Cheng Rui did not compare with Long Tao, he was sure that he must be better than Long Tao. After all, he is known as the most talented founder of the younger generation, and he has the title of Fengyang only in the second star. Long Tao did not look at Cheng Rui, but looked at the old man standing behind Cheng Rui and said, "The words, Master Fuhai, are not sincere. Don't call them. I never like to play with these fake ones." The two-star founder got the title. "We are quite old. Why don't we see the name of the Founders Union also give me the title of Long Tao? Come listen." Long Tao's words mean that it is not only for Cheng Rui, but also for the Wangdu founding the division union behind Cheng Rui. Not only was Long Tao dissatisfied with Wangdu's creation of a teachers' union, but also Wangdu Senior Reiki University's College of Founders. Even if the potential is high, when you reach that position, you will naturally be crowned with glory. Was awarded the title at the second star, and also hyped about what the younger generation founders' talent is the first. This undoubtedly made many extremely talented young generations unhappy. Cheng Rui's face was immediately blue and white, and the old man standing behind Cheng Rui hurriedly said, "Dragon Boy, you can say this too much. Cheng Rui really has the ability and can bear this title." The old man behind Cheng Rui is the vice president of the Wangdu Founders Union. Was also choked by Long Tao's words at this time. But the identity of Long Tao was there, and even the third seat of Huiyao Baizi did not dare to punish him. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. What's more, beside Long Tao is also standing the Dean of the College of Founding Teachers of Wangdu Senior Reiki University. Wangdu's Founding Teachers Union and Wangdu Senior Reiki University's College of Creating Teachers have always been in a competitive relationship. If I say a few more words, I am afraid that this old guy who has fought with himself for many years should join the battlefield. Long Tao is still the same expression as before, and still does not look at Cheng Rui. I successfully obtained the Samsung manufacturer in the Denglongqing Association of Manufacturers a few days ago. If Cheng Rui is able to withstand this title, I wonder if I can also get the title formulated by the Association of Manufacturers in advance. But even if it is a manufacturer, the trade union drafted the title, and I will not accept it. When I go to the 4-star founder, I will naturally get my title. Long Tao's words were like slaps one after another. Can't pick out the fault in the words, but slap and slapped on Cheng Rui's face. Long Tao's words made the face of the elder who is the vice president of the founding union of the founder also a burst of blue and white, with a disgruntled look on his face. But in the final analysis, Long Tao's words are also correct. If it is not the apostle of the adult after the month, even if Cheng Rui is talented, he will not draft the title on the second star. Drafted the title but just wanted to make sure the name of the younger founder. But now, Long Tao has been promoted to Samsung founder. Even though Cheng Rui has the potential of Samsung founder, he is not a Samsung founder after all. Now the old man who is the vice president of the Wangdu Founders Union, looks at Cheng Rui not as confident as he had come. But just thinking about it, after all, the admission of Yueho is ultimately the choice of Yueho. Which one really chooses, but after a month, the adult thoughts. Cheng Rui is not necessarily without chance. Chapter 89 Noble. Wangdu Senior Reiki University founder college dean stood there, two jade in his hand turned directly. Looked at the vice president of the founding union and said, "Old things, now the Wangdu Founders Union can't even train the founder than our school, so the title of the first person in the young generation of the founder is not your union, it is our school." The words fell, and the old man holding the jade ball laughed. The laughter was very bold, and it was heartfelt when he heard it. But it was also this laughter that the body of the vice president of the chief founding trade union shuddered slightly. Is obviously not angry. What's so gratifying about your old thing? After all, Long Tao is also a Samsung founder registered in our assessment of the Dragon City Foundry Trade Union, which can be considered as a member of our Foundry Trade Union. Wangdu Senior Reiki University's College of Founding Teachers College, once he heard that the jade ball in his hand did not turned his head and said in amazement. "You old shameless man is too shameless. You can say that too. You don't even ask Deng Longqing's Founders Union to admit that you are the same as your King's Founders Union. Then you say so, all the students in the Federation are still students in our school." The creation of unions between cities is originally a competitive relationship. Each city's Founders Union will strive for the founders' resources for the city. Participating in the assessment of the founders' city is equivalent to the city's founders' resources. Wangdu Founding Union is like the headquarters of the founding unions everywhere. But this is not the case. Is not so much the headquarters of the founding unions in various places as the number one opponent of the founding unions in various places. The two old men bumped up at Qingyue Mountain as soon as they met. Makes Cheng Rui and Long Tao a little embarrassed. Cheng Rui dare not mention what he is the first founder of the younger generation in front of Long Tao. Even remembering his title was no longer a triumph of the past, but felt a little ashamed. But Long Tao obviously didn't plan to let the process go. Looking at your interview on Xinguang, your appearance on Xinguang is different from what it is now. On Xinguang, you really look like a young leader. Long Tao's words are faint, but no doubt this sentence is more like a punch than the previous slap. Qi Qingrui's expression on his face changed from blue to purple. Long Tao. Don't deceive people too much. You are 1 year older than me, and I will be able to board the Samsung founder a year later, and your founder's talent is not necessarily better than me. But it is a bit longer than me. It's nothing. If Long Tao was still interested in saying a few words with Cheng Rui before, then there is no interest in talking at all. One cannot even face one's own weaknesses, but find reasons. This behavior alone is already a sign of weakness for Long Tao. Long Tao asked himself after entering the Yao Yao Baizi sequence, the competitors he faced were generally several years older than himself. The oldest can grow up to 10 years old. Because Huiyao Baizi can be 10 years at most. Long Tao went through the thorns and thorns along the way, and took 4 years to reach the third seat. The means of creating a teacher was not pulled down. Is because Long Tao never finds a reason for his failure. It is to face failure directly, analyze failure, and finally rare failure. Cherishes failure because the number of failures is getting fewer and fewer, approaching nothing. Cheng Rui's approach is exactly what Long Tao despised. You don't want to say that 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Heshi, don't you bully the poor. Cheng Rui wanted to say what was said by Long Tao again in his throat. At this time Cheng Rui also understood that he could not say Long Tao on his lips. If you continue to talk about it, you will find sin to eat. For Long Tao, Cheng Rui had not been in contact before. Long Tao's game has always been a domineering course, and the interview was not very eloquent. Didn't expect it to be a broken mouth, and what he said could be annoying. At this time, I only heard a warm and clear voice from Qingyue Mountain. By the orders of adults after the moon, come to see Du Lao and Meng Lao. This gentle voice made Long Tao narrow his eyes at once. The sound seemed to ring around, but it seemed to be nowhere to be found. Quiet for a while, Long Tao still did not hear the source of the voice. It was Du Lao, the deputy chairman of the Wangdu Founding Trade Union, who was still arguing, and Meng Lao, the dean of the College of Founding Teachers of Wangdu Senior Reiki University, said aloud toward the midair. There is Emperor Xian Yu. With the voices of Du Lao and Meng Lao falling. A man in a silver robe somehow stood on the corridor under the Qingyue Mountain. Walked towards here without any haste, but didn't take 2 steps, in a relaxed and freehand way, he broke the distance of dozens of battles and came close. Lao Du, Meng Lao's style is still the same, but at this time, you can't go up the mountain, you need to wait for a distinguished person to be present. Finished, Xuanyue kept silent. Du Lao and Meng Lao looked at each other, and they both saw shock in the other's eyes. Xuanyue itself is a king-level strongman, and has even peeped to the peak of the king level. The contracted spirit is mainly based on the spirit department, although it is only an auxiliary or a professional. But if any strongman of the same level says that he is facing the toughest enemy, Yu reading www.yukangsha.com must be a spiritualist with spiritual spirits. Not to mention Xuanyue's own strength, Shan Xuanyue is one of the 2 envoys of adults after the month. Represents the will of the adults after no matter where he goes. Xuanyue seems to be gentle, but he behaves in an overbearing way. Is like a front thread hidden in the snow, invisible. But when I touched it, the body was separated. Xuanyue's affairs in February were not as impersonal as the moon, but they were very proud. Let the two of you wait for a noble here. The word noble means that the relationship between the person who came and the adult should be relatively familiar, and it can already be regarded as his own. Otherwise, it will only be called a distinguished guest, not a distinguished person. Can afford a precious word of Xuanyue, one can imagine what the identity of the person is. Lao Du and Meng Lao pulled Qing Rui and Long Tao, who were still arguing before, and stood aside. Even Long Tao, the third seat in the row of shining Baizi, has now converged his breath, and it is very well behaved. At this time, I saw a snowy white flying jade-like horn with blue wings and wings coming straight towards Qingyue Mountain. At this time, Xian Yu, who was warm but not expressive, pulled a smile. At this time, Sapphire Tianma has landed. Ling Xiao took Lin Yuan to jump from the horseback. Lao Du and Meng Lao's eyes swept Ling Xiao directly, and then looked away. Set his sights on Lin Yuan standing aside. Lin Yuan's hair was scattered by the wind, but he had an indescribable temperament when standing in the sun. Meng Lao Meng and Du Lao's eyes lit up. Chapter 90 In Rui Jin Zigui. Ling Xiao, of course Du Lao and Meng Lao knew each other. But even the owner of Baohenia City, he can't afford to be a precious word of Xuanyue. So Xuanyue can be called a noble, it is only possible to stand next to Ling Xiao. At this time, Lin Yuan could obviously feel that there were 5 pairs of eyes staring at him besides Ling Xiao. Feel the ushered eyes, these few people do not know themselves. But out of politeness, Lin Yuan also nodded his head and said hello. Ling Xiao wanted to introduce, but then Xian Yu's warm and clear voice rang and said, "People are here, let me go up to Qingyue Mountain. Lin Yuan, come next to me, let's go together." Lin Yuan had long noticed the voiced man, wearing a silver robe. The breath of this silver-robed man was like a deep sea with no waves, even if it swept through a turbulent undercurrent. But I didn't expect that this silver-robed man knew himself. Lin Yuan looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao rolled his throat, but didn't speak. Just nodded toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan simply walked beside Xuanyue. Xuanyue Qinglang smiled and took Lin Yuan up the mountain. Ling Xiao Meng Lao Du Lao walked together, Long Tao and Qing Rui stood on both sides. 5 people followed Lin Yuan and Xian Yu in this way. At this time, Du Lao and Meng Lao looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao greeted Du Lao and Meng Lao without expression, and said, as Lao Meng and Du Lao thought. Lao Meng and Du Lao's gaze became more complicated when they looked at Lin Yuan. Emotion. This young boy who just felt that he was in front of him turned out to be a peach picker. Looking at Xuanyue's performance, is it possible that this young boy named Lin Yuan has already intentionally failed after the month? Long Tao's gaze to Lin Yuan was full of inquiry. Cheng Rui's gaze to Lin Yuan was a bit jealous and complicated. After Meng Lao and Du Lao asked Ling Xiao a few words, several people understood Lin Yuan's identity. It turned out that Lin Yuan was the guy who directly passed the 2-star founder at Baohenia City. After the first reform of the Baohenia City, the founding trade union has now been implemented in the 32nd city of Huiyao Federation. What is the meaning of this? Both Mr. Du and Mr. Meng knew in their hearts that they didn't expect that someone could meet such demanding requirements. And this person came so fast again. Long Tao was calm at this time, and there was obviously a disapproval on Rui's face. Cheng Rui gritted his teeth, but he was just a hairy kid who had just been admitted to the 2-star founder. What's so great about it? Maybe it's just a matter of luck. Now that I'm almost capable of taking the Samsung founder, is it not as easy to crush this kid? Long Tao looked at Cheng Rui's expression and chuckled. Why don't you count how much he is younger than you? Cheng Rui's expression on his face was already rich, especially when Long Tao said that it was like eating 30 lemons and 30 bitter gourds at the moment. Has to say that there are scenes all over Qingyue Mountain. Lin Yuan opened the real data, and besides talking to Xuanyue, I saw gold-level spirits everywhere on the mountain, even the platinum level. Most of these spirits are botanical spirits, and occasionally you can see some butterflies, dragonflies, bees, and small birds. Rare creatures rare in the world can be seen everywhere in Qingyue Mountain. At this time, only listen to Xian Yu said. Take a few more steps and you will reach Huiyue Temple. Xuanyue's words were not only to Lin Yuan but also to the people behind him. After passing through the mountain gallery, Lin Yuan saw a palace made of fluorite. The main body of the palace is as white jade, but it can emit bright light, just like the light from the moon. In front of the temple, 2 trees nearly 10 meters high were standing upright, and there were clusters of tiny flowers intersecting with gold and silver, which pressed the branches down. These 2 strains turned out to be Inrue Jinzegui. Under the real data, Lin Yuan felt that he was about to fall. These 2 silver core Jinzegui's grades are actually all diamond rank 10. Of course, this is not the point is that the quality of these 2 silver core Jinzegui has even reached the legendary level. This kind of treasure is at the gate of the palace, and no one has a contract, but it is a scene in front of the temple. This really makes Lin Yuan unimaginable. Xian Yuejin saw Lin Yuan looking at the 2 silver cores Jinzegui and actively introduced it to Lin Yuan. The 2 osmanthus trees are pretty and grown, and they were planted here. The silver stamens and golden flowers are also a coincidence, but they have no fragrance, but this osmanthus is very delicious when used as osmanthus honey. I will pick sweet-scented osmanthus honey, and I will let Song Yue give you a bowl. Spiritual things like Inrue Jinzegui have actually departed from Lin Yuan's knowledge. There are real data Lin Yuan can only know what this is called. Although Lin Yuan is not clear, neither Ling Xiao nor Du Lao Meng know what this is. Heard Xuan Yue set a bowl of sweet-scented osmanthus honey, and gave it to Lin Yuan casually. Even if these 3 high-weighted powerhouses can't help but wonder if they can ask for a copy, even if it's just a few drops. The nectar of Inrue Jinzegui is a good thing to wash away body magazines. Take 1 drop and melt it in a glass of water. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Lin Yuan, if I drink this bowl of silver core Jinza honey, I am afraid that all the impurities in the body can be washed out without a drop. There are only 2 strains of Inrue Jinzegui in the world, both of which are planted in front of Huiyue Palace. Although every month, adults will also give 10 drops to Wangdu Senior Reiki University and Wangdu Association of Teachers. But the amount of decades may not be a bowl. Xuan Yue, the sweet-scented osmanthus honey was pickled by me, but you gave it to you, and if you want to give it, I will give it. The voice of the speaker was clear to Lin Yuan when it sounded like the icy water in the cold lake, with a chill. Lin Yuan looked towards the woman and found that the woman in the blue robe was looking at herself. Xuan Yue Qinglang smiled. Okay, Song Yue, you take them in to see the Elder of the Moon, and I still have the task of the Adult of the Moon. Song Yue nodded and said to the crowd. Follow me into Huiyue Temple. Entered this hall of Huiyue, Lin Yuan only felt that every part of the front porch of this hall of Huiyue was elegant. I saw a table on the high platform of the front porch, and 2 boxes were placed on the table. Song Yue pulled Lin Yuan to his side and looked at Du Lao and Meng Lao. Adult moons meaning, there is a treasure in each of the 2 boxes on the high platform. Both of you can ask the younger generation to pick up the treasure box. Choosing the treasure in the treasure box should be a reward for the adults. Song Yu's words brightened Du Lao and Meng Lao's eyes. But at the same time, I don't understand that there are 3 people in the younger generation. Why do we only have 2 of them? Lin Yuan stood beside Song Yu and looked calmly. I just think that although I don't know what will happen in a while, it is not so simple. Chapter 91 The Pinnacle of the Younger Generation 1 Battle. Long Tao and Cheng Rui took a step forward, and after getting instructions from their old men, walked toward the platform. Only stood on the high platform. He used to stand on the front of a man dressed like 4 maids in the 4 corners of the hall. Reached the high platform with a flash. The woman's age seems to be more than 30, but it gives a delicate feeling. One of the tea attendants in the Xiaohu temple, called tea picking, specially told the treasures in the golden box to be better than the treasures in the gray box. Finished his devotion to Song Yue, and after Song Yue nodded, he retreated to the edge of the platform. Did not return to the previous corner of the hall. The 2 boxes on the platform are gold and gray. Lin Yuan saw the hands of Long Tao and Cheng Rui, all running away in a golden box. At this time, I saw Long Tao's body aura, and Cheng Ruijian stepped back a few steps, and opened the golden box. The moment the golden box was opened, Lin Yuan smelled a sweet taste. Inside the box is a lilac bead, which is the size of a thumb. Although they are lilac beads, they emit a purple-like light. It seemed that the sweet taste was not from the beads themselves, but from the soft light emitted by the beads. Next to the lilac beads, there is a small wooden sign. There is nothing but these 2 things. At this time, the tea picker standing beside said, "This treasure is the pearl produced by Zishanbei at the diamond level, and it is an excellent treasure of water spirits. It has the opportunity to increase the possibility of water spirits breaking the order. Plucking tea made the plain expression on Long Tao's face thicken at once, and his breathing became a bit heavy. The eyes are full of joy. Lin Yuan looked at this lilac pearl and couldn't help but spit it out. This was not only a diamond order spirit material, but also a diamond order spirit material produced in the deep sea. Shell spirit also has a name, called the treasure of the deep sea. The reason is that shellfish can breed pearls, and only the strong in the deep sea are qualified to explore. Only this point, the pearls produced by this purple mountain shell are already invaluable treasures, not to mention the effect of this purple mountain shell bead is so amazing. Lin Yuan is not easy to estimate the price of Zishan Beiju. But Lin Yuan looked at the envy in Ling Zhao's eyes, and already knew how rare this Zishan Beiju was. After Long Tao took Zishan Beiju into his hand, he picked up the wooden sign beside Zishan Beiju and saw a small sword carved on the wooden sign. At this time, Picking Tea continued. This wooden sign is engraved with a small sword, which is a sword order on the Hall of Huiyue. You can conduct a competition with the holder of the sword order on my Hall of Huiyue. The strength of the holder of the sword order will be comparable to yours. If you win, this sword order will allow you to exchange for another treasure. If you lose, it's nothing. It's just a competition. Long Tao turned to look at Meng Lao and saw Meng Lao nodded towards himself. Long Tao looked at the tea picker and asked, I don't know if the competition mentioned refers to the battle-type Reiki occupation competition or the creator's competition. Said T with a slight smile. Since it is a sword order, it is naturally a competition for aura-like occupations. If this token is painted with a vessel, it is a competition for the ability to create a division. Long Tao squeezed the sign in his hand and said aloud, I am willing to accept the test. Cheng Rui, who was standing beside Long Tao, had taken Zishan Beiju since Long Tao, and looked at Long Tao's gloomy eyes to be able to drip water. No process Rui's expression at this moment. No one is watching. Because everyone's eyes are gathered on Long Tao. Especially Lin Yuan, I didn't expect to be able to watch a fight with the third seat of Yao Yao Bai today. After watching this competition, Lin Yuan knew that he would almost even know what level of fighting power of the peak level of the Yaozi Baizi sequence. Lin Yuan has seen the comparison between the White Demon and the Unknown Fire. But when the last battle of the White Demon Sushing Swallowtail was released into the cage and transformed into a natural disaster Swallowtail, everything ended in a rolling way. Although the White Demon is ranked in the 18th series of the Shining 100 Children, the strategic significance of the healing aura professional is often greater than the actual combat significance. However, as the third seat of Huiyao Baizi, Long Tao overwhelmed the sea, but he was a real combat aura professional. Tea Picking raised the sword in Yang's hands. People who stood before the four corners of the hall wearing the same maid costumes as the tea-picking style all stood on the high platform. Lin Yuan looked, the maids standing in the east, west, south and north corners of the hall looked exactly the same. Perhaps the only thing that can be seen is the difference in the appearance of the hair accessories on the head. Song Yu looked at Lin Yuan's rare explanation. Plucking tea, washing tea, cooking tea, drinking tea are the tea attendants in Huiyue Temple, the four sisters of the compatriots, and the babies picked up by adults 30 months ago have been waiting in Huiyue Temple. Lin Yuan nodded. However, some people who don't understand why Tsang Yue introduced Huiyue Palace to him so carefully, as if they had to know each other in the future. The four of us hold this sword order. My strength is the strongest. The strength of the three of them is almost the same. You can choose one of us as the opponent for the competition. Said T to Long Tao. Long Tao did not hesitate, he chose the most powerful tea picker who was talking. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan felt that this tea-picking thought was not simple, because this simple sentence was a conspiracy. Tell you which is weaker, you reading books www.Bakanshu. But in such a situation, whether it is Long Tao's temper and pride or those standing around, will undoubtedly let Long Tao choose the strongest of these four people. Lao Meng watched the battle between Long Tao and Picking Tea, and quickly said to Tsang Yu standing beside Lin Yuan. Tsang Yu envoy, fight in this hall of Huiyue and don't say whether it will damage the utensils in this hall of Huiyue. How can Long Tao not lightly hurt the tea waiter? Lao Meng is not the first time to visit Huiyue Temple, so he naturally knows these four tea attendants. Every time I come to meet the adult after the moon, I can drink the spirit tea cooked by the four tea waiters. But Meng Lao has never heard of these four weak-looking tea waiters actually fighting. Tsang Yu said with a cold voice. This hall has been blessed with skill-hardened bright turtles, which has been hardened by skills. If it can be broken so easily by juniors, then Huiyue Temple will no longer exist. If the words are closed, Zhang Yue urges the spiritual power in his body to envelope himself and Lin Yuan in the cyclone. Lao Meng heard Zhang Yu say this. Naturally, it would not disobey the meaning of adults after the moon. Du Laura's process Rui left the space to Long Tao and Picking Tea. Zhang Yu's words Lin Yuan heard clearly that Zhang Yu was not polite to Meng Lao. Even an order after a month directly made Meng Lao dare not to say an extra sentence. Meng Lao is also the dean of the college of founder of Wangdu Senior Reiki University. S power in the King capital was monstrous, but he didn't dare to reveal it here. Lin Yuan immediately thanked Zhang Yu for protecting him with a cyclone. Put all his attention on the nearly peak battle of this young generation. Chapter 92 In the Name of Chalk. Lin Yuan saw that Picking Tea and Long Tao urged Reiki at the same time. Long Tao summoned a shark-like shape, about 2 or 3 meters long, but he had a dragon-shaped spirit on his body. Under the real data, Lin Yuan recognized this as a platinum-level 6th-level epic shark-eating dragon shark. And beside the tea picker, a tea tree with white camellia appeared. Lin Yuan looked at it and found that although it was also a platinum-level spirit, it was a fantasy species summoned by tea picking. And this tea plant of fantasy has also achieved the quality of fantasy change. Take tea and whisper to the tea tree. Pan Mengxiang tea, organized. With the scream of tea picking, Lin Yuan saw that this platinum-level fantasy tea tree changed into a 5-stringed lute directly. Fell into the hands of Picking Tea. Picking Tea handpull strings, noisy big strings, cut all small strings. The string sound is like a force carrying thousands of troops and horses, and with the sound of breaking the sky, it blows directly towards Long Tao. Long Tao quickly jumped on the back of the reef dragon shark, but the shark eating the dragon shark was still cut by the string sound. Almost bone-threatening wound appeared on the body of the shark-eating dragon shark, and the painful shark-eating dragon shark made a roar. Long Tao's eyes became sharp and serious again. The damage erupted in the string sound of the opposite tea picking let Long Tao know how dangerous the opposite woman's seemingly weak appearance was. Cherry Tea chuckled, fingers continued to play the strings. Long Tao quickly ordered the shark-eating dragon shark to evoke the water waves, blocking the damage caused by this string sound. At this time, Long Tao urged spiritual power again, and saw 2 figures with a blue, a red foot and a half-meter in size on the field. The 2 blue and red spirits Lin Yuan looked and found that they were 2 blue dragons. Although these 2 blue dragon mothers have dragon blood, they are not considered dragon spirits. Because these 2 blue jellyfish are 2 blue jellyfish, they have been cultivated with dragon blood since they were young, and the fantasy species have been transformed. The 2 different blue dragon mothers of different colors are all fantasy species of platinum-level fantasy. 2 fantasy species that changed into fantasy were summoned directly by Long Tao, and I saw a pouring rain immediately on the field. Yusi is in a line, with the deep sea of cold and murderous opportunity. The rainstorm is like a needle, as if it runs through all the life you come into contact with. Under this overwhelming murderous opportunity, Lin Yuan saw that Picking Tea changed a gesture, raised the pipa over his shoulder, and picked the strings with his backhand. Reiki in the body. The eyes of the tea picker were cleared, shaking hands into claws, grasping the strings, turning hard, and playing the exponential moment, before dispersing the crumpled piano sound. The piano sounds radiated with an unstoppable momentum, directly breaking through the boundaries formed by chaotic rain. Ran into 2 dark blue dragon mothers and shark-eating dragon sharks. 2 faint blue dragon mothers and shark-eating dragon sharks prop up the water together. But in the end it was still broken by this unstoppable killing cheen sound, which directly injured the 2 Yulan dragon mothers. The shark-eating dragon shark was also directly hit and lost its combat ability. T picks up the pipa, sits on the bone of the pipa, and laughs lightly. Although the 3rd seat of Huiyao Baizi covers the sea, it is also called a dragon. The spirits of the contract are all dragon-type spirits. However, if you don't use the trump card in battle, you won't get a sword. It's impossible to exchange treasures. Long Tao's breath changed suddenly, and the violent aura instantly reached the top. The shadow of a behemoth appeared behind Long Tao. Long Tao said, "If you don't have other skills, then the sword makes me Long Tao. The 3rd seat naturally has the strength to defend the glory of the 3rd seat." As Long Tao's words fell, the figure of the behemoth behind Long Tao finally showed the whole picture. This is a huge sea dragon nearly 30 meters long, which looks like a prehistoric ancient dragon in the sea. Looks quite like Neptune. Lin Yuan only felt that his blood was boiling when he saw this dragon spirit. This dragon spirit is the famous spirit of Long Tao, and it is also the reason for the title of covering the sea. Lin Yuan had seen the materials of Huiyao Baizi on Xingwang before, but now when he sees the whole picture of this behemoth, Lin Yuan only feels as if he has seen the vastness of ancient times. Lin Yuan used the real data of his skill to check the name of the sea dragon spirit. Name of the creature, Chalk Dragon. Spirit species genus, Sunglong genus/Imperial family. Spirit level, Platinum rank, 10 out of 10. Spiritual department, Water system. Quality, 3 changes in fantasy. Skills. Vortex, disturb the water to make the water with strong pulling force everywhere. 8 Dragon Shadow, the dragon shadow floats, changing the 8-fold dragon shadow. Each dragon shadow has a property of 60% of the body. Sea Bite, manipulate the current to form a bite, the bite force is equal to its own bite force. Sea Emperor Dragon Breath, spit out the breath of destruction specific to the Emperor Dragons of the dragon species. Wan Yang's Fury, activate all the power hidden in the Wan Yang to perform a destructive tremor. The ultimate tremor in the water can break everything in the sea. Exclusive features. Sea Shui, use the power of water to carefully control the flow of water. Pole of the sea, condensate water elements, accumulate water into a river, and 100 rivers enter the sea, forming a controlled sea area. Chalk Dragon, what kind of name is this? Is known as the King of the Sea, the crown, and the name of the world where the Cretaceous dragon travels, taking the name of the crest of the Cretaceous period. UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Is worthy of being the most noble spirit of the dragon species of the dragon species. San Yue looked at Lin Yuan and found that Lin Yuan was watching the competition carefully. San Yue nodded with satisfaction. After the Sea King Chalk Dragon appeared, a deafening roar sounded. The water elements on all sides quickly converged and immediately formed a huge sea area. Picking Tea plays the pipa quickly, spreading a circle in the sea area, so as not to be swallowed by the sea water. But at the moment when the sea was formed, the vortex in the sea was overgrown. The originally irregular vortex is like a pair of magic hands that capture souls from the bottom of the sea, sending everything on the sea to the bottom of the sea. Lin Yuan's eyes shrank, and this offensive of the Sea King Chalk Dragon was a perfect combination of the exclusive features of Sishui, Jiji, and the skill vortex. Only controlled the situation in an instant. At this time, fine sweat oozes from the forehead, and the pulling power of the water has made the tea picker tired of coping with it. In this way, if he doesn't have the ability to resist, he will be directly swallowed by the sea water. Plucking Tea urges Reiki, and a black beast immediately appears in this self-contained realm. This little beast looks like a hornless deer with big eyes. Spit out a white mist in his mouth the moment he appeared. The white mist blows to the tea-picking fingertips, and blends into the strings along the tea-picking fingertips. Plucking Tea has 3 consecutive pipa wheel fingers, popping the sound of the pipa with the feeling of bursting the silver bottle. At this time, only listen to Long Tao shouted. White, you sea bite. In an instant, the water around the tea picker seemed to become a sharp edge. Carrying the bite of Neptune's Chalk Dragon 10,000 tons, he can't help but bite towards the self-made boundary of picking tea. Chapter 93 Victory or Defeat. Water has always been the softest existence in this world. But at the moment when Neptune Chalk Dragon launched this sea bite skill, Taiwan of picking tea itself has emerged from the sea. Although the mouth is invisible and qualityless, the general shape of the mouth can be seen by the stirring water flow. The size of this mouth is the same as the size of Neptune's Chalk Dragon's mouth. The heavy pressure makes a harsh roar between water and water. This sound is somewhat like an iron plate impact. Plucking Tea at this very moment, he hurriedly spit out the black little animal, and the gas mixed into the string by himself scattered into the string bone on the neck, and the string bone was suddenly locked. It was at this moment that the power of violent destruction and oppression mixed with Liko almost deformed the boundary of tea picking. Lin Yuan can clearly see that seawater has penetrated into the self-contained boundary of picking tea. There are obvious teeth marks on the boundary, and the seawater penetrates from these teeth marks. However, in the struggling of picking tea, this realm also withstood the pressure and quickly repaired the cracks. Lin Yuan's heart was awe-inspiring. Sea Bite is a magic skill in the waters. Neptune Chalk Dragon doesn't need close attack if it wants to tear its prey. Because the current in the water can be turned into a sharp mouth of the Neptune Chalk Dragon at any time. The Sea Bite skill is invisible and quality between launches, and can only be hardened. And the strongest bite of the Neptune chalk dragon is never the pressure brought by the bite, but the penetrating characteristics of the sharp teeth. Is also the force of this sharp tooth that cuts open the realm of tea picking. Long Tao stood on the back of the Sea King chalk dragon and looked at Kaika. It's okay to stop here. Your domain is broken. I'm not good at fighting in battle. Long Tao's words are not implicit, directly indicating that his previous attack controlled the strength, and did not want to hurt the tea picking. Qincha Wenwen changed the dignified color on his face, but chuckled lightly. It's so boring to win and lose. You are not good at controlling strength, but I am very good at it. Farewell. I saw that the little black deer like a deer lit up like a night. Swallowed the light that could be seen in the sea quickly, and then a clear cry sounded. All the light of the dark night went to the fingers of tea picking. In an instant, the vast water in the violent waters was separated by the sound of tea picking. The water element disappeared wherever Qin Yin passed. Qin Yin Chiyu. Look soft, and the piano sound like night fog makes Long Tao feel strange all over. Two lightly injured blue dragon mothers suspended on the side of Long Tao, and together with the Sea King chalk dragon, propped up a sky curtain in front of him. The piano sound hit the water curtain, and the night fog dispersed. But the percussive piano sound is like rain silk, melting into the water, but it cuts out the water and penetrates out. At this time, Long Tao took the opportunity to stand up to the Sea King chalk dragon ring road. White, 8 dragon shadows. In an instant, 8 dragon shadows appeared in front of the Sea King chalk dragon. 8 dragon shadows rushed towards the string sound, and released the sea bite together in front of them. But the string sound still shattered the 8 dragon shadows. The aftermath left by also severely wounded the Yulan dragon mother and was recovered by Long Tao into the spiritual space. Said Long Tao coldly. Since you don't need to keep your hand, then I'm welcome. 3 spirits of his own were injured, which has caused Long Tao to hit the real fire. Meng Lao secretly said badly, if the spiritual power in the body is running, if the tea picking cannot resist, the tea picking will be rescued immediately. How strong Long Tao is, Meng Lao knows. Even if he suffers this blow, it is definitely not good. The water element converged again, and the sea area instantly doubled. The unique characteristics of the Sea King chalk dragon, Sea Shui, and Haizjiji were shown to the extreme. The ocean is agitated. This kind of agitation is not caused by eddies. The moment the seawater was agitated, it compressed the boundary of tea picking to within 1 meter of the whole body. Suddenly drank tea. The last move. In an instant, picking tea and throwing the pipa made of Tan Mengxiang tea into the sky. Pipa changed the appearance of Tan Mengxiang tea. The moment when Tan Mengxiang tea appeared, the whole body glowed with green light, and the originally compressed area of only 1 meter was instantly turned into 10 meters away, just like a piece of pure land in this vast ocean. However, as the tremor of the ocean became more and more intense, the boundary that was only supported by Tan Mengxiang tea immediately shrank and shrank. Plucking tea urges all the aura in the body. Pan Mengxiang Cha, Hua Meng. Night dream beast, swallow dreams. Under the almost eruption of spiritual power in the tea-picking body, the whole tea tree of Tan Mengxiang tea suddenly shrank and became a leaf tea. The little black animal jumped up, swallowed this leaf tea into his belly, and suddenly a natural breath fell. Squeezed the sea area forward at once, and vacated a piece of land that resisted the court in the sea area. After the black deer-like dream beast swallowed this leaf tea, the hornless head instantly grew a huge antlers. Antlers are like tea branches, with small white flowers. The black fur on the body instantly becomes white, and the body doubles in size. It instantly becomes a white stag with more than 4 meters. Deer stepped on the ground, surrounded by green grass. The dream beast and the tea picker looked at each other. Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com. Tea picking said softly. Go. Demon antlers gleamed with green light, and with a mighty power, rammed towards the Sea King chalk dragon. Long Tao no longer allowed the Sea King chalk dragon to gather in the waters around him, but ordered. White, the wrath of Wang Yang. Sea Emperor Dragon Breath. It wasn't until this moment that the ocean was truly manipulated. Compared with the present, the changes before the ocean are completely minor. At this moment, the roar from the restlessness of the sea water can be easily heard even by Lin Yuan, who is in the defense of Cangyue aura. Lin Yuan looked at this raging anger, carrying the pale dragon's breath of the Sea King's chalk dragon against this white stag. It was also at this time that Meng Lao, who had been poised to go out before, rushed out and propped the Reiki passport on the side of the tea picker. The moment the stag crashed into the water, it was indistinguishable from the water. But this pale dragon's breath crushed the antlers directly and hit the tea picker. This pale dragon's breath crashed into Meng Lao's protective cover for a while before completely disappearing. Meng's face was very poor at the moment, not because of how strong Long Tao's attack was, but because Meng Lao blamed Long Tao for not being able to keep his hands at all. This battle made Lin Yuan finally know why the Shining Baizi of the Shining Union is the glory of the Shining Union. The tendency of the third seat to cover the sea made Lin Yuan understand the peak level of the younger generation. Lin Yuan knows that he is really far away now. But Lin Yuan would not be eager to deny himself, because he has only passed less than 2 months from an ordinary person who cannot perceive aura. The road ahead is long, and the highest peaks all start at the foot. Chapter 94 Moon Protection. Plucking Tea took the injured spirit back into the spiritual space, then bowed down like Meng Lao, and then said to Long Tao, "I lost, you are nearly 10 years old, but you have no ability to block your full blow, it is worthy of the third sequence." Long Tao's blow also used almost all the body's spiritual power to use a clean. For a while, I couldn't stand. Long Tao supported Neptune Chalk Dragon with his hand, panting heavily, not even speaking. Long Tao's state at this time is the most basic symptom of spiritual exhaustion. Looking forward, he directly used the skill of gathering goldfish locked by Mobius. A pure aura came to Lin Yuan's hands and fell directly on Long Tao. Long Tao's depletion of spiritual energy instantly improved. Although it does not allow the aura to recover most of the time, the recovered aura is also enough for Long Tao to act normally. Long Tao thanked Lin Yuan for fisting. Lin Yuan and Long Tao's eyes met, and found that Long Tao looked at his eyes very carefully. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, and returned his fist. Then Long Tao looked at Kaika and said, "Without the last move, I can't win you." Long Tao's sentence sounds not polite, but it also shows Long Tao's recognition of the strength of tea picking. In addition, Lin Yuan found that the eyes of Tsang Yue, Meng Lao, Du Lao and Ling Xiao all looked at themselves. Lin Yuan couldn't help but secretly added Long Tao himself to the spiritual power just now. Under such circumstances, it is really rude to have these strong men here. But Lin Yuan did not know how many people were a little surprised by Lin Yuan's ability to instantly add spiritual power. Lin Yuan didn't summon spirits when he just used the Lingling skill, but Lin Yuan handed it out. Healing professionals in the healing department and auxiliary department can release some healing recovery skills without releasing spirits. But the effect of such skills will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. But even so, it also restored Long Tao to the state of being extremely weak due to the dryness of the aura. Before, everyone only knew that Lin Yuan was a little genius who passed the assessment of the two-star founder directly. I don't think Lin Yuan even has good auxiliary skills. There are very few skills that can directly increase spiritual power. The most common one is the suction goldfish. But the characteristics of the absorbing spirit goldfish are destined to be almost no one chooses to become their own contract spirit. So Lin Yuan's skill is revealed, even these strong men are quite surprised. Tsang Yue's cold face also had a hint of joy, and said to Lin Yuan, "The ability to increase spiritual power can greatly enhance the field battle and survival ability, very good." Said by Tsang Yu, Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Cheng Rui has now become the neglected one. Standing behind old Du, Cheng Rui looked at Long Tao with a little more fear than the gloomy before. Long Tao's combat ability, if placed on other people, Cheng Rui might not feel anything. But the strength of Long Tao's founder is already stronger than himself. This made Cheng Rui know that his trouble to find Long Tao must be impossible. But Cheng Rui looked at Lin Yuan's eyes, and the previous gloom added to the gloom that originally lived on Long Tao. Lin Yuan felt Cheng Rui's gaze. Lin Yuan, who was a man of the two worlds, was not a teenager. Now, when he touches Cheng Rui's eyes, Lin Yuan probably understands that he has been jealous along the way. Such a look Lin Yuan looked slightly frowned in his eyes. All this was seen by Tsang Yu. Was supposed to be picking tea and giving Jianling to Long Tao to exchange Long Tao for treasure, but Tsang Yu stepped forward and said, "The treasures originally exchanged for the sword order are some high-level spirit materials, which are similar to the previous pearls, but since the tea picking hurts your 3 spirits, the simple reward is replaced with 10 drops of nectar from the silver cord Jean Zigui." Tsang Yue's words couldn't help but make Long Tao's face immediately appear happy, and even Meng Lao's face smiled very brightly. This scene fell in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan immediately knew how rare the nectar of the silver core Jin Zigui was. But before Lin Yuan remembered taking the silver robeman up the mountain, he said he would send himself a bowl to drink. Lin Yuan didn't think there was anything at the time and thought it was just hospitality. But now I know, such a precious thing, Lin Yuan cannot dare to bear it at will. Song Yu turned around and turned to look at Qing Rui. There is only one gray box left. It's up to you to open the box. Qing Rui had a happy face on his face, quickly stepped forward to open the box. Opened the box and saw a bottle of red and purple blood and a token in the box. Qing Rui was about to pick up the bottle of blood, and Song Yu let Qing Rui withdraw his hand directly. The blood in this bottle is the blood of the Diamond Order snake spirits, but this gray box has a rule. If you can't win the competition, not only can you not win a new treasure, even the bottle of Diamond Order snake blood must be left. Finally, Song Yu drew a glance at one of the tea attendants, and the other three, including tea pickers, retreated to the four corners of the hall. When Song Yu returned to Lin Yuan's side, the tea attendant stepped forward and said, "My name is Tea Washing, and I will compare with you." Qing Rui had already picked up the sword order, and I saw a delicate vessel painted on it, compared with the ability of the founder. This time gave Qing Rui confidence. I don't know why Rui didn't understand why the treasure in his gray box had to win the competition before it could be taken away. Yu read the book www.yukangshu.com and Long Tao didn't use it at the time and couldn't help asking. I don't know why the rules of my competition changed before comparison. The tea was originally a spicy temper, and Qing Rui immediately said after being asked. Because this is the Hall of Bright Moon on Qingyue Mountain. The temper of washing tea is almost like hot pepper. Words are very choking. But Lin Yuan immediately saw Mr. Du coming forward and said to the tea wash. Qing Rui doesn't understand the rules, please ask the tea waiter to forgive me. Qing Rui was still full of confidence, but the words of tea washing made Qing Rui's state of mind a little uneasy. Lin Yuan didn't figure out what was going on. At this time, Song Yu looked at Qing Rui with contempt. When Qing Rui looked at Lin Yuan with that kind of vision, Song Yu's heart developed an uncomfortable emotion. Although Yu Yuan did not officially accept Lin Yuan as a disciple, not only did Xian Yu understand the moon, but Song Yu also understood it. Lin Yuan is an apprentice after the month, and it is almost a nail-cut thing, which gives Song Yu a feeling of short-term protection. Fear that Qing Rui was only a junior, and Song Yu did not ignore it. Song Yu's cold temperament is actually not a character of short-term protection, but after a long time following the month, it is also affected by the personality after a few months. Therefore, although I don't use the sound to protect my body for a short time now, I also clearly understand Qing Rui's arrangement. Because of Qing Rui's reasons, Song Yu now looked at Du Lao who came with Qing Rui, and his vision was slightly uncomfortable. Lin Yuan did not know the thoughts of Song Yu standing beside him, but looked at this as almost the peak competition of the younger generation of the founder. Chapter 95 Dramatophytes. Lin Yuan has never known to what extent the level of his founder has reached. In the end, Lin Yuan didn't have much contact with the founder of Xing'er Baiyang. Take Ning Lao as an example. Lin Yuan only knew that Ning Lao was a 4-star founder, but he had never seen Ning Lao's means. Although Lin Yuan knows that the normal founders are all equipped with spirit materials to strengthen spirits and improve the quality of spirits. But how Lin Ling has been deployed has not really been seen by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has never even seen the operation of the 1-star founder. Has a chance right now, so Lin Yuan is also taking it seriously. Song Yue didn't react very much, but felt a little boring. So most of the attention is also placed on Lin Yuan. Standing in one of the 4 corners of the hall, picking tea, and watching Qing Rui's eyes have some fun. I don't know how this man named Qing Rui caused Song Yue, but even chose to wash the tea and stay for comparison. Washing tea is the strongest talent among the 4 sisters. Even if there has never been an assessment of the founder, it is undoubtedly the level of the founder of Samsung. After a while, there should be no suspense. Washing tea knocked on the high platform with his hand, asked a bit spicy. Comparison of the founder improves the level of spirits, strengthens the quality of spirits, or heals damaged spirits. How can you choose? When Qing Rui heard it, his face was suddenly overjoyed. The previous tension and the affected state of mind seemed to calm down at once, and he said quickly, "It's better than healing spirits that are originally damaged." Qing Rui's answer was so fast that Lin Yuan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. It seems that Ching Rui is very good at treating spiritually damaged spirits, and thinks that there will be a good chance to compare the treatment of spiritually damaged spirits. Otherwise, I will not wait to make a choice. Wash tea and patted his palm 3 times, then said casually. Then as you wish. Soon, 2 black puppy-like creatures were lifted up. 2 puppies-like creatures are mostly half a meter long, with pointed ears, but a lot of teeth come out of their mouths, and they look extremely sharp. Lin Yuan recognized these 2 cubs of the terror at the stage of cubs. Is a very rare spirit. Blood Terror is a powerful platinum order spirit, and the cubs born are silver level. These 2 pups of the blood-drenched wolf that were originally damaged were only a few months old. Looking at the dying, Lin Yuan carefully watched the 2 fearful wolf cubs. Although it was quite far apart, Lin Yuan could still see that the eyes of these 2 terror cubs were swollen and could hardly be opened. Sharp ears also have a lot of black blood scabs. Several symptoms undoubtedly indicate that the source of the damage to these 2 terror pups is the head. It is very likely that the brain protected by the hard skull was damaged. The brain is the place of spiritual wisdom, so brain damage is extremely difficult to treat for animal spirits. Before becoming a sea-level Reiki professional, it took Lin Yuanrua several days to fully rescue the terror cub on the Elysium Pure Land in the Lingling space. Conservative estimates at least 2 days and 2 nights. After becoming a sea-level Reiki professional, Lin Yuan still does not know to what extent he has the ability to strengthen spiritual things. But it must have been like curing this terror cub. The time required would certainly not be as long as before. It was at this time that Lin Yuan saw that Ching Rui and Shicha had already taken action. Both of them are using crystal ware to mix spirit materials in a certain proportion. Both are very skilled, but there are subtle differences. Lin Yuan can obviously feel that the speed of washing tea is higher than that of spirit materials, which is a little faster than Ching Rui, but the speed is not obvious. Different types of spiritual materials are added into the crystal bottle in an unstable manner. Each new spirit material is added, and the chemical shock in the crystal bottle will change differently. With the matching, Lin Yuan saw that, although the same is the matching spirit material, the recipe of Ching Rui and the washing tea with the matching spirit material is not the same. You can see it completely by looking at the color and condition. Tea is equipped with spirit materials and the liquid medicine is amber liquid viscous like honey. The spirit material arranged by Ching Rui is a dark green non-transparent spirit fluid with bubbles continuously. The time for the 2 to configure the spirit was not short or long, and it took more than 3 or 4 hours. Lin Yuan looked at it so carefully, and generally had some understanding of the methods of the founder. Compared with this method of matching spirit materials, it is still more direct and simple. But Lin Yuan's ability in this simpler direct way is linked to his aura level. So Lin Yuan only needs to improve his Reiki class to improve the means of the founder. If Lin Yuan wants to upgrade the Reiki class, it can only be obtained by strengthening the spirit. This made Lin Yuan transform the 2 into the same thing in enhancing the ability of the founder and his professional level of physical aura. Cheng Rui was originally disposing the spirit material in an orderly manner. In the configuration, Cheng Rui suddenly placed the crystal ware on the high platform, and looked up at the corner of the tea washing mouth where the spiritual material was being arranged, revealing a meaningful smile. Lin Yuan only saw Cheng Rui mobilizing the spiritual power in his body. While stimulating the spiritual power, a painful expression appeared on Cheng Rui's face, and the face of Yu reading www.ukangsha.com was almost distorted. After a while, I saw a big bulge under the skin of Cheng Rui's sleeve, and was heading towards Cheng Rui's tiger's mouth. The bulge at the tiger's mouth grows bigger and bigger, like something has to be drilled out. Cheng Rui groaned, and saw a body about 5 or 6 centimeters in length, like a narrowed spine, with dozens of long-legged worms drilling out. San Yue frowned, and looked at Du Liahan and asked, "Is this the source of biological chrysalis?" Du Laowen nodded. Lin Yuan didn't expect that the thing drilled from flesh and blood turned out to be the source creature of Cheng Rui's contract. This source creature lives in the contractor and will cause great pain to the contractor when urged. Since Cheng Rui, a source creature like this, still has to summon the contract when he chooses to test it, it must be that the comparison test has the effect of turning the tide. Because from now on, there are few spirit materials selected for washing tea. This shows that the spirit solution needed for tea picking is about to be completed. On the other hand, the spirit materials on Cheng Rui's desk were still too late to use. Old Du didn't expect Cheng Rui to summon this source creature's Gugu casually, and said with a sigh, Cheng Rui's grandfather is Cheng Wu. This source creature spinal worm was separated from Master Cheng Wu's golden ring spinal worm. When talking about the words Cheng Wu, Du Lao's expression was not very good. Old Du's words were heard in Lin Yuan's ears. Although Lin Yuan doesn't know who Cheng Wu is, Du Lao, as a 4-star founder, can be regarded as a master only by the dozen of 4-star peak founders who are only one step away from the 5-star founder. Emotion. This Cheng Rui is still a strong 3 generations. Chapter 96. I dare not be presumptuous. San Yue took a deep look at Du Lao and said, "It seems that Cheng has actually served in your Wangdu founding trade union, and for such a big thing, I have not seen the news of your Wangdu founding trade union." Old Du said quickly. Chen Lao Kai came to Wangdu to create a union of divisions, and he has not planned to serve as vice president recently. When Cheng Lao has a plan, we will make an announcement. San Yue had some accidents. Cheng Wu, who was the pinnacle of the 4-star founder, would choose to serve as the vice president of the Wangdu Founder Union. Rather than name an honorary elder, but a little thought, San Yue will understand. Also, since I know that I have no chance to reach the 5-star founder, I should plan well for the descendants of the Cheng family. But if this Cheng Rui is really talented, how can Cheng Wu make Cheng Rui contract the source of biological chrysalis? San Yue's words were very cold, but Du Lao's ears made Du Lao's face awkward for a while. I don't know what to say for a while. Lin Yuan was confused when listening to the conversation between San Yu and Du Lao. But Lin Yuan knew that it was very inappropriate for him to ask questions. Who expected San Yu to look at Lin Yuan at this time? Lin Yuan, do you know what is the source biological chrysalis? Lin Yuan shook his head. San Yu looked at the curiosity in Lin Yuan's eyes and said, "Chiropod is not a source of biological contract after being collected in the spiritual space like other spirits. After being contracted by the contractor, it will be gathered in the contractor's spine, and a hollow spine is built on the spine. Nest, the contractual Qigong is essentially damaging its own life potential, so the creator of the contract with Qigong is doomed to reach 5 stars." Lin Yuan listened dumbfounded, and there were even source creatures like Qigong. However, I think that my own red thorn is also very special, but the red thorn is special in that it requires a blood contract, and does not have a biological template. It requires the contractor to specify evolution. The special nature of the red thorn allows Lin Yuan to quickly accept strange creatures such as Qigong. Moon saw Lin Yuan digested what he said, so he continued. Although Qigong will destroy the life potential of the contractor within a certain range, it is a treasure for the founder, because Qigong can quickly synthesize a large amount of spiritual materials engulfed by the host and form a concentrated spiritual fluid in the body. When compared with spirit materials, Qigong can devour the spirit materials to accumulate catalysis in the body, and maximize the role of the spirit materials, but there are also disadvantages. In this way, the fusion of spirit materials consumes the spirit fluid in the spirit of the Gugu, and the contractor must consume it afterwards. A large amount of spiritual materials will make up, otherwise, if Qigong does not absorb enough spiritual fluid, it will eat the spinal cord in the spine. San Yu changed his usual indifferent temperament at this time, and gave a detailed introduction to Lin Yuan. Now Lin Yuan finally knows what Qigong is for. However, after knowing it, Lin Yuan's impression of Qigong became worse. The contractual spirit is to treat the spirit as a partner, instead of turning his spine into a dwelling place like the contract spinal grub. It is good to cut meat and feed eagles, but it must be based on the cutting of lamb. If you cut your own meat and feed eagles, it would be a very stupid thing for Lin Yuan. At this time, Cheng Rui had already urged the Gugu to quickly swallow the spirit, and the efficiency was immediately improved. Just a few minutes to catch up with the speed of washing tea. Washing tea as early as when Cheng Rui summoned Qigong to groan, he looked at Cheng Rui very dissatisfiedly. The founder's deployment of spirit materials is the most taboo to disturb. As early as the beginning of the test, San Yu has separated the high platform from the outside world with spiritual force, fearing that it will affect the test. But Cheng Rui openly influenced his opponent when deploying spirits. Washing Tea was about to yell, seeing Cheng Rui summon Qigong. Washing Tea is a little helpless, said speechlessly. I didn't intend to use the aid of spirits, but since you used it, I will use it too. Tea washing also mobilized spiritual power and summoned a plant like Nepenthes. I saw that the brain-washing tea had already been prepared, but the unpurified spirit was poured into this Nepenthes plant. Then, after washing the tea, the spirit will be poured into this spirit. Some operations, at the same time, Cheng Rui and Shicha had prepared the spirit at the same time. Only the spirit of Rue is transformed from the abdomen of spinal gout, while the spirit of tea washing is poured directly from the body of the Nepenthes plant. Both fed spirit solution to the pups of a terror wolf with severe head injury. In just a few minutes, 2 dread wolves were cured at the same time. 2 feared wolf cubs immediately became active, and the cage with their teeth biting from time to time clicked. Bloody Terror is very irritable even when he is a cub. After the comparison, it seemed to be a draw, but Rue said first. It's me who wins, because my dread wolf has been upgraded from silver level 3 to silver level 4. After saying that, Ching Rue directly reached for the fuchsia blood of the Diamond Order Snake Spirit. But before he touched the bottle of the blood of the Diamond Order Snake Spirit, he suddenly heard a mocking laugh. After healing the Terror Cub, you will win if you upgrade the silver level 3 to the silver level 4. You don't look at how my terror has evolved from elite quality to perfect quality. After speaking, he washed tea and gave a gift to Tsang Yue, then turned back to one of the 4 corners of the hall. After washing tea, Cheng Rue directly settled in there, and his face became pig liver color. Du Laoban wanted to step forward to comfort Cheng Rue, who at this time Long Tao first applauded and laughed. It's wonderful. Cheng Rue's eyes were engulfed by this applause. Yu reading www.yukangsha.com became blood red, staring at Long Tao. Long Tao didn't care, lifted his feet and patted the dust that didn't exist on his boots twice. Is like sweeping Cheng Rue's eyes away at will. Long Tao, I and you are at odds. Long Tao didn't even care about the angry Cheng Rue, and directly ignored Cheng Rue's cruel words. Cheng Rue is attacking, and suddenly a cold biting pressure almost freezes Cheng Rue in place. Mr. Cheng Rue was unable to stand at once, so he fell to his knees. Lao Du quickly stepped forward to support Cheng Rue and said to Tsang Yue. Tsang Yu envoy, Cheng Rue didn't intend to pretend in Huiyue Temple. Cheng Rue didn't understand the rules for the first time. Please ask Tsang Yu and forgive me. Tsang Yue's momentum rose instantly, said coldly. Don't dare to be presumptuous and have been presumptuous, and they are aggressive in Huiyue Palace, where you asked him to do it when you came. Or did you bring him to Huiyue Temple but didn't even teach him the rules of Huiyue Temple? Old Du's cold sweat suddenly shed. 10 years later, the adults hide their glory, and the bi-monthly ambassador is also quietly retreating in Qingyue Mountain. How can I forget the temper of Tsang Yueshan? Jing Shiho, one of the princes of the capital, was not allowed to live for 15 years ago, and he disrespected Tsang Yue. Was directly interrupted by Tsang Yu envoy, and has been sitting in a wheelchair ever since. That night, Jingshi Hofu Frosty. Hofu Palace was split in half, and no one knew what happened. The high-level strength legs of Jingshihao Wang class should have been good, but they have never dared to get up from the wheelchair. This wheelchair has been sitting for 15 years, why is it self-evident? Chapter 97 Iron Man 3. How strong Jing Jing was in Wangdu. Even if they are both king-level strongmen, they don't know how many people have touched their nails from Jingshiho. With a fantasy-changing Diamond Order Peak Desert Mad Lion, plus the old high behind him, almost no peers dare to compete with him. But after the invincible Jing Shiho drank wine at the banquet, his words carried a bit of disrespect for Tsang Yu. Later publicly provoked. The end is that the bones of the 2 legs are almost crushed by the frost. How miserable. Old Du said quickly. Tsang Yue, how dare I not teach him the rules in the Hall of Huiyue? It is Cheng Rue who is stupid and has not learned it. I will take Cheng Rue back and give a strict lesson and teach him the rules in the Hall of Huiyue. Duo Lao's cold sweat had soaked his back when he talked. As a 4-star founder, Du Lao asked himself that although he is excellent among the 4-star founders, there is still a long way to go before the 4-star peak founder. As for the 5-star founder, because he was in the position of the 4-star founder, he didn't dare to think about the level of the 5-star founder. In the king level strong, his combat ability is far inferior to the ability of the founder. Just barely reached the king level. S own identity is not enough to see in Huiyue Temple. If he says wrong again, he is beaten into crippled hands, and it is not impossible to be thrown away from Qingyue Mountain. Tsang Yue has rarely been born in the past 10 years, but the name of triathlon has been remembered by many people because of Jingshi's affairs. Triathlon does not mean athletic ability, but Tsang Yu's style of doing things. Iron fist, iron heart. Tsang Yu's biting chill remained unabated, and a pair of rotating frost flowers appeared in Tsang Yu's eyes in an instant. In an instant, Du Lao felt like he was buried under the One's Eye Glacier. Duo Lao helped Cheng Rue before, but Du Lao was a bit unstable now. Cheng Rui's eyes disperse at this moment, and he feels the trembling of Du Lao. In a hurry, only listen to Cheng Rui shouting in tears. My grandfather is Cheng Wu, the creator of the 4-star peak. Cheng Rui's shout was very loud, as if to make himself feel a little courageous. Zhang Yue suddenly smiled when he heard the expressionless face of his mouth, and the frost bloomed in an instant. When Cheng Rui shouted that my grandfather was Cheng Wu, Du Lao knew that something was wrong. In the Huiyue temple, don't say your grandfather is a 4-star pinnacle creator, even if Zhu Jun and the chef, who are also 5-star creators, come in person. I am afraid that Zhang Yue will not necessarily forget this matter. After the moon, the adults have always been strong, and the bi-monthly emissary represents the will of the adults after the moon. 4-star peak founder is only a 4-star founder after all. The 4-star founder has a gap like a rift from the 5-star founder. Because the end of the spirits that the 4-star founder can cultivate is imagining 5 changes, and the 5-star founder is already qualified for the myth. Lin Yuan looked at this violent tension at this moment and felt his heart hung up for a while. Although Zhang Yue's momentum is not directed at himself, Lin Yuan can still feel a kind of oppression from the soul level. This feeling of oppression is like a person in the clouds looking down at you, giving people a feeling of being unable to bear resistance. The ability of Cheng Rui's founder is excellent, especially after the use of Qi Gu, has basically reached the level of Samsung's founder. As far as Lin Yuan is concerned, Cheng Rui is a rival. But after seeing Cheng Rui's performance just now, Lin Yuan no longer regarded Cheng Rui as his rival. Suddenly, Zhang Yu turned his head, looked at Lin Yuan, and asked, "What do you say, who should speak badly?" Lin Yuan first looked at Du, who was standing in that cold sweat. Somehow Lin Yuan seemed to see some of Ning Lao's shadows on Du Lao's body. They were all founders who strengthened spirits in the Shining Federation, saved spirits, and helped Reiki professionals break through the limitations of spirits. Looking at the appearance of Zhang Yue, I'm afraid that if Du Lao and Cheng Rui don't give an explanation, they can't pull away. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Yue and found that Zhang Yue was looking at himself very seriously. Lin Yuan still does not know how to speak. But Lin Yuan did not want Du Lao to explain here just because of a few words. Since Zhang Yu asked himself, Lin Yuan simply followed his heart and said, "Speakers who speak poorly should naturally be punished, but there are also reasons for speaking poorly. For example, Du Lao Hui speaks poorly just to keep Cheng Rui, so what Du Lao said is essentially to protect the younger generation." Zhang Yue's aura suddenly lowered, making Lin Yuan feel the pressure that Du Lao and Cheng Rui felt before. Lin Yuan's forehead had been sweating. However, Lin Yuan has mastered 3 will runes. Although the runes of will not strengthen Lin Yuan's mental power, he can enhance Lin Yuan's mental defensibility to a certain extent. So Lin Yuan is not embarrassed at the moment, looking at Zhang Yu's eyes a little surprised. Zhang Yue spoke. "Then you mean Cheng Rui's fault, so punishing him alone is enough, right?" Since Lin Yuan spoke, he shook his head simply after listening to Zhang Yu. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. I see that a person never sees how high a person can fly him, but sees how wrong a person can make him fall. Cheng Rui's few words will harm his own side and also involve him. The elders in the family don't know how much punishment is waiting for him after they go back, so it's better to let Du. Bring Cheng Rui back to discipline and talk to Cheng Rui's elders about Cheng Rui's mistake today. Lin Yuan said silence for 3 seconds after speaking. The founders are very valuable resources in the Radiant Federation, so even if they are to be punished, it is better to punish them for more spiritual things. After Lin Yuan finished, he only felt that the momentum of Zhang Yu suddenly stopped. Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Yu again, and found that Zhang Yu looked at his own eyes a little differently. Looked at himself with more recognition and closeness. Zhang Yue looked at Lin Yuan, but did not expect this little genius to be kind. "I tried all kinds of reasons, but I hope I won't give up." And Lin Yuan's reasoning, in the final analysis, is also considering for the Shining Federation. From Lin Yuan's information, Zhang Yu felt that Lin Yuan should be a little guy who had hardly received the benefits of Huiyao Federation. The dissipation in the data still makes his heart bright, which is a very valuable quality. Zhang Yu asked Lin Yuan also wanted to test Lin Yuan, to see what Lin Yuan would say. There is no standard answer to this question. But Lin Yuan's answer brought unexpected joy to Zhang Yu. Just when Zhang Yue took over, Du Lao already pulled Cheng Rui towards Lin Yuan to thank. It was only when Cheng Rui bowed his head and thanked him, the blood-red color in his eyes became redder because of the panic that he had just scattered. hidden in the ice slowly fermented into a bitterness. Chapter 98. After a messy month. Zhang Yue ignored this old duo who bowed to Lin Yuan and walked directly to the platform. Said to Meng Lao, who had been watching the bustle, "Come to Huidian and take the reward of the adult after the moon, then go back." 3 days later, another 20 drops of nectar from Jinrui Gui will be sent to Meng Lao. Ping Bai let Meng Lao read a joke in Huidian. Meng Lao quickly stepped forward and gave a gift to Zhang Yu. Du Lao's situation just shocked Meng Lao just now. If he doesn't speak badly, I'm afraid the same will happen. But the other 20 drops of silver nectar Jin Zigui's nectar made Meng Lao's mouth a bit shut. "Zhang Yu, then I will take Long Tao back." Meng Lao has long seen what is going on. Looking at Zhang Yu's attitude towards Lin Yuan alone, it can be seen that Long Tao and Cheng Rui are just foils. This trip has so many good things, enough to make up for the loss in Meng Lao's heart. Lao Meng was preparing to take Long Tao away, and when he turned around, he saw Long Tao and Lin Yuan standing together. "Thank you for the spiritual power you restored before, otherwise I will be ugly," Lin Yuan said with a smile. "This is just a trifle." Long Tao laughed when he heard Lin Yuan's smile. "If brothers eat in Wangdu, don't forget to ask me to drink." Meng Lao took Long Tao down to Qingyue Mountain. Du Lao also hurried to Zhangyue again, and then he also dragged Cheng Rui down Qingyue Mountain. When going down the mountain, Du Lao still waited for a while on the mountainside before continuing to take Cheng Rui down the mountain. Because now Du Lao Ku has no face to face the fruitful Meng Lao. In addition to Zhang Yue and Lin Yuan, Huiyue Hall only left standing in the four corners of the street and looked at Lin Yuan's tea attendants and Ling Xiao curiously. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lin Yuan's gaze, although it was plain, but there was a lot of joy in his heart. Ling Xiao can naturally see how special Zhang Yue and Xuan Yue are to Lin Yuan along the way. I also saw Zhang Yu's intention of maintaining Lin Yuan. Therefore, the probability that Lin Yuan can be selected as an apprentice by the adult will be at least 70%. Zhang Yu walked to Lin Yuan and said, "Today, these two contests are meant to be adults in the future. Let you see the peak of the young generation of the Shining Federation, whether it is a founder or an aura career." You walk towards the back of the hall and cross the promenade to the back hall. The adults will be waiting for you in the apse. Lin Yuan did not expect that the two wonderful matches just prepared for himself. When Lin Yuan first came, it was unclear why he didn't need to compete. But looking at the level of the two competitions just now, Lin Yuan also knew that his strength was not enough. Walking on the promenade, Lin Yuan felt a little nervous. I'm going to see the month after one of the only 3 5-star founders of the Shining Federation. Lin Yuan, who was the pinnacle of this kind of power, never thought that he could communicate face-to-face at close range. Lin Yuan was very clever. When he and Xuan Yue moved to Yueshan Mountain before, Lin Yuan also listened carefully to the conversation between Meng Lao, Du Lao and Ling Xiao. Knowing that the purpose of your coming this time is the great benefit that